Night, District 17, Tianyuan Prison. Kid, your death match has been arranged. Your opponent is a first-tier, second-level martial artist. This is already the weakest adversary the prison could find for a worthless wretch like you, who isn't even a martial artist. Enjoy your final moments of life. Having delivered his message, the guard turned away from the cell door and vanished into the shadows of the corridor. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea. After receiving the notification, Gu Bei's expression remained calm as he gazed at the silvery moonlight streaming through the iron bars, silently contemplating. It's almost time. Talent entry for cultivation has awakened. Indeed, he possessed a second talent. Just a day prior, Gu Bei had transmigrated into this world, sharing the same name as the original owner. Memories flickered through his mind. In the Judgment Bureau. Name? Gu Bei. Gender? Male. Age? 20. Do you admit to poisoning the river, leading to the deaths of 18,363 individuals? Can I not admit to it? No, you cannot. The evidence is irrefutable surveillance, and witnesses can attest to it. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry. Gu Bei shrugged helplessly and replied, then I admit it. According to the laws of District 17, you will be sent to Tianyuan Prison to serve a sentence of 1,000 years, to be executed immediately. In this world, martial arts could be cultivated, ranging from first tier to ninth tier. Simultaneously, there existed fated individuals who awakened various peculiar talents. The awakening probability was a mere 1 in 1,000, making each one a fortunate soul. The original owner was no exception. He had successfully awakened his talent, deadly poison body, while swimming. And then, the river was vast. Moreover, it was free, coinciding with a holiday, attracting numerous tourists. The original owner's luck was remarkable. That day, no living creature survived in the river. A multitude of corpses floated upon the water's surface, creating a spectacular sight, including the original owner himself, who, despite his Bodis immunity to toxins post-awakening, could not shield his soul. The toxins emitted by deadly poison body were capable of poisoning the soul. Thus, the original owner was killed by his own awakened talent. Gu Bei, who had transmigrated in his stead, nearly met the same fate. Fortunately, the Judgment Bureau personnel arrived in time to apprehend and rescue the perpetrator. They inserted a special item known as locking heaven into Gu Bei's mind. This item could seal the talents of fated individuals and inhibit the flow of their life force. The talents of fated individuals were generally categorized into several types: enhancement abilities, bloodline, armament, and traits. There were no ranks within talents. Even weaker talents could demonstrate formidable effects through the user's development. The original owner had awakened a bloodline talent, while Gu Bei, who had transmigrated, awakened a trait talent. Trait talents were predominantly characterized by unique rules and systems, making them among the rarest existences among fated individuals. Subsequently, Gu Bei was sent to this prison, situated within a deathly sea, specifically designed to confine fated individuals and martial artists. Every inmate here was required to participate in regular death matches, broadcasted live across the internet, allowing viewers to bet on their favorite contestants. The bidding was initiated by the prison warden. In a world where martial artists could move mountains and fill seas, nothing captivated the audience more than blood-soaked battles for survival. Each inmate had locking heaven embedded in their minds. Their life force and talents could not be utilized, yet their physical prowess as martial artists remained intact. To ordinary people, they were still formidable threats, and the original owner was merely an ordinary man with a martial arts aptitude of 0, having not even mastered the simplest body refining technique. Although awakening a talent would enhance one's martial arts aptitude, it seemed, the original owner would have no further use for it. After awakening entry for cultivation, Gu Bei found that a technique named breath absorption technique automatically appeared in his mind. After carefully reading through it in his thoughts, Gu Bei sat cross-legged and began his cultivation according to the technique. The unseen spiritual energy, imperceptible to ordinary observers, gradually converged toward Gu Bei's dantian. However, this spiritual energy was dark red, more accurately described as malevolent energy. Several hours later, Gu Bei's body trembled slightly, his eyes shimmering with light. Breakthrough achieved in Qi refining, first layer. You may select one from the following 3 entries. Entry qualities: white, blue, purple, orange, red, black. Entry: Yin-yang harmonization. Quality blue. Effect. Through dual cultivation, absorb the target's essence. Slightly enhancing one's own cultivation absorption is not limited by gender. Entry. Insect control. Quality blue. Effect. Consume spiritual energy to mentally control insects below one's level. Entry. Master of magical artifacts. Quality. Purple. Effect. Acquire extensive knowledge in crafting magical artifacts, allowing direct creation through the consumption of spiritual energy without needing a forging platform. How to describe these three entries? They're clearly not for the righteous path. Gubai fell into contemplation. He hadn't killed many people before his transmigration. This must be due to the prison and the original owner. First, regarding yin-yang harmonization, he glanced at his 3 sleeping cellmates. The lowest among them was a 3rd-tier, 6th-level martial artist. Each was robust, with forearms thicker than basketballs. Gubai decisively abandoned this entry. Insect control seemed decent, but insects could not enter this prison, rendering it useless. Master of Magical Artifacts felt the most useful, and it had the highest quality as well. Hopefully, it can provide some assistance for tomorrow's death match. Gubai silently prayed in his heart. Entry, selected Master of Magical Artifacts. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded into Gubai's mind. He gradually comprehended everything, learning the intricacies of crafting magical artifacts. Then, Gubai opened his panel. Fated Individual, Gubai. Title None. Talent. Deadly Poison Body Sealed. Entry for Cultivation Master of Magical Artifacts. Realm. Chi Refining, First Layer. Cultivation Technique. Breath Absorption Technique, Superior Spiritual Grade. Dungeon. Available to access in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. This was the unique panel of fated individuals. Fated individuals could randomly enter unique fated dungeons, complete the tasks within, and receive special rewards. However, Gubai's first dungeon would commence after the death match in prison, offering no immediate assistance. The ranks of cultivation techniques range from low to high: mortal grade, spiritual grade, royal grade, imperial grade, divine grade. Although breath absorption technique was only of superior spiritual grade, its unique properties allowed for the flexible adaptation of various techniques. The cultivation path mirrored that of martial artists, also comprising 9 stages: Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Void Refinement, Integration, Great Ascension, and Tribulation Crossing. With each major breakthrough, Gubai would receive 1 entry from a randomly assigned selection of 3. Yet, Gubai sensed that beyond breaking through realms, there were other methods to acquire new entries. This required slow exploration. At present, his primary focus must be the death match scheduled for tomorrow. Although cultivators were generally stronger than martial artists, the gap might not be insurmountable. It was likely akin to the difference between mages and warriors. Moreover, Gubai had yet to master any spells, and the opponent would have a realm advantage. However, while the opponent could not utilize their life force, he could harness his own spiritual energy. Though he lacked materials to forge magical artifacts, he could attempt to craft his own hands. Only by surviving could he qualify to consider anything further. In the death match, victory was assured. Chapter 2. A single punch shatters the following day, in the early morning. After a night of relentless effort, Gubai ultimately achieved nothing. The aspiration of forging his hands into magical artifacts proved to be overly idealistic. For now, he was unable to accomplish it, and it seemed that the impending death match could only be faced head-on. As a first-layer Chi cultivator against a second-layer martial artist, the opponent was unable to circulate their vital energy. Gubai felt that, as long as he seized the opportunity, his chances of victory were considerably high. To Gubai, I overheard everything last night. Though you are destined to perish today, death is merely a matter of habit. Just relax. Abit. Gubai's cellmate, Shueyuan, had also awakened. Listening to Shueyuan's teasing, Gubai felt a surge of anger. This man was not someone he could provoke or overpower. Despite being just over 20 years old, Shueyuan had been practicing martial arts since childhood and was now a 6th-layer martial artist. Even with his vital energy and talent sealed, he could not be contained by an ordinary prison. Only this specially constructed Tianyuan prison, with its electromagnetic fields and numerous defensive engineering measures, could hold him. He had been imprisoned for killing several powerful officials, with a sentence of 5,000 years. Shui Yuan, despite his imposing stature, had a rather handsome face and seemed to possess a fundamentally good nature. Who knows who will win? Gu Bai replied nonchalantly to this. Shui Yuan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he asked, "You are not even a martial artist. Where does your confidence come from? What of martial artists? Never mind, buddy. As long as you're happy, if you survive, I will treat you." Deal. Gu Bai nodded. Gu Bai, come with us. The arrival of several guards interrupted their conversation. They promptly opened the cell door and escorted Gu Bai to the deathmatch arena. Throughout the journey, Gu Bai remained compliant, refraining from any unruly behavior. In truth, he was keenly observing the prison structure, committing it to memory in preparation for a future escape. Should he win this deathmatch, it would suffice for a time to explain away any peculiarities with his hidden talents and unique physique. However, as time passed, the truth would inevitably surface, leading to dire consequences. At that point, his situation would be one of certain death. Once an inmate's brain is pierced with a heaven lock, their power cannot be enhanced. Their destiny panel cannot be accessed, and they cannot enter a dungeon. Should they discover he possesses two talents, they might insert another heaven lock into his brain or capture him for research, which would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, before that occurred, he needed to possess sufficient strength to escape, while also addressing the significant issues of the heaven lock and the deadly poison body within him. Minutes later, Gu Bai was ushered into the deathmatch arena. Before him lay an expansive, silver-hued circular space, marred by dried, dark bloodstains. It resembled a gladiatorial arena, yet there was no visible sky and no audience present. The interior of the arena was constructed from a special memory metal, capable of withstanding battles of up to third-layer martial artists. Numerous miniature cameras made of the same metal were stationed throughout to broadcast the event live. His opponent stood across the arena, a middle-aged bald man named Wang Li, whose fierce appearance and bloodthirsty gaze were intimidating. The live chat was bustling. Gu Bai's prior exploits involving poison in District 17 had garnered some media attention. It's begun. A mortal against a martial artist. IVE bet everything on Wang Li, even if the odds are shockingly low. Even a mosquito is meat. I can hardly wait to see that brat Gu Bai torn to shreds. A relative of mine was poisoned by him. Wang Li, please deliver a thorough beating. Isn't it just like a chicken fighting a human? Can a chicken even retaliate? Come on. Let the fight start. I can barely contain myself. Wang Li is in here for slaughtering hundreds of mortals. This will surely be entertaining. Gu Bai assessed his foe, refraining from any rash actions. Since the opponent was aware that he was merely a mortal, he would likely underestimate him. He could exploit this oversight to disguise his true capabilities and catch Wang Li off guard. The enhancement from being a first-layer Qi cultivator was minimal. Gu Bai's only advantage lay in his ability to augment his attacks with spiritual energy. With limited reserves of spiritual energy, he needed to ensure that each strike counted. Crack! Wang Li twisted his neck, producing a sharp sound, and grinned wickedly as he advanced slowly toward Gu Bai. Kid, I thought I wouldn't get to kill anyone in this prison. But luck seems to be on my side. I get to kill you first before dying myself. Don't come any closer. I'm very strong. Gu Bai raised his fist, his entire body trembling violently as he retreated until his back pressed against the cold iron wall. Wang Li quickened his pace, devilishly licking his lips. I understand. Your screams will surely be magnificent. Come, let us have some fun, sweetheart. As they drew near, Gu Bai swung his fist. The blow appeared feeble and lacking in power, almost devoid of lethality. Moreover, Gu Bai seemed to be overcome with fear, closing his eyes as he threw the punch. Wang Li, seeing this, felt nothing but disdain. How could such a weakling even be in Tianyuan prison? This punch was so pitiful that it hardly warranted evasion. If it landed, only the pathetic Gu Bai would feel pain in an instant. A gust of wind pressure erupted from Gu Bai's fist. Wang Li suddenly sensed something amiss, his pupils constricting as he attempted to step back to evade the punch. Not a chance. Gu Bai's eyes flared open, filled with a fierce and brutal intent. He stepped forward, using his leg to block Wang Li's retreat. At that moment, Wang Li attempted to raise his hand to defend, but it was too late. Boom! The punch, infused with spiritual energy, struck Wang Li squarely in the face. The sound of bones cracking echoed as blood erupted. Wang Li was sent sprawling backward, his face caved in, blood and flesh a grotesque mess, akin to a discarded rag doll. crashing heavily onto the iron floor several meters away. That punch had consumed about half of Gu Bai's spiritual energy, and the results were promising. Without a moment's pause, Gu Bai charged forward, abruptly halting to raise his foot, channeling his spiritual energy, and stomped down. Boom! Wang Li had no time to react as his head exploded like a watermelon, crimson liquid splattering across the ground. Gu Bai, maintaining his habit of ensuring the kill, delivered several more kicks, ensuring the head was entirely obliterated. The victor, Gu Bai, a cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the deathmatch arena. This is rigged. It's definitely rigged. Refund. Give me my money back. No way. Gu Bai is immortal, and he just annihilated Wang Li. You retelling me this is immortal? Is this real? Gu Bai isn't a martial artist? Did the prison staff make a mistake? Unbeknownst to Gu Bai, the live chat had erupted into chaos. His focus, however, was entirely consumed by the newly appeared light screen before him. Killed a Destiny Bearer, new entry progress increased by 2, Chapter 3. Entering the dungeon in the warden's office. Commander Su, here is the result of today's deathmatch for your reviewed. A delicate young woman in a white uniform and half-frame glasses respectfully presented a document. Before her was a sturdy black wooden desk, upon which sat a tall, imposing young woman clad in black, with short pink hair and strikingly sharp features. She was Su Li, the warden of Tianyuan Prison. Su Li took the document, opened it, and swiftly scanned its contents before coldly stating, "What is going on? A mortal has defeated a martial artist. How did you confirm that this Gu Bai has not trained in martial arts? Deputy Zhang Shui, please explain this situation thoroughly. You know I never tolerate incompetence from my subordinates." Upon her words, the atmosphere around them thickened. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses and replied calmly, "Commander Su, Gu Bai is indeed immortal. There is no trace of vital energy within him, and he has been retested with the latest equipment. It appears that his awakened talent is lineage-based, providing a slight enhancement to his physique, combined with the fact that his opponent underestimated him, which allowed him to win by sheer luck in the next deathmatch. We will pit him against an 8th-layer martial artist. He will have no chance of survival." Su Li snorted coldly and continued, "If he survives, you will face the consequences as per the regulations." "Understood," Zhang Shui replied heavily, then quietly took her leave. Gu Bai, a mortal defeating a martial artist has never happened before. "You could be," Su Li murmured softly, a glint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Doctor, I feel severely injured and on the brink of death. You're perfectly healthy. It's just a minor scrape on your hand. If left alone, it will heal." "Really? I don't believe it. I feel like I have internal injuries." The middle-aged prison doctor, Luo Xin, looked at Gu Bai, who claimed to be on the verge of death despite appearing unscathed. Every victor emerging from the deathmatch was brought to the infirmary for treatment, and they would not proceed to the next match until fully healed. Although Gu Bai was indeed uninjured, he was not above feigning his injuries to buy time. With each deathmatch, his risk of exposure increased. Just as Luo Shun was about to say something more, he witnessed Gu Bai spitting blood, his face displaying weakness. "No, he really does have internal injuries. I couldn't tell at all. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had not made an error in a long time. Could it be that he truly misjudged this time? This was, in fact, the result of Gu Bai using his spiritual energy to inflict harm upon himself. While it appeared severe, the actual issue was minor. Dr. Luo, please step outside and have a word with me." Outside the infirmary, Zhang Shui suddenly arrived, summoning Luo Shun away in no time. Luo Shun returned before Gu Bai, producing a scarlet healing pill which he extended towards him. "Given your severe injuries, you should consume this first-tier healing pill and, no matter how grave the wounds, you will recover within 12 hours. Gu Bai felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness as he accepted the healing pill and swallowed it whole. He was acutely aware that he was being watched. The individuals above him had no intention of engaging in dialogue. They had simply handed him the healing pill. This indicated that his next battle was imminent, and his opponent's strength would likely far exceed that of today if he were to emerge victorious. His situation would remain perilous. If he were to lose, death awaited him. He had no alternatives. Gu Bai did not fully ingest the healing pill. Instead, he halted it midway using his spiritual energy. Firstly, there was no need to waste it, as his injuries would heal swiftly regardless. Secondly, he suspected the pill might be compromised. Accompanied by several guards, Gu Bai returned to his cell, where his three cellmates regarded the unfolding scene with astonishment. Su Yuan, in particular, wrestled with a tumult of emotions. What was happening? A mere mortal managed to slay a warrior, and now he was expected to consume it. As a warrior, he had never gone back on his word. His two companions clamored to inquire about Gu Bai's situation that day. Su Yuan placed his hand on his waistband, declaring, "I, Su Yuan, never go back on my word. Do not obstruct me." And no one dared to stop Su Yuan. They merely gazed at him, awaiting his next move. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Su Yuan's hand hovered uncertainly, and after a moment of resolve, he grimaced, revealing a determined expression. Gu Bai spoke up, "Let us negotiate different terms. This is rather distasteful, I require from you." Before Gu Bai could finish, his cellmates anticipated the remainder of his request. They were taken aback to discover that Gu Bai possessed such peculiar tastes. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. A tooth, Gu Bai concluded. His three companions were instantly left dumbfounded. Su Yuan, still grappling with his internal conflict, quickly responded, "Deal." Without hesitation, Su Yuan placed his hand into his mouth, forcibly extracting a bloodied tooth, which he handed to Gu Bai. The sight was excruciating, yet Su Yuan appeared unfazed, as if he had long grown accustomed to pain. He was indifferent to Gu Bai's intentions for his tooth. Everyone had their own peculiar proclivities. Perhaps Gu Bai had some unique form of pica. After securing Su Yuan's tooth, Gu Bai retreated to his bed. Although he seemed weary and in need of rest, he was actually cultivating the food chi technique. He needed to seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. As a level 2 chi practitioner, he estimated that with a day's cultivation, he could achieve a breakthrough. He was uncertain if this pace was rapid or if his aptitude for cultivation was commendable. His request for Su Yuan's tooth was naturally intended for the crafting of a magical artifact. A tooth from a 5th-tier warrior would undoubtedly serve as excellent material. This might very well be his strongest trump card when he entered the dungeon later. He also needed to comprehend the mechanism for acquiring new attributes within the dungeon. Earlier, after slaying Wang Li, the progress towards acquiring a new attribute increased by 2. Did this imply that slaying 50 destined ones would grant him a new attribute? Or was the progress contingent upon the realm and strength of the target? Would defeating beings outside of the destined ones contribute to his progress? Were there other means to augment the attribute acquisition? All these inquiries required thorough verification. As night fell once more, Gu Bai's dungeon timer had fully reset. The guards informed him of the timing for his next battle. The day after tomorrow, his opponent would be a 1st-tier 8th-level warrior. This encounter would be a weapon-based fight, allowing him to select a standard weapon provided by the prison. Time within the dungeon stood still in relation to the real world. No matter how long passed inside, time would not elapse outside. Furthermore, even if grievously wounded within the dungeon, as long as he had a breath left before returning, he would restore himself to full health. Gu Bai was not concerned about revealing anything. The only significant issue was his identity. He could not wear prison garb. If other destined ones spotted him, it would spell trouble. He would have to enter the dungeon in a near-naked state. He needed to eliminate as many other destined ones as possible within the dungeon, not only for the sake of attribute progress, but also to prevent them from investigating him after leaving the dungeon and discovering that he was imprisoned in Tianya prison. His dual talents would likely be exposed, plunging him into a dire predicament. Historically, no one had ever possessed dual talents. Soon, Gu Bai activated his panel and entered the dungeon. Chapter 4. The Immortality Crisis. Gu Bai's consciousness gradually emerged from a hazy oblivion. When his vision returned, he found himself no longer in the prison but atop a modern skyscraper's rooftop. It was no longer night, but high noon, with the sun blazing overhead. The building stood approximately 4 to 5 dozen stories tall. And looking down, everything appeared diminutive. He saw no vehicles. The roads lay in disarray, teeming with numerous decaying humanoid creatures resembling zombies from a video game. Destined Dungeon, The Immortality Crisis. Type: Cooperative. Difficulty: 1st Tier B Class. Background: 7 days prior, a previously unprecedented viral outbreak erupted in Changsha City, subsequently spreading to various regions of the world. The cause was a longevity serum developed by Tian Now Company. This serum was intended to extend the user's lifespan, but due to unknown reasons, it mutated, transforming users into immortal monsters with an insatiable thirst for fresh blood. They possess extraordinary infectious capabilities, including some mutated variants with unique abilities. Main quest: survive for 7 days. Side quest: Eliminate the source of the immortality virus. The completion level of side quests will influence the dungeon evaluation. Reward settlement and titles. Upon completion of this dungeon side quests, participants will be assessed based on contribution levels. Upon reading the dungeon's introduction, Gubai pondered to himself about the cooperative zombie scenario. He wondered if slaying the mutated variants mentioned in the introduction would contribute to attribute progress. On the rooftop, apart from Gubai, there were 3 men and 1 woman, all destined ones participating in this dungeon together. A well-dressed, tall, and handsome young man with silver hair and a slender build took the initiative. Shall we introduce ourselves? After all, this is a cooperative dungeon. We are not enemies. There is no need to disclose our talents. Simply sharing our names and combat styles will suffice. How about I start? I am Bo Shuo. I am not very proficient in close combat and prefer using bows and firearms. My accuracy is quite decent. Following him, a mature woman with exquisite features, blue eyes, and golden hair, wearing a white sun hat and a red lace dress, chimed in, "You can call me Maria. I only use firearms for long-range attacks. Where are you from, handsome? Perhaps we can have a deeper conversation if the opportunity arises." Her voice was melodious, accompanied by a peculiar floral fragrance. "Wang Jie, I rely on my fists. I only engage in close combat," boomed a robust voice. The speaker was a brawny man with a muscular physique, Wu Fan. "I am adept at both long and short range and possess reconnaissance capabilities," introduced a middle-aged man clad in a black cloak, with disheveled hair, a scruffy beard, and striking yellow beast-like eyes. Finally, all eyes turned to Gubai, who was dressed only in shorts. His attire was quite rare among them, unfazed and with a calm demeanor. Gubai replied, "Gu Cheng. I possess no skills whatsoever." It was prudent not to reveal his true name. One could never know if others possessed death notes or similar artifacts. Upon hearing this, Maria couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Little brother, you are quite amusing. Is this your first time participating in a dungeon? Just stick close to your sister, and I will protect you." Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the entrance of the rooftop. It seemed the zombies were approaching. Everyone prepare for battle. If anyone is lacking weapons or equipment, I have extras, Bo Shuo reminded the group, as a silver ring on his finger shimmered, and a silenced assault rifle materialized in his hands. Gu Bai's gaze immediately fixated on the ring, a spatial ring. He coveted it. This man had clearly invited disaster upon himself by flaunting his wealth. Unfortunately, all items except for the final rewards could not be taken out of the dungeon. Rewards would be stored in the destined space, accessible at the will of the destined ones. Killing other destined ones in cooperative mode would yield no benefits. However, refraining from killing them posed a potential risk to his safety, disrupting his thoughts and hindering his cultivation. Regardless of the cooperative dungeon, he relished the prospect of betrayal. Jiyu Bai approached Bo Shuo. "Could you provide me with clothing, a pair of combat boots, a long knife, a silenced pistol with 5 magazines, and a few grenades?" If someone offered equipment, he had no reason to refuse. He need not rush into betrayal. He needed to gather more information about this dungeon and his teammates. Bo Shuo's mouth twitched slightly. He had merely made a casual remark and had never encountered someone quite like this. Nevertheless, he eventually waved his hand, and all of Gu Bai's requested items appeared on the ground. "Thank you. You are truly a good person." Jiyu Bai donned a black trench coat and combat boots, swiftly attaching the 5 magazines and 3 grenades to his waist, gripping a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Ready for battle. The quality of the equipment was impressive. The long knife was likely of mid-tier first-class quality. In this world, equipment ranged from 1st to 9th tier, with subdivisions of inferior, middle, superior, and top tier. The pistol had also undergone special modifications, enhancing its power. Boom! The door was shattered. A horde of zombies surged forth like a tidal wave, with an estimated 100 of them. Their decaying bodies emitted a foul stench, with sharp fangs protruding from their mouths and their fingers transformed into black claws. Moving at speeds far surpassing that of ordinary humans, the only option for Gu Bai and his companions was to leap from the rooftop or fight through the swarm of zombies to descend. "I shall carve a path." With a furious roar, Wang Jie charged headlong into the oncoming horde of zombies. Frenzied King Battle Armor. A sinister black mist materialized out of thin air, instantly enveloping Wang Jie, transforming into a set of grotesque, pitch-black full-body armor. The zombies' fangs and claws struck against the dark armor, leaving only faint scratches in their wake. With a thunderous punch, Wang Jie shattered the skull of a zombie, sending bone shards and putrid flesh flying. Protected by the black armor, he disregarded the zombie's attacks entirely, his fists a flurry of motion, relentlessly smashing skulls and carving a bloody path through the throng. Gu Bai seized the opportunity to fire his weapon, taking down a zombie, though the progress of his quest remained unchanged. Ordinary zombies were insufficient. He wondered if the mutated ones would yield better results. Wang Jie seemed to possess a combat-oriented talent, showcasing impressive defensive capabilities, likely with additional abilities as well. The others had yet to utilize their talents, but they appeared competent, possessing a degree of practical experience. Their assault seemed promising. Gu Bai considered taking the chance to experiment with zombies as materials for crafting magical artifacts. Be cautious, something is approaching, something invisible, Wu Fan warned, seemingly aware of a lurking threat. At this, Gu Bai infused his gaze with spiritual energy, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, a chameleon zombie, its skin a vibrant green and its tongue unnaturally long, stealthily circumvented Wang Jie, making its way towards them. Its first target was none other than Gu Bai, who had inadvertently caught its attention. The chameleon zombie's elongated tongue suddenly shot out like a dart, aimed directly at Gu Bai. In a split second, Gu Bai swung his blade with ferocity, channeling spiritual energy into the weapon. The long blade sliced through the air with a mournful wail. With a sickening splat, half of the tongue, along with blackened blood, fell to the ground. The chameleon zombie instinctively recoiled its tongue in pain. Without missing a beat, Gu Bai pivoted and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, emptying his magazine as bullets whistled through the air. The chameleon zombie rolled to the side, narrowly evading a fatal shot to its head, but sustaining multiple injuries across its body, particularly its legs, which were shredded beyond recognition. Although the zombie possessed invisibility and decent speed, its other attributes seemed only marginally superior to those of ordinary zombies. Gu Bai holstered his pistol, gripping his blade with both hands as he charged forward, arriving before the chameleon zombie in an instant, delivering a swift slash. The blade gleamed momentarily, infused with spiritual energy, severing the zombie's claws and its head in one fluid motion, black blood gushing from the decapitated neck. Gu Bai leaped back to evade the splatter, preventing potential infection. Kill mutated species. New entry progress 20. Chapter 5. Slaying the superhuman. New entry. Indeed, eliminating mutated species does enhance entry progress, but why was it specifically 20? This was tenfold the progress compared to the earlier kill of Wang Li, despite their power being relatively comparable. The only distinction was that the chameleon zombie could utilize its own abilities. Perhaps the disparity lay therein. In any case, it seemed that defeating these beings with special capabilities would indeed boost entry progress. After dispatching the chameleon zombie, Gu Bai found his spiritual energy nearly depleted. The total energy available at the first level of Qi refinement was still too scant, necessitating caution moving forward. Before departing, Gu Bai extracted the chameleon's tongue. Meanwhile, the three individuals behind him gazed in awe as Gu Bai effortlessly eliminated an invisible mutated creature. Was it a reconnaissance talent that enabled him to perceive hidden entities? His proficiency with both blade and firearm was commendable, though his physical condition appeared somewhat lacking. Under Wang Jie's lead, the group swiftly descended the staircase of the rooftop, heading downward. The glaring indication of the 40th floor appeared before them. The skyscraper boasted a total of 40 stories, and their descent seemed to stretch interminably. Biao Shua, wielding a silenced rifle, unleashed a frenzied barrage, raining bullets upon the zombies, resulting in countless fatalities. Wu Fan brandished 2 axes, twirling them with ferocity, cleaving through any approaching zombies with ease. Maria, too, brandished 2 silenced handguns, her shots striking true against the skulls of the undead. Following his encounter with the mutated creature, Gu Bai had been merely coasting, occasionally firing a shot for appearances. There was no benefit in slaying ordinary zombies, and the others appeared to be managing well enough, rendering excessive effort unnecessary. While everyone but Gu Bai was diligently combating the zombies, the numbers did not seem to dwindle significantly, as more zombies continued to surge from below. By the time they reached the 30th floor, Wang Jie and Wu Fan, engaged in close-quarters combat, began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Particularly for Wang Jie, who had been tirelessly clearing the path ahead, his breathing had become noticeably erratic. Biao Shua promptly suggested, Continuing like this will take a toll on our stamina. If powerful mutated creatures await us on the lower floors, we could be in trouble. How about we clear the zombies on the 30th floor, barricade the door, and rest for a moment? Sounds good, came the unanimous agreement. Maria was the first to consent, elegantly tossing 2 magazines into the air, seamlessly reloading her dual pistols before precisely firing at the approaching zombies. Several heads exploded in an instant, putrid fluids and tissues erupting forth. The others expressed no dissent, though Wang Jie stubbornly retorted, "This is nothing. I'm not tired at all." Soon after, they had largely cleared the zombies on the 30th floor. Wang Jie pushed open the door, and several zombies lunged at him, their attempts to bite meeting the impenetrable defense of his black armor. He swiftly dispatched them with a few crushing blows. Inside the 30th floor lay an office space, home to numerous small companies occupying single rooms. A few zombies wandered aimlessly in the corridors, and upon seeing the doors swing open, they charged at the newcomers as if they were a feast, only to collapse in defeat. Wang Jie and Wu Fan quickly sought out heavy objects, such as vending machines, to barricade the doors securely. As the last to enter, Gu Bai took advantage of his earlier respite to successfully refine the chameleon's tongue into a one-time magical artifact, stowing it within his dantian. This artifact, when activated, would grant a brief state of invisibility. Gu Bai's crafted artifacts could be nurtured within his dantian, though his current level permitted the storage of only 2. He pondered whether his crafted artifact would have ownership rights and if he could take it with him once the mission concluded. While this magical artifact was ineffective against zombies, which were highly sensitive to sound, smell, and even sight, it could prove advantageous against humans. "Help me. I can do anything." A young woman in her 20s, clearly a professional, seemingly aware of the external situation, dashed out in a panic, pleading for assistance. She was promptly met with Maria's gun aimed at her head. "Don't come any closer, or I will shoot. Explain why you are here and how you survived." Maria's gaze was icy, her tone heavy with menace, as if poised to pull the trigger at any moment. "I'm just an employee from that company. I've been surviving on snacks for the past few days." The woman stammered, pointing towards the adjacent office in explanation. "Lies." Maria pulled the trigger, the bullet instantly shattering the woman's leg, transforming it into a gruesome spray of blood and flesh. Clearly, Maria's dual pistols had been modified. "Speak the truth, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall endure this torment." Maria's voice was cold, utterly indifferent to the woman's cries of anguish. "Please don't kill me. I don't know anything. I swear I'm telling the truth." The woman's face was streaked with tears and snot, casting desperate glances at the others for help. Yet, none of them spoke in her defense. They had all discerned that this woman was likely a bait. Furthermore, even if she weren't, what did it matter? A mere mortal's life held little significance. If she were to die, so be it. Maria shot the woman in the jaw, silencing her screams while ensuring she remained alive, albeit in agony. Turning to the group, Maria inquired, "The company she mentioned seems suspicious. Should we investigate? Perhaps we could uncover more information about this world." "Sure, just be cautious." Bo Shua nodded first. The others expressed no dissent. Meanwhile, the writhing woman on the floor was entirely ignored by them. The most robust, Wang Jie, continued leading the group, pushing open the doors of the company. Aside from the crimson bloodstains and numerous bullet holes, the interior held little of intrigue. Soon, they stumbled upon an electromagnetic stove containing human bones, clarifying what the woman had been subsisting on, and no wonder her face bore no signs of hunger. Suddenly, a mechanical voice pierced the silence. In an instant, dozens of high-tech gun turrets emerged from various locations, encircling the group. Hollow gun muzzles aimed at them from all directions. If they were to fire simultaneously, only Wang Jie might endure for a moment. Excellent, more fresh ingredients. A greasy middle-aged man emerged from the boss's office, surveying the group. Before him stood a pale blue energy barrier, protecting him from any retaliatory fire. The gun turrets and barrier were manifestations of his ability, area armament, entirely under his control. Within this small company, he was the unequivocal sovereign. Very nice, and such a striking beauty to boot. She could join my harem. What happened to Xiao Dai? Why isn't she here with you? Before the oily middle-aged man could finish his sentence, he felt a chill in his throat as his head rolled away, crimson liquid gushing forth like a fountain. Too much prattling. Gubai had appeared behind the man at an unknown moment, severing his head with a single stroke. Blood dripped along the blade, pooling on the floor, resembling blossoms of crimson plum. Elimination of the extraordinary. Progress of new entry increased by 90. Chapter 6. The Seed of Immortality. Entry. Delicious flesh. Quality. White. Effect. The flesh becomes incredibly delectable, tender, and juicy, continuously emanating a peculiar fragrance that attracts predators. Entry. Third Eye of Magic. Quality. White. Effect. Automatically generates a magical eye on the forehead, capable of consuming spiritual power to corrupt the target soul, driving it into madness. Simultaneously, the user's own soul will be continuously tainted. Entry. Kiss of the Spider Demon. Quality. White. Effect. Increases damage inflicted by spider venom by 100%, allowing the user to generate silk threads throughout the body by consuming spiritual power. Gubai gazed at the newly appeared entry options, furrowing his brow. All qualities were at the lowest level, significantly inferior to the first time. The delicious flesh entry was entirely perplexing him. Does it imply that in moments of defeat, one could plead with the enemy, saying, "I am quite tasty, please do not kill me"? As for the Third Eye of Magic, its negative effects were overwhelmingly severe, rendering one a lunatic. In comparison, Kiss of the Spider Demon seemed to be the best choice. Although the spider venom would inflict double damage upon him, he could easily render himself immune to toxins by unlocking Deadly Poison Body. Once more, however, this required first immunizing his soul against toxins and resolving the lock of heaven lodged in his mind. This object, while piercing the brain, also penetrated the soul. At the moment of impact, it targeted the remnant soul of the original host. Forcibly extracting it would either result in instant death or a vegetative state. Though it was not Gubai's soul being pierced, it still connected to the neural pathways of his brain. Moreover, Gubai could vaguely sense that the remnant soul of the original host had not completely vanished. He was still pinned by the lock of heaven, trapped in a state akin to slumber. After removing the lock of heaven, he was uncertain of what would ensue. He could only proceed step by step, as his understanding of the lock of heaven and the world remained woefully insufficient. Entry selected. Kiss of the Spider Demon. Upon selection, a strange sensation surged within Gubai, akin to being crawled upon by thousands of spiders, all kissing him with their sharp mandibles. Not bad at all. The earlier sister was prepared to use charm, yet unexpectedly, the little brother acted so decisively. Whatever reward he desires shall be granted. Maria and her companions approached, refraining from inquiring about Gubai's earlier invisibility, displaying a commendable sense of discretion. "I have a name, and I hold no interest in you." Facing the flamboyant Maria, Gubai responded coldly. He harbored no interest in women, nor any desire for romance. Time and energy would not be squandered on such trivial matters, a principle he adhered to both before and after his transmigration. In the earlier situation, upon perceiving unusual movements, he immediately recognized the trap and decisively activated the magical apparatus he had just concocted, rendering himself invisible as he stealthily approached the middle-aged greasy man from behind and delivered a fatal blow. Had the adversary unleashed a barrage from a machine gun turret, while others might remain oblivious, Gubai would undoubtedly meet his demise. He had always believed that one must never entrust their life to others' whims. Originally, he intended to use his invisibility against these temporary allies. However, he would not hesitate to utilize his trump card. He would not hold back until death. Subsequently, Gubai commenced exploring the interior of the company alongside the others, while also inspecting the items on the corpses. Observing Gubai's resistance, Maria's eyes dimmed slightly as she adjusted her hat, refraining from pressing further. "Who are you? Where is my husband?" In the boss's office. 7 ragged women, possessing fair looks and figures, bore numerous bruises indicative of past abuse. How should these individuals be dealt with? Wang Jie, walking ahead, turned to look at the group. The women in the office had witnessed the scene outside. Their husband had been gruesomely severed, dead beyond salvation. Tears streamed down their faces as they began to flail about in a frenzied aha. The beast is finally dead. It is well deserved. We are the realm of zombies and superhumans is meticulously categorized, ranging from level 1 to level 10, roughly paralleling the progression of martial artists from the 1st to the 10th tier. It appears that their leader is a level 9 superhuman. This is merely a level 1 dungeon, so it is unlikely that we will encounter an abundance of formidable foes. However, in a level B dungeon, the ultimate boss might possess the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Only those exhibiting mutated abilities are classified as level 2 zombies. These details were gleaned from their broadcast, and the probability of awakening as a superhuman is approximately on par with that of those destined for greatness. Have you noticed anything peculiar? It seems that Jiang Yumin has been thoroughly affected by your presence. Gu Bai rose and remarked, "It aligns closely with your understanding, does it not?" I discovered the address of Tianao Company on Jiang Yumin's phone. Should we pay a visit? That location is likely where we can complete our side quest. Upon hearing this, Bo Shua's eyes flickered with contemplation, and he turned to the others, inquiring, "What do you all think? Shall we undertake the side quest, or is it sufficient to complete the main quest for a guaranteed reward? Although this dungeon presents the greatest difficulty I have experienced, I personally prefer to pursue the side quest. In such circumstances, if no one desires to venture alone, let the majority rule. After all, this world is perilously dangerous, and we cannot ascertain whether other destined individuals are present in this dungeon aside from ourselves." Wang Jie, without a moment's hesitation, responded, "I want to go." Wu Fin added, "I abstain." Maria hesitated briefly before quickly stating, "I do not wish to go alone, so let us venture together." Bo Shua nodded, "Let us make this decision. I have located a map of this city. Ji Yu Cheng, could you mark the locations on it?" "No problem," Gu Bai replied, taking the map and a pin from the table, marking their current position and the location of Tianao Company. After examining the map, they discovered that it was approximately 50 kilometers to Tianao Company, with a 3-kilometer-long bridge to traverse along the way. Peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the company, Bo Shua observed the sky and the zombies on the streets and assessed, "If we proceed from here without a vehicle, considering the need to clear obstructing zombies, it will likely take us 3 days. That bridge is bound to be quite perilous. This estimate does not account for any encounters with mutated species. If we run into troublesome mutated beings, resulting in injuries, time will become exceedingly tight." The group agreed with Bo Shua's assessment, acknowledging the considerable density of zombies in the streets. Even though they were all level 1 martial artists, it would likely prove quite challenging. Ji Yu Bai was already secretly contemplating how to eliminate this group and act independently. After all, they had all seen his face in his mind. Gu Bai silently sentenced them to death. His identity was unique. Even if he did not actively investigate himself, there was a possibility that he could be recognized in the news. Given the risk of exposure, it was imperative that none be left behind. Gu Bai had also recently experimented with his newly acquired trait, Kiss of the Spider Demon. The strength of the spider silk generated by his spiritual energy was considerable. He could easily emulate Spider-Man, swinging through the air on webs in this modern dungeon, filled with towering buildings. It would prove quite useful. The spiritual energy consumed to generate the webs was relatively minimal. He could also employ techniques for forging magical artifacts to rapidly enhance the webs, rendering them sharper and more resilient, akin to a special type of metallic thread, though this would consume more spiritual energy. Once deadly poison was unlocked, he could potentially imbue the webs with toxins to amplify their lethality, making the future promising. The only inconvenience for Gu Bai was his current lack of spiritual energy. He mused that when these teammates found themselves in a desperate struggle against mutated creatures and sustained serious injuries, it might be his moment to ACT. Bo Shua continued, "All right, everyone should take a moment to recuperate. We have sufficient food and water. Each of you should take some. Even if you do not consume it, it may prove useful for trading information and supplies when encountering survivor groups along the way." The group nodded in agreement, sharing a modest amount of food and water, ensuring it would not hinder their mobility. Aside from Gu Bai, the others had prepared provisions. Typically, they would not consume anything within the dungeon, as it posed a significant risk. Although Gu Bai had not brought any food or drink, he had no intention of consuming what his teammates offered. If any of them possessed a unique ability and had tampered with these items, consuming them could be disastrous. Despite their lack of apparent conflict of interest, it was wise to remain cautious of such possibilities. After a brief rest of over 10 minutes, the 5 resumed their assault downstairs. Following a short period of coordination, their efficiency in slaying zombies had notably improved. They reached the 20th floor, where a food court filled with various stalls once thrived. Frequented by workers who typically ordered takeout or dined, a colossal beast, resembling a tank in size, stands before them. A zombie unlike any ordinary one, its skin exuding a bizarre vitality in a vivid shade of green. 4 horns protrude from its head, while a lizard-like tail trails behind. emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. This must be the small boss that Bourgeois spoke of, Gu Bai mused as he hung from the lamppost, gazing at the monstrous entity before him. The others swiftly took evasive action. As martial artists, their physical prowess surpassed Gu Bai's significantly, making their retreat quite natural. While the group hesitated between fighting or fleeing, Wang Jie charged forward, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. His body suddenly expanded, and black armor ignited with blood flames as he leaped, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! Greenish blood splattered as the giant zombie momentarily staggered. A charred imprint left on its head, it fell heavily against the nearby building, causing the wall to collapse in a cloud of dust. It seemed this beast was not as formidable as anticipated. Gu Bai furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Wang Jie's emotional fluctuations were too swift. Although he had initially displayed a hint of recklessness, such arrogance seemed unwarranted, especially after he had inexplicably countered Bourgeois' reasonable suggestion. This was peculiar. Furthermore, the giant zombie's behavior was also amiss. Gu Bai observed clearly how the creature's emotions abruptly shifted, leading it to take a punch without any defensive action. He surmised that someone in their party was manipulating events with a talent. Casting a glance at his companions and the quickly rising giant zombie, Gu Bai resolved silently that he could no longer remain with this team. Channeling his spiritual energy, he conjured a web of silk and shot it towards the fifth-floor window of a nearby building. Grabbing the silk, he leaped from the lamppost, swinging through the air before kicking the glass open and entering the interior, escaping the battlefield. Inside the room, a woman in her 30s stared, bewildered, at the man who had suddenly intruded into her home. Just as she was about to voice her confusion, bang! Her head exploded, turning into a gruesome mess. Gu Bai's eyes turned icy as smoke wafted from his silenced pistol. She had intended to speak, and speaking would attract zombies, thereby endangering him. The path to death was clear. If he did not eliminate her, it would tarnish his resolve and hinder his CU. The colossal beast zombie roared, mimicking Wang Jie's earlier stance, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch. Suddenly, a surge of silvery electricity enveloped his gigantic fist. Observing this, Wang Jie exhibited no sign of retreat. If the opponent sought a contest of strength, then so be it. The frenzied King's armor could transmute combat intent into power, enhancing its wearer. This was precisely why, despite being merely a 7th-tier warrior, he could engage in a back-and-forth struggle with the colossal beast zombie. At this moment, he needed no contemplation, no rational thought. He merely had to let his battle fervor escalate. He swung his fist. He fought. Never before had he felt such exhilaration. The dual fists, wreathed in blood flames and lightning, collided, fist against fist. A ferocious wave of energy erupted, accompanied by the sound of shattering. The arms of both combatants could not withstand the overwhelming force, instantaneously bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Each retreating several steps, the colossal beast zombie howled in agony, while Wang Jie erupted in manic laughter. Yes, yes, yes. This was precisely the intensity he craved. He finally comprehended the words of his master. Destruction is a glorious moment. If one clings to a cowardly survival, life becomes dreadfully mundane. He had also grasped the essence of that punch. Executing it would likely leave his body unable to endure, with a high probability of death. But so what? A warrior exists to transcend destruction, to break through oneself and be reborn. The frenzied King's explosive fist. Wang Jie roared as he charged forward, using his remaining arm to unleash a punch with all his might. The essence of annihilation manifesting at his fist's edge, the colossal beast zombie began to retreat, attempting to evade. Boom! A hurricane erupted, and the beast zombie could not discern when Wang Jie had thrown his punch. Half of its body was utterly obliterated, its massive form flung backward, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater. Yet, it was not dead. Greenish slime oozed from the beast zombie's brain, repairing half of its body. Though its aura had dwindled significantly, the beast zombie realized that Wang Jie's prior punch had veered slightly, failing to destroy the seed of immortality within its brain. It had survived. Devouring this human would undoubtedly augment its strength. Wang Jie's frenzied King's armor could no longer sustain itself and vanished entirely. Wang Jigu pressed his eye against the peephole of the security door, eager to ascertain the situation outside. Suddenly, His expression hardened, and his brows furrowed. The creature beyond was not human, but rather a humanoid puppet fashioned from stone, its arms transformed into spiral machine guns that relentlessly fired stone bullets, targeting the zombies. Gubai also noted that a vacant military backpack hung from the back of the stone puppet. He understood its purpose. It was likely gathering supplies for the ability user who had created it. The sounds did not emanate from below but appeared abruptly on this level, indicating that this ability user was very likely present here. IT remained uncertain whether the puppet intended to descend to the street below to collect resources or to commence its task from this floor. The intelligence of this stone puppet, whether it was autonomous or remotely controlled, posed a complication. At that moment, Gubai found his spiritual energy completely depleted, rendering him incapable of even conjuring spider silk. He had 1 grenade remaining, 12 bullets in his pistol, and 2 magazines containing 15 bullets each. The bone marrow sword should be capable of severing the stone. Yet, he had never tested transform blood into lightning, so he would refrain from using it for now. Gubai silently assessed the resources at his disposal. He had become too engrossed in crafting magical artifacts and should not have expended all his spiritual energy. He reminded himself to ensure that, regardless of the circumstances, he should always retain at least 20% of his energy for unforeseen situations. Before long, the stone puppet had cleared the 5th floor, erecting a rock barrier at the staircase to prevent the zombies from ascending further. Bang! The door of the room opposite Gubai swung open. A portly military enthusiast, clad in tactical gear and wielding a combat knife, his head adorned with a searchlight and a replica firearm clipped to his waist, stepped out with a measured gait. He gently knocked on Gubai's door and inquired softly, "Is Sister Hong there?" "It's me, Xiao Pang. I've awakened my abilities, and I've cleared the zombies outside. It's safe now." The door creaked open. A grin spread across Xiao Pang's face as he prepared to showcase his prowess before Sister Hong. Controlling the stone puppet to gather supplies in front of her would surely win her heart. However, the first greeting he received was the ominous barrel of a gun. Flames erupted, and bullets rained down. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Pang's upper body was instantly encased in a layer of stone, the bullets merely causing superficial cracks without penetrating. The stone puppet redirected its aim towards this side. While its reaction was commendable, the choice to reveal its true form proved to be a fatal error. Gubai executed a swift side kick, landing a solid blow on Xiao Pang's calf. A faint cracking sound of bone echoed. Xiao Pang's face contorted in agony as he lost his balance, tumbling sideways and fortuitously blocking the line of fire of the stone puppet. Without delay, Gubai propelled himself forward, the bone marrow sword manifesting in his hand. Piercing through the air with a mournful wail, clash, in Xiao Pang's despairing gaze, the sword's tip pierced the stone, embedding itself in his forehead, and a trickle of crimson and white liquid escaped. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Gubai efficiently dispatched an enemy. Killing an ability user, new entry progress increased by 40. As Xiao Pang perished, the stone puppet crumbled into a lifeless heap of rock. Gubai swung his sword once more, severing the head and opening the skull, then discovered a black crystal within Xiao Pang's brain. Eternal Seed absorbed. New entry progress increased by 10. New entry unlocked. Please select entry. Delicious soul. Quality. White effect. Your soul becomes more delectable, making it easier to attract certain creatures. E-entry. Profane language. Quality. White effect. Your words become more persuasive to other beings, but you will only be able to utter aggressive phrases henceforth. E-entry. Demonic energy infusion. Quality. White effect. Your cultivation speed increases by 20%, but you will become cold and ruthless, indifferent to life, rendering you unable to practice certain techniques. Selected. Demonic energy infusion. Gubai decisively chose demonic energy infusion. His appearance remained largely unchanged, but a barely perceptible crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes. Even without this entry, he was already of such a disposition, rendering the negative effects nearly negligible. As for the techniques, that would have to wait until he discovered a way to acquire them. The Destiny Hall offered little hope of finding someone selling cultivation techniques. That would have to be addressed another day. This time, he had precisely reached 100 entry progress, unlocking 3 white entries. This further confirmed Gubai's hypothesis. If the entry progress did not overload, only white entries would manifest. He wondered how to increase the upper limit of new entry progress. If this continued, he feared he would inevitably select an entry with purely negative effects. Ji Bai felt somewhat at a loss regarding his talents. The innate traits were widely acknowledged as the most challenging to develop. While Gu Bai had some ideas in mind, such as entry fusion, enhancement, or determining how much entry progress could be gained from observing the killing of creatures, he had no means to pursue these ideas, leaving him uncertain about how to develop his talents. Not dwelling on it further, Gu Bai quickly rummaged through Xiao Peng's corpse. Ultimately, he retrieved a pack of individual rations, 2 cans of beef, a searchlight, and several bottles of medicine. The rest held little value. He swapped his small backpack for the military one, transferring the supplies. Subsequently, he picked up a rock the size of a rice bowl and returned to his room. Shutting the door, Ji Bai did not rush into cultivation, but instead prepared to experiment with transform blood into lightning. With a mere thought, his blood surged forth, a small orb of crimson lightning. The size of a coin coalesced in his palm. He raised his hand and abruptly struck the rock he had collected with the blood lightning. Boom! The stone was instantly reduced to a fine powder. Utterly obliterated, Ji Bai was quite satisfied with the power, but the consumption was indeed excessive. That tiny orb of blood lightning had left him feeling somewhat anemic, his vision darkening. Fortunately, the life ring began to take effect, gradually restoring him and alleviating the anemia. It appeared that transform blood into lightning could only serve as a finishing move or trump card in battle. Its use came with significant repercussions. A night passed without incident. In the days that followed, Gu Bai dedicated himself to meditating and practicing breath-feeding technique, as well as crafting magical artifacts. With the increased cultivation speed from demonic energy infusion, he estimated that he would likely break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement in a couple of days. The progress on refining his teeth had also reached about 15. He pondered the whereabouts of Bo Shuo and the others. They should not have followed the original plan. However, if they wished to complete the side quest, they would undoubtedly need to visit the bridge and Tian Now Company. Gu Bai sensed that his chances of victory against them at this moment were slim. Vroom, vroom. Outside, the sound of vehicles approached. Someone was coming. Chapter 12. Visitors from Tian Now Company. As dawn's light began to break, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. Ji Bai leaned against the window, quietly gazing outside. His eyes were met with 3 armored vehicles, each topped with a machine gun, equipped with blades designed to slice through zombies on both the front and sides. They resembled meat grinders, utterly shredding the zombies that obstructed their path. Survivors within the surrounding buildings cried out desperately, hoping to catch the attention of those inside the armored vehicles. However, their actions only drew the zombies closer, hastening their own demise without yielding any results. The ultimate destination for the armored vehicles was the high-rise from which Gu Bai and the others had emerged the previous day. The vehicles navigated around the crater left by the explosion and came to a halt at the entrance. The machine guns on top beginning to whir as they continuously fired upon the approaching zombies. A well-equipped 5-person team swiftly disembarked from the central armored vehicle, entering the high-rise in an orderly fashion. They wielded uniquely crafted firearms that shimmered intermittently, dressed in a form-fitting, high-tech black armor that covered their entire bodies. Ji Bai recognized the logo of Tian Now Company emblazoned on the armored vehicles. He had seen it on Jiang Yumin's phone. It seemed these individuals were dispatched by Tian Now Company. What could they possibly need from the high-rise? Or were they searching for Jiang Yumin? After all, his brother held a significant position within Tian Now Company. Regardless, since Tian Now Company had not been obliterated, Gu Bai knew that in order to complete his side quest, he would inevitably have to confront the armed forces of Tian Now Company. As long as the source of the virus remained within their ranks, Ji Bai's gaze deepened as he stared at the 3 armored vehicles outside the window. He contemplated whether there was a feasible way to seize one or capture an individual to extract information. A direct assault was certainly out of the question. His flesh would likely be reduced to a sieve by the machine guns. A blood bomb would probably not penetrate the armor either, especially since he had not yet crafted a new one. If it were just one vehicle, he could attempt to destroy the machine gun and tires to force them out, but there were 3 vehicles in total. It was uncertain how many personnel were inside or whether any ability users were present. Judging by the size, a single armored vehicle could comfortably accommodate around 20 individuals. He wondered how they would treat bystanders and ability users, and whether he might blend in among them. Suddenly, a young athletic man with dark skin dashed out from a nearby residential building, moving with remarkable speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. He was evidently another ability user. The athletic man swiftly evaded the approaching zombies and rushed towards the armored vehicles, shouting, "Are you government personnel? I have injured people in need of rescue." The machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles did not fire upon him, and the doors swung open, revealing another team clad in black armor. Subsequently, they seemed to employ some method, and the athletic man collapsed, swiftly being taken into the vehicle. Gu Bai observed the scene before him. The absence of immediate gunfire suggested that they likely intended to take him back for experimentation. The method employed just now appeared to be some form of ability. For the time being, it would be prudent not to provoke them. Soon after, the team that had entered the high-rise re-emerged, carrying the tattered corpse of Jiang Yumin, loading it into the vehicle, closing the doors, and driving away. The direction in which they departed aligned with that of Boishua and his companions, making it highly probable that the two groups would cross paths along the way. The intelligence at hand was still insufficient. What exactly did the Tianao Corporation intend to accomplish, and what were their defenses like? Gu Bai muttered to himself. He understood that relying solely on his own capabilities to infiltrate the Tianao Corporation was rather unrealistic. His strength was simply inadequate. Although Boishua and his team might also devise a plan to breach the corporation, Gu Bai had never placed his hopes on others. The choices that lay before him were either to seek external forces for an alliance or to acquire formidable entries. Alternatively, he could take a gamble, masquerading as an ability user, allowing himself to be captured and infiltrating their ranks from within. Though that would be the most perilous course of action, as for abandoning the side mission, that had never been within Gu Bai's realm of consideration. Upon exiting this instance, he would have to contend with a first-tier, 8th-level warrior. Although his opponent could not utilize their vitality, he too could not reveal any special means. Yet, even if he refrained from exposure, winning would likely draw the attention of those above him. He had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, as it would enhance his chances of survival. Gu Bai gathered his supplies and donned the black cat mask he found in the room. In an instant, he leaped out the window, using his web to swing to the rooftop of the adjacent building. Apart from the towering structure he initially emerged from, the nearby buildings were generally not tall, mostly comprising 10 stories or fewer. His immediate target was to approach the Tianao Corporation while eliminating some mutated creatures along the way to acquire new entries. He aimed to seek out survivor organizations, attempting to gather intelligence and lure them towards the Tianao Corporation. Gu Bai continuously shot webs, traversing between the buildings, drawing the attention of the zombies below. Yet they were utterly powerless to respond, unless there were zombies capable of flight. Whoosh! A zombie with eagle-like wings flapped towards him, its gaze bloodthirsty, fixated on Gu Bai's swoosh. A nearly invisible strand of webbing swiftly sliced through the midsection of the zombie's head, severing it as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Black blood splattered as the rotting head fell. The white web ensnared the black crystal within the brain, pulling it away. Killed mutated creature. Entry progress increased by 30. Gu Bai did not directly touch the crystal this time. Instead, he caught it with a towel and stored it in his backpack. Indeed, avoiding direct contact prevented absorption. Gu Bai planned to accumulate a number of crystals, striving to unlock a higher quality entry next. The web he used to slay the zombie had been rapidly refined and infused with spiritual energy, significantly enhancing its sharpness while reducing its size. However, the web would shatter after a single use, consuming a fair amount of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, it served as a potent and discreet means of attack. "Little sister, you must go. Find the leader. I'll hold these zombies back, brother." "No. I can't leave you alone." A young couple, just emerging from a supermarket with an abundance of food, found themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies. They appeared to be students and were both ability users. The male student possessed the ability to turn his entire body to steel, while the female student could manipulate frost. Under normal circumstances, they would likely be able to fend off an ordinary swarm of zombies. Yet now, a tentacled zombie, covered in numerous appendages, stood before them, its tentacles tightly ensnaring the male student. The female student attempted to launch an ice spike at the tentacled zombie, but the effect was minimal. Consequently, she turned and fled without a backward glance. Just as the male student was about to suffocate under the constricting tentacles, swoosh, a shadowy figure descended from the sky, brandishing a gleaming long knife, which swiftly decapitated the tentacled zombie. Killed mutated creature, new entry progress increased by 20. The rotting head plummeted to the ground, allowing the male student to finally breathe. "Thank you." The male student gazed at the cold figure before him, adorned with a black cat mask and cloaked in a black trench coat, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Think nothing of it, as fellow humans. It is only right to help one another, Gubai replied indifferently. Chapter 13. Changya Academy. The male student, with sincerity etched across his face, introduced himself. I am Lu Gang. I truly appreciate your help just now. If there is anything I can do in return, I will certainly oblige. Where are you headed? Is there a survivor organization nearby? Gubai inquired, skillfully wielding his knife to open the tentacled zombie's skull. Extracting the black crystal within with a towel and placing it in his backpack, Lu Gang scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his expression. Brother, you Haven T joined a survivor organization? Just call me Gu Chung. Currently, I'm still on my own and have not encountered any organizations. I awakened my ability only yesterday. This is not the place for conversation. Let us discuss it as we walk. Gubai continued to slash with his long knife, the blade slicing through the air with a soft whimper as several nearby zombies' heads fell to the ground. Lead the way. Gubai stated calmly. All right, Gu Chung, Lu Gang nodded, stepping forward to clear the path with his body. Though Lu Gang appeared ordinary in most respects, his ability to turn to steel made him an adequate human shield against the common zombies, who posed no threat to him. Gubai frequently swung his long knife, the cold light flashing as black blood and severed limbs scattered. Any zombie that approached was swiftly decapitated by Gubai's rapid strikes. Should danger arise, Gubai would not hesitate to abandon Lu Gang and escape using his webs. Along the way, Gubai learned about the situation from Lu Gang. Both Lu Gang and his sister, Lu Yu, were students at the nearby Changya Academy. Following the outbreak of the virus, the remaining survivors within the academy quickly united to form a group called the Mutual Aid Society, comprising about 100 members. Lu Gang and his sister were part of this group, which had only a little over 10 ability users, a small fraction of the total. However, they undertook extremely perilous tasks, with the exception of the group's leader, Yang Mukin, who possessed the formidable ability to summon skeletons and served as the student council president. He never dispatched the skeletons to gather supplies, but instead used them to guard his stronghold, claiming dominion over the area. The other members of the Mutual Aid Society operated under his command, collecting supplies to sustain the ordinary students. The reason he refrained from venturing out was to protect those without abilities. After listening to Lu Gang's account, Gubai formed a preliminary judgment about the organization. It could potentially be of use, but if not, he would simply become their new entry. They had approximately another kilometer to reach their school. Lu Gang pointed ahead, where the outline of an academy became visible. The number of zombies here was evidently reduced. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the ground in front of Lu Gang, sending shards of stone flying. Don't move, a deep male voice commanded. From the balcony of a building on the left side of the street, 4 men dressed like thugs emerged. The leader brandished a handgun, aiming it at Gubai with a menacing glare. Drop your backpacks and leave, unless that steel kid wants to see his companion die. Before he could finish speaking, an almost imperceptible web shot past their bodies. Blood sprayed forth. The thugs' bodies fell apart at the waist, and their wails echoed as blood rained down. Gubai leaped up, using his webs to reach the balcony, ignoring the cries, seizing the handgun and magazine. Then leaped down to Lu Gang's side, stating coolly, "Let us keep moving." His tone was casual, as if he had simply crushed a few insects by the roadside, and no matter the reason, Gubai would never grant those who pointed guns at him a chance to live. Lu Gang stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. He hadn't even processed what had occurred when Gubai had already resolved everything. He vaguely remembered the earlier sentiment about mutual assistance among humans. The speed of Gubai's intervention was astonishing. However, they were all villains. Their deaths were inconsequential. Gu Chung must be a good person, right? Don't be afraid. In that situation, I had no choice but to act. Delaying would only place us in greater danger. I will do my utmost to assist others, but if it threatens my life, I have no other option. To survive in this apocalypse, kindness alone is insufficient. Seemingly sensing Lu Gang's confusion, Gubai spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Gang instantly felt a wave of guilt for his earlier misgivings. Gu Chung was his savior. How could he doubt him? How could he doubt such a noble person? He felt he had been utterly ungrateful. Gu Chung had already rescued him twice. He must find a way to repay him properly. He wondered how his sister was faring now. Liu Gang held no resentment towards Liu Yu for leaving him behind. Rather, he felt relief. After all, remaining would only lead to their mutual demise. Ji Yu quietly contemplated. Liu Gang's steel transformation provided considerable hardness, surpassing the rocky armor of the chubby one. The bone marrow sword and webs would likely struggle to penetrate, but Blood Thunder could deliver a fatal blow, or he could utilize other means. Changya Academy. Over a dozen skeletal soldiers wielding bone spears patrolled the perimeter, clearing nearby zombies. A circle of barbed wire surrounded the walls, within which stood 5 wooden platforms of varying heights. Upon these platforms stood 3 skeletal archers, drawing their bows to rain bone arrows upon the zombies within range. "Leader, please, save my brother. I cannot be without him," Liu Yu pleaded before the young man seated at a desk, pen poised over paper. "Liu Yu, stop pretending. Oh, you think I don't know what's going on?" The young man, Yang Mukin, revealed a hint of displeasure on his otherwise serene face, adjusting the half-framed glasses resting on his nose. "What do you mean, Yang Mukin? He is my own brother. How could I possibly wish him harm?" Liu Yu retorted, her eyes filled with anger, her fair cheeks flushed, and her delicate hands clenched into fists. "I did not accuse you of harming him. Indeed, you lack any justification for such an act. However, your demeanor suggests you harbor a sense of guilt. The supermarket I arranged for you is approximately a 20-minute journey one way, and now you wish for me to rescue you. Even if I were to go, the only outcome would be the acquisition of a solitary zombie. It seems you encountered some peril, and your brother permitted you to leave first. You abandoned him, and you are well aware that your brother cannot possibly be alive. Your visit to me is merely for your own reputation, to elicit sympathy from others, and to ensure your own survival. There is no harm in that. Nevertheless, I implore you, do not treat others as fools. We are not your brother, do you understand?" With that, Yang Mukin resumed his writing, crafting a development plan. Liu's intentions had been entirely discerned. Leaving her standing there, dazed, with reddened eyes, her tears on the verge of spilling. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." A girl with short hair entered, her figure athletic, her sun-kissed skin revealing well-defined muscles beneath her sports attire. With a hint of urgency, she exclaimed, "Chief, Li Gang has returned, and he has brought a man with him." Chapter 14. Conversation. "Brother, I am so relieved to see you unharmed." Liu threw herself into Li Gang's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, while Li Gang offered continuous comfort to his sister, a poignant scene of sibling affection. "Greetings, I am Yang Mukin, the leader here. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. If there is anything I can do to help, please do not hesitate to ask." Yang Mukin flashed a cordial smile and approached Gu Bai. Ji Yu appraised Yang Mukin before stating coolly, "Gu Cheng, I wish to discuss something with you, just the two of us." Yang Mukin adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and nodded, "Please, follow me." The two entered a small meeting room, with Gu Bai observing the surroundings as they walked. Almost everyone was engaged in their tasks: farming, dismantling buildings, fortifying external defenses, and training with weapons. Under Yang Mukin's management, everything was orderly, indicating his considerable influence and adept leadership. Yang Mukin pulled out a chair for Gu Bai and then took a seat opposite him. "Mr. Cheng, let us converse. I apologize for the lack of refreshments. Please feel free to speak your mind. Our time is precious, is it not?" "Indeed." Gu Bai sat down and directly inquired, "How much do you know about Tian Now Corporation? I need to ascertain the intelligence you possess." Upon hearing this, Yang Mukin interlaced his fingers and replied earnestly, "Tian Now Corporation has always been shrouded in mystery. Only those in high society are privy to its existence. Rumor has it they conduct human experiments, and recently they developed a serum that purportedly extends life. So you are implying that these zombies are the product of Tian Now Corporation's endeavors?" "Precisely." Gu Bai nodded. "Have you encountered any soldiers dispatched by Tian Now Corporation lately?" "That I have not heard of. Might I trouble you, Mr. Gu, to elucidate?" Gu Bai spoke with conviction. "To put it simply, Tian Now Corporation has deployed specialized black armored soldiers to capture those with abilities, seemingly aiming to cultivate something. Moreover, the source of the virus lies within Tian Now Corporation itself. Unless it is destroyed, the virus will not cease." While some of these statements contain truth, others were fabricated. Nonetheless, they should suffice to convince Yang Mukin. If he remained skeptical, he would be courting death. Yang Mukin fell into a prolonged silence before slowly stating, "To be candid, This aligns closely with my expectations. This virus is man-made, and only Tion Now Corporation possesses the capability to orchestrate such a thing. The desired outcome is evidently immortality. Whether they are superhumans or zombies, they are all reluctantly part of this transformation. The superhumans have, in essence, ceased to be human. We too are a form of zombied, Mr. Gu. Your purpose in seeking me out is to forge an alliance against Tion Now Corporation to resolve this viral crisis. Am I correct? Indeed. So what is your response? Gubai inquired. Naturally, I consent. Even without you, I would eventually venture to Tion Now Corporation, Yang Mukin affirmed. Can we enlist the aid of other factions? I fear our numbers alone may prove insufficient. I will do my utmost. Gubai continued. Additionally, I require a substantial quantity of crystals. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yang Mukin's eyes as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Crystals capable of enhancing abilities are in short supply. Few individuals hoard them. However, if you desire them, I personally have a small reserve I can provide as gratitude for saving Li Gang and for sharing this information with me. Furthermore, I implore you not to ascend to level 10. I have witnessed a level 9 superhuman transform into a zombie after consuming crystals to reach level 10. Understood. I shall arrive at Tion Now Corporation for action within 5 days. Please arrange accommodations for me, as I prefer solitude without disturbances. Gubai, not being a superhuman himself, had no need for crystals. To him, they were merely a means to progress in his abilities. Yet, would reaching level 10 indeed result in transformation into a zombie? It was a disheartening system. Perhaps the term virus bearer would be more appropriate than superhuman. Very well, Mr. Gu. May our collaboration be fruitful. Yang Mukin rose, bending slightly and extending his hand. A successful partnership. Gubai enveloped Yang Mukin's hand with his own. Infused with spiritual energy, their palms chillingly cold. Immediately afterward, he was escorted by Yang Mukin's aide, Lu Taotao, the captain of the track team, to select a room. The meeting room was left with only Yang Mukin, who quietly reflected on his conversation with Gu Cheng. He would not take everything at face value, but much of what was said resonated with his predictions. Gu Cheng exuded an imposing presence, akin to a blade that could draw blood at any moment. Even in the presence of his father, he had never felt such intensity. While he might not necessarily lose, there was no need for confrontation. Their objectives should align. Moreover, he was short on time. Yang Mukin revealed an arm obscured by his white shirt, displaying an eerie, viridescent hue that progressively spread. Having awakened as a level 9 superhuman, he was increasingly edging closer to becoming a zombie. Even without consuming crystals, his abilities continued to escalate. 5 days. Was it? Did Gu harbor some unspoken truth? There was urgency, yet it was sufficient. Time was of the essence. Even if the expedition to Tion Now Corporation proved unsuccessful, he needed to leave behind ample safeguards. Yang Mukin covered his arm once more, retrieving the unfinished development plan from his person, and began to write fervently in the teacher's dormitory. Gubai opened the box that Yang Mukin had given him, revealing 3 black crystals within. Including those he had acquired on the way, he now possessed 5 in total. However, he was uncertain of the respective contribution each would provide toward his progress. A new entry would certainly suffice. Gubai opted not to consume them hastily, choosing instead to stockpile them. Currently, his progress stood at 50, and he planned to wait until it reached 80 or 90 before using the crystals. This place felt quite secure, so he resolved to focus on his training for the next 2 days, aiming to elevate his state to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. As for Yang Mukin, he sensed a favorable impression from him. It seemed likely he would rally others to join him on the journey to Tion Now Corporation. Yang Mukin's inaction was inconsequential. Once he completed the refinement of his teeth after breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he would commence his own endeavors. The superhumans here were ample enough to provide him with several entries. Most of them were fragile, allowing him to stealthily eliminate a group with relative ease. Though they might not be directly useful against Tion Now Corporation, it nonetheless presented an opportunity. With these thoughts, Gubai inspected the room thoroughly, ensuring there were no surveillance devices, before settling on the bed to meditate. Practicing the Fu Qi technique, while continuously refining Shui Yuan's teeth into shape. This was paramount. He sought to elevate his realm to accelerate the refinement of these teeth. He sensed that even the final boss of this instance would likely be unable to withstand this tooth. Night fell once more, marking the 2nd day of Gubai's presence in this instance. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping echoed at the door. Chapter 15. Fourth level of Qi refinement. Gu Bai ceased his meditation, rose, and opened the door. The visitors were the siblings, Li Gang and Li Yu. Upon seeing Gu Bai, Li Gang's face broke into a simple, warm smile. "Good evening, Brother Gu Chang." Gu Bai appraised the two before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Li Gang lifted a food container, stating, "Not much. Really that I came to bring you a meal, and my sister wishes to see you to express her gratitude for saving my life." Li Yu nodded, winking at Gu Bai. "Yes, Brother Gu Chang, I am truly grateful for your assistance. If there is anything I can do to help, please feel free to command me. Please refrain from having anyone disturb me for the next few days. I do not require food. I have provisions of my own. That will be all." With that, Gu Bai promptly closed the door, leaving the siblings momentarily stunned. His time was invaluable, and he needed to devote himself to training and becoming stronger. Gu Bai resumed his meditation, continuing his practice and refining magical artifacts. "I in a 5-star hotel. Sister, have some candy." Before Maria stood an adorable little girl, extending a delicate hand as if presenting a treasure. Offering a lollipop with wide, expectant eyes, Maria bent down to receive the candy, affectionately stroking the little girl's head. "Thank you, Wan Wan. I truly adore this gift." "It's not that great," Wan Wan replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she spoke shyly. This little girl was rescued by Maria on the road. Although she was not particularly virtuous, she had a fondness for children. The innocent emotions emanating from a child were pure and brought Maria an immense sense of comfort. "Sister has a gift for you too." Like a magician, Maria conjured a large apple in her palm. "Thank you, sister," Wan Wan exclaimed, carefully cradling the apple in her arms, closing her eyes to relish Maria's gentle caress. It was a profoundly heartwarming scene. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Maria's expression as her beautiful gaze lowered to glance at her own abdomen. "Miss Maria, Mr. Bo has requested your presence at the strategy meeting." A young man armed with a rifle approached, his gaze unabashedly appraising Maria's delicate figure. "I understand," Maria replied. "Wan Wan, sister must attend to something now. Please stay put and wait for me here." "HM. Wan Wan will be the best listener and will wait for sister." The little girl nodded obediently, her demeanor sweet and compliant. Subsequently, Maria followed the young man to the staff room within the hotel, where several individuals were already seated. Wu Fan sat to one side. While the leader was Bo Shua. In a short span, Bo Shua had transformed himself into the head of this organization. Maria sensed that Bo Shua's talent was likely akin to some form of charm or mind control ability. However, this could also be advantageous for them, providing a legion of expendable pawns. Bo Shua rose, surveying the crowd, and nodded. "All right, everyone is here. Let us commence our discussion on strategies to counter Tianao Company and any nearby organizations we could ally with." The following day, at noon, Gu Bai abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of red gleaming in his pupils. He had broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, surpassing his expectations significantly. Perhaps he could achieve the 4th level before heading to Tianao Company. The progress on refining his teeth was also halfway complete. It would be finished by tomorrow. Although the quality would diminish somewhat due to the level discrepancy, he anticipated achieving at least a 3rd-grade exceptional quality. Nearing 4th grade, the power would undoubtedly be formidable. Gu Bai resolved to seek out a few more of Shui Yuan's teeth in the future, not only for crafting bullets, but also as excellent material for enhancing the bone marrow sword. A 5th-level martial artist was indeed a treasure trove. 2 days later, Gu Bai broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, and his teeth had been refined into bullets. The Li siblings seemed to have genuinely taken his words to heart, as they had not allowed anyone to disturb Gu Bai these past 2 days. Tomorrow marked the 5th day since Gu Bai entered this instance. In 2 days, he would complete the main quest. After completing the main quest, he would only be able to remain in this world for an hour at most before automatically returning to the main world. He wondered how young Mukin was preparing. Success would be ideal. Failure was also within Gu Bai's expectations, and he could accept either outcome. Gazing at the moon outside his window, Gu Bai took out food and drink from his backpack to eat. He had been immersed in cultivation, without a moment's respite, neglecting to eat, and he appeared somewhat emaciated. He hoped to acquire alchemical-related entries soon, allowing him to refine pills like the fasting pilled. Gu Bai silently prayed within his heart. After replenishing his state, Gu Bai pushed open the door, preparing to venture outside to gather materials for crafting magic tools. The academy under the night sky still had numerous individuals patrolling with flashlights. vigilant against potential dangers. The skeletal soldiers were tirelessly operating around the clock to guard the area. Jiyu, by sensed that the aura of these skeletal soldiers seemed stronger than it had been a couple of days prior. Yang Mukin was enhancing his abilities with crystal stones. However, if that were the case, he wouldn't need to stockpile crystal stones. If the abilities were viral in nature, they would continue to spread uncontrollably, ultimately consuming the host. Yang Mukin was likely unaware of the stage he was in. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to Gu Bai. The lives and deaths of others were irrelevant as long as they could be of use. Gu Cheng, you've come out. Li Gang, who was patrolling nearby, jogged over to Gu Bai. There's something you need? Indeed. The leader instructed me to inform you that he wishes for you to come to the conference room. As there are urgent matters to discuss, Li Gang explained, and I understand. Gu Bai nodded. I will step out briefly and will visit him afterward. You can convey that to young Machan Jiu Cheng. Is there anything I can assist you with? May I accompany you? Do you need light? No need. Gu Bai shook his head, striding directly toward the entrance. He only needed to infuse a slight amount of spiritual energy into his eyes to achieve night vision. 4 hours later, Gu Bai stood atop a heap of zombie remains, a revolver made of bone now in his hand. As a 4th level Chi refinement practitioner, he could accommodate up to 5 magic tools in his dantian. But he could not exceed his realm, otherwise he would be unable to contain them. Aside from the bone marrow sword, Gu Bai's dantian now housed 4 flesh bombs. If Yang Mukin displeased him, he could use the flesh bombs to obliterate the Academy's practitioners. In the bone revolver, besides the tooth bullets, there were 3 bone bullets and 1 tentacle bullet crafted from tentacle material. When Gu Bai collected the crystal stones from the tentacle zombies, he had also conveniently retained a small segment of tentacle. The bone revolver was a first-grade exceptional item with a unique feature. It could automatically switch to the desired bullet based on the user's intent. Given the lack of quality materials, this was the best magic tool Gu Bai could craft. The bone marrow sword had also been upgraded to a first-grade exceptional item. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind surged from behind. Gu Bai sensed something was amiss and swiftly leaped upward, shooting out spider silk and propelling himself onto an adjacent building where he hung suspended. With a resounding crash, a massive ice spear pierced through the zombie remains, embedding itself deep into the concrete below where he had just stood. Chapter 16. Frost Zombies. Eve of action. Gu Bai quickly turned his head toward the direction from which the ice spear had been launched. The assailant was a tall, slender frost zombie, entirely enveloped in ice. Judging by the previous attack, it was likely around level 5. It must have been drawn by the commotion from the earlier battle with the zombies. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to test his current level and equipment. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Gu Bai's eyes as the bone sword manifested. With a gun in his left hand and a sword in his right, he was ready for combat. With a whoosh, 3 ice spears whistled through the air, exuding a bone-chilling coldness, arranged in a triangular formation towards Gu Bai. Gu Bai deftly shot out spider silk, gracefully maneuvering through the air to evade the ice spears. He quickly raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A flash of crimson light erupted. A bullet made of bone shot forth, slicing through the night sky with a piercing wail. In response, a thick ice wall suddenly rose before the frost zombie, and the incoming bone bullet shattered a massive hole in the icy barrier. The ice wall crumbled, leaving a pile of ice debris on the ground. Although the frost zombie attempted to evade, it was still struck by the splintering bone bullet, causing half of its arm to fall to the ground, blood mist swirling as the putrid black blood oozed from the severed limb. The bullets crafted from zombie bones were surprisingly powerful. In an instant, Gu Bai lunged forward, muscle rippling, as he channeled spiritual energy into the bone sword, executing a devastating horizontal slash that left a sharp white streak in the air. Crash! A black blood ice blade suddenly materialized, intercepting the bone sword at the last moment, its surface cracking into countless fissures before shattering. The frost zombie's reflexes were impressive. In a moment of urgency, it quickly formed an ice blade from the blood flowing from its severed arm to block the attack while swiftly retreating, attempting to create distance for a ranged assault. However, it had overestimated the strength of the ice blade, which failed to withstand the bone sword's might. The bone sword severed a substantial chunk of flesh from the frost zombie's shoulder. Yet, for a zombie, as long as the limbs and brain remained intact, injuries elsewhere were inconsequential. In an instant, the bone sword extended several times its length, swiftly beheading the frost zombie that had already begun to retreat. This was a unique characteristic Gubai had imparted to the bone sword, allowing it to extend at the cost of a small amount of spiritual energy with a current limit of 5 meters. If the enemy was unaware in advance, this ability proved to be quite effective. Kill mutated type. Entry progress 20. Gubai gazed at the newly appeared entry progress, falling into deep contemplation. The progress for this new entry was surprisingly low, especially since this zombie was not particularly weak. It was stronger than the previous eagle wing zombie and tentacle zombie he had defeated, yet the progress was only 20. The only difference was that he was now at the 4th level of chi refinement. Combining this with the pattern of entry progress he had observed earlier, Gubai understood the situation. Killing beings of the same realm as him granted a 10 progress, with an additional 10 for each higher minor realm. This talent was compelling him to challenge opponents beyond his level. Thus, for him, increasing combat power was as crucial as elevating his realm. Only by being invincible at the same tier or even defeating foes of a higher tier could this talent achieve a positive cycle. However, even so, this was still formidable. High-quality entries were roughly equivalent to a new talent. Moreover, absorbing crystal stones seemed to disregard this rule, and there was no need for him to restrain his realm's advancement. Consequently, Gubai swung his sword, collecting crystal stones and utilizing the remnants of the frost zombie to craft special bullets. Currently, lacking any control techniques, Gubai could only enhance his ranged attack capabilities in this manner. Techniques like sword flight would likely require him to reach the foundation stage and pair it with appropriate spells. Compared to traditional martial artists in the main world, this was a considerable advantage, as they needed to reach the 3rd level to manifest wings of vitality and fly. However, contemporary martial artists predominantly practice firearm skills. With the advancement of technology, bullets that were once nearly useless against second-tier warriors are now continuously evolving. Today, some bullets can even rival the power of nuclear weapons. Certain specialized technological weapons pose a significant threat to those below the 6th-tiered. As for the 6th-tier warriors, they exist beyond the realm of humanity, akin to deities when compared to mere mortals. An hour later, the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Gubai returned to the academy, armed with 19 frost bullets and 3 additional quick-loading magazines. The configuration of his revolver now included 2 frost bullets, 2 bone bullets, 1 tentacle bullet, and 1 tooth bullet. He chose not to store the revolver within his dantian, but instead secured it at his waist, concealed beneath his windbreaker. This was due to the fact that the revolver containing the tooth bullet could not be stored in the dantian, and its compact size made it convenient for hiding. At Changya Academy, in the conference room, Yang Mukin was sipping strong tea while reviewing his development plans for any omissions. Although he had been waiting for Gubai for nearly an entire evening, his countenance remained devoid of any signs of impatience, calm as still water. After several days of inquiry, Yang Mukin had finally confirmed his suspicions. The failed subjects were not zombies, but rather aberrant beings with supernatural abilities. Yang Mukin had a profound love for humanity. To be born human was the greatest fortune in his eyes. Unfortunately, his capabilities were limited, and the things he could accomplish felt trivial. As the leader of the academy, he had often sent these aberrant beings on perilous missions, driven by his own selfish motives. He wished to better protect the remnants of pure humanity whom he recognized. Aberrant beings were not human. They were merely failed evolutionary experiments of zombies, incapable of changing their fate. The identical crystals embedded in their minds confirmed this notion. He suspected that both zombies and aberrant beings were under the control of some external force, the creators of the crystals and the virus. Fathered, could it be you? Yang Mukin murmured softly. In any case, all evidence pointed towards Tian Now Company. The source of the virus should also lie there. If it were to be destroyed, both zombies and aberrant beings would meet their end. That would suffice. As long as humanity could endure, the lives of most others, including his own, were inconsequential. For this, he must utilize all available means, and should anyone obstruct him, he would annihilate them with all his might before he himself decayed. Crash! The door to the conference room swung open. Gubai entered, closed the door, and casually took a seat across from Yang Mukin, inquiring, "How have your preparations been over the past few days? Which organizations have you allied with? When do we depart?" Yang Mukin took a sip of tea, raised his gaze to meet Gubai's, and replied, maintaining his usual demeanor, "Approximately 7 organizations are willing to collaborate with us to oppose Tian Now Company. We have agreed to convene at the bridge at noon today. The organization providing the most support and possessing the greatest strength is led by a man named Bo Shuo." Upon hearing this, A flicker of intrigue crossed Gu Bai's face. It seemed that Bo Shuo shared his sentiments, recognizing that they could not succeed alone and must unite with local forces. The fact that Bo Shuo had risen to leadership indicated that his talents likely pertained to mental influence. The fervent combat spirit of Wang Jie, along with the unusually aggressive zombies, appeared to be connected to Bo Shuo. Could you elaborate on this individual named Bo Shuo? Chapter 17. Onward to the other shore. I'm not too familiar with Bo Shuo myself, as these organizations have only recently been established. However, Yang Mukin shifted his tone. In just one day, this person managed to oust the previous leader of his organization and, in the following days, united numerous nearby groups, all rallying under his command. I suspect this person's supernatural ability is highly likely to be related to mental control. Perhaps that is the case. Gu Bai nodded slightly. Yang Mukin continued, then let us make our preparations and set out for the bridge. Time is of the essence. Gu Bai replied. You intend to bring all the aberrant beings from here, correct? Indeed. The nearby zombies have been largely cleared, and defensive measures are nearly established. I've also drafted subsequent plans for them. You truly are a nurturing figure for these individuals, Gu Bai remarked. Yang Mukin adjusted his glasses and replied with a sense of relief. I am merely doing what I wish to do. Whether it succeeds or fails is not contingent upon me but upon them. Currently, my capabilities are limited to these actions. The future and path of humanity must always be forged by humanity itself. This was an undeniable truth. Gu Bai shrugged. All right, I understand you're implying that we are no longer human. Come on, Yang Mama, let us go meet those prominent figures. Yang Mukin nodded. Yes, let us depart. On the highway, a modified van careened recklessly, enveloped in a faint purple glow, gliding through the zombies as if they were mere phantoms, completely disregarded. This was the ability of Chao Ku, an art student from Changya Academy, known as phantom infiltration, which allows him to render a designated area ethereal, impervious to external physical collisions and attacks. Chao Ku, a petite young man with delicate features, was currently wedged in the back of the van alongside 9 other aberrant beings from Changya Academy, jostling against one another like a cotton ball. The driver was Yang Mukin, with Gu Bai seated in the passenger seat. Apart from Chao Ku, Lu Taodao's ability was also intriguing, named Harvest Breath. It could produce special fruits with designated effects, proving to be immensely beneficial for support and logistics. However, it could not permanently enhance attributes or create fruits with regulated effects. Upon learning that Tian Now Company possessed methods to instantly incapacitate aberrant beings, Yang Mukin had tasked her with generating a substantial supply of fruits that could provide mental resistance, distributing them among the group to counter Tian Now Company and guard against Bo Shuo. Although Gu Bai had taken some, he had no intention of consuming them under normal circumstances, wary of potential issues. Moreover, being at the 4th level of Qi refinement provided a certain degree of enhancement to mental fortitude, rendering him less susceptible to mental control. This was all information Gu Bai gleaned from casual conversations. University students were adept at extracting intelligence, their eyes often sparkling with clarity. Furthermore, Gu Bai held the status of a savior to Li Gang, which afforded him a certain level of goodwill among them. We're here. Yang Mukin applied the brakes, gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt. Ahead lay dozens of assorted vehicles, the surrounding zombies having been cleared. Over 100 aberrant beings and a multitude of armed personnel had gathered, preparing to launch an assault on Tian Now Company. From the van, Gu Bai spotted Bo Shuo, Maria, and Wu Fan amidst the throng, encircled by a substantial number of personnel, exuding an air of distinction. Gu Bai contemplated the idea of launching a frost bullet at them to restrict their movements, followed by 4 flesh bombs, which should suffice to eliminate them all. A first-tier warrior, after all, was merely a mortal, incapable of withstanding heavy firepower. However, the moment had not yet come. He intended to claim their lives while simultaneously completing his side mission. The military presence here seemed inexplicably paralyzed, issuing some warning broadcasts but taking no further action. Everyone is assembled, so let us proceed according to plan, Bo Shuo called out to the crowd. The leaders had ultimately decided that upon reaching the vicinity of Tian Now Company, the majority would launch a frontal assault and create diversions, while a select group of elite members would infiltrate the company amidst the chaos. They would rely on a perception-type aberrant being to locate the source of the virus for a decisive strike. The dangers involved were considerable. Now it was time to divide the teams. Yang Mukin's group designated 4 aberrant beings for the frontal assault and diversion, leaving himself, Gu Bai, Li Gang, and his sister, Lu Taodao, Chao Ku, and Chi Fan behind. Chi Fan's ability, Area Scan, would be utilized for terrain detection and pinpointing the virus's source. The team composition was reasonably balanced, with Li Gang and the Skeleton serving as the frontline. Gu Bai as the primary offense, Li Yu as secondary offense and control, Lu Taodao and Chao Ku in support, and Chi Fan in reconnaissance. However, with Gu Bai's creation of frost bullets, Li Yu was rendered somewhat superfluous. Before them, the sea shimmered under the sun, waves lapping at the surface. The group gazed resolutely at the expansive cross-sea bridge, inhaling the scent of the sea mixed with the metallic tang of blood. Their gazes were unwavering. Across the sea lay their enemies. Many understood that this journey could lead to no return. Charge! It was unclear who shouted, but the vehicles roared to life, surging onto the bridge. Racing towards the opposite shore amidst a chorus of howling winds. Yang Mukin remained at the wheel, driving the modified van, his expression deep and contemplative. I in the back seat. Li Yu leaned against Li Gang, trembling uncontrollably. She had initially wished to abstain from this venture, but Yang Mukin had not afforded her the opportunity to refuse, insisting she accompany them. Chi Fan was meditating with closed eyes, while Lu Taodao teased Chao Ku, who was attempting to resist her playful advances, ultimately failing. Gu Bai, however, kept a watchful eye on Bo Shua's position, pondering the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air. A vehicle ahead swerved and collided violently with another. Gu Bai sensed something amiss and quickly infused his gaze with spiritual energy. Indeed, where the vehicle had veered, a cloaked zombie had appeared. Unlike the chameleon zombie they had encountered earlier, this one lacked a long tongue. Instead, it wielded a pair of hammer-like arms raised high, preparing to smash down upon an oncoming vehicle. Gu Bai swiftly drew his revolver from his waist, extending it out of the window, taking aim, and pulling the trigger. Bang! A ghostly blue bullet tore through the air, slicing through layers of turbulence. The cloaked zombie's head erupted in a spray of dark blood, its body rapidly freezing, rendering it immobile. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, a bone bullet shattered the fully frozen zombie into countless fragments, producing a cacophony of clinking sounds. The crystalline shards within the mind cascaded down, swiftly ensnared by a silken thread and whisked away. Killing the mutant species, progress towards a new entry increased by 20. Currently, Gu Bai's progress stands at 80.as for the crystalline shards. There are already 7, ample for a commendable entry. A deafening roar suddenly emanated from beneath the bridge. As if some creature was emerging. Chapter 18. The Sea Beast Zombie, a new entry. The surface of the sea began to churn violently, a multitude of zombies exhibiting fish-like characteristics surfaced, launching an assault on the bridge's supporting pillars. Leading this grotesque horde was a sea beast zombie, its massive form reminiscent of a small mountain, possessing a gaping abyssal maw, its body a deep green adorned with numerous tentacles. It appeared that the sheer vitality of these beings had drawn them forth. While the other zombies inflicted limited damage upon the pillars, the sea beast zombies' thick tentacles relentlessly battered several of the supporting columns. Each strike significantly compromised the integrity of a pillar, causing numerous cracks to mar its surface. This was undoubtedly a level 10 zombie. The bridge began to sway, the tremors intensifying. It seemed that it would not be long before the structure would collapse entirely, dragging everyone into the depths below. Given the current speed of the vehicles, only a handful ahead might manage to escape. Gu Bai silently assessed the situation, poised to leap from the vehicle at any moment, ready to escape via the silken thread. Everyone prepared for battle. The only way to advance was to eliminate the sea beast zombie. Yang Muqin bellowed, swiftly bringing the vehicle to a halt. For him, breaching the Tian Now company was of utmost importance. These individuals were invaluable resources that could not be lost here. Observing this, Gu Bai refrained from saying much. Slaying the sea beast zombie aligned with his own intentions. The instant the beast was vanquished, using the crystals in hand would significantly boost his entry progress. There was a possibility of acquiring an entry surpassing the purple quality. Following Yang's command, they launched an assault on the sea beast zombie. Bo Shua joined in directing the effort, as vehicles came to a standstill. The ability users commenced various ranged attacks against the sea beast zombie. In an instant, a cascade of vibrant energies erupted. Fire, frost, thunder, rock, wind blades, bullets. All manner of assaults rained down upon the sea beast zombie. Yet, most inflicted little harm, struggling to breach its robust exterior. Even when the skin was pierced, the wounds healed rapidly, aside from inciting the sea beast zombie's wrath. These efforts bore little fruit. Only those above level 5 could inflict substantial damage. Suddenly, a colossal figure coalesced in the sky, plummeting down with tremendous force, an invisible shockwave radiating outward. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, sending massive waves crashing upon the surface of the sea, heralding a torrential downpour. Descending was a skeletal giant wielding a colossal sword. He perched atop the sea beast zombie, raising the sword high before plunging it down with great force. Roar! The sea beast zombie emitted a bone-chilling wail. Its head was split open by a gaping wound, green blood gushing forth and staining the sea. This skeletal figure had been summoned by Yang Mu-chan. A tremendous burden on him. At that moment, Yang's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead as he continually stuffed blue fruits into his mouth. Aside from Gubai, he was the only one in the team capable of posing a threat to the sea beast zombie. Liu. Better left unmentioned, as her ice shards could barely breach the skin in an instant. The sea beast zombie entwined some of its tentacles around the skeletal giant, immobilizing it. The tentacles secreted a greenish slime that rapidly corroded the bones. Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed. Maria, wielding her dual pistols, unleashed 2 gray bullets that spiraled toward the sea beast zombie. These were fear bullets, formed from the dread absorbed from those around her. Although not particularly powerful, they could influence the mind. The fear bullets pierced the sea beast zombie's skin, embedding shallowly within, transforming into a gray mist that spread in an instant. A multitude of gray roses blossomed upon the sea beast zombie's body. Terror surged within its eyes, and it began to sink, seeking refuge in the depths. Yet, some were unwilling to let it escape. Bang, bang, bang. Eerie flames flickered. Gubai squeezed the trigger repeatedly, firing 2 frost bullets and 1 tentacle bullet. The 3 projectiles swiftly penetrated the wound created by the colossal sword. Frost spread, causing the tentacles to writhe, momentarily halting the sea beast zombie's movements. A crackling surge of electricity erupted from the revolver's muzzle. A crimson electromagnetic ring forming in the next instant. Gubai resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! Amidst the fiery breath, a white bone bullet encased in blood lightning shot forth, cleaving the air and tracing a sanguine trajectory. Boom! The savage blood lightning erupted from the sea beast's head, obliterating everything within, including the essence of life. While the surrounding seawater was incessantly disintegrated by the electrical current, a white mist billowed from the surface. The lifeless sea beast zombie gradually sank, a golden card falling from it. Killing the sea beast zombie, entry progress increased by 60. Destroying the eternal life seed, entry progress increased by 10. Absorbing the eternal life seed, entry progress increased by 20. Absorbing the eternal life seed, entry progress increased by 50. Upon receiving the notifications, Gubai wasted no time and decisively absorbed all the crystals he possessed, neglecting to retrieve the destiny card floating on the sea. Ultimately, his entry progress should have reached 410. It was uncertain what new entry he would unlock. New entry unlocked. Entry: Frost Servitude. Quality: Blue. Effect: Upon personally slaying a creature, it retains a fraction of its former strength and transforms into an obedient frost wraith, lasting for 1 hour. Entry: Bloodkin's Aid. Quality: Purple. Effect: You may slay a blood relative, permanently enhancing certain cultivation qualifications. Entry: Heart Devourer. Quality: Orange. Effect: 1/2 of your heart transforms into a Heart Devourer. The Heart Devourer is typically undetectable. Ordinary detection spells are ineffective against it, and it ignores standard physical damage. The Heart Devourer may inhabit a designated target, gradually consuming the target's heart, transmitting the target's perceptions of sight and sound, and enabling dialogue with the target. While the Heart Devourer devours the heart, it can store a fraction of the life force, which can be used to heal itself and its original body. After consuming a certain number of valuable hearts, the Heart Devourer will evolve, bestowing benefits upon both itself and its original body. As long as the original body remains alive, the Heart Devourer will automatically resurrect 3 days after its demise. Gazing at the newly revealed entries, Gubai pondered briefly before choosing Heart Devourer. Although Bloodkin's Aid was also commendable, its quality was merely purple. The original owner was an orphan. All relatives perished, and the remaining family was imprisoned. If he were to give birth to offspring, combined with Inyang harvest, it would likely yield formidable results. However, he lacked the time for such development. Suddenly, a white crane soared toward the sea, aiming for the destiny card. Chapter 19. Heart Devourer. The white crane darted like an arrow, swiftly grasping the destiny card from the surface of the sea with its claws before returning to Wu Fan's side. The non-fated individuals regarded this with confusion. They only witnessed the white crane swoop down, grasp something, yet came back empty-handed. Gu Bai merely observed this scene with indifference, offering no resistance. His heart ached intensely, as if being sliced away piece by piece. Furthermore, the bullets enhanced by blood lightning had consumed a significant amount of his blood, leaving him physically weakened and in need of rest to recover. For the time being, he preferred to avoid potential conflicts. If he were to retrieve the destiny card using silk, Bo Shuo and the others would inevitably notice him. The ensuing chaos was beyond his ability to predict. The destiny card was not an immediate necessity for Gu Bai. The most valuable aspect, the essence crystal, was something he could not yet utilize. Ji Yucheng, are you all right? The fruits crafted by Xiao Yao can restore stamina and vitality. Consuming some will alleviate your condition. Yang Mu Chun was the first to notice Gu Bai's abnormality, hastening to his side and offering him a handful of blue fruits, the very ones he had just consumed. Ji Bai shook his head, replying, "It's fine. I'll be all right in a bit." That last move took quite a toll. Having said that, Gu Bai retreated to the passenger seat to rest, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. Both Yang Mu Chin's skeletal giant and Gu Bai's blood lightning had undoubtedly captivated the attention of the others. Dai and the Apocalypse, powerful ability users, were certainly the focal point of interest. The skeletal giant displayed by Yang Mu Chun was sufficiently shocking. They had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable ability user within the same team. It was impossible for them not to take notice. This increased their confidence regarding the impending assault on Tian Now Company. After the brief interlude, the group resumed their journey. The driver of the van was replaced by Lu Tao Tao, while Yang Mu Chun took to the back seat to rest. Aside from Yang Mu Chun, the gazes of the others in the vehicle toward Gu Bai underwent a subtle transformation. That previous strike had left a profound impression on them. They were already aware of Yang Mu Chin's strength. However, this masked figure named Gu Chang had been mentioned by Li Gang, and they understood he was exceptionally powerful. Yet they had not anticipated him to be so formidable, likely on par with Captain Yang. They refrained from disturbing Gu Bai, knowing that such a powerful attack must have been significantly taxing and that he required ample rest. The life ring in Gu Bai's possession continuously radiated warmth, coursing through his body to replenish the lost blood. Within him, the heart began to slowly cleave in twain. A consequence of the entry, I felt as though one were wielding a dull blade, gradually sawing through the heart, an excruciating agony. Were it a common individual, they would likely succumb to unconsciousness on the spot. However, Gu Bai was far from ordinary, both before and after his transmigration. He silently endured, refraining from any outward expression of distress. Yet, beneath the mask, his visage turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat broke forth. A physiological response that could not be evaded, Gu Bai inwardly mused. Indeed, the resilience of this body is still vastly inadequate. The heart-eating demon had fully formed. Gu Bai could distinctly sense its presence and manipulate it as effortlessly as one would an arm. The demon's shape was somewhat indescribable, an irregular scarlet mass adorned with numerous tendrils and fangs. Its proportions grotesquely disproportionate. It now occupied half of Gu Bai's heart. He sensed that although his body remained largely unaffected, should this heart-eating demon perish, he would be plunged into a state of weakness until it could be reborn. Nevertheless, the benefits surely outweighed the drawbacks. With a mere thought, the heart-eating demon surged forth from his heart, passing through the car window to the outside world. Its perspective was now shared with Gu Bai, who felt as if a screen had been implanted in his mind, allowing him to witness the demon's viewpoint, an exhilarating novelty. He then began to direct the heart-eating demon to perform various actions, assessing its speed and range of control. The speed was adequate, approximately 800 meters in a minute, with a control radius of 500 meters centered on himself. Should the demon stray beyond this range, it would automatically return to Gu Bai's location until it re-entered the area of control. Even without the ability to parasitize other bodies, it possessed commendable reconnaissance capabilities. Subsequently, Gubai selected a fortunate individual from the convoy and commanded the heart-eating demon to inhabit him. The host was a man with a buzz cut, endowed with the ability, rubberization, allowing his body to become akin to rubber, exhibiting remarkable extensibility and elasticity. This ability proved utterly ineffectual against zombies. The heart-eating demon darted behind the buzzcut man, swiftly burrowing into his heart to take root. The man remained oblivious, continuing to converse with his companions about the recent battle. Once the parasitism was complete, the demon's perspective shifted to that of the buzzcut man. Next came the experiment of its feeding capability. The heart-eating demon began to voraciously consume the man's heart, its crimson tendrils deeply penetrating, continuously siphoning from this organ. Complete absorption would require several hours. The buzzcut man felt a faint discomfort in his chest, but paid it little mind. After all, in their current situation, survival until the next day was uncertain. Minor aches were hardly worth attention. After a few minutes of feeding, Gubai garnered some vitality to replenish himself before ceasing. He discerned that this heart held little value for him, though the enhancement of his physical attributes during the Qi refinement stage was minimal. Gubai, now at the 4th level of Qi refinement, already surpassed ordinary individuals in physicality. In contrast, the bodies of ability users bore almost no distinction from those of regular people, particularly their organs. To Gubai, their hearts held no worth. However, that was not the case for martial artists. Gubai then commanded the heart-eating demon to fly directly into the vehicle he had been observing. Inside were only Bo Shua, Wu Fan, and Maria. Bo Shua was driving, with Wu Fan in the passenger seat. In the back, Maria, a cigarette delicately held between her lips, gazed out the window, exhaling wisps of smoke as she spoke softly. Yang Muchin's team is formidable, and both he and that ability user who wields blood lightning exhibit little emotional fluctuation. Much like you and Gu Cheng, Bo Shua replied. Isn't that a good thing? The stronger they are, the more assistance they'll provide us in completing our side missions. Maria exhaled a plume of white smoke, her beautiful eyes downcast, her expression somewhat somber, as she murmured, Indeed, but I detest men like you. You are the most heartless towards women. Suddenly, Bo Shua experienced a pang of anxiety, an inexplicable wave of nausea washing over him. The heart-eating demon had successfully taken root. Chapter 20. Infiltrating Tian Now Company after the heart-eating demon parasitized Bo Shua. He felt a peculiar sensation in his heart, but being a martial artist, he could do little about it. Internal vision required a martial artist to be at least at the 2nd tier to activate. And even if he were aware, what could be done? Could he really punch his own heart to oblivion? Utilizing the heart-eating demon, Gubai connected to Bo Shua's sight and hearing, vigilantly monitoring the trio. The heart-eating demon incessantly devoured Bo Shua's heart, and indeed, the disparity between the hearts of martial artists and ordinary individuals was monumental. It would take nearly 2 days to fully consume it. Simultaneously, Gubai sensed that Bo Shua's heart, even if not entirely devoured, already offered some slight enhancement. If he could fully consume around 3 such hearts, the heart-eating demon should be able to evolve. Although time was limited within the instance, the main world was rife with hearts for the heart-eating demon to feast upon. He was uncertain whether the demon could handle the hearts of 5th-tier martial artists. Before long, a small number of vehicles came to a halt en route. They were 3 kilometers from Tian Now Company, with most members heading for a direct assault while a minority approached from another direction to infiltrate. Through the heart-eating demon, Gubai gleaned some of Bo Shua's plans. The main attacking members of Bo Shua's organization were equipped with powerful remote-controlled explosives and pinhole cameras, their surveillance feeds linked to Bo Shua's newly acquired high-tech goggles. Even if they were captured by the peculiar abilities of Tian Now Company, they could transform into human bombs upon entering, causing considerable chaos. Alternatively, they could detonate themselves amidst their foes, which would also incite significant turmoil. The explosives Bo Shua purchased at a premium in the main world posed no risk of chain reactions, leading to their own demise, as long as the switch was not activated. Even if they were smashed, they would not explode. Gubai stretched his body, pushed the door open, and exited the vehicle. Under the effects of a life ring, he had recovered about 80% of his strength. He had also changed his clothes at the academy beforehand, leaving the long knife and handgun gifted by Bo Shua behind, as he had already forged the bone sword and bone revolver. A total of over 20 individuals were headed to destroy the source of the virus, primarily divided into 2 factions, one led by Bo Shua, the other by Yang Muchun. Gu Bai was not skilled in command. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have preferred to act alone. After quickly clearing the surrounding zombies, the group convened, a girl clad in gray athletic wear, Luo Qiu, activated her ability, invisibility. Instantly, the group's forms vanished from the ravaged street. At her initial level, she could only render herself invisible, but now, as a 6th-tier ability user, she could cloak objects within a 30-meter radius. A gentle breeze swept over them, lightening their bodies significantly. This was the ability, Wind's Momentum, wielded by a lithe youth with wheat-colored skin, allowing him to manipulate wind to enhance the speed of targets within range and eliminate sense. This was perfectly suited for their infiltration, complemented by Qiao Ke's Phantom Stealth and another girl's Sound Suppression. If all went as planned, they could seamlessly infiltrate Tian Now Company without a trace. Yet, would it truly be that simple? Gu Bai harbored a nagging feeling that it could not be so straightforward. Tian Now Company undoubtedly possessed far greater knowledge of ability users than they did. However, there was no turning back now, and their lack of strength left them with little choice but to proceed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from the direction of Tian Now Company. The frontal forces had evidently engaged in combat. Tian Now Company was situated in the outskirts of Changshu City, with no buildings within a 10-kilometer radius, all having been cleared. From a distance, one could see a massive white semicircular structure looming, its surface marred by irregular cracks, resembling an otherworldly brain. That was Tian Now Company, surrounded by numerous watchtowers and electric fences for defense and containment. With the aid of their abilities, Gu Bai and his companions navigated past the wandering zombies and swiftly arrived at the rear of Tian Now Company. In the distance, flickering flames and the continuous sounds of gunfire and explosions could be discerned. The combat spirit among the ability users surged to astonishing heights under Bo Shuo and Maria's leadership. Each prepared to fight to the death. Over 20 black armored soldiers clashed with around 100 ability users in a fierce exchange. The rifles of the black armored soldiers unleashed electromagnetic beams rather than bullets. Their power immense, capable of penetrating cover and taking down an ability user with a single shot. The black armor exhibited exceptional durability, capable of withstanding most ability attacks, rendering ordinary bullets utterly ineffective against it. Through Bo Shuo's goggles, Gu Bai observed this scene with clarity. He contemplated that while the black armor could not withstand his bone bullets and bone sword, it would not be able to resist the electromagnetic beams either. If faced with them, he would need to exercise caution. This situation did not persist for long. As soon the ability users ceased their attacks, collapsing to the ground, unconscious, much like the dark-skinned athlete Gu Bai had witnessed earlier. The black-armored soldiers methodically collected them, transporting them back into Tian Now Company. Bo Shuo observed everything, refraining from detonating the explosives, opting to wait a while longer. Not only them, but Gu Bai's ability users also exhibited a degree of mental fatigue. Though thankfully, they did not immediately succumb to unconsciousness. After consuming the prepared fruit from Lu Tao Tao, their condition improved somewhat. Concurrently, as the ability users fell into unconsciousness, Bo Shuo's surveillance feed experienced flickering and distortion. Gu Bai sensed that it was not the abilities affecting them. Rather, it is a peculiar form of electromagnetic wave that only affects those with extraordinary abilities, significantly impacting their mental state. These destined individuals remain unscathed, and when combined with the surveillance footage and the electromagnetic weapon wielded by the armored soldiers, this possibility becomes highly plausible. Soon, the group successfully infiltrates the inner sanctum of Tian Now Company through Phantom Stealth. Entering the employee lounge, Tina prepares herself a cup of tea, savoring it delicately. Having served as a clerk at Tian Now Company, she feels fortunate. Although the location is somewhat remote and lacking in entertainment, the benefits and salary are unparalleled. With a schedule of 1 day on, 1 day off, she works merely 3 hours a day and enjoys 5 days of vacation each month, even for an ordinary clerk like her. The salary exceeds 100,000, even amidst the apocalyptic chaos outside. She finds herself well provided for. As for the rumors that the virus is propagated by Tian Now Company, that is utterly impossible. Her company would never engage in such inhumane acts. Why's there a breeze here? Tina gazes at the sudden ripples in her teacup, her brow furrowing. Soon, searing pain engulfs her as her limbs are shattered, her mouth forcibly silenced, rendering her voiceless. Over 20 men abruptly appear nearby, their predatory gazes fixed upon Tina. Several burly men restrain her, rendering her immobile. What? Gu Bai swiftly drew his revolver, aiming it at the narrow gap of the door, and a bone bullet suddenly erupted from the chamber. He was not one to engage in idle conversation with his adversaries. He preferred to extract information only after they had been thoroughly incapacitated, perhaps with their limbs severed. Your abilities seem quite extraordinary, he mused. The metallic door swung open, revealing a competent young man clad in a white combat suit, wielding an electromagnetic steel blade that crackled with arcs of electricity. As the bone bullet approached him, it was instantly warped by an unseen force and redirected elsewhere. The interior was sparsely furnished, the most conspicuous feature being a screen monitoring the surrounding area. Gu Bai assessed the man before him, silently stowing his revolver back into his attire. An ability user? The earlier disturbance did not appear to stem from equipment effects. You handle him. I'll deal with the pursuers behind us, Gu Bai declared as he lunged forward, slashing at the man with his sword. Clang! The man parried the strike with his blade, a small notch appearing on the edge. Kid, I'm Chen Mu. Your sword is impressive, but it won't last long. Gu Bai offered no reply, instead executing a swift side kick aimed at Chen Mu's calf. Chen Mu deftly leapt back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Immediately, several barely visible strands of webbing emerged from behind him. Were he not clad in black armor, he would have been instantly severed upon contact with these spiritually enhanced threads. When Chen Mu's back collided with the webbing, his combat suit was torn. Yet the damaged area quickly turned as hard and black as iron, shattering the threads. That was close. I nearly met my end. Fortunately, I possess nano enhancements, which makes me all the more curious about your abilities. Chen Mu remarked, his expression a mix of trepidation and mockery. Gu Bai's gaze turned frigid as he swiftly retracted the new webbing, launching another assault against Chen Mu. Futile. This attack? Ah! Chen Mu screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently as it darkened, wisps of white smoke emanating from him, while eerie bolts of blood lightning danced across his surface. Gu Bai appeared to be continuing his assault with the webbing. Yet in truth, he was channeling the blood lightning through it. His opponent was not weak. Their physical resilience was nearly on par, further augmented by modifications that seemed to grant immunity to ranged attacks, making Chen Mu far more formidable than the black-armored soldiers outside. The blood lightning ceased shortly thereafter, but Chen Mu was still barely able to stand. Although Gu Bai could easily end Chen Mu's life at that moment, it would require a significant expenditure of his own blood, an unworthy trade considering the forthcoming battles. Chen Mu stared at the man before him, his previous arrogance evaporated. He could not decipher the nature of his opponent's abilities. The sudden appearance of the bone sword, the emitted webbing, and the formidable lightning were all beyond his comprehension. His own power, merely arrow protection, could only immunize him against bullets and similar ranged attacks. Yet he had undergone extensive modifications, rendering him nearly invincible against any ability user. Before he could ponder further, Gu Bai advanced once more, executing a ruthless slash that offered Chen Mu no respite. Thud! Chen Mu attempted to block with his blade, but the bone sword unexpectedly altered its trajectory mid-flight, slicing into his abdomen and tearing a long gash, blood spraying forth. In quick succession, Gu Bai drove an elbow into Chen Mu's chest, producing a sharp cracking sound. Chen Mu was sent hurtling backward, a substantial dent now marring his chest, blood trickling from his lips as he crumpled in the corner like a discarded refuse sack. Gu Bai cast a brief glance at the ongoing battle behind him. The pursuing black-armored soldiers had engaged with Yang Muqian and his team. The situation appeared manageable, as the skeletal minions summoned by Yang Muqian were not to be underestimated. It was merely a matter of time before the black-armored soldiers were dispatched. His attention returned to the struggling Chen Mu. Despite his injuries, he had not succumbed to death or unconsciousness. Impressive. You are worthy of being my opponent. Chen Mu grinned, his aura surging violently, his eyes turning crimson, muscles bulging as he propelled himself off the ground, leaving shallow impressions in the floor. His long blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing roar. Clang! The clash of blades sent arcs of electricity flying. Gu Bai staggered back several steps, stabilizing himself, his arm trembling unnaturally from the force. Chen Mu's physical strength had seemingly doubled. Gu Bai had to exert considerable effort just to withstand the blow. A rage-enhancing skill, perhaps. Gu Bai sensed Chen Mu's life force dwindling, akin to cotton rapidly combusting. This state would not last long. Once more, Chen Mu bellowed, leaping forward with his electromagnetic steel blade thrusting. Gu Bai sidestepped, evading the attack as his bone sword struck out at an odd angle, resembling a venomous serpent aiming for Chen Mu's wrist. Chen Mu could only redirect his electromagnetic steel blade defensively, colliding once more with the bone sword. Just as he was about to unleash his strength to repel Gu Bai's sword, the latter revealed a revolver in his other hand. The barrel pressed against Chen Mu's heart, pulling the trigger as ghostly flames flickered. Chen Mu's pupils constricted. At such proximity, his abilities were rendered useless. Bang! The shot rang out, a ghostly blue bullet embedding itself deep within Chen Mu's left chest, frost rapidly spreading outward. Roar! Chen Mu howled, once again swinging his blade. Yet slowed by the encroaching frost, Gu Bai did not overextend. He wielded the bone sword defensively, parrying and dodging, only striking lightly at Chen Mu when the opportunity arose, akin to a hunter drawing blood from a savage beast. He maintained a firm grasp on the rhythm of the battle. Realizing that this course would inevitably lead to his demise, Chen Mu suddenly produced a white cube, hastily activating it to target Gu Bai. This device could incapacitate ability users and lock onto a singular target. Earlier, he had relished the thrill of battle, using it only to render the ability user capable of passing through walls unconscious to prevent their escape. However, the current predicament left him no choice. His enhanced state was nearing its end, and he would soon be rendered exceedingly vulnerable and incapable of fighting back. Yet Gu Bai remained unaffected. He was no ability user. Seizing the moment of Chen Mu's distraction, the bone sword lunged forward, decapitating him. Splat! A head flew into the air, crimson liquid raining down like droplets. Killing an ability user. Progress increased by 50. Gu Bai deftly opened his mind, extracting the eternal seed from within, sliding it into his backpack. He then turned his gaze toward Yang Mu Chun, noting that the black-armored soldiers had been largely dealt with. Though Li Gang appeared charred and bore several wounds, Gu Bai picked up the fallen electromagnetic steel blade and white cube, discovering a level 4 access card on the body. The electromagnetic steel blade was of superior quality, despite several nicks from the bone sword, making it a suitable secondary weapon. Its electrical effects were commendable. Were it not for the unique nature of the bone sword, the electrical current from weapon collisions would have been more than sufficient for his needs. Unlike the black-armored soldiers, the electromagnetic steel blade remained functional after Chen Mu's demise. The progress bar on the white cube read 56.it could prove useful against ability users, and it remained uncertain whether the ability users within Tian Now Company would be affected by the cube's effects. No matter.it could also be employed against the ability users on their side. With the side quest completed, if they were still alive, it would merely contribute to progress. After gathering the spoils of war, Gu Bai directed his attention to the surveillance screen, his expression shifting abruptly beneath his mask. He had not anticipated witnessing such a thing. Chapter 23. The eerie tumor. Gu Bai beheld a colossal tumor on the screen. It resided within a specially constructed metallic chamber, its entirety a sickly green and constantly writhing, while the surrounding ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fungi. Identical human corpses were fed into the tumor via a mechanical conveyor belt. As if they were mere cogs in a grotesque assembly line, Gu Bai sensed that this entity was undoubtedly related to the eternal virus. However, he could not ascertain whether it was the source or served another purpose. In any case, it must be destroyed, without overthinking the matter. Their intended destination was to the left, while Bo Shual was to the right, and Maria and her team were underground. Naturally, all of this lay within Bo Shua's surveillance. As it was also observed by Gu Bai, Bo Shua had caught sight of the situation on Gu Bai's end. Realizing that his former teammate, Gu Cheng, had infiltrated this place, he was increasingly curious as to how Gu Cheng had become so powerful in such a short time. Could it be that he had been disguising himself from the start? However, it made sense. His own ability, mental suggestion, could not influence Gu Cheng's psyche. This was the first time he encountered someone so unique. Gu Cheng, I truly wish to know when your spirit will finally change, Bo Shua murmured softly. Any discoveries? Yang Mu Chun inquired, having dealt with the pursuing black-armored soldiers and hastily approaching Gu Bai. See for yourselves, Gu Bai replied, gesturing toward the tumor on the screen. What is that? It's revolting, Liu exclaimed in disgust, crossing her arms as she gazed at the grotesque sight. Gu Bai casually inspected the electromagnetic steel blade in his hand, replying nonchalantly, who knows? President, Shall we proceed there? Xiao Ku, having recovered from his fainting spell thanks to Lu Taotao's assistance, asked. Yang Muqian adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the tumor on the surveillance screen for a moment before concluding. We must destroy it. Li Gang scratched his iron-like bald head in confusion. Boss, do you know what that thing is? Yang Muqian explained. This tumor is likely not the virus's source but rather a mother nest. Birthing some kind of creature. In any case, we cannot allow it to emerge. Otherwise, dire consequences may ensue. Let us proceed without delay, for time is of the essence and the pursuers are swiftly approaching. The group did not inquire further. Aside from Gu Bai, the others held unwavering trust in Yang Muqian. Jiyu Bai sensed that Yang Muqian was certainly concealing something, yet he lacked the ability to delve into his thoughts. Directly questioning him would likely lead to evasion, rendering it unnecessary. Shortly thereafter, Chowka activated Phantom Stealth, enveloping the group as they made their way to the location displayed on the surveillance screen. As they departed, a peculiar glint flickered in Yang Muqian's eyes, and he silently mused, Father, it truly is you. They halted before a rather peculiar silver metallic door. The group paused, for Chiao Ku's Phantom Stealth could not penetrate this area, hindered by a unique force. Similarly, Qi Fan's area reconnaissance proved ineffective. Meanwhile, Gu Bai accessed the vision provided by the heart-eating demon, observing the movements of the others, including the murmured words from Bo Shua ahead. The other two squads encountered numerous pursuers, including an ability user akin to Chen Mu, possessing a level 4 access card, resulting in substantial losses. However, the ability users from Tian Now Company found themselves at a disadvantage against the Destiny Bearers from another realm, ultimately unable to prevail. Both teams continued their stealthy advance along the predetermined path, albeit at a considerably slower pace than Gu Bai's group, uncertain if the source of the virus lay within their vicinity. Noting Chiao Ku's ineffectiveness, Gu Bai promptly retrieved the level 4 access card acquired earlier and placed it on the door's sensor. With a chime, the silver metallic door gradually swung open, revealing an eerie green light emanating from within. Before their eyes lay a cylindrical biological incubator, housing numerous humans with remarkably unusual organs. It seems the inspection time has yet to arrive. Could it be due to the alarms outside? Wait, who are you? A middle-aged man, clad in a lab coat and wearing thick glasses with thinning hair, stared in shock at Gu Bai and the others. Gu Bai remained silent, surveying the room, noting only this individual. For safety's sake, it is prudent to sever his limbs first. Without hesitation, Gu Bai lunged forward, the bone sword in his hand exuding an unsettling aura. Wait, I lack combat abilities. What do you wish to know? PFF. Before he could finish, the bone sword swiftly severed his legs, followed by his arms, transforming the researcher into a mere human stick. Before much blood could spurt forth, a viscous webbing sealed the wounds, preventing him from succumbing to rapid blood loss. Having completed this, Gu Bai finally noticed the identification badge on the researcher's chest. Jiang Heran, position, Breeding Research Group, Research Director. At that moment, Jiang Heran had lost the ability to speak, the excruciating pain obliterating his will, leaving him to wail incessantly. The agony of severed limbs is not something all can endure. He froze the wounds to numb the sensation. Jiyu Bai turned to Li Yu. All right, Li Yu replied, trembling with fear. Hastily crouching beside Jiang, he ran to activate her ability, beginning to freeze the stumps. She had never encountered such a ruthless man before. Although she had previously been drawn to ruffians like Huang Mao, this individual emanated a wholly different aura, akin to the chasm between insects and lions. Gu Cheng, what on earth did he do before? Could he be a killer? Soon, Li Yu successfully froze all of Jiang Heren's wounds. Jiang Heren finally ceased his wailing, his face ashen, and when he gazed up at the group, a flicker of joy suddenly ignited in his eyes upon seeing Yang Muqian. Trembling, he uttered, Xiao Qian, is that you? I am Uncle Jiang. Upon hearing this, Yang Muqian nodded slightly and took a step closer. His expression calm as he replied, Uncle Jiang, it has been a long time. Jiang Heren exclaimed with delight, fantastic. I knew it was you. I held you as a child. This must be a misunderstanding. Quickly, the safe in the left corner holds the serum. The password is your sister's birthday. Give the third vial from the second row to Uncle Jiang. That can wait. Let us first discuss what you and my father have been doing and the extent of your research. Yang Muqian stated coldly, Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of this? I watched you grow up. Have you forgotten your childhood? If you continue to prattle, you will die, Uncle Jiang. Yang Muqin drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Jiang Heren's forehead, his gaze frigid. Xiao Chen.do, you truly wish to bang. A bullet struck the metallic floor beside Jiang Heren, sparks flying, offering him a fleeting warmth. Yang Muqin declared sternly, I am quite clear. Next time, I will not miss. I have a rough understanding of your research with my father. Humans cannot be resurrected, nor attain immortality. You are utterly mistaken. Jiang Heren's eyes gradually dimmed, surrendering to despair as he murmured, I understand, Xiao Chun. I lack the strength to speak. Come closer. I will tell you everything. Yang Muqin did not respond to Jiang Heren's words, nor did he approach. Turning instead to Lu Tao Tao, we still have both the truth fruit and healing fruit, correct? Please hand me one of each. Certainly, President. Lu Tao Tao swiftly retrieved 2 fruits and handed them to Yang Muqin. He then passed the fruits to Gu Bai, requesting, Gu Cheng, could I trouble you to ensure he consumes these 2 fruits? Typically, it would be quite challenging to elicit his words. Moreover, he likely has some contingency. Should we approach him, he may employ some peculiar ability. You are the only one here capable of reacting. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to eliminate him. In this transformed world, someone must pay the price. Understood. Gu Bai nodded slightly, accepting the fruits, and placed his foot upon Jiang Heren's chin, forcing his mouth open to accurately toss the 2 fruits inside. During this, Jiang Heren's response remained remarkably calm, exhibiting no peculiar actions, silently swallowing the fruits, and his complexion immediately improved. Now, reveal all that you know about the immortality virus, Gu Bai commanded, looking down at Jiang Heren with icy disdain. Jiang Heren disregarded Gu Bai, instead gazing at Yang Muqin, calmly stating, this is an evolution. The human race is exceedingly frail, riddled with countless weaknesses. We are undertaking a glorious transformation. If the factions of this world do not evolve, destruction will inevitably ensue. Just as one must discard moldy branches to usher in new life, your mother and sister, my wife and brother, all sacrificed their lives in this transformation. Immortality is not a virus. Humanity itself is the virus. Xiao Chun, soon we shall welcome a world devoid of sorrow and death. You should stand with us, you share her bloodline, and even as an immortal, you can. Silence, Yang Muqin bellowed, forcefully interrupting Jiang Heren's discourse, enunciating each word with precision. I am not like you. Humanity is far from a virus. Tell me, where is the source of the virus, and how can the mother nest be destroyed? The source is within your, Jiang Heren began, but before he could finish, his brain erupted violently, viscous fluid splattering forth. Soon after, a black crystal within him began to shimmer, instantaneously darting out as a streak of light aimed at the nearest Gu Bai. Crash! The bone sword clashed with the crystal, producing a sharp sound. The crystal instantly transformed into a mass of black mist, surging into Gu Bai's body. Jiang Heren's ability was soul invasion. Upon death, he could occupy the nearest individual's body. This was also the reason why he was the sole occupant of this space. Although not the target he desired, Yang Muqin was nonetheless a suitable vessel. Gu Cheng, are you all right? Yang Muqin inquired with concern. I am fine, Gu Bai replied. Shaking his head, he could distinctly sense an entity invading his soul, beginning to assault it in a bid for control over his body. How audacious for an ordinary individual to attempt to usurp a cultivator's flesh, Gu Bai concentrated, channeling his spiritual energy to swiftly bind Jiang Heren's soul. Coincidentally, within the records for crafting demonic artifacts, there existed methods for refining souls, providing an excellent opportunity for practice. Eerie and terrifying black flames erupted around Jiang Heren's soul, incessantly scorching it. Beneath the torment of the black flames, Jiang Heren emitted anguished cries that transcended human comprehension, enduring pain hundreds of times worse than that of severed limbs, yet unable to succumb to unconsciousness, forced to remain alert. Gu Bai hesitated, pondering what to refine this soul into. Ultimately, it was merely the soul of an ordinary man. With limited options, the Emperor's banner would certainly not suffice. At least thousands of souls would be required. Soon, Gu Bai conceived a fitting demonic artifact, the Soul Panic Needle, a one-time use artifact. Upon striking a target, it would affect the soul, inducing a momentary stupor, a mere trinket effective only against low-level chi refinement cultivators. Nevertheless, For Gu Bai at this moment, it served as a valuable trump card. Yang Mu-chun scrutinized Gu Bai for an extended period, ensuring there was no change before finally relaxing. He harbored grave concerns that Gu Cheng might transform into a zombie or similar entity. Their strength would undoubtedly escalate, and they might all perish here, rendering the virus source irretrievable. Thankfully, such a scenario did not unfold. Consequently, Yang Mu-chun commenced directing the others to collect various materials from the room, as well as the contents within the safe. Jiang He-ren had not deceived Yang Mu-chun regarding the password. Elimination of the enhanced entry progress increased by 60. New entry unlocked. Gu Bai successfully refined Jiang He-ren into a slender black needle. The newly unlocked entries were as expected, all of white quality. Entry: misfortune. Quality: white effect. Your luck significantly declines, and nearby creatures will also become unfortunate like you. Entry: short-lived. Quality: white effect. Your remaining lifespan is reduced by 50%, while your cultivation aptitude and spiritual energy circulation speed are increased by 10%. Entry: sacrifice. Quality: white effect. You will attract the attention of certain entities, allowing you to offer them sacrifices in exchange for blessings or divine retribution. Gu Bai decisively chose short-lived, as the other two options bore too great a consequence. In comparison, a reduction of half his lifespan seemed negligible. Gu Bai felt that given his current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for him to live to an old age. As for luck, if it were to plummet too low, he might not even know how he perished. The attention of certain entities, even without offering a sacrifice, could potentially invoke their wrath and lead to his demise. He utterly despised the feeling of helplessness. "Leader, I have found the information you requested," Xiao Ku exclaimed, seated before a computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he turned to Yang Mu-chun. As an art student, he possessed a modicum of hacking skills. Boom. In an instant, the computer exploded, engulfing Xiao Ku in a searing inferno. Chapter 25. Journey to the Mother Nest. At the very moment Xiao Ku was consumed by the flames, Gu Bai acted. An invisible thread pierced directly through Xiao Ku's heart, preemptively ending his life. Elimination of the enhanced entry progress increased by 20. Although he could have saved Xiao Ku, it would have left him severely injured. Even with Li Taotao's fruit, recovery would likely take a considerable amount of time. Xiao Ku's abilities were of no use in this area. They had become obsolete, and it was better to convert them into entry progress. Xiao Ku. Lu Taotao rushed towards Xiao Ku, her face etched with worry. However, the lifeless Xiao Ku, charred and resembling coal, could no longer respond. Death often arrives unannounced. Aside from Gu Bai, no one else reacted in time. Lu Taotao wept bitterly, attempting to feed Xiao Ku the chewed-up healing fruit, but she could not get it down his throat. A shadow of gloom washed over the others, their expressions heavy. Though they had anticipated that someone would die, facing the reality of the situation was still difficult to accept. Meanwhile, the black-armored soldiers had also arrived nearby. Just as they were about to open fire, a writhing mass of flesh flew before them. Boom! An eerie flash of fire instantly consumed them, shattering the black armor into fragments. While clumps of flesh rained down from within, Gu Bai felt no sorrow for Xiao Ku's departure. After swiftly dealing with the pursuers, he turned to Yang Mu-chun and inquired, "What is the situation? How much longer do we have to stay here? Have we discovered anything significant?" Yang Mu-chun laid out a collection of oddly colored potions on the table. I have a clearer understanding now. The source of the virus is not a particular item, but rather a living entity. More precisely, it is a rather unique enhanced individual. The emergence of zombies and enhanced beings is due to her. She should be located in one of the other two areas. If we can eliminate her, the zombies will cease to exist, our powers will vanish, and everything will return to its original state. These potions serve three distinct purposes. The first, the red potion, can temporarily enhance physical vitality, significantly heal wounds, and even facilitate the regeneration of severed limbs. The second, the purple potion, when consumed, greatly increases reproductive capabilities for 24 hours. A female can bear a child every hour, with each birth potentially yielding multiple offspring. The third, the green potion, permanently enhances abilities, raising their level to 10. However, upon reaching level 10, one will rapidly undergo zombification, with their willpower only able to linger briefly. Gu Bai continued. "What about the nearby mother nest? Why are you both so calm? Xiao Ku is dead. Lu Taodao shot a resentful glance at Yang Mukin and Gu Bai. Moreover, Xiaoke, he became like this while helping you find information. Shouldn't you be a bit more upset? Gu Bai remained silent. He was the one who had taken Xiaoke's life, so there was no reason for him to feel sorrow. Yang Mukin lowered his gaze, a hint of melancholy crossing his features, before pausing to say, "It's my fault, but we don't have time to grieve right now. We have tasks to accomplish. If we wish to prevent such occurrences from continuing, we must put an end to this if possible. I hope that next time, it will be me who dies." Upon hearing this, Lu Taodao chose not to voice any further objections, hastily arranging Xiaoke's body to conceal it. After destroying the source of the virus, she planned to retrieve Xiaoke's body for a proper burial. She understood Yang Mukin's character and recognized that Xiaoke's fate was merely an accident. However, there were some painful feelings that needed to be expressed. She was determined to annihilate the source of this crisis. This viral catastrophe had truly taken too much from her. Friends, family, everything she cherished had been gradually stripped away. There was scarcely anything left to lose. Yang Mukin continued, "Aside from the purple potion, everyone can distribute the rest. There are 6 bottles of red potions and 3 of green potions remaining. As for the mother nest, attacking it directly may result in the premature emergence of internal creatures, so we can use the purple potion. Each potion contains a certain level of toxin, and the mother nest has already been heavily injected with this potion. If we throw all the remaining ones in, the mother nest will be utterly destroyed by the toxins. However, it will be quite dangerous. One person is sufficient, I'll handle it, while you all provide support in other areas." "No, I will go. This matter is my responsibility." Gu Bai took all the purple potions without giving anyone else a chance to refuse. Destroying the mother nest would likely enhance his entry progress, and should also boost the contribution of the side quest. This was an opportunity too lucrative to pass up. However, all of this hinged on whether Yang Mukin was truthful. If Yang Mukin had concealed any crucial information or provided incorrect details, Gu Bai would find himself in a perilous situation. He held a wary and skeptical stance toward everyone, Yang Mukin included. The worst-case scenario would be that the mother nest remained intact and the creatures successfully emerged. For him, that was acceptable as long as they were not second-tier beings. He was confident he could eliminate them. Even against second-tier beings, he still possessed tooth bullets, which could kill if they hit. Yang Mukin showed no reaction to Gu Bai voluntarily taking on the task of destroying the mother nest. He simply accepted it and began distributing the remaining potions. Everyone received 1 red potion. Li Taodao was the first to take a green potion, followed by Li Gang. Yang Mukin had no need for it. If he wished to become a level 10 enhanced being, he could do so at any time, as long as he did not suppress himself. Currently, he was dedicating most of his mental energy to restraining his own advancement, waiting for the right moment. "Jiu Cheng, you can have this remaining one," Yang Mukin said, looking at Gu Bai. "No. Let Li Yu have it." Gu Bai directly handed the last green potion to Li Yu. He wasn't an enhanced being. This item was entirely useless to him and would only take up space. "Thank you. Li Yu dared not refuse, accepting the final green potion. "Jiu Cheng, the door to the mother nest can be opened with a level 4 access card. In any case, we leave it to you. We will support the other areas. Be careful. Gu Bai nodded and hurried off in the opposite direction with Yang Mukin and the others. Jiang Heron's access card had also been taken by Yang Mukin, and it was only a level 4 card. Moments after leaving, Gu Bai turned back, quickly extracting the seed of life from Xiaoke's brain and placing it into his backpack. It must not go to waste. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at the entrance to the mother nest and swiped the access card in hand. The metallic door slowly creaked open. In an instant, several green tendrils lunged toward Gu Bai. Chapter 26. Entry Upgrade, Genetic Potion with a swoosh. The skeletal sword sliced through the air, instantly severing the attacking tendrils. Green blood sprayed forth. In the next moment, more tendrils sprouted from the severed ends, and in greater numbers, they continued their assault on Gu Bai. He swung his sword repeatedly, fending off the incessant tendrils while silently calculating the distance. Boom, boom, boom. 3 frost bullets whistled through the air, striking the mother nest directly. Blue crystals began to spread across the surface of the mother nest, significantly slowing the attack speed of the tendrils. Gu Bai quickly advanced, his arm muscles subtly bulging, using spider silk to secure the purple potion, spinning it in midair to gather momentum before hurling it toward the mother nest. The potion traced several arcs through the air, flying straight toward the mother nest. The process went smoothly. The mother nest did not obstruct the potion with its tendrils, but instead absorbed all of them. Ingesting them whole, a multitude of green tendrils began to frantically batter the surrounding metal walls, creating a deafening racket, while the ground began to tremble slightly. Gu dodged the incoming tendrils, retreating swiftly. The surface of the mother nest began to bulge and swell, resembling a lumpy balloon on the verge of bursting. In the next instant, the mother nest exploded. Boom! Deafening roar erupted. Green flesh and blood splattered wildly, instantly staining the entire room. An invisible shockwave surged outward, violently impacting everything in its vicinity. Gu was abruptly flung away, crashing heavily against the wall outside the room. The area of effect was so extensive that evasion was utterly impossible. Coughing violently, Gu quickly regained his footing, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood mingled with shredded flesh. His breath became somewhat erratic, as he sensed extensive damage to his internal organs, a relentless wave of agony coursing through him. However, under the effects of the life ring, his wounds began to mend gradually. Though his injuries were severe and impeded his movements, a complete recovery would likely take no less than 10 hours. Kill variant, progress of entry increased by 20. Kill variant, progress of entry increased by 40. Kill variant, progress of entry increased by 10. The notifications of entry progress surged repeatedly before Gubai's eyes. His gamble paid off. The creatures yet to be born from the mother nests also contributed to the entry's progress. Ultimately, the progress reached a staggering 300 before halting. Observing this, Gubai promptly consumed the 2 eternal seeds from his backpack, pushing the entry progress to an impressive 400. New entry unlocked. Entry, physical aberration, quality, blue. Effect. You may designate a specific body part to undergo aberration, significantly enhancing its inherent effects, with a chance to acquire a special ability. Entry, Master of Magical Pills, quality, purple. Effect. You gain extensive knowledge in the crafting of magical pills, eliminating the need for a pill furnace. You can create pills by expending spiritual energy. Entry Upgrade I. Quality, orange. Effect. Your entry progress cap increases by 100. These newfound talents were unexpectedly advantageous. Physical aberration could enhance his immediate combat prowess, while Master of Magical Pills would greatly aid his future endeavors. Therefore, Gubai decisively chose Entry Upgrade IA. This would ensure that at least one of his future entries would be blue. The negative effects of white entries were simply too burdensome to endure. He felt that if things continued this way, he would inevitably stumble into a major pitfall. Moreover, it seemed this was a series of entries. There would likely be Entry Upgrade 2, Entry Upgrade 3, and so forth. Choosing early would surely yield benefits. After selecting the new entry, Gubai turned his gaze towards the room housing the mother nest, where a golden destiny card floated ominously. Indeed, this mother nest could be considered a boss. He hoped it would yield something useful. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he swiftly consumed the healing fruit given to him by Yang Mukin and cautiously approached the destiny card. If he walked too quickly now, it would exacerbate his injuries and potentially lead to severe bleeding. In such a scenario, he would be forced to resort to that red potion or the first-tier healing pill obtained in the prison. Both items seemed to carry significant risks, and he preferred to avoid using them unless absolutely necessary. With each step he took in the room, green blood splattered around, intermingled with bits of flesh, and an indescribable odor permeated the air. Holding his revolver, Gubai surveyed his surroundings warily, on guard against any sudden attacks. He had returned the bone sword to his Dantian. Given the current circumstances, engaging in close combat would be tantamount to seeking death. Yang Mukin was indeed correct. This place was fraught with danger. The moment he sensed something amiss, he swiftly retreated, his physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yet, even so, he remained heavily injured. If an ability user with normal physical attributes had been in his position, they likely would have perished on the spot. After consuming the healing fruit, his condition improved considerably. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about exacerbating his injuries while walking. Gu bent down to retrieve the destiny card, biting one end to tear it open. In an instant, 5 blood crystal shards, a green whip, a green heart, and a green potion floated in the air. Whip of Progeny, grade, first tier premium, type, weapon, description. An exceptionally peculiar whip that, upon striking an enemy, temporarily enhances the target's reproductive capabilities and draws out their desires. Heart of progeny, grade, first-tier premium, type, material, description. A vibrant heart that can be used to craft certain items or to replace a biological heart. Once replaced, reproductive abilities are greatly enhanced, allowing for rapid offspring production. Gene potion, grade, first-tier premium, type, consumable, description. Upon use, it optimizes one's genes, providing a slight enhancement to physical constitution and vitality. The heart could be offered to the heart devourer, and the potion could be consumed by himself. With the information provided by the Destiny space, he had no concerns regarding potential issues. As for the whip, it would have to be sold. Surely, it would appeal to those with unique preferences. Gu Bai stored the remaining items in the Destiny space and drank the gene potion. A gentle warmth coursed through his body as he felt the changes taking place. There was no significant improvement in strength or agility, merely an enhancement in vitality, making him more resilient to damage. The electromagnetic beams from the black armored soldiers had once obliterated half of his body in an instant. Now, such destruction would likely be reduced by at least 1/10th. Gu Bai did not rush to act. Instead, he sought a corner devoid of surveillance to recuperate while observing the movements of others through the Heart Devourer. He noted that Yang Mukin had already arrived at Maria's location. Currently, they were engaged in battle with a middle-aged man who appeared to be Yang Mukin's father. Chapter 27. The collapse of Tianao Company. Just as Gu Bai sought to discern the situation, a series of thunderous explosions erupted nearby, causing the ground to tremble violently as emerald vines erupted from the earth. The interior of Tianao Company began to tilt and sway, everything succumbing to chaos. Gu Bai felt as though he were a hamster trapped in a cage, hoisted high and shaken incessantly, struggling to maintain his balance. He fell as several strands of spider silk shot from his legs, swiftly adhering to the ground beneath him, temporarily anchoring his body. What was happening? Gu Bai attempted to utilize the Heart Devourer to ascertain the situation, only to find that all the surveillance feeds on Bourgeois' goggles had devolved into a chaotic mess of static, rendering further observation impossible. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously as a deluge of metallic debris erupted, slicing through the surroundings like daggers. Gu Bai had no time to consider anything else. The bone sword materialized, generating strands of spider silk as he maneuvered to evade the onslaught of metal shrapnel. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sounds of flesh being rent apart echoed incessantly. Gu Bai became a figure drenched in blood, his body riddled with gaping wounds, exposing bone beneath. Though he swiftly dodged and utilized the bone sword for defense, the sheer quantity of metallic debris was overwhelming, leaving him only able to protect vital areas. However, more pressing than his injuries was the fact that Tianao Company seemed on the verge of collapse. The ceiling began to cave in, and the surrounding corridors had entirely collapsed, leaving no avenue for escape. I felt as though he were about to be buried alive. Faced with such dire circumstances, Gu Bai sprung into action, moving to a corner where he utilized spider silk to drag and bind the scattered metallic debris, constructing a small refuge within. A thick cloud of dust filled the air as the collapse of Tianao Company intensified. The vines converged towards a specific direction, obliterating everything in their wake. In the corner, Gu Bai remained unperturbed, silently consuming the red potion to mend his wounds. He had faced life and death crises repeatedly, so this was no different. His current physical condition was dire. Old injuries had yet to heal before new ones were added. He had no time to ponder the potential side effects. Survival was the priority before considering anything else. After what felt like an eternity, the collapse finally ceased. Gu Bai curled within his small refuge, his mask shattered, his clothing in tatters, dust and blood congealed upon his skin. His lips and face were pale, breath shallow, yet his expression remained eerily calm. Such tribulation seemed trivial to him. Gu Bai attempted to move his body, only to be met with waves of excruciating pain. His right leg and left arm were fractured. Approximately 5 ribs were broken, and internal damage was alarmingly severe. Fortunately, the red potion he had consumed earlier had saved his life, and its effect still persisted, healing his wounds. Crack, Gu Bai realigned his dislocated hand and leg bones. Otherwise, movement would be difficult and treatment efficacy compromised. Though the healing capacity of the red potion was formidable, Gu Bai sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within his body. A special virus was gradually eroding him. However, the process was not overly rapid. He should be able to endure until his return. Once he exited the instance, the Destiny space would provide a complete restoration. He still had a healing pill at his disposal. Though it too would likely carry some negative effects, he preferred to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Given the recent events, it appeared that the entire Tianao company had collapsed underground. Now, if he were to recklessly venture outside, he might find himself entombed alive. What exactly had transpired? Gu Bai pondered the current circumstances, his body slowly regaining strength as the bone sword cleaved forward. Remaining here might allow him to endure until the 7-day limit expired and escape the instance. However, Gu Bai was not one to sit idly by. Such thoughts only increased the probability of relying on the whims of chance. He preferred to fight for a way out, embracing life in the face of death. Bang! The material of the bone sword sliced through the debris with ease, as though cutting through soiled. Gu Bai swiftly carved a passage, encountering no further collapses beyond, but the outside was shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any light in an instant, spiritual energy surged into his eyes, revealing a transformed landscape littered with debris of metal and rock. At the same time, Gu Bai sensed the heart devourer nearby. Yet his vision remained shrouded in darkness. Bo Shua was still alive, and he was close to Gu Bai recalled the moment when the vines erupted from the ground. Bo Shua was leading a group to incinerate a tree in the plantation of the Burning Brain Company. Perhaps the current circumstances were somehow connected to that tree. Regardless, the absence of any prompts indicating the completion of side quests suggested that the source of the virus still existed, its location unknown. Soon after, Bo Shua's vision also cleared. He retrieved a new pair of goggles from his spatial ring, equipped with night vision capabilities. Through the Heart Devourer, Gu Bai could now discern the situation on Bo Shua's side. Bo Shua was encased in a shimmering blue energy barrier, situated within the remnants of a collapsed corridor, affording him a considerable space. In stark contrast to Gu Bai, he bore no injuries, save for a slightly soiled suit. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Bai decided to channel all the life energy absorbed by the Heart Devourer back into himself. He was now barely able to sustain a short battle, although the side quest remained unfinished. This opportunity was too tempting to resist. The confrontation with Bo Shua was inevitable, especially since the latter had seen his face. He would not gamble. Any foreseeable risks needed to be extinguished at their inception. Suddenly, Bo Shua felt a sharp pain in his heart, instinctively sensing something amiss. A martial artist's mastery over their body was profound. Under normal circumstances, such sensations would not occur without injury or latent ailments. Was it a supernatural ability? Or perhaps the talent of someone like Gu Cheng, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced on the bridge after vanquishing the sea beast zombie? Gu Cheng's gift seemed to allow him to acquire certain abilities through the defeat of creatures. The initial invisibility, the subsequent spider silk, the blood lightning on the bridge, and the bizarre weaponry all appeared to stem from Gu Bai's own slaying of various beings. It was uncertain whether these abilities were permanent or temporary. Regardless, Gu Cheng's talent was undeniably formidable. Boom! The walls near Bo Shua suddenly collapsed. Gu Bai, wielding the bone sword and revolver, arrived at the scene, his dried blood forming a macabre shroud, rendering him akin to a demon from the underworld. Gu Cheng, you've come here as well. Let us collaborate to escape. Our objectives should align, Bo Shua suggested with a calculated smile. Bang! The thunderous sound of gunfire erupted. Both Bo Shua and Gu Bai chose to fire simultaneously. Not one to be naive, Bo Shua, upon seeing Gu Cheng, understood that reconciliation was impossible. Stealthily, he placed his hand behind him, retrieving a rifle from his spatial ring. In the darkness, sparks ignited. Gu Bai swung his sword to deflect the incoming bullets. Propelling himself forward, Bo Shua's energy shield shattered instantly under the assault of frost bullets, ice crystals rapidly spreading, abruptly freezing the barrel of his gun, rendering it inoperative. The distance between them had dwindled to a mere 3 meters. Bang! Bang! Gu Bai squeezed the trigger once more, fiery tongues of flame erupting as 2 bone bullets were unleashed. The blue energy shield flared anew, blocking 1 bullet before being pierced by the second. A crimson bloom blossomed from Bo Shua's left shoulder, the wound not particularly deep, having failed to penetrate. Were he an ordinary person, the bone bullet would have likely obliterated half of his body. Alas, Bo Shua was a martial artist, with a physical constitution far superior. Without a critical hit, a fatal outcome was unattainable. Although the bullets were forged from zombie bones by Gu Bai, the virus within had been thoroughly eradicated during the refinement process, alleviating concerns of Bo Shuo succumbing to zombification and growing even stronger in the blink of an eye. Bo Shuo discarded his rifle, his fingers dancing over his spatial ring as a suit of blue and white exoskeleton armor enveloped him. Gu Bai had closed the gap, his bone sword slashing through the air, leaving a fleeting white trace in the darkness. With a piercing sound, the bone sword carved a lengthy gash into the armor. Sparks flying as mechanical components lay exposed within in quick succession, the revolver drew near, unleashing 2 frost bullets that swiftly embedded themselves into the armor, encasing it in ice crystals. Gu Bai swung his sword again, drawing a sharp arc through the air, yet, mid-motion, he abruptly halted, falling backward as a crimson streak appeared on his forehead, a few strands of hair cascading down. Unbeknownst to him, several nearly invisible metallic threads had stealthily shot out from the armor's arm, targeting Gu Bai. Had he not reacted in time, half of his head would have been severed in an instant. Gu Bai retracted his revolver and unsheathed the electromagnetic steel blade from his back, striking at the metallic threads with the bone sword while aiming the steel blade at Bo Shuo. The revolver's magazine contained only one last tooth bullet, hardly sufficient against Bo Shuo. It was evident that Bo Shuo would not grant him the opportunity to reload. Boom! The ice crystals on the armor shattered, sending a shockwave outward, stirring up clouds of dust. The metallic threads were effortlessly severed by the bone sword, while the electromagnetic steel blade was intercepted by the long claws springing forth from the armor. In that moment, the two faced each other in a deadlock, arcs of electricity and sparks illuminating their figures. Gu Bai's eyes were bloodshot, a deep crimson hue. Under normal circumstances, his strength paled in comparison to a martial artist's. Yet he had imbibed the Mad Bull potion beforehand to bolster his power in terms of sheer strength. He now surpassed Bo Shuo by a slight margin. The effects of diminished rationality did not greatly affect Gu Bai. It merely heightened his bloodlust. Jiu Cheng, there is truly no need for us to continue this way. Prolonging this battle offers no benefits, do you not understand? Bo Shuo attempted to persuade, employing his talent of mental suggestion to disrupt Gu Bai's focus. Yet, the response he received was the merciless descent of the bone sword. Crash, with a resounding roar, the blade severed a substantial piece of armor, and in an instant, it elongated, piercing toward the flesh beneath. Gu Bai harbored no superfluous thoughts. Once the battle commenced, it could only conclude with the death of one party. In the face of impending peril, blue flames suddenly erupted from the left side of the armor, propelling Bo Shuo away just in time to evade the sword's edge. Bo Shuo felt a wave of irritation. He despised engaging in such perilous and nearly fruitless combat, if given the choice. He preferred to remain behind the scenes, orchestrating others like puppets to fulfill his plans. Yet, fate's design offered him no such luxury. The initial dungeon's inhabitants had not granted him that choice. Ultimately, it would come down to who possessed greater strength. Survival of the fittest dictated that only power could determine one's fate. Martial arts, chaotic dance. Bo Shuo's blood surged, and a multitude of metallic threads erupted from his armor. Under his command, they twisted and coalesced, dancing towards Gu Bai at various bizarre angles. Gu Bai, observing the oncoming threads, swiftly deduced the futility of evading them at this distance and within this confined space. The armor and energy shield obstructed his path, preventing a decisive strike. In a moment of desperation, blood-red arcs of electricity enveloped Gu Bai's form as he vanished from his original position. Emerging from the darkness, ominous blood lightning flickered, the sound of ruptured air resonating. In the next instant, all metallic threads were severed. Gu Bai materialized behind Bo Shuo, blades sweeping downwards. The armor's blue flames surged forth in an attempt to create distance, but it was too late. The armor was sliced open as if it were warm butter, the blue flames extinguishing abruptly. Boom! The armor exploded, debris flying, and thick black smoke enveloping the area. Gu Bai's breath was weak, his body resembling that of a wilted flower, his skin a ghostly gray. Just moments ago, he had converted his blood into blood electricity, using it to stimulate his body and enhance his speed. Although successful, the drain on his blood and the toll taken by the blood lightning left him as frail as a flickering candle in the wind. The effects of the potion would soon wear off, plunging him into a state of weakness. Meanwhile, Bo Shuo undoubtedly retained combat capability. Although he had felt the sensation of striking flesh, he had failed to cleave through entirely. A cacophony of gunfire erupted from within the thick fog. Metallic bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Jiyu quickly pinpointed the gunfire's origin by sound, abruptly hurling his blades forward before rolling to the side. The electromagnetic steel blade and bone sword whirled through the air, tearing through the fog, one to the left and one to the right, aiming for Bo Shuo. With a sickening thud, the gunfire ceased, and crimson spilled forth. Jiyu Bai's legs were riddled with bullet holes, exposing jagged bone. Though the blood flowing from the wounds was surprisingly minimal, he appeared utterly wretched, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. His gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. As the fog dissipated, it became evident that Bo Shuo was not dead. He was grievously injured, his left arm severed, and a massive gash in his abdomen revealed shattered bones and exposed organs within. Compared to Gu Bai, his condition was relatively stable. The bone sword and electromagnetic steel blade were embedded in the there must be healing tools within, and if nothing else, there are healing pills that remain unused. Such a pity, Bo Shuo spoke in a calm manner. As fragments of the past flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, he understood, had always understood. This is the plight of the weak. Devoid of any choice, much like a cream cake being methodically sliced and devoured by the strong in the end. Nothing remains. Now, it is merely his turn. There is nothing particularly special about Itgu Chung. I will await you below. With that, Bo Shuo completely closed his eyes, welcoming eternal slumber. Chapter 29. The situation outside. Kill the Fate Bearer. Entry progress increases by 30 feet. Gu Bai infused spiritual energy into the spatial ring, and an expansive area of approximately 10 cubic meters materialized in his mind. This ring could be activated by blood essence, and spiritual energy sufficed as well. It housed a multitude of items, all meticulously categorized. Gu Bai swiftly retrieved the categorized medical supplies, applying them to himself one by one. Adrenaline, healing needles, coagulants, and external injury sprays. After a series of actions, Gu Bai had at least preserved his life. Yet, his body remained in tatters. Venturing into battle now would be tantamount to courting death. He required several hours to regain his combat capabilities. After Bo Shuo's demise, the Heart Devourer did not continue to feast upon the heart. Instead, under Gu Bai's command, it ascended rapidly, disregarding the terrain, scouting for a suitable escape route, while also ascertaining the external circumstances. Soon, the Heart Devourer reached the surface. The outside world was now cloaked in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fortunately, the Heart Devourer possessed night vision capabilities, making reconnaissance unaffected. The former site of the Tian Now Corporation was now dominated by a towering ancient tree. Numerous verdant vines lay exposed on the ground, perpetually extending outward, meandering among the branches of the giant tree. Many humans hung suspended. Their bodies began to undergo mutations, with numerous green sprouts emerging from their heads, gradually enveloping their entire forms. The progress varied. Some had already transformed entirely into green fruits. Among those hanging were also seen the psychics who had infiltrated Tian Now prior. Subsequently, the Heart Devourer discovered that Yang Muqian and Maria were currently beneath the giant tree, tirelessly climbing upwards along the patterns and vines. Numerous humanoid figures composed of vines assaulted them, but they were systematically eliminated. The Heart Devourer swiftly flew to their side, directly burrowing into Wu Fawn's heart. Successfully parasitizing him in the group, Maria turned to Yang Muqian, expressing her dissatisfaction. Leader Yang, are you certain that the source of the virus lies at the top of the tree? It will take us at least 3 hours to reach the summit, and we must contend with these bothersome vine creatures along the way. Ultimately, confronting the virus source and eliminating it seems a daunting task, with the success rate far too low. Moreover, given our current manpower, we likely cannot even overpower the virus source directly, Yang Muqian replied. Indeed, yet to halt this catastrophe, we have no other choice. Otherwise, if this continues, every human in this world will be transformed into fruits upon that tree. Although the challenges below are formidable, they are not insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Maria furrowed her brow, raising her hand to blast a nearby vine creature with her pistol, lamenting, "What bad luck! I haven't encountered a reliable man in ages. And there's not an ounce of security. I wonder where Bo Shuo has vanished to. He hasn't already perished down there, Has he? At least Gu Cheng is clever. He fled early. Alas, Sister Maria, do you know Gu Cheng? Liu exclaimed in surprise. Maria pressed her lips into a straight line, responding in astonishment. Him? I know him, but we are not close. He is the man with the black cat in your team. Right? I thought so. His physique and demeanor are so similar. Perhaps he has engaged in a confrontation with Bo Shua down there. Do they have a feud? Liu asked, puzzled. Men's matters are hard to discern. A mere glance of discontent could spark a duel to the death. Both of them are extraordinary in their own right. Wu Fan, you would agree, wouldn't you? Boring. Wu Fan replied nonchalantly, as he commanded a multitude of spiritual beast phantoms to battle the vine creatures. With Yang Muqian's skeletal companion fighting alongside, there had been no casualties, though resource depletion posed a concern. If all went well, they would face another fierce battle upon reaching the summit. Thus, after more than an hour, the group established a platform halfway up the giant tree to rest. Yang Muqian and Wu Fan bore the greatest exhaustion. They had scarcely paused, controlling their summoned entities in combat, their spirits weary. Should they recklessly charge upwards without respite, they would likely arrive at the pinnacle too fatigued to fight. Wu Fan occasionally stroked his chest, feeling a peculiar discomfort, yet he discerned no apparent issue. Li Gang gazed down at the collapsed Tian Now Corporation, concern etched across his face. Leader, do you think Gu Cheng is all right? There are no hidden passages there. He cannot escape Tian Now swiftly. Yang Muqian, munching on a fruit, replied confidently. Gu Cheng will be fine. He is not one to perish easily. He is more resilient than anyone else. Suddenly, thunder roared. The violent lightning tore through the night sky like a wild beast. Let us hope it does not rain. If the weather turns foul, our chances of victory seem to diminish, Maria prayed. Gazing at the heavens, it appeared her prayers were answered. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, drenching everything in its path. The others on the platform were instantly soaked, their visibility severely hampered. The rain showed no signs of abating. Through the heart devourer, Gu Bai grasped the situation outside. It was clear he needed to ascend swiftly. The source of the virus must be eliminated by him to ensure the contribution value of the side quest. This would impact his ability to procure sufficient resources, enhance his combat prowess, elevate his level, and ultimately increase his chances of survival. Gu Bai, having recklessly utilized medication, had now regained a degree of mobility. His body was thoroughly exhausted. Even if he were to be treated, it would likely shorten his lifespan, leaving him with little time to live. Ignoring the discomfort within his body, Gu Bai wielded the skeletal sword, striking downwards to carve a path forward. He had already mapped out the route using the heart devourer. Now, he needed to continuously swing his sword, clearing a path and pressing onward. Chapter 30. Yang Muqian's father atop the giant tree. Yang Muqian and his companions struggled to arrive. You have come. Simply embrace eternal life. Why resist? A middle-aged man, half his body resembling a tree, stood at the center of a clearing formed by green leaves and vines. One side of his face bore a resemblance to Yang Muqian. Yang Muqian addressed the group. If we kill him, we can end all of this. Attack. In the sky, a colossal skeletal figure coalesced, plummeting towards the middle-aged man. The rain curtain obscured the view. As a fierce wind swept outward, accompanied by a resounding crack, the middle-aged man made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning numerous vines that surged upwards, binding the skeleton firmly in place. Boom! Maria raised the decadent dual pistols, firing a massive jet-black projectile, its surface swirling with ominous black mist, reminiscent of tortured souls. This bullet was forged from the despair of the masses. The collapse of the Tian Now Corporation had nearly spilled over with despair. The power of this bullet was formidable. The jet-black projectile tore through the rain, causing black roses to bloom in its wake. The middle-aged man sensed the impending danger, unfurling vine-formed wings from his back to take flight and evade the projectile. Boom! In that instant, the giant skeleton above him erupted, transforming into a multitude of grotesque bone spikes that cascaded downward. Yet this was not the end. An army of bird phantoms surged from all directions, converging upon the middle-aged man. Some of the falling raindrops suddenly coalesced, transforming into icy spikes that descended. Several fruits were hurled towards him, erupting with dazzling lightning. Under their combined onslaught, the middle-aged man had no space to evade. The jet-black projectile shattered his chest, black roses enveloped his form. Ice spikes and bone shards pierced from above, while the bird phantoms relentlessly attacked his remains, vibrant arcs of electricity scorching them in the next moment. A green crystal floated out from the remnants, radiating a brilliant glow. "Destroy it!" Yang Muchen roared, clasping his hands together, veins bulging as pain coursed through him. A massive skeletal figure wielding a giant axe suddenly took form in the heavens. The axe descended, with the weight of gravity augmenting its force. The blade seemed poised to tear everything asunder, a thunderous roar erupting, sending invisible shockwaves outward. Simultaneously, countless vines surged like a tide towards the green crystal, enveloping it like silkworms in a cocoon. Caw! The bird phantoms coalesced into a grand white crane, its wings gleaming like iron, slicing through the night sky with a luminous trajectory aimed at the vines. Bang, bang, bang! Several specialized projectiles whistled through the air. Under the ferocious assault, the outer layer of vines was swiftly decimated. Yet the internal crystal remained unscathed. Others attempted to attack as well, but their efforts yielded little result. Liu's ice spikes merely inflicted superficial wounds on the vines. Lu Taotao's offensive fruits were limited to only AFEW.AS for Li Gang and Qi Fan. Their abilities lacked offensive capabilities, leaving them to rely on firearms, which proved nearly ineffective. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the vines shattered and splattered outward. The colossal skeleton and the ethereal silhouette of the white crane were both repelled and subsequently dissipated. The middle-aged man emerged from his cocoon, appearing more youthful, with an even greater manifestation of plant-like traits. "No wonder he is my son. You nearly succeeded in ending my life, but you shall find no opportunity below," he proclaimed, casting a gaze filled with complexity toward Yang Muken. This middle-aged man was none other than Yang Muken's father, Yang Ming, the developer of the Eternal Life Virus and the clandestine ruler of Tianao Corporation. "Farewell." Yang Ming soared into the sky, deftly evading the onslaught of attacks, as countless vines erupted from his body like a frenzied swarm of serpents, descending upon his adversaries below. Yang Muken summoned 2 colossal skeletons in rapid succession, yet found himself utterly powerless to counter the overwhelming forces. The others were equally preoccupied with their own predicaments. In the end, I cannot depart as a half-human, can I? Yang Muken chuckled ruefully, preparing to unleash his full potential and ascend to level 10 of his abilities. "I shall do it." Li Gang stepped forward, shielding the others behind him as he swiftly consumed the green elixir in his grasp. He understood that his contributions would be limited, but he was determined to protect his companions. "Sister and everyone, you must survive," he roared, his body swelling violently as it became encased in metal, transforming him into a titan of steel. He positioned himself to block the incoming vines, then grasped a significant portion and activated his powers. Around Li Gang, the surrounding vines began to metallize, rapidly conducting energy toward Yang Ming's location. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ming decisively abandoned his assault and soared skyward. In the next moment, the metallized vines shattered violently, erupting into a storm of sharp debris. Had Yang Ming remained in his previous position, he would have been instantaneously torn apart. After evading this onslaught, Li Gang felt his consciousness slipping away. He was on the verge of fully transforming into a zombie, his desire to attack his companions nearly impossible to suppress. Thus, Li Gang leaped from the massive tree, headfirst toward the ground, relinquishing his metallic form with his final will, ensuring his death would not pose a threat to his friends. As he plummeted alongside the rain, a bone bullet shot up from below, piercing his skull and shattering the seed of immortality within. Kill mutated form, entry progress increased by 60. Destroy eternal life seed. Entry progress increased by 20. Gu Bai had already excavated himself from the ground, positioning himself at the base of the giant tree. He had gleaned the situation above through the heart-devouring demon and had even aided his comrades. Gu Bai gazed upward, estimating the time required to reach the summit of the giant tree. Although he had spider silk to utilize, it would take at least 5 minutes to arrive. He wondered how the battle would unfold. "Do you see? No matter what, you cannot succeed. Accept your fate. Accept the fate of this world," Yang Ming declared, gazing down upon the crowd with a mad gleam in his eyes. Bang! Maria raised her dual guns of indulgence, unleashing a barrage of pink bullets. These projectiles were her accumulated lust bullets, and while their efficacy was uncertain, she had no other ammunition left. The The fears and other negative emotions of her companions had already been drained. Extracting any further emotions would directly diminish their combat capabilities. Yang Ming chose not to evade but instead absorbed the incoming bullets with his body. Pink roses began to bloom across his exterior. Maria instinctively sensed something amiss, a peculiar sensation washing over her. In the next moment, green roses began to blossom upon her. Chapter 31. Source of the virus. With a splat, Maria fell backward onto the ground. Splashing water in her wake, her white sun hat tumbled to the side, and her dual guns of indulgence vanished from her grasp. Rain pelted her enchanting face incessantly. The world within her eyes gradually drained of color. Emotions were relentlessly stripped away, and her life was swiftly waning. She despised the rain. During such moments, memories of being sold by her mother would flood back, as would thoughts of the man who had fled, and her own child. The rain was heavy, and it tasted salty. Maria reached out instinctively, her hand eventually grasping a lollipop. She instinctively popped it into her mouth, tearing through the wrapper with her teeth, and the cloying sweetness spread across her palate. The world seemed to regain a hint of color. Emotions began to rekindle. You think you can turn me into a puppet? You are sorely mistaken. The roses adorning Maria fell away as she sprang to her feet, cracks erupting across her body, crimson blood mingling with the rain. She could not perish in such an ordinary manner. That would be far too dull, akin to the fleeting encounters with clients in bed. Though she harbored no affection for this world, the sweetness of its candy was undeniable. Thus, she resolved to die in a manner more spectacular. She would unleash a grand display against her foes. The dual guns of indulgence reappeared within her bloodied, pale hands, radiant light coalescing at the barrels. She intended to pour all of herself into this weapon immediately. A slash of green swept past Lu Taotao's nose. Blood splattered, and a severed head plummeted from the air. Subsequently, Wu Fan and Qi Fan, who were positioned nearby, were also instantly bisected. Ji Yu Bai had no time to ponder, as he unleashed the soul-piercing needle from his hand, which whistled through the air and accurately struck the mountain of flesh. The mountain of flesh momentarily froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Bai raised his revolver, aiming it at the mountain of flesh. Chapter 32. Unexpected developments. Return. The torrential rain continued to ravage the landscape, as if intent on washing everything away. Ji Yu Bai pulled the trigger. The teeth bullet erupted from the chamber. Suddenly, an invisible force seemed to twist something. The surface of the white bone revolver exhibited a spiderweb of cracks, erupting with scorching flames that engulfed Gu Bai in an instant. It had exploded. Amidst the curtain of rain, Gu Bai's body was as charred as coal, with only his head remaining intact, while the left side of his torso had completely vanished. His breath was exceedingly faint, barely perceptible. It would be more accurate to say that his continued existence was nothing short of a miracle. Were it not for the heart-eating demon still residing within Wu Fan, and his heart retaining a semblance of life, he would have perished. Were it not for the healing elixir he had hastily shoved into his mouth beforehand, he would have succumbed long ago. In short, Gu Bai was still alive, but only temporarily. Left unattended, he would inevitably meet his demise, akin to a stray dog flung to the roadside by a passing truck, of which no one would take notice. The mountain of flesh paid him no heed either. He found it quite unexpected that the white bone revolver had suddenly detonated. He had anticipated such a possibility and had specially treated the teeth bullet. This outcome was not supposed to occur. A peculiar feeling had washed over him moments ago, as if his very fate had been rewritten. Nevertheless, he had failed. His most potent trump card had injured him in such a ludicrous manner. Perhaps he should pray for something, anything, to save him. Perhaps an omnipotent system, or a divine being descending from the heavens, akin to his talent, cultivation of immortality, which could instantaneously reverse the tide of battle and effortlessly vanquish all foes. Gu Bai had never placed his hopes on such ephemeral concepts. After the teeth bullet caused the white bone revolver to explode, he had ensnared it with silk threads and drawn it back. Now residing in his right hand, he required an opportunity, one that would allow him to unleash the teeth bullet. However, even with an opportunity, given his current state, the likelihood of survival was less than 1 in 1,000. Gu Bai did not wish to die, yet he was never afraid of death. He relished the thrill of carving a path to survival in dire circumstances, savoring the sensation of slaying formidable foes against all odds. He took pleasure in the ongoing journey of challenging himself. As for the outcome, he was indifferent. Much like a bird soaring ever higher, the likely conclusion was exhaustion leading to death. Yet, as long as he could behold a broader expanse of the world, he would die without regret. Young Mukin was about to take action. "Create an opportunity for me, and then I shall fulfill your long-held wish." Roar. Young Mukin's two halves suddenly coalesced, and a multitude of grotesque bones erupted from his skin. At the moment he was bisected, he had elevated himself to a level 10 ability user. Unlike Li Gang and others who had forcibly elevated themselves to level 10 through potions, his strength was far more profound and pure. He had already stepped half a pace into the second tier. 5 skeletal figures, each the size of the mountain of flesh, instantly coalesced, brandishing various weapons to strike at the mountain of flesh. Boom! Before the weapons could approach, the 5 skeletons disintegrated into bone dust in an instant. Meanwhile, young Mukin had already charged in front of the mountain of flesh, countless bone spikes erupting from his body, embedding themselves into the flesh, merging with it. The recovery speed of the mountain of flesh was significantly diminished, as it had to digest the bone spikes within. Young Mukin resolutely leaped into the mountain of flesh, allowing himself to be continuously consumed, as if returning to the embrace of a mother. After ascending to level 10, his consciousness remained lucid, yet his humanity was gradually being extinguished, rendering him increasingly unrecognizable. Gu Cheng, the rest is up to you. He had been closely observing Gu Cheng. To him, Gu Cheng was the most unique individual he had ever encountered. He was the least human-like, resembling a monster, much like himself. However, only monsters could defeat monsters. Countless bone spikes continuously generated from within his body, piercing the mountain of flesh, which could not fully digest young Mukin for the time being. Gu Bai struggled to extend his arms, and the blood scattered nearby instantly converged into a torrent of thunder. 3 rings of blood lightning dissolved the falling raindrops, encasing the teeth bullet as it aimed at the mountain of flesh. Bang! Propelled by the blood lightning, the teeth bullet shot forth with a terrifying shockwave. The immense force instantly shattered Gu Bai's right arm, reducing bone and flesh to ash-like remnants that danced in the air. The pale rings erupted from the curtain of rain. The white bone bullet struck true. In the instant the mountain of flesh was hit, it collapsed entirely, shattering and succumbing to death. Only a destiny card remained. The dark clouds above parted, revealing a massive circle, through which the light of dawn cascaded down. The colossal trees suddenly withered, turning to dust and vanishing completely. Simultaneously, the zombies and ability users in this world met their demise as well. Humanity would reclaim their homeland perhaps. Killed the Eternal Being, progress of entry enhanced by 300. Killed the Eternal Being, progress of entry enhanced by 100. Side quest. Eliminate the source of the Eternal Virus spread, completed. Rewards will be settled upon exiting the instance. Main quest automatically completed as the virus has been eradicated. Immediate return available. Refusal will result in automatic return after 24 hours. Gu Bai still retained a flicker of consciousness as his body plummeted rapidly downwards. He exerted all his strength to lift his foot, shooting out silk threads to grasp the destiny card that had fallen from the mountain of flesh, then decisively returned. Finally, Gu Bai's willpower faltered, plunging him into darkness. Hey, are you all right? You look terrible. Gu Bai struggled to open his eyes, greeted by the large face of Shui Yuan. He had returned. I'm fine. Just had a nightmare, Gu Bai replied, shaking his head and glancing at the sky outside. It seemed to be around 4 or 5 in the morning. Having exited the instance, the time in the main world should not have changed. It appeared he had been unconscious for about 3 hours. Gu Bai assessed his body. He felt remarkably well, with no hidden ailments or injuries, and his spiritual energy flowed without issue. The white bone sword and 3 flesh bombs remained stored within his dantian. This meant he could take magical artifacts out of the instance. Compared to other fate-bearers, this would be a significant advantage. The destiny card that had fallen from the mountain of flesh was also stored in his destiny space. However, it was evident that he could not open it while in prison. I understand, especially since you're facing an 8th stage martial artist tomorrow. Dreaming of your own death is quite normal. How about I teach you a few painless methods of self-harm? Shui Yuan patted Gu Bai's shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips, revealing his white teeth, one of which had only just begun to grow. Gu Bai shrugged, regarding Shui Yuan's teeth with a desire to pull them all out, and replied nonchalantly, no need for that. Are you interested in continuing our previous wager? Bet on whether I can survive. I'm not betting, Shui Yuan decisively declined, stating that the last occurrence had been purely coincidental. He wasn't about to engage in something with no benefit. Very well, Gu Bai merely intended to test the waters. He had prepared other methods and was not in a rush. New entries and rewards from Destiny Space awaited him. Chapter 33, New Entry, Soul Refining Demon Eye, Instance Reward Settlement, New Entry Unlocked, Entry, Killing Instinct, Quality, Purple, Effect, significantly increases the desire for slaughter. Each time you kill a creature, you recover a small portion of your life and spiritual energy. Entry, Soul Refining Demon Eye, Quality, Orange, Effect. You may choose to transform one eye into the Soul Refining Demon Eye, enhancing all functions and enabling direct observation of souls. Spiritual energy can be consumed to activate the Soul Refining Demon Eye, igniting red-black flames in the eye that can absorb souls and refine them. Successful refinement will slightly enhance soul strength and has a very small probability of acquiring a skill inherent to the soul itself. Entry, Incomplete Gluttony, Quality, Orange, Effect. Enhances the functions of your teeth and stomach. When consuming the flesh and blood of other creatures, it slightly boosts your physique and has a very small probability of acquiring the abilities of the creature itself. All three newly unlocked entries are rather impressive. Killing Instinct allows one to become an unstoppable force when facing numerous enemies, provided their strength is sufficient, rendering one unafraid of tactics involving sheer numbers. The latter two entries focus on growth. One enhances the soul, while the other strengthens the body. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Bai ultimately decided on Soul Refining Demon Eye. Though he had slain numerous foes with swords and blades, he was, at heart, a mage, albeit one without spells for the time being. This talent would be particularly useful against the residual soul of the original owner, to ascertain any changes during the process of unlocking the heavens. In case of emergencies, he could utilize the Soul Refining Demon Eye to swiftly refine the original owner's residual soul. Entry selected, Soul Refining Demon Eye. Gu Bai opted to modify his left eye, and an instantaneous wave of pain reminiscent of tearing a soul coursed through him. He remained as tranquil as still water, revealing no signs of distress, silently absorbing the changes occurring within his left eye. His vision had improved approximately fivefold, allowing him to discern minute particles of dust suspended in the air. His dynamic vision had also enhanced, rendering the movements of others significantly slower than before. Additionally, his sensitivity to souls had augmented. He could now vaguely sense the residual soul of the original owner, impaled within his brain by the locking of the heavens. Subsequently, Gu Bai opened his destiny panel. The rewards for the dungeon have been settled. The main quest has been completed. Reward: 4 first-tier vitality crystals. The side quest has been completed, with a contribution value reaching 100. Reward: 20 first-tier vitality crystals, a random royal tier martial arts inheritance, a random first-tier exquisite equipment, and a bottle of bone-refining elixirs. This dungeon is rated as S-Class. You may choose any 3 options from the 5 below. E1. 10 first-tier vitality crystals. 2. A first-tier exquisite storage bag. 3.1 Meridian expansion, slightly enhancing martial arts aptitude. 4. Choose one of your martial skills or techniques to undergo a martial arts comprehension, significantly enhancing proficiency. 5.100 grams of first-tier exquisite material, blood marrow. Or Gu Bai did not ponder for long and decisively chose options 2, 3, and 5, although he had yet to cultivate martial arts. It was wise to make preparations in advance. Once he resolved the locking of heaven in his mind, as well as the issues concerning the Tianyuan prison, he would gradually embark on his martial arts training in this world. The martial arts system here is not merely robust, it is exceedingly powerful. The 6th tier is capable of stellar explosions, which should not be too dissimilar to his cultivation system. In the journey of cultivation, all paths ultimately converged. In a world with a complete 9-tier system, weakness is non-existent. Prior to Gu Bai's transmigration, he could only cultivate to the 3rd tier as a martial artist, which corresponds to the golden core level in the realm of immortal cultivation. Furthermore, in terms of combat power, he could hardly match martial artists or immortal cultivators of the same realm. Whether he would have the opportunity to return remained uncertain. The Fateful Spaces dungeon represents different worlds. When he reaches the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stage, returning might indeed become a possibility. In any case, cultivating martial arts would significantly enhance his combat prowess, not to mention defeating opponents beyond his tier. At the very least, he must be invincible among those of the same tier to accrue a substantial number of attributes. Most rewards in the fateful space are also related to martial arts. And these resources must not be squandered. In a fleeting moment, Gubai felt a surge of heat enveloping him, a fierce warmth coursing through the meridians within his body. After several minutes, he gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Gubai could sense that his body had become more potent and vibrant. Unlike when he consumed genetic potions, this was a deeper transformation. Based on the performance of the Fateful One in this dungeon, the following title has been acquired. Title: Insidious Initiator. Effect: you can discern the location of the target's head. When attacking the target's head, you will deal an additional 30 damage. Description: this head is large and round, unmistakably ripe. Perhaps I should take a look inside. Would you like to change to this title? This title, he had actually been compelled to initiate it. However, its effect was quite formidable, surpassing the examples he had seen in textbooks. Generally speaking, the titles awarded do not provide significant enhancements, often featuring peculiar effects. For instance, one may acquire some common currency from the dungeon world upon entering. It was likely due to his 100 contribution on the side quest and achieving an S-class rating that he received this title. Furthermore, one could only utilize the Fateful Hall to trade with other Fateful Ones upon obtaining a titled GU by promptly opted to change it. The Fateful Hall has been unlocked. Your first dungeon evaluation is S-class, granting you an opportunity to sign a fateful contract. Upon signing, you will unlock an exclusive shop that sells unique items, requiring the completion of specific tasks to acquire the shop's currency, fate points. From now on, the difficulty of your dungeons will significantly increase, featuring unique tasks, and you may unlock more privileges by ascending to higher worlds. First-tier privilege. Unlock exclusive shop. After each dungeon concludes, you may refresh your title once. The original owner's memories contain no records regarding this. However, it seemed that few Fateful Ones achieve an S-class rating in their first dungeon. Such matters likely remain unknown to outsiders. The risks are greater, but so too are the rewards. Gubai found this prospect appealing. Fateful contract signed. Exclusive shop opened. You lot should take your medicine. Several overseers approached the door, holding a few special pills. This was a mandatory medication regimen for martial artists of the 3rd tier and above, occurring every 3 days. Although they lacked vitality, their physical prowess could cause immense destruction, necessitating suppression through special drugs. Otherwise, 1st and 2nd tier martial artists would likely be easily dispatched by them. The more pills consumed, the greater the accumulation of toxins within, gradually damaging their foundation. Only in the days leading up to a life-and-death struggle would they be taken to a special room to cease medication. This did not concern Gubai, as he was the only one in this cell who did not require medication. Given that he was not even a martial artist, I won't take it. The voice belonged to Gubai's cellmate, a muscular man adorned with a fierce tiger tattoo on his head, named Xiao who, like Gubai, he had only recently been incarcerated in the Tianyuan prison and displayed an air of defiance. Now he dared to openly resist. In the next moment, Xiao Hu let out a wail, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, his features instantly stained with crimson blood, and he even lost control of his bodily functions. I'll take it. Is that acceptable? Under the unbearable agony, he chose to submit. This excruciating pain was induced by the locking of heaven, capable of striking at the soul. Even the most ruthless individuals, capable of severing their own limbs, would find it utterly intolerable. Only upon serving their sentence could they escape the control of the locking of heaven within their minds. Yet, within the confines of Tianyuan prison, no one had ever survived to tell the tale. Whether through escape or rebellion, no successful attempts had occurred in this prison. Even those with shorter sentences, merely a few decades, had never within the Union. There exists a multitude of 3rd-tier luminaries, with the president being of the 4th tier. Newcomers interested in joining are invited to add friends for private conversations. The timid green tea user inquires, "Are there any kind brothers willing to guide me? I can share photos. It was quite a struggle for me to survive my first dungeon." The fortunate male player asks, "Are there any male avatars in District 10? Please add me for a private chat." Gubai observed for a while and found most of the discussions to be rather insipid. Yet he could still glean some external information. Titles often reflect one's character to a significant extent. Additionally, once friends are added, one can make notes to avoid confusion. Gubai then proceeded to the trading area, which appeared much more conventional, primarily consisting of seekers buying and selling items. One could expend a blood essence crystal to acquire a stall for 7 days, allowing the sale of unwanted items. With a maximum of 5 displayed at a time, he decisively purchased a stall, listing the whip of breeding and indestructible Vajra technique, prerequisites being a special inheritance requiring spiritual power. Subsequently, Gubai browsed through other stalls, searching for potentially useful items. Wraith-infused wood, category, material, grade, upper first tier, description. An eerie piece of wood inhabited by wraiths, occasionally emitting strange sounds. Its purpose remains unknown. Price: 3 first-tier blood essence crystals. The seller's title was Gun-Wielding Bandit. This material seemed to be treated as trash, awaiting a foolish buyer. Gubai attempted to negotiate privately. The Cunning Initiator. Can you lower the price? How about 1 crystal? Gun-Wielding Bandit. No way, at least 2. Cunning Initiator. Deal. Gun-Wielding Bandit. In the end, Gubai acquired it for 2 blood essence crystals, feeling that with a bit more effort, he could have secured it for 1. However, he lacked the leisure for such pursuits. Gubai exited the Destiny Hall and began to secretly cultivate, striving to enhance his realm. Tomorrow, he would face an 8th-tier martial artist. He should be able to elevate himself to the 5th layer of chi refinement before then. His available tactics were limited, but sufficient nonetheless. He was quite familiar with dealing with humans. The next day, early morning, Gubai, come with us. The voice of the guard echoed near the cell door. Chapter 35. Second deathmatch. As Gubai left the cell alongside the guard, he felt the sympathetic gazes of his fellow inmates. This brother is extraordinary, Shui Yuan murmured as he watched Gubai's departing figure. He could faintly sense the changes occurring within Gubai's physique. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, a premonition stirred within him. Perhaps this time Gubai might return alive. Yesterday, Gubai had spent the entirety of his time in cultivation. Around 1 in the morning, he successfully broke through to the 5th layer of chi refinement. He also manipulated the heart-eating demon, attempting to parasitize Shui Yuan and feast upon his heart. However, the heart-eating demon proved incapable of parasitizing him, as the physique of a 5th-tier martial artist was still too formidable. Subsequently, after exploring the surrounding terrain with the heart-eating demon, he selected a fortunate prisoner from a nearby cell to inhabit. Devouring their heart, this individual was a 2nd-tier martial artist. He briefly perused the exclusive shop. Aside from various weapons and equipment, it surprisingly offered bloodlines and special modifications for sale, along with numerous peculiar items. Darkborn Inheritance. Type: Bloodline. Grade: First tier. Description: Transforms your race into Darkborn, enhancing your physique, granting dark vision, and allowing you to bind a melee weapon of your choice. The weapon under your control transforms into a demonic weapon, capable of attacking spiritual entities, and can absorb blood energy through attacks to enhance itself. Price: 100 destiny points. Divine Snowfall. Type: Consumable. Grade: Top first tier. Description: A small box of white paper slips, which must be set ablaze upon use. The user gains a brief divine protection, with their weapon enveloped in pale purple flames, capable of attacking spiritual entities and inflicting additional damage, while reducing damage taken from spiritual attacks. Price: 5 destiny points. Pale Statue. Type: Consumable. Grade: Top first tier. Description: A special statue infused with the power of destiny, requiring blood to bind. If the binder perishes, the statue will shatter automatically, reviving the binder in full condition at the original location after 10 seconds. The revival effect only applies to beings with a realm below the 1st tier. Price: 200 destiny points. These few items left a lasting impression on Gubai. Bloodline types range from 1st to 9th tier, without specific subdivisions. Upgrading bloodline levels could only be achieved through the exchange of destiny points. Most 1st-tier bloodlines could only be elevated to the 3rd tier, with a minority reaching the 6th tier. As for the 9th-tier bloodlines, none were currently visible. While Gubai held only 1st-tier privileges, he could still view most of the items, albeit in a locked state, rendering them unavailable for purchase. He had no intention of changing bloodlines either. The original host's talent, Deadly Poison Body, was already a bloodline type, with a physique that was sufficiently unique, negating the need for additional bloodlines. Regrettably, he found no items or techniques pertaining to the immortal cultivation system. Most items were related to martial artists, and technological items were rather scarce. Lacking destiny points, he could only observe, awaiting the next dungeon to complete his exclusive tasks. Destiny Bearer. Gubai. Title: Cunning Initiator, Talent, Deadly Poison Body, Sealed, Immortal Cultivation Entries, Forging Demonic Weapons, Spider Demon Kiss, Blood to Lightning, Demonic Chi Infiltration, Heart-Eating Demon, Short Lifespan, Entry Upgrades, Soul Forging Demon II, Realm, 5th Layer of Chi Refinement, Cultivation Technique, Chi Absorption Technique, Upper Spiritual Tier. Dungeon. Opens in 5 days. 16 hours, 25 minutes, and 31 seconds. After each dungeon entry, there is a 7-day interval before one can enter again. Destiny bearers must participate in a dungeon at least once a year. Failing to do so will result in being forcibly dragged into a highly difficult dungeon, with a near-certain outcome of death. Thus, not everyone wishes to be a destiny bearer in this world. Before long, the guard led Gu Bai to a dilapidated warehouse filled with numerous rusty weapons. Choose a weapon. It makes no difference which one you take. You cannot win regardless. The guard gestured for Gu Bai to enter, his tone laced with mockery. Gu Bai nodded and stepped inside, beginning to select a weapon for the impending death match. These weapons bore no grades, and their edges were dull, effectively reduced to mere scraps of metal, offering little to choose from. Ultimately, Gu Bai paused before a pair of rusty daggers, bending down to pick them up and familiarize himself with them briefly. The daggers danced rapidly between his fingers, intertwining and weaving, akin to 2 butterflies gracefully fluttering about, drawing several glances from the observing guard. This weapon feels more comfortable for handling. All right, let's go. Gu Bai gripped the dual daggers. Speaking nonchalantly, such a demeanor even led the guard to harbor some doubts. Did this lad truly believe he could emerge victorious? Deathmatch Arena. Gu Bai's opponent awaited within, a hulking man wielding a rusty greatsword. His grotesque appearance accentuated by his bald head and imposing physique. His name was Zhu Tianyong, a criminal guilty, though the wound appeared to be rather shallow, with a trickle of blood slowly oozing out. How could this be possible? A mere mortal? Zhu Tianyong's expression was instantly one of shock. He could not comprehend why the adversary mentioned by the Guardian was not even a martial artist but an ordinary person. Given the peculiarities of his cultivation technique, even conventional firearms could scarcely breach the epidermis. Yet now, he found himself wounded by a dagger that was no more than scrap metal. Why had the Guardian provided him with such misleading information? In the moment of distraction, Gu Bai had swiftly circled around to his back, thrusting his twin daggers, one aimed at the neck and the other at the temple. Fortunately, Zhu Tianyong reacted just in time. Leaning forward abruptly to prevent the daggers from penetrating too deeply, Gu Bai retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding Zhu Tianyong's retaliatory strike, blood cascading from the tip of his blade. Losing focus during battle was a grievous fault. Had it not been for the inferiority of Gu Bai's weapon and the high defense of Zhu Tianyong, that last blow could have proved fatal. Zhu Tianyong firmly declared, "You are certainly no ordinary human." The pain coursing through his body allowed him a moment of clarity, dispelling his initial disdain. He reassessed Gu Bai's position, transforming him from an easy target into a formidable opponent worthy of his attention. Gu Bai offered no retort, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick against Zhu Tianyong's side, his daggers whirling in his hands, droplets of blood splattering outward. This time, Zhu Tianyong dared not underestimate his foe. Adopting a defensive stance, his senses heightened as he scrutinized Gu Bai's movements. Gu Bai leaned slightly, his left leg striking like a whip towards the wound on Zhu Tianyong's right leg. Bang! Zhu Tianyong chose to endure the blow. Such an attack was of little concern to him, and indeed, it lacked significant force, causing minimal impact. Just as he prepared to counterattack, his body suddenly froze. A piercing scream erupted as Gu Bai struck the wound. Leveraging his momentum to deliver a swift kick that landed squarely on Zhu Tianyong's groin, it felt as if something had shattered. Just as Gu Bai had anticipated, the skin there was not hardened, marking it as a vital point. With a squelch, a rusted dagger plunged directly into Zhu Tianyong's left eye, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Die, you bastard! Zhu Tianyong, our insidious initiator. Very well, but could you enlighten me as to where you acquired this inheritance? Bald Iron Fist Hero. Sure, this is my reward for completing a dungeon run. Most of the individuals in that dungeon have cultivated this energy system, and their strength is quite formidable. After Gu Bai inquired about a few details, he completed the transaction. Blade severing the sky was instantly transported into Gu Bai's destiny space. Its appearance resembled a pristine jade tablet, emanating a faint glow. It seemed that it was not meant to be consumed directly to obtain the inheritance. Gu Bai, your talent is indeed of the bloodline variety, capable of generating toxins automatically, yet lacking in control. Which is why you poisoned those individuals. You too fell victim to your own toxins, nearly succumbing to death. Such a foolish talent. Suli closed the file, her tone icy, her eyes filled with disdain. What she said was not without merit, Gu Bai replied with indifference. The original owner's talent was indeed somewhat extraordinary. A talent that could directly kill its own host is virtually intractable for anyone. Regardless, deadly poison body is Gu Bai's talent, while his own is entry-level cultivation. Suli lightly tapped her fair fingers on the table, continuing. I am quite curious. Although your talent may enhance physical attributes, it is certainly limited. Just awakened, your maximum capability can only match that of a first-tier warrior. How did you manage to kill a first-tier 8th-level warrior with a mere mortal body? And why? When facing me, are you so remarkably calm? Answer me, Gu Bai, or do you still identify as Gu Bai? Upon finishing, Suli's aura became increasingly terrifying, the temperature around them plummeting to freezing levels. Gu Bai felt that what stood before him was not a human, but a colossal beast from the abyss. While his mind could still endure, his body incessantly signaled a desire to flee. Gu Bai suppressed his discomfort, meeting Suli's gaze, enunciating each word with precision. Since you already possess the answer, why pose the question to me? I do not wish to repeat myself. I am the one inquiring. Gu Bai, you have no authority to ask questions. A flicker of displeasure crossed Suli's face as she snapped her fingers. Blood suddenly oozed from Gu Bai's features, mirroring the state of Xiaohu. His flesh felt as though it were being slowly flayed by a blade, the pain amplifying exponentially. Meanwhile, his soul remained relatively stable, albeit the remnant spirit of the original owner grew weaker. This level of torment remained within Gu Bai's tolerance. He stared intently at Suli, blood trickling down his face, silent yet resolute. After 5 minutes, the sensation finally subsided. Suli's gaze held a trace of approval, her lips curving into a smile as she remarked, You are the first to withstand heaven's lock. Previous offenders barely lasted a few seconds before breaking down, weeping and begging for mercy. However, I never acquiesced. Most would resort to self-termination to escape the agony, while others succumbed to madness. This place is not a sanctuary for your transformation and redemption, but rather a chasm of suffering and despair. All offenders are my possessions. Do you understand this? To me, your existence is inconsequential. I harbor no concern for you insects. Now answer me, offender. Your soul does not belong to this world. Does it? The warden's office fell into a profound silence. His identity as a traveler seemed to be revealed. Chapter 38. Demands, Tooth Extraction. Indeed, Gu Bai offered no defense, acknowledging his identity as a traveler. It appeared that in this world, he was not the only interdimensional visitor. He realized that in this situation, any tactic would be futile. The disparity in strength between him and his opponent was insurmountable. Moreover, he possessed nothing of value to negotiate with. However, the fact that his life was spared indicated that he held some utility for her. Perhaps certain matters in this world could only be accomplished by a traveler like him. Suli glanced at Gu Bai. Retrieving a document from beneath the table, her gaze fixed downward as she processed the information, speaking blandly. You did not deceive me. Congratulations on surviving for now. This is the only explanation for your anomalies. However, if you refuse to acknowledge it, it matters not. I will ensure your demise. You are not the first interdimensional being I have encountered. In your original world, you must have belonged to the upper echelons of society. Within a mere few days, you have transformed this once useless body into one capable of slaying a first-tier 8th-level warrior, whose vitality and talents were sealed. All the information regarding this body has been compiled. Your parents perished in an accident when you were but a year old. Shortly thereafter, those who were willing to adopt you, having formed a close bond, also met untimely ends. Your intellect and physique are passable for a mortal, yet you seem to attract misfortune, often encountering crises, with those close to you agreeing to such fates. Even upon becoming a destined one, the awakened talent brings misfortune to others. Throughout your life, aside from your awakened talent, you have encountered no opportunities. But now that you are in the abyss prison, the possibility of transformation arises, and I can only surmise this. You are correct in all your assertions. Gu Bai held no particular thoughts. wiping the blood from his face, even finding the leisure to explore the Destiny Hall in his mind. In his original world, there were also travelers. The first traveler he encountered was imprisoned by him, subjected to various tortures for 3 days and nights, until all information and cultivation systems were extracted. That traveler cultivated internal energy, the strongest innate warrior, yet was weaker than any first-tier 8th-level warrior here. Easily injured by ordinary firearms. Merely a traveler, nothing remarkable. This was akin to certain worlds devoid of natives. Once encountered, it ceased to be peculiar. The presence of travelers is not entirely negative. They can introduce new systems, technologies, and information about other worlds. What matters most is the benefits they can bring. The cultivation system in this world is top tier, and without the naturally born physique of this realm, it is impossible to cultivate its martial arts. The technology is also not lacking. In the original owner's memories, videos of annihilation ships and similar technologies can be found online, proving their existence. The technology and systems from his original world hold no value here. As for cultural heritage, it serves merely as entertainment for the lower classes. The entertainment avenues for mortals in this world are also quite advanced, with laws and systems well established, ensuring a worry-free existence. Even orphans benefit from comprehensive welfare, facing minimal pressures, and of course, there are exceptions, such as those who seek thrills and aspire for a better life. However, these matters are wholly irrelevant to Gubai, who has begun his journey in prison. Unable to partake in the dazzling world outside, I will grant you 10 days, and then you shall engage in a deathmatch with a second-tier warrior. The opponent's heaven's lock will be temporarily lifted, and during the battle, he will retain his vitality and talents, Yuli commanded with an authoritative tone, allowing no room for negotiation. She did not even raise her eyes to meet Gubai's, remaining engrossed in her documents. Gubai nodded. I understand, Yuli coldly stated. Very well, you may leave. Subsequently, Gubai rose and exited, escorted by several guards toward the cell. Gubai was acutely aware that Suli must have some plan, requiring a traveler to fulfill a crucial aspect and demanding significant combat prowess in 10 days. Facing a second-tier warrior was a test set by Suli. Victory would signify his qualification to join her scheme. Defeat, however, would render him as inconsequential as a corpse. This sense of being devoid of choice was profoundly distasteful to him. If he wished to survive, he had no other option. Regardless, Suli's actions had already paved a path toward his demise. Once he attained strength, he would seek vengeance for this affront. Confronting a second-tier warrior, he pondered whether crafting a toothed bullet might suffice. Yet, such reliance on consumables would undoubtedly displease Suli. Failing to meet her expectations would yield predictable consequences. His only option was to elevate his strength to the foundation-building stage in the next dungeon. Gubai possessed a clear understanding of his own combat capabilities. He could manage opponents within the same large realm without significant difficulty. However, should the adversary be from a higher realm, without employing special tactics, such as tooth bullets, he would be utterly incapable of contending. Battling across realms was akin to a primitive man wielding a spear against a starfaring warrior clad in exoskeletal armor. The difficulty was insurmountable, yet, with the intra-level cultivation, talent, Gubai believed he would eventually achieve this. The orange talent was exceedingly potent. He could only imagine the nature of the highest-tier black talent. He also needed to find ways to cultivate martial arts, and the heavens lock in his mind required resolution, all without drawing others' attention. In any case, to survive, he must resort to any means necessary to grow stronger. It is universally true that only the strong can dictate their own fate. In the next dungeon, he hoped it would be a cultivation-themed one, aligning with his cultivation system. This way, he could acquire spells or similar abilities to compensate for his deficiencies and leverage the advantages of a cultivator. Unlike now, where he often had to engage in close combat as a martial artist, in the cell, his fellow inmates gazed at Gubai with astonishment as he returned, confusion evident on their faces. Shui Yuan gazed at Gubai, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat complex. His lips moved slightly, as if he intended to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Soon after, Gubai took the initiative to approach Shui Yuan, stating directly, I have a transaction proposition for you. I wish to exchange your teeth for a personal favor. You may decide how many to offer. You should understand my leverage. I met with the warden today. Shui Yuan lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before responding readily, deal. Consequently, he began to extract his teeth one by one, blood gushing forth from his mouth. This act left their two fellow inmates utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what exactly Gu Bai and Shui Yuan were engaged in. Chapter 39. Preparations before entering the instance. The remaining two inmates, filled with curiosity, bombarded Gu Bai with various inquiries, such as how he managed to return alive and what he was doing with Shui Yuan just moments ago. However, Gu Bai skillfully evaded all questions. Returning to his position, he silently counted the teeth he had acquired, 31 in total. Some would serve as materials for upgrading the bone sword, while others could be used to forge bone arrows, among other things. Arrows, unlike bullets, have the advantage of being recyclable. Furthermore, there is no worry of misfires. Although the material consumption may be slightly higher, approximately 5 teeth would yield a third-tier bone arrow. The bone sword would require even more. He estimated around 15 teeth would be necessary to elevate it to a third-tier magical weapon. However, advancing to the 4th tier would necessitate the presence of a spirit, akin to a sword spirit, to imbue the weapon with sentience and establish a bond with its wielder. Moreover, if one's own cultivation level is below that of the magical weapon, the vast majority of its capabilities would remain dormant. This principle equally applies to the 4th-tier equipment wielded by martial artists in this world, which is forged with a unique item known as soul crystal to grant it sentience. As for the agreement made with Shui Yuan, Gu Bai maintained a flexible boundary for his dealings. In the following days, Gu Bai devoted himself to diligent cultivation, occasionally perusing the Destiny Hall to see if suitable items were listed in the trading area. Suddenly, he received a private message inquiring about the breeding whip. Corrupted Nun. Hello, can I exchange it for consumables related to spiritual energy? Cunning Initiator. Show me the effects first. Spirit Essence Liquid. Type. Consumable. Grade. 1st tier superior. Description. Restores a certain amount of spiritual energy upon consumption. Prolonged use will slightly increase the upper limit of spiritual energy. Gu Bai's eyes brightened immediately, as he was currently lacking means to restore his spiritual energy. Cunning Initiator. How many of this consumable do you have? Corrupted Nun. A total of 10. Can we make a trade? Cunning Initiator. Yes. Corrupted Nun. By the way, I noticed your title. There is something you might find interesting. Skull Crusher's Mask. Type. Armor. Grade. 1st tier superior. Description. Each time you destroy a creature's skull, a layer of Skull Crusher mark is applied, slightly increasing speed, lasting for 30 minutes, stacking up to 5 layers. Corrupted Nun. What do you think? Interested? Just 10 blood crystals. Cunning Initiator. Not bad. Let us trade. Corrupted Nun. Okay, how about adding each other as friends? I can't procure more Spirit Essence Liquid. It seems no one else wants it. Cunning Initiator. All right. After noting the Corrupted Nun for the Spirit Essence Liquid, Gu Bai continued to browse the Destiny Hall. Even without the Skull Crusher's mask, provided by the Corrupted Nun, he intended to purchase a suitable mask for concealment. He also needed to acquire a set of clothing. As he currently lacked the appropriate materials to forge a robe, he had no desire to remain unclothed and thus sought suitable equipment. Among the newly listed items at the stalls, one particular piece quickly caught his attention. Phantom Cloak. Type. Armor. Grade. 1st tier exceptional. Effect. A peculiar cloak made of phantoms, capable of transforming into any apparel envisioned in the mind, offering a slight defense capability. It automatically and slowly repairs itself when damaged. This cloak perfectly matched Gu Bai's needs. Priced at 45 1st-tier blood crystals, he managed to negotiate with the vendor and ultimately acquired it for 40 blood crystals. Additionally, he needed to prepare some healing items. In the last moments of the previous instance, Gu Bai had been in a severely injured state. Had it not been for the healing elixirs and special potions, he would have perished. Spring of Life. Type. Consumable. Grade. 1st-tier exceptional. Description. A spring water infused with life energy. A 1st-tier martial artist, even at death's door, will fully recover upon consumption, though it cannot regenerate severed limbs. Price. 20 blood crystals. Gu Bai initially intended to purchase several bottles, but the vendor had only one in stock. The remaining blood crystals were exchanged for materials he planned to forge the Emperor banner in the next instance. With the soul-refining demon eye, to collect souls, the crafting of this magical weapon posed no significant challenge. He had also gathered most of the necessary auxiliary materials through the Destiny Hall. All that remained was to await entry into the instance. Tomorrow, the next instance would commence. He had successfully broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and hoped to achieve the 8th layer before entering. Once inside, He would prioritize forging magical weapons and advancing his own cultivation. Upon reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement, he could begin the foundation establishment phase. However, he lacked foundation establishment pills or similar substances to aid the process. The method of consuming Qi records 3 methods for foundation establishment: Human Path Foundation Establishment, Earth Path Foundation Establishment, and Heaven Path Foundation Establishment. Human Path Foundation Establishment involves breaking through without any preparations, carrying a high risk of failure. Even if successful, it may damage the foundation, impacting future paths. Earth Path Foundation Establishment utilizes foundation establishment pills or other rare materials to enhance the success probability significantly without harming the foundation. Heaven Path Foundation Establishment involves understanding a certain principle, allowing for natural foundation establishment, such as entering the path through swordsmanship, painting, or killing. This method is the most desirable yet the most challenging, requiring exceptionally high qualifications from the cultivator. However, upon success, the cultivator's capabilities would greatly enhance, smoothing future endeavors. Additionally, the Heaven Path would bestow a unique foundation establishment divine ability related to the principle understood. Jiyu, by naturally aimed for Heaven Path Foundation Establishment. His qualifications seemed adequate. Having cultivated for less than half a month, he had already reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. If all went well, he could establish his foundation within a month. As for what principle to comprehend, Jiyu held no particular fondness for weapons. Swords, knives, or spears held no distinction for him. Before his transmigration, he wielded twin daggers merely due to the cultivation system. His sole expertise lay in killing, suggesting he might attempt to establish his foundation through the principle of killing. Over the past few days, the second-tier martial artist, subjected to the gnawing of the demon devourer, appeared increasingly haggard, having reported heart issues to the guards. The guards, however, showed no concern. In Tianyuan prison, the lives of prisoners held little value. The heart-devouring demon successfully completed its first evolution, enhancing its devouring abilities, increasing blood and flesh storage, and expanding its control range by 100 meters. Simultaneously, Gu Bai sensed a slight augmentation in his own physique. Everything was nearing completion. The next morning, the soft morning light mingled with the sea breeze, filtering through the iron bars. Gu Bai opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had successfully broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The new instance had also begun. Chapter 40. S-Rank Instance. Misty Town darkness, cold, and void. Gu Bai's consciousness gradually returned, finding himself transported to an abandoned train. The interior was largely rusted, permeated by a stench of decay. Accompanying him were 2 women and 1 man, all clad in attire befitting the destined ones. Peering through the train's windows, he saw vast expanses of white mist enveloping everything, obscuring visibility entirely. Upon regaining his awareness, Gu Bai immediately donned the Skull Crusher's mask and phantom cloak. Now, he appeared as a peculiar man dressed in a black cloak, wearing an eerie mask. Destiny Instance, Misty Town, Type, Random Identity, Difficulty, First Tier S Rank, Background Introduction. Misty Town is a locale that exists solely in legend, perpetually shrouded in an unyielding fog. Adventurous youths, seeking thrills, occasionally band together in search of Misty Town, most of whom vanish without a trace. 12 individuals are among them, each arriving for various reasons, harboring distinct secrets and tasks to fulfill. Instance Identity. You outwardly appear as an ordinary office worker, yet in truth, you are a murderer. You possess a peculiar fascination with human skulls, believing that all other parts of the body detract from the beauty of the skull and must be removed. Secretly, you have joined a cult known as the 10,000 Skulls Society. Your arrival in Misty Town is due to a mission assigned by the society, requiring you to obtain the skull of a specific creature within. Main Quest: Escape from Misty Town. Side Quest: Acquire the skull of the corrupted child. Exclusive Quest: Destroy the evil god altar hidden deep beneath Misty Town. This was not the cultivation instance Gu Bai desired. From the information displayed on the panel, there were a total of 12 destined ones in this world, and among those present, only 4 remained, including him. The other 8 must be located elsewhere. A petite girl was the first to speak, asking, "Does anyone want to team up? I'm Sakura from the Puppet Guild. This quest is classified as S-Rank, presenting an exceptionally high level of difficulty. Even a second-tier warrior faces a significant risk of perishing. Let us disregard the side quests for now and focus on collaboratively completing the main storyline." Adorning her head is a pair of green rabbit ears, her visage soft and charming, clad in a green costume resembling a doll. Little sister, if you are frightened, you may follow me. I will protect you. However, I have no desire to associate with repugnant men. A robust voice resounded. Another woman, robust and muscular, with dark skin, appeared like a giant serpent, stretching the white robe she wore. The final individual was a burly bald man, whose size rivaled that of a grizzly bear. Within this train, he had to bend his body slightly to avoid bumping his head against the ceiling. The bald giant languidly remarked, "I am indifferent, but it would be wise not to place too much trust in others during this quest. Identity missions may conflict, do they not?" Gubai remained silent. Engrossed in the misty scenery beyond the window, he could vaguely sense a multitude of beings lurking outside, their souls grotesquely twisted, potentially useful for refining the human emperor banner. Moreover, these creatures appeared to be deliberately avoiding the train. The train itself was of rather ordinary material, suggesting that something within was influencing their behavior. He was quite certain that should anyone venture outside, they would attract an onslaught from those entities. And given their numbers, the likelihood of a swift demise was exceedingly high. Ignoring the ongoing conversation among the three, Gubai embarked on his own exploration. He sensed that the trio was formidable. All above the 8th level of first-tier warriors, their strength at the pinnacle of that tier. After all, this was an S-rank quest. If their previous evaluations were too low, their weakness would have precluded entry. If Gubai were to engage them, the outcome would be uncertain, and even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one, rendering conflict unnecessary. He still had a plethora of unused items on his person, so there was no rush to instigate a confrontation. The chilling wind howled against the exterior of the train, reminiscent of vengeful spirits lamenting. Gubai traversed the carriages until he arrived before the control room door at the end. The rusted iron door stood resolutely closed, with tendrils of pure white light seeping through the crevice at the bottom. Suddenly, the heart-eating demon surged forth from Gubai's heart, darting towards the door. Eager to penetrate it in order to observe the interior, however, it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting mid-air. Physical obstructions posed no hindrance to the heart-eating demon, indicating that some form of energy emanated from within, impeding its passage. Let us see if I can cleave through, Gubai thought, retracting the heart-eating demon as the bone sword materialized in his hand, aimed at the iron door, descending from above, with a resounding crash. The rusted door collapsed. The control room inside appeared entirely different from the exterior, devoid of any rust. As if it were brand new, a lantern emitting white light rested atop the control panel. This must be the source blocking the entities outside. Gubai felt a warm sensation wash over him. Near the lantern, he could faintly discern burning souls. Based on the rate of combustion, the lantern would extinguish in approximately 10 minutes. By then, they would likely find themselves in a dire predicament. It was imperative to locate a safe haven within that time frame. So this is what an S-rank quest entails. A moment's hesitation could lead to a deadlock. And this was merely the beginning. Side quests would undoubtedly present even greater challenges. As for the more perilous exclusive missions, Gubai believed he must first achieve foundational mastery before attempting them. Quietly, he seized the lantern and hastened towards the door. Time was of the essence. Any matters could wait until he found the next safe location. The three who had concluded their discussion observed Gubai rushing towards the exit, their expressions tinged with confusion. What is going on? Did he provoke a creature? Hey, buddy, what is happening? Why are you suddenly running? The bald giant bellowed towards Gubai. Without uttering a word, Gubai continued to sprint outward, his speed increasing. The heart-eating demon soared high, searching for peculiar locations nearby. The destiny space would not intentionally lead the destined to their demise. There must be some structure or item nearby that could extricate him from his initial predicament. As for the fates of the remaining 3 destined ones, Gubai felt indifferent. Their survival depended on their strength and the items they possessed, determining their ability to withstand the creatures outside. Gubai's left eye ignited with crimson-black flames, enhancing his vision, allowing him to perceive the nearby monsters. A plethora of monstrous types emerged. Headless knights, a dark-haired female with dozens of heads, grotesque stitched creatures, and blood-soaked, tentacled monstrosities. And these were merely the tip of the iceberg. The weakest among them appeared to be at the 9th level of first-tier warriors, incomparable to the last quest's foes. The small boss from the previous quest would be akin to a mere minion here. The White Mist Town was not a place where humans could survive. Chapter 41. The Ruined Cathedral. New destined ones on the train. After Gu Bai's departure, the three soon sensed something amiss, as numerous footsteps and growls echoed around them. They realized that the moment the man in the trench coat had left, this change occurred. Surely it was due to something he had done. Could it be that he took the lantern? But now, the trench-coated man was nowhere to be found, making pursuit impossible. The white mist obscured visibility to an extreme degree. Even as warriors with heightened senses, they struggled to discern their surroundings. Suddenly, the train's exterior was torn apart by a creature, its skin eerily pale and its body elongated and twisted, with fangs and claws, stared intently at the trio from the breach. Viscous fluid dripping from its maw. Surrounding the train, a multitude of various monsters had gathered. Meanwhile, Gu Bai, holding the lantern, strode forward confidently. The surrounding creatures seemed to harbor a profound aversion to the light emitted from the lantern. All choosing to distance themselves from him, he found himself in a somewhat desolate forest, swarming with vengeful spirits. The soul-refining demon eye erupted with a powerful suction, swiftly drawing 3 nearby spirits into his left eye. Gu Bai did not hasten to refine these souls, as both refining and utilizing the soul-refining demon eye required spiritual energy. Just moments ago, he had absorbed 3 spirits, depleting roughly half of his spiritual energy. This could also be attributed to the relatively strong nature of these spirits. Ordinary souls would likely consume less. Each of these spirits appeared to possess a strength around the 6th layer of chi refining, posing a challenge for most warriors. However, they faced Gu Bai, who had no difficulty overcoming them. Gu Bai also sensed that the soul-refining demon eye had a storage limit. It could hold approximately 100 souls of a lower realm, about 10 of equal standing, and perhaps only 1 of a higher realm. Refining the human emperor banner remained a necessity. The 3 spirits were kept unrefined, intended as materials for crafting. The lantern's glow dimmed increasingly within the mist, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Before the lantern burned out, Gu Bai reached his predetermined destination, a special location he had detected. Ahead stood a church crafted from white stone, its walls marked by the ravages of time. Emanating a faint white light, somewhat akin to that of Gu Bai's lantern, at its pinnacle, a massive cross stood tall, adorned with intricate carvings and surrounded by a sacred glow. This must be the place, Gu Bai thought, guiding the heart-eating demon in an attempt to penetrate the church. As anticipated, the heart-eating demon, much like in the control room, was blocked by an invisible force. Gu Bai extended his hand, slowly pushing open the heavy stone door and stepping inside. The interior of the church was immaculate, suffused with a gentle white light. Rows of wooden pews were neatly arranged, and several oil paintings adorned the walls. At the far end stood a colossal stone statue of a woman, her features indistinct, her figure voluptuous, one hand clutching a lantern while the other raised a cross, the lantern continuously radiating white light. Gu Bai was not the first destined one to arrive here. Upon opening the door, he noticed 4 other destined ones engaged in conversation with an elderly man clad in clerical robes. The old man, male, wielded a white staff, his hair an unearthly white, his face a canvas of wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. As for the 4 other destined ones, they appeared to have chosen to collaborate. One, clad in gray, held a lantern identical to Gu Bai's. It seemed he was not the only one to have noticed the oddities outside. Others had observed as well, however. He and Gu Bai had taken opposite approaches. The remaining 3 destined ones were a buzz-cut man wielding dual daggers, a red-haired woman brandishing a spear, and a dark-skinned woman equipped with a shield and axe. They, too, had quickly noticed Gu Bai entering through the grand door, their expressions shifting to one of caution. Another visitor. White Mist Town has not been this bustling in ages. I am the bishop of this church. Rikov. Feel free to inquire about any uncertainties you may have. The elderly man said, gazing at Gu Bai with a kind expression and a gentle smile. Are there any vacant rooms? I wish to rest for a while, Gu Bai replied straightforwardly. This place should be safe for the time being. I require a bit of personal space to sort through my belongings. The old bishop turned, gesturing towards a corridor behind him. Yes, there are rooms available. If you turn left down that corridor, you will find a row of rooms on your right. You may choose any of them for your stay. Thank you, Gu Bai nodded, striding quickly toward the location indicated by the bishop. This action left the other 4 destined ones perplexed. Why was this individual, amid an S-rank quest, prioritizing rest over gathering intelligence? Moreover, they had not observed any signs of perspiration on him. Jiyu, by approached the location indicated by the elderly priest, casually opened a door, entered, closed it behind him, and placed the lantern he held upon a nearby table. Within the room, apart from the sparse furnishings and a few Bibles, there was nothing else of note. Upon entering the church, the light from the lantern no longer waned. Instead, it subtly exhibited signs of restoration. The old bishop outside had also imparted a most peculiar sensation, his soul distinctly unusual, rendering Gubai unable to discern the situation. However, this posed no issue, for it was inconceivable that an ordinary person could survive in such a place. The heart-eating demon, having entered the church alongside him, was now unrestrained and free to roam. Moments ago, under Gubai's command, the demon successfully parasitized the figure clad in gray, keeping watch over their subsequent actions. The intelligence possessed by the old bishop required no contemplation on his part, as the 4 destined ones outside would undoubtedly find a way to extract it. Alternatively, they might directly resort to coercive interrogation. Though this scenario seemed rather unlikely, an S-rank instance would hardly witness such reckless behavior. Suddenly, a white jade slip appeared in Gubai's hand, a token he had acquired from the Destiny Hall, known as Blade Breaking the Void. He had yet to find an opportunity to utilize it, and now seemed the perfect moment, though he remained uncertain of its application. Jiyu, attempted to infuse spiritual energy into the jade slip. While there was a slight reaction, he failed to successfully inherit the spiritual technique. Clearly, this was not the correct method of usage. Could it truly be akin to the inheritances of martial artists, requiring him to consume it directly? Shaking his head, he lifted the jade slip to his forehead and once more channeled his spiritual energy. In the next instant, the slip transformed into a streak of flowing light. Surging into Gubai's mind, he faintly beheld a man wielding a long blade, standing atop a mountain, who suddenly slashed towards the heavens. Beneath the resplendent glow of the blade, the firmament was cleaved asunder. A wealth of knowledge regarding the utilization of spiritual energy, its pathways, and incantations flooded Gubai's consciousness. In an instant, he comprehended Blade Breaking the Void. Subsequently, a destiny card materialized in his hand. Chapter 42. The Legacy of Immortality. The curse. This was a destiny card he had acquired from vanquishing the source of the virus. The card, indicative of a Tier 2 boss, would likely yield items of similar rank, proving beneficial for his advancement. Gubai tore open the destiny card, revealing 10 Tier 2 blood essence crystals, 1 green gem, a circular badge formed of vines and a colossal tree, a peculiar totem card, and a vial of green potion. All floating before him. Life gem. Type. Material grade. Tier 2 premium. Description. While carried, slightly enhances life recovery ability. Can be embedded in equipment to marginally boost all effects related to life. Badge of the Immortal. Type. Accessory. Grade. Tier 2 premium. Description. Wearing this badge slightly enhances defense and life recovery speed. Can summon a level 10 mutated being to fight for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Legacy of Immortality. Type. Special Legacy. Grade. Tier 2 Premium. Description. Upon using this card, randomly gain 1 exclusive special legacy ability associated with immortals. Special Immortal Elixir. Type. Consumable. Grade. Tier 2 Premium. Description. Consuming this elixir extends lifespan by 5 years and preserves one's appearance until the end of life. Gubai affixed the Badge of the Immortal to the inner side of his phantom cloak. Creating a dedicated pocket within to store the life gem, he now possessed 3 items that enhanced his life recovery speed, enabling him to swiftly recover from minor injuries. Next, Gubai pondered how to utilize the Legacy of Immortality card. Perhaps it was meant to be consumed? He placed the card in his mouth, hesitantly biting down, and immediately, a green liquid flowed forth from the card. The taste was quite pleasant, reminiscent of a peculiar meat flavor, akin to eating dried meat. Though he had no knowledge of the immortal race, he felt a keen interest in the prospect of a random legacy. Jiyu swallowed the Legacy of Immortality in a few bites. In an instant, his vision was enveloped in a dazzling green light, and amidst the haze, he discerned a colossal figure, gazing upon him as if he were a star. Just as this celestial body was about to act, Gubai's consciousness was pulled back to reality, accompanied by the emergence of information regarding a newfound ability. Heart of Cultivation effect significantly enhances your ability to nurture plants and living beings. With an extremely small probability, you may cultivate and produce a tree of life through your own efforts. This ability appeared rather unremarkable for the time being, however. Should he acquire planting tools in the future, such as a spiritual field, it could prove useful. Simultaneously, he sensed that the majestic figure had seemingly wished to see him clearly but was obstructed by some force. As for the special immortal elixir, Gubai had no intention of using it himself, opting instead to trade it. A mere 5 years of extended life held little value for him. Despite the short-lived attribute reducing his lifespan by half, he still had several decades left. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment phase, he could likely extend his life by another 50 or 60 years. However, martial artists do not experience such lifespan extensions until they reach the 3rd tier. A decline in lifespan results in aging, leading to diminished vitality and making it difficult to break through. Thus, items that can prolong life become exceedingly precious. This vial of elixir holds considerable value among 1st and 2nd tier martial artists, making it an excellent option for trade. The aspect of preserving one's appearance might also attract the attention of some female martial artists. Upon returning, he would promptly list it at a high price in the trading area. Now, it was time to commence the crafting of magical artifacts. Gu Bai first consumed a vial of spiritual essence to restore his spiritual energy, then summoned blood marrow ore and several peculiar items into his hands. Ethereal flames rose from his palms. The blood marrow ore and other materials began to decompose, transforming into liquid forms, ultimately coalescing into shape. A blood-colored jade pendant hovered in midair. This was the magical artifact Gu Bai crafted to complement blood transmutation. Named Blood Spirit Jade, that it was classified as a mid-tier 2 item, endowed with the ability to store blood and capable of reverting the stored blood back to him, as well as converting the stored blood into a blood shield for defense. This was merely a warm-up. Crafting Shui Yuan's teeth and the Emperor's banner would be a significant undertaking, requiring considerable time. It was uncertain how long he could remain in this place in the church's hall. The 4 destined ones were incessantly inquiring of the old bishop regarding various information about Misty Fog Town, the monsters outside, the lantern in hand, and how to escape from this place. The old bishop answered each question without displaying any impatience. Through the heart-eating demon, Gu Bai learned that Misty Fog Town had not always been the monster-infested landscape it was now. A century ago, it had been an ordinary and peaceful town. That all changed after a certain day. 100 years prior, a middle-aged man, consumed by grief over his beloved wife's passing, was successfully seduced by a demon. Armed with a scythe, he began slaughtering all those related by blood to his wife under the cover of night, including their children, for the demon had promised that only through such means could his wife be resurrected. The man, deeply in love with his wife, was willing to sacrifice everything to bring her back, his own life, and the lives of others. Daddy, please don't. It hurts so much. The man remained silent, relentlessly swinging his scythe. In the end, he stood amidst a pool of blood, having completed the ritual dictated by the demon, attracting the gaze of a supreme deity. His wife was indeed resurrected, but only her physical form returned. Her soul had become that of a demon. Ultimately, the man was devoured by his resurrected wife, utterly consumed. Henceforth, Misty Fog Town became a paradise for demons. This was the reason for the town's current state. Had it not been for the lantern goddess's protection, the old man would have long since perished. As for how to escape from here, the old man lamented his inability to assist. Even if you could vanquish the monsters outside, the curse would eventually take hold over time. The old bishop's eyes were filled with myriad thoughts. Seemingly lost in recollection, the gray-clad figure stroked his chin and inquired, "What exactly is this curse?" The old bishop was about to respond when another group entered through the door. 4 more destined ones. The light from their lanterns flickered faintly, on the brink of extinguishing. Before the 2 groups could exchange words, 3 battered destined ones burst in, appearing quite wretched. They were none other than the 3 individuals who had initially shared the train with Gu Bai. Upon their entrance, the old bishop's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. They are cursed." Chapter 43. The unfortunate trio. What is happening? The trio from the train looked around in confusion at the others in the church. They had just fought their way out from a horde of monsters, relying on the precious consumable, Sakura's guiding paper crane, to reach this place. The ordeal had been exceedingly perilous, with brushes with death occurring multiple times. Fortunately, they had managed to survive through their extensive experience and the items obtained from the Destiny space. Upon noticing the lanterns in the hands of the other Destined Ones, they seemed to grasp the situation. That man in the cloak had taken the lantern capable of dispelling monsters, leaving them in a perilous predicament. Yet he was not present here. Could it be that he had perished along the way? Curses possess various characteristics: hunger, lust, fear, and so forth. Those afflicted by a curse invariably transform into the very monsters lurking outside. As for the means to lift the curse, I remain unaware. The old bishop continued to explain. In an instant, the remaining 8 fated ones quietly distanced themselves from the trio in the train, adopting a stance of heightened vigilance. The bald man, wearing a perplexed expression, turned to the old bishop and inquired, "What curse? Why have you been discussing such matters since our arrival? Could you elucidate?" The old bishop shook his head in resignation, sighed deeply, and replied, "I apologize, but it has become unnecessary. Time is of the essence." In the next moment, a multitude of dark patterns surged across the bald man's body, emanating an ominously foreboding aura. His mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing teeth that had sharpened to a lethal degree. Resembling the fangs of carnivorous beasts, an insatiable hunger enveloped his will, and he found himself ravenously yearning to devour the delectable food surrounding him. Simultaneously, the other 2 women began to undergo a transformation, their forms contorting and distorting. However, Sakura's situation diverged slightly from that of the other 2 fated ones. A doll, eerily similar to her own essence, suddenly materialized in midair, bearing the burden of the curse and commencing its mutation. Upon witnessing this, the old bishop extended a skeletal arm, swiftly tracing a cross in the air while murmuring incantations. "From dust man comes, and to dust he shall return. Sins shall be ignited, and souls shall ascend to the divine realm." A piercing scream echoed, and in an instant, a holy white flame manifested, engulfing the 2 fated ones, now unrecognizable as human, along with the doll. The doll was instantly reduced to pristine ashes, cascading like falling snow from the sky. The 2 fated ones, however, appeared capable of burning for a brief duration longer. "What did you use just now, my lady? How were you able to escape the curse?" The old bishop hastened towards Sakura, his eyes gleaming with hope. Sakura quickly shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry, but it's not convenient to disclose to outsiders. Have you seen a man clad in a black trench coat and a fragmented mask?" Gubai emerged from the shadows, an ancient longbow clasped in his hand. A bony arrow had already been knocked onto the bowstring, and in a swift motion, he drew back his hand and released. Whoosh! The bony arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air and leaving a sharp white streak in its wake. The 2 still burning fated ones were instantly pierced, disintegrating into a cloud of dust, from which 2 blood-red fate cards emerged. The arrow embedded itself deep into the wall. Entry progress increased by 20. Entry progress increased by 30. This instance was not a cooperative mode. Slaying a fated one would yield special fate cards. Upon tearing such a card, one would randomly obtain 3 items stored within that fated one's domain. Gubai raised his hand, shooting a strand of webbing to collect both fate cards. The remaining individuals refrained from making any hasty moves. Engaging in conflict at this juncture was evidently imprudent. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Sakura gazed at Gubai, who had suddenly appeared and acted with aggression. Her expression complex. Finally, she exhaled a long sigh and said, "Sir, might you be overstepping your bounds? On the train, you clearly sensed something amiss. Why abandon us so readily?" Gubai scoffed. "Do we know each other?" Sakura furrowed her brow, somewhat perplexed. "Though we indeed do not know one another, what benefit does this offer you? It is perilous here. Our chances of escape are greater if we cooperate." Gubai pocketed the fate cards without further comment. His meaning clear. These 2 fate cards were his spoils, and none among them were allies. In an instant, the church was shrouded in silence. In this dungeon, one had to be wary not only of the monsters, but also of the other fated ones. The 2 fated ones who had turned to dust served as a prime example. They had not perished at the hands of formidable beasts, but had met their end at the hands of their fellow fated ones. Gubai's incomprehensible actions ensured that no one dared to accompany him in this dungeon. Yet he harbored no need for companionship. As for the remaining fated one, enmity had already been established. There was no need for concern. Should an opportunity arise, he would strike. Gu Bai regarded the statue of the goddess before him with keen interest. Following the demise of the two fated ones, their souls were entirely absorbed into the lantern held by the statue and began to burn anew. Though this deity appeared benevolent, it was highly probable that it harbored nefarious intentions. The old bishop, while not yet revealing any overt signs, had previously utilized a bony arrow forged not from teeth, but from his own rib, possessing considerable potency, well suited for a finishing blow. The blood spirit jade was already adorning his neck, steadily siphoning his own blood, matching his rate of recovery. Noticing that Gu Bai had chosen to disregard her, Sakura retreated to a corner, extracting healing supplies to tend to her wounds. She recognized that exhibiting hostility towards anyone in her current state would be unwise. Despite the fact that this enigmatic man had squandered several of her precious items, it was best to remain patient and await a fitting moment for vengeance. In the church, silence reigned. Gu Bai's actions had not only instilled a sense of wariness among the others towards him, but had also heightened their vigilance regarding their fellow fated ones. Some began to speculate whether this trench-coated man's objective was to eliminate a specific fated one, prompting such conduct. To confront him here could lead to unpredictable repercussions. All fated ones remained still, opting to observe, none willing to take the lead, especially within such a perilous dungeon. In a brief span, 2 of the 12 fated ones had perished, largely attributable to one individual. Dear guests, should you wish to leave this place? I do possess a theory, albeit one that entails some risk. The old bishop broke the silence. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the old bishop. He produced an ancient map crafted from sheepskin and began to display it to the assembly. To the east of the church lies a cave, once the lair of a demonic dragon. Within, there may be treasures that could facilitate your escape. The group gazed contemplatively at the map of White Fog Town held by the bishop. Gu Bai quickly memorized the locations marked on the map for future reference. As for the cave mentioned by the old bishop, he had no immediate intention of venturing there. After all, the other fated ones would undoubtedly seek to fulfill the main objective. The old bishop's earlier display of power against the 2 fated ones had thoroughly quashed any notions of interrogating him through force. The outcome of a confrontation with the old bishop was uncertain. The gray-cloaked man queried, "The demonic dragon, is it still alive? What abilities does it possess?" The old bishop replied, "I do not know." A flicker of skepticism crossed the gray-cloaked man's eyes. "Then how can you be certain there is something within that can aid our escape?" The old bishop responded, "I said it is merely a possibility. The choice lies with you. If you wish to remain here indefinitely, I do not mind. After all, it has been many years since anyone has come to keep me company, provided you do not require food or water." The gray-cloaked man replied, "I understand. I have a few more questions. Would you be so kind as to answer?" The old bishop nodded. "Of course, I shall address all your inquiries, dear guest." The gray-cloaked man continued, "Firstly, what exactly is the curse, and what role does the lantern we possess play? How is it replenished?" The old bishop elucidated, "The curse is a blessing bestowed by the malevolent deity. The white mist outside is the materialization of this blessing. Any being trapped within that cannot resist this blessing will metamorphose into a distorted monster. Eternally loyal to the evil god. As for the lantern in your possession, it is a sacred relic of the lantern goddess, scattered throughout White Fog Town, intended to counteract the power of the malevolent deity. It can assist you in resisting the evil god's blessing and repel the monsters. Replenishment occurs in proximity to the statue, where it will slowly restore its power, along with a pure spirit." The gray-cloaked man inquired, "What constitutes a pure spirit?" The old bishop replied earnestly, "In simple terms, it is sacrifice. Offering oneself for the sake of others, burning oneself to dispel darkness." The fated ones exchanged glances, pondering the likelihood of encountering such individuals here. "Oh, and I must caution you against venturing underground. The curses there can bypass even the sacred relics. Should you descend, you will be immediately afflicted by the abyssal curse, never to return." Subsequently, the 8 fated ones engaged in fervent discussion, deliberating their next course of action towards the cave the old bishop had mentioned. Gu Bai and Sakura were entirely excluded from the conversation, akin to being bullied through silent ostracization in a school setting. After seizing the fate cards, Gu Bai retreated to his quarters to rest once more. If they wished to go, they could. The heart-devouring demon could observe their actions from afar. Should they discover anything of merit, Gubai could intercept at any moment, for treasures rightfully belonged to those capable of claiming them. His primary focus remained on forging the Emperor's banner. Through the events that had transpired, he had gleaned a general understanding of the curse and the sacred relics, in essence. The white mist outside could rewrite souls, thereby altering their corporeal forms. Excessive inhalation could lead to a complete transformation of the soul. The lantern, conversely, converted souls into fuel, generating opposing energy that hindered the rewriting of souls and instilled profound fear in those who had undergone such transformations. Sacrifice could be construed as transforming one's own soul into fuel to ignite the lantern, which held no fault. The notion that proximity to the statue within this church allowed the lantern to be replenished was undoubtedly attributed to the souls present. Gubai could sense that beneath the church lay an abundance of souls, their numbers continuously proliferating. Uncertain of the circumstances, he instinctively understood that the scene would not be one of benevolence. However, as long as he could forge the imperial banner, he was confident that those white mists would pose no threat to him. After returning to his room, he tore open 2 destiny cards, and 6 items materialized out of thin air. Each item that could be placed in the destiny space had a description, so there should be no useless items among them. Yet, when Gubai's gaze fell upon a cylindrical object made of crystal, smooth at both ends, he glanced at its description, which labeled it as Crystal Double, a low-grade first-tier item, with effects to enhance agility. Gubai lost interest halfway through reading and silently crushed it underfoot. It was unlikely to fetch much money, and displaying it at a stall upon his return would merely be a waste of time. He shifted his attention to the remaining items: a second-tier blood essence crystal, a bottle of first-tier universal antidote, a bottle of second-tier mid-grade holy water that could restore life when consumed or inflict special damage on dark creatures when applied to weapons, a special fishing rod, and a golden coin. Pixel fishing rod, type, tool, grade, top-tier first, description. Can be used to fish wherever there is water, though what one might catch is uncertain. Lucky coin, type, consumable, grade, upper-tier second, description. After being tossed, the front side brings good luck while the back side brings misfortune, lasting for 5 minutes, usage count, 1-3, Gubai silently stored these items back into the destiny space. The last 2 items could clearly be used in conjunction. It was his first encounter with a luck-related item, which was entirely absent in the destiny hall. Regrettably, only 1 usage remained. Gubai once again retrieved a bottle of spirit essence liquid and consumed it, then extracted all the materials needed to forge the imperial banner from the destiny space, which included 5 of Shui Yuan's teeth. Immediately, a strange flame ignited in his left eye, and ghostly fire surged in his hand. A chorus of mournful wails suddenly filled the air, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Most of the materials he purchased in the Destiny Hall contained vengeful spirits. At this moment, he intended to utilize the soul-refining demon eye to transform them into the foundational materials for the imperial banner. This process was highly draining on spiritual energy. However, Gubai had 8 bottles of spirit essence liquid left, which should sustain him until the forging was complete. This dungeon was indeed well suited for the imperial banner, offering a plethora of souls to absorb. Meanwhile, the 8 destiny bearers in the hall concluded their discussions. After replenishing the fuel for their lanterns, they inquired about how to extinguish and relight them. The 8 then departed together, heading towards the cave mentioned by the old bishop. The old bishop smiled as he bid them farewell, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes within the hall. Only the old bishop and Inku remained. Inku was still healing, feeling an inexplicable chill in her heart. "My lady, shall we have a chat? That doll of yours is truly fascinating." Chapter 45. The imperial banner takes shape. A multitude of eerie materials melted, converging in the ghostly fire, billowing black smoke wafting outward. Gubai formed a seal with one hand while swiftly swallowing a bottle of spirit essence liquid with the other. His expression focused, the flame within his left eye burning brightly. The forging of the imperial banner had reached its final stage. Cough. Gubai expelled a mouthful of fresh blood into the ghostly fire. In an instant, the flames blazed more fiercely, and the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. The black banner gradually took shape, continuously emitting a sinister black smoke. Its pole was crafted from dark, ancient wood, and its edges were embedded with sharp bone spines. The banner's surface bore no patterns, only an abyss of darkness, as if it sought to devour the very souls themselves. This was the Imperial banner forged by Gu Bai. Currently, its quality was merely second-tier top grade. But with the absorption of a substantial number of suitable souls, it could ascend to third tier. Still, it fell slightly short. Gu Bai reached out to grasp the Imperial banner, sensing a faint connection between them. He had just expelled a significant amount of his own blood essence to forge a deeper bond with this magical artifact, hoping to completely bind it to himself. However, he ultimately failed, as the blood essence expended would leave him weakened for quite some time. Gu Bai speculated that this was likely due to his lack of knowledge regarding the ritualistic techniques for forging artifacts, relying solely on his instincts. Yet, there was a remedy. Suddenly, Gu Bai infused spiritual energy into the Imperial banner. In an instant, waves of black smoke surged, swirling around him as if consuming something. After expelling a substantial amount of blood essence, his complexion, which had already been pale, grew even more ashen, and his aura weakened considerably. Gu Bai was now in the process of dividing a portion of his soul and merging it into the Imperial banner, completely refining it. While this would diminish the strength of his soul, it was a sacrifice that ordinary cultivators would find hard to bear. However, for Gu Bai, who possessed the soul-refining demon eye, it was merely an opportunity to refine additional souls. Simultaneously, the agony of severing one's soul was a torment that few could endure. Gu Bai experienced it akin to the pain of heaven lock, a direct assault on the soul. This was a suffering that no known torture could compare to, as if it struck at his very essence, redefining his perception of pain. Compared to this, perhaps losing a hand, having one's heart extracted, being deep-fried, steamed, or subjected to slow slicing, these were trivial pains in comparison. Gu Bai managed to endure. He thought not of how excruciating the pain was, but rather of how effective this method would be for interrogating enemies. As a small portion of Gu Bai's soul fully merged into the Imperial banner, a unique connection was successfully established between the two. Now, as long as Gu Bai remained alive, no one could wield this banner. Moreover, the Imperial banner possessed a certain degree of automatic protective capabilities. Any soul attacks directed at Gu Bai would have to overcome the banner's defenses. Even without the lantern, Gu Bai could traverse the white mists outside without fearing curses. However, the Imperial banner was not capable of repelling those monsters. Its effects were simple: to attack, absorb, imprison, and enslave souls. The second-tier top-grade banner could accommodate up to 50 souls while possessing one primary soul. Once bound, the primary soul could not be altered, and its power would ascend alongside the Imperial banner. This certainly required careful consideration. Gu Bai stored the Imperial banner within his dantian for nurturing and began meditating to recover his spiritual energy. The forging of the Imperial banner had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy, leaving him with only half of his capacity, and only 2 bottles of spirit essence liquid remained. His physical state was also far from optimal, as his soul continued to ache. Approximately 12 hours had passed since the Destiny Bearers departed from the church. Their entire journey to the Dragon Cave had been under the watchful gaze of the heart-eating demon. Currently, the situation was that only 6 of the 8 Destiny Bearers remained, as 2 had perished at the hands of monsters along the way. The creatures within the cave could not be deterred by the light emitted from their lanterns. They attacked the Destiny Bearers with the ferocity of starving wolves spotting a gazelle. The internal passages were convoluted, resembling a labyrinth. The remaining members were not in good condition, most of them stained with blood and dust. Initially, the fuel in their lanterns had been running low. However, following the deaths of the 2 Destiny Bearers, the fuel levels had recovered significantly, allowing them to sustain their presence up until now. Upon realizing that a third of their fuel had been consumed, the remaining members intended to retrace their steps back to the church to replenish their supplies before embarking on a second expedition. However, they completely lost their sense of direction within the cave. All their markings had vanished, and their reconnaissance tools had become ineffective, leaving them wandering about like headless flies. Meanwhile, the fuel in their lanterns dwindled further. Now, one of their lanterns had burned out, and the other was on the verge of extinguishing. If things continued in this manner, all of them would perish in this place. A sacrifice was necessary. Yet, among these Destiny Bearers, none were willing to offer their own lives. Thus, they were left with no choice but to force others to make the sacrifice. To survive, they had to treat the lives of others as mere fuel. Here, no one could be deemed a companion, Gu Bai, through the heart-eating demon, observed the 6 destiny bearers gripping their weapons, his heart devoid of turmoil. He had long anticipated that events might unfold in this manner. The old bishop must have concealed some crucial information, intentionally luring the destiny bearers to the cave. What advantages could this yield for him? His strength was difficult to discern, and should he launch a surprise attack? The imperial banner should inflict considerable damage. However, whether it could lead to his demise remained uncertain. He likely possessed second-tier strength, and at present, there was no means to surveil the hall. The passageways had not echoed with footsteps, suggesting that the destiny bearer named Inku had likely remained in the hall, alongside the old bishop. With the lantern still in his possession, it was improbable that she would venture out to seek death. Moreover, the old bishop appeared quite interested in her method for resisting curses. What might transpire was anyone's guess. In any case, he found himself disinclined to remain here any longer. Gu Bai lifted the lantern on the table, scrutinizing it for a moment, feeling the souls burning within, and, lantern in hand, pushed open the door to leave. In the church hall, the old bishop held a Bible, sincerely praying before the statue before him. Beside him stood Inku, also praying with great sincerity, appearing ever ready to offer herself. Her doll-like attire had transformed into a set of pristine heavy armor, with a finely crafted long sword at her waist. Resembling a holy knight. "Guest, how did you rest?" The old bishop suddenly turned, beaming with delight as he looked at Gu Bai, who was approaching him. "Allow me to introduce this lady, Inku, who has recently joined our church and now serves as a holy knight." Chapter 46. Exclusive Mission, The Battle of the Church. Gu Bai cast a glance at Inku, as she was now. She discovered that her soul had become remarkably distorted, as if twisted by some unseen force. In her eyes, there remained only fervor for the divine, devoid of any human emotion. It was unimaginable what she had endured. The archbishop closed his Bible and continued, "Guests, you are known as the Fated Ones. Correct? This world is truly wondrous. It seems people from other realms come here solely to meet their demise. Perhaps you should join the Lantern Church and bask in the radiance of the goddess." Upon uttering these words, the archbishop's countenance transformed into one of madness, and he suddenly extended his hands towards Gu Bai, radiating a brilliant white light. In an instant, a peculiar energy invaded Gu Bai's soul, rendering his gaze vacant and his body uncontrollable. However, in the next moment, a strange, billowing black smoke surged forth to intercept this energy, preventing his soul from being altered. Gu Bai regained his composure and seized control of his body once more. Exclusive mission triggered. Eliminate Archbishop Rykov and Fated One Sakura. Reward: 10 fate points. Penalty: revocation of exclusive privileges. Time limit: 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds. Gu Bai stared at the newly triggered exclusive mission, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Why had the mission triggered in such a manner? What were the conditions for its activation? Was it because the NPC had become aware of the fate space? Or was there some other reason? Gu Bai had no time to ponder. The situation had become perilous. He had not anticipated the archbishop's keen perception, which had detected his intent to launch a surprise attack from behind. With no intention to feign ignorance any longer, he decisively altered his own soul. Had he not forged the Emperor's banner, he might have ended up like Sakura. Truly, as a fated one, you can even withstand the authority bestowed upon me by the goddess. That exceedingly malevolent power. Indeed, you are a heretic. You deserve to be purified by the holy flame. Seeing Gu Bai suddenly return to normal, the archbishop was not overly surprised. His expression turned grave. A holy staff materialized in his hand, and he began to chant incantations. Sakura stepped forward as the archbishop spoke. With a sharp sound, her exquisite long sword was drawn, emitting a crisp ring, as sacred light enveloped the blade, piercing through the air towards Gu Bai. Thud! The long sword struck, but not against Gu Bai. Instead, it pierced a werewolf zombie, covered in thick fur, with sharp claws and fangs. It appeared before Gu Bai, shielding him from Sakura's thrust. Immediately, Gu Bai's left hand conjured the Emperor's banner, unleashing a torrent of black smoke that surged towards the still-chanting archbishop in his right hand. The bone sword glimmered with bloodlight as he unleashed a fierce slash. A streak of crimson swordlight shot forth, cleaving through the air and shattering every chair in its path, splinters flying. ultimately landing upon the golden holy shield and leaving a web of cracks. The archbishop was currently protected by a holy shield, successfully fending off the black mist and swordlight. Yet the shield would not hold for long. It appeared on the verge of shattering. The werewolf zombie was being steadily pushed back by Sakura's sword, suffering extensive damage. Simultaneously, the holy light upon the sword suppressed the werewolf zombie's regenerative abilities. Boom! The holy shield shattered. The archbishop completed his incantation. Let there be light. A pure white halo manifested above Gu Bai's head, and a wave of sacred light descended, enveloping him like divine retribution. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Red trajectory flashed through the air. Thud! The archbishop's right arm flew high into the air, the staff slipping from his grasp. Blood gushing forth, only to be swallowed by the black smoke. In an instant, Gu Bai evaded the radiant light and reached the archbishop's side, blood-red arcs of electricity flickering across his form. Simultaneously, the detached blood was rapidly drawn into the blood spirit jade. As if magnetically attracted, the ground where Gu Bai had stood was now penetrated by the light, leaving a massive indentation. Heretic! Roared the archbishop, enveloped in black smoke. The dazzling light erupted, dispersing the dark mist. The archbishop transformed into a golden orb of light, slowly expanding. After attempting to strike him for a while, realizing little effect, Gu Bai decisively redirected his focus, preparing to eliminate Sakura first in mere moments. The werewolf zombie had been reduced to a pitiful state, green blood pooling upon the ground. Were it not for the zombie's formidable vitality, it would have perished. Observing this, Gu Bai continued to manipulate the black mist to assault the archbishop while repositioning himself to strike Sakura from behind, delivering a blood-red swordlight. Crash! Just as Sakura aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the werewolf zombie, she was unexpectedly struck from behind. Fortunately, her armor provided some defense, albeit impairing her movement, allowing the werewolf zombie to evade the lethal strike. The armor's resilience was commendable. Gu Bai admired the deep fissure carved into the heavy armor, silently praising its robustness. A martial artist's formidable physique, clad in extraordinary heavy armor, resembled a humanoid tank, high in both offense and defense. A level 10 zombie would only meet a tragic fate against such an opponent. Instead of retreating, the werewolf zombie lunged forward, wrapping its arms tightly around Sakura, creating an opening for Gu Bai to attack. Sacrifice! Sakura shouted, cracks forming upon the ground as sacred light surged outward from her feet. Gu Bai, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind, retreated several steps, avoiding the radiant light in the next moment. An intense glow enveloped a 5-meter radius around Sakura. Compared to the archbishop's previous attack, this one was decidedly less formidable. However, Gu Bai understood that should he fall victim to this spell, he would suffer grievously. As the light faded, the werewolf zombie was utterly obliterated. Sakura stood poised with her sword, fixing an intense gaze upon Gu Bai, green blood dripping incessantly from the blade. The Emperor's banner was still set to attack the archbishop, but Gu Bai's spiritual power was reduced to 50%. He could use blade breaking the heavens, at most once more, lest he find himself lacking sufficient power to confront the archbishop. Close quarters combat would be the better option. The blood he had lost could be replenished with her OWN. Gu Bai rapidly devised a battle strategy in his mind, arcs of blood lightning flickering across his form as he vanished from sight. Sakura's eyes darted about, attempting to pinpoint Gu Bai's location, raising her long sword high as sacred light gathered upon the blade like a flowing stream. Holy slash! With a fierce shout, the long sword descended. The radiant light suddenly extended several meters from the sword, crashing directly into Gu Bai's oncoming form. Gu Bai propelled himself off the ground, narrowly evading the imminent light. The bone sword cleaved through the air, its edge glimmering with bloodlight, effortlessly tearing through the heavy armor along with the delicate neck within. Sakura's beautiful and charming head was catapulted into the air. The close quarters damage of blade breaking the heavens proved slightly stronger than the slashing light in the next moment. The bloodied head soaring through the air transformed into a cotton head of a doll. This was Sakura's talent, doll stand-in. Saintly Slash. Chapter 47. Slaying Sakura, refining the soul. The sacred light blade surged towards Gu Bai. Crash! The blades collided, sending sparks flying. The surface of the bone sword suddenly erupted with numerous cracks. At such close range, There was little room for evasion. Jiyu Bai could only raise his sword to block. The terrifying force coursing down the blade rendered his right hand somewhat numb. Sakura's talent was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Even in the face of decapitation, she managed to survive. Truly, one must never underestimate any fated one, for they may possess unique talents and artifacts. Jiyu Bai pondered the activation conditions of her talent. Such a talent could not likely be employed indefinitely. It must surely have some limitations. Infinite resurrection was not feasible for a first-tier warrior. Perhaps it required the consumption of dolls, or something else? Swish! Sakura swung her sword, a golden flash of light streaking past. Boom! 2 flesh bombs suddenly appeared between them, then exploded. Scorching flames erupted, shockwaves radiating outward, enveloping both figures in dense smoke. Jiyu Bai utilized the spider silk to hang from the ceiling. Glancing at the increasingly large orb of light formed by the archbishop, he understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Both Sakura and the archbishop were formidable foes. Should they face him simultaneously? The outcome would be dire. Brilliant radiance burst forth from the smoke, whipping up a violent tempest. Sakura's body bent, her legs propelling her off the ground, leaving shallow indentations as she hurtled towards Jiyu Bai like a cannonball. The prior explosion had only inflicted minor cracks upon her heavy armor. Another flesh bomb was hurled, colliding with Sakura mid-air, exploding once more, flames surging anew. Yet, Sakura's speed showed no sign of diminishing. In an instant, she had leapt to within a meter of Jiyu Bai. The blade shimmered with light. Jiyu Bai chose not to evade but stood his ground, the long sword tracing a peculiar curve in his grip. His gaze frigid as if he were a predator eyeing its prey in the blink of an eye. The sword blade sliced through the air. The bone sword seemed to multiply into dozens. A torrential onslaught of slashes raining down, tearing apart the heavy armor and the delicate body within, obliterating them entirely. Vivid red blood splattered upon Jiyu Bai's mask, adding an unusual ambience. A doll manifested once more. This time, the damage seemed to slow its transfer speed. Crash! The bone sword shattered completely, countless shards swirling with bloodlight shooting forth like a torrential downpour. The sound of flesh being torn apart played like a haunting melody. The doll's replacement speed was utterly insufficient. Meanwhile, Sakura's soul had already detached. The Emperor's banner flickered with eerie light, swiftly drawing Sakura's soul within. The doll was rendered entirely unresponsive. Indeed, against methods targeting the soul, these dolls proved ineffective. Eliminate the fated one. Entry progress increased by 30. On the floor lay a pool of blood, a blood-red fate card, and a tattered, blood-stained teddy bear. Soon after, the blood upon the ground eerily levitated into the air, flowing directly into the jade pendant around Jiyu Bai's neck. Although the injuries were not immediately apparent from his exterior, the unnatural tremors of his body and the sweat evaporating into white mist were sufficient indicators of his poor condition. Jiyu Bai hurriedly retrieved a vial of spirit essence and consumed it, channeling his spiritual energy. He commenced the refinement of the soul of Inca within the Emperor's banner, irrevocably transforming her into a servant. In an instant, Inca's soul was refined, irrevocably bound to the Emperor's banner, condemned to an eternity of servitude without the hope of reincarnation. The disparity between the soul of a first-tier warrior and that of a mortal was not excessively vast, and their strength reflected this. However, their innate talents remained usable. Jiyu Bai began to comprehend the essence of Inca's abilities. She possessed the capacity to craft unique dolls from materials, each endowed with various functions such as substitution, transference, and explosion, among others. Yet, these dolls could only be utilized by herself. Furthermore, the dolls capable of substitution not only required a crafting interval but also necessitated the consumption of soul crystals and a portion of her lifespan to create. Once her soul was refined by the Emperor's banner, Jiyu Bai could peer into fragments of her memories. With the support of their guild leader, Inca had successfully crafted 10 substitution dolls. As long as no significant accidents occurred, she would likely remain unharmed within the dungeon. Simultaneously, her soul exhibited a rather peculiar state. According to records on crafting magical artifacts, those souls refined by the Emperor's banner retained memories from their previous lives. However, Inca now appeared to be in a daze, mechanically obeying commands, reminiscent of a construct rather than a human, her soul appearing disordered. Jiyu Bai speculated that this might be due to her soul having been altered by the old bishop previously. and now further modified by the Emperor's banner, resulting in errors and confusion within her essence. In this state of soul refinement, communication with the fate space was also obstructed. It seemed that the fate space was bound solely to the physical body, not to the soul. Gu Bai picked up the fate card, as the blood spirit jade continuously transmitted the transformed blood into his body, while the other 3 pieces of equipment exerted their power. Ordinary injuries could be fully healed within minutes for Gu Bai. This was likely due to his relatively low blood capacity. The injuries he sustained were predominantly the result of self-inflicted bloodletting. Facing his current adversary, should he be struck directly, he would likely owe several vials of blood in return. This situation could only be improved through the cultivation of martial arts and the crafting of protective magical artifacts. Crack! An unusual movement emanated from the massive sphere of light, its surface suddenly riddled with numerous cracks, as if something within was attempting to break free. Upon witnessing this, Gu Bai summoned Inca, instructing her to maneuver through the air while bearing the Emperor's banner. In his hand, the longbow of pursuit and a white bone arrow materialized as he drew the bow, preparing to unleash a powerful shot. Blood lightning swirling around the shaft. 5 rings of blood electromagnetic energy floated before the arrow's tip, crackling and emanating a ferocious aura. Boom! Following a tremendous roar, the sphere of light shattered, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the area as if it were daytime. The black smoke released by the Emperor's banner was momentarily dispersed. Emerging from the sphere of light was the old bishop, now utterly transformed. He had become a naked giant, muscles coiling around him like serpents, glimmering with a metallic sheen. In his grasp was a colossal lantern, linked by chains, resembling a meteor hammer. The previous old bishop may not have possessed second-tier strength, but this new incarnation undoubtedly wielded it. The oppressive aura he emanated was more potent than what Gu Bai had felt when confronting the mountain of flesh in his previous dungeon. Fortunately, the earlier black smoke attack from the Emperor's banner had proven effective. Gu Bai sensed that the soul of the old bishop was on the verge of collapse. "Eliminate the heretics," the old bishop bellowed, his roar deafening as he advanced, causing the ground to tremble. Gu Bai remained silent, releasing the tension in his fingers, and the arrow was loosed. Boom! In the resounding explosion, the blood-red arrow struck the old bishop's head with an unimaginable velocity, shattering flesh and skull alike as the ferocious thunder relentlessly lashed at the internal brain matter. White smoke billowed forth, filling the air with a peculiar fragrance. Yet, despite this, the old bishop remained upright, his body unyielding in the face of injury, healing at a visible pace. Gu Bai would not simply stand idly by. The eerie black smoke reappeared, surging into the old bishop's wounds. His soul, already on the brink of destruction, was assaulted anew, golden blood oozing from his features. The old bishop, who had previously emitted no sound even when his head was blown apart, now let out a chilling scream as the black smoke invaded his body. Immediately, the lantern in his grasp erupted with blinding radiance. A pure white flame, holy and sanctified, surged forth from the lantern, enveloping the old bishop in an instant. A paper crane and a parchment scroll. Guiding paper crane, type, consumable, grade, second-tier premium, hit effect. After silently invoking a person and a location, the paper crane will guide you, flying towards the desired destination, lasting up to 30 minutes. Random scroll, type, consumable, grade, second-tier premium, effect. Upon opening the scroll, it teleports you to a random location within a 50-kilometer radius. Although they are consumables, they are indeed quite useful items. They are likely gifts from the president of the Puppet Guild to Inca. Generally, with these items, combined with her talents, she is virtually invincible. However, after the Archbishop altered her soul, Inca seems to have forgotten how to access the Destiny space. The substitute puppets stored within the Destiny space can still be utilized normally. Gu Bai carefully stowed away the items before tearing open the Archbishop's Destiny card. Chapter 49. Chi Refinement, 10th layer in an instant. 10 second-tier blood crystals, a golden page, a silver ring with a cross design, a necklace embracing 2 wings, and an exquisite long sword floated forth. Realm of Honesty, type, special inheritance, grade, second-tier premium, description, can create a unique domain, with a cooldown of 24 hours, lasting 30 minutes, covering a semicircular area with a radius of 50 meters, within which no one can lie. 10 rings, type, accessory, grade, second-tier medium, description, can infuse any energy into the ring, converting it into a positive energy ray, dealing damage to dark creatures while healing light beings. Holy Guardian. Type. Accessory. Grade. Second tier superior. Description. Automatically activates when the wearer is harmed, generating a holy shield for defense. Requiring 24 hours to recharge post-activation. True Silver Holy Sword. Type. Weapon. Grade. Second tier superior. Description. A long sword imbued with divine power, dealing additional damage to dark beings. By Dawn the Holy Guardian. While the other items were stored in the Destiny space. Aside from the true Silver Holy Sword, which could serve as a secondary weapon, the other two items seemed of little use. The 10 rings appeared ineffective due to his demonic energy infusion trait, being classified as a dark creature and thus unable to provide healing effects. Damage was also not a pressing concern. The realm of honesty merely discerns whether others are lying, rendering it nearly useless. The weak can extract confessions, while the strong can easily disregard it. Furthermore, individuals can choose to remain silent, not necessarily compelled to speak. It would be better to hang it in the Destiny Hall, as there would surely be someone who appreciates it. After the Archbishop's demise, the light within the church diminished considerably, hinting at an impending extinguishment. The statue of the Lantern Goddess also bore slight cracks. Gubai observed that the souls once drawn from the depths had dwindled significantly. The previously unending flow of specters had seemingly transformed into a finite resource. Seemed the Archbishop played a crucial role in the church's operations. And now that he had perished, the entire cycle was gradually failing. Gubai estimated that under the current circumstances, the church could last a maximum of 4 days before its peculiarities faded, becoming indistinguishable from the outside world. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Gubai's heart, and he coughed up a torrent of crimson liquid. His heart-eating demon had perished. During the recent battle, Gubai had not paid much attention to the situation in the cave. He only recalled that a group of destiny bearers had forcibly compelled a companion to sacrifice themselves. Subsequently, they approached a peculiar misty door, deliberated for a moment, and entered together. The heart-eating demon then lost sight. And moments later, it met its demise. The circumstances were unfathomable. Gubai remained unperturbed. After all, this instance had no time constraints. He would prioritize completing essential tasks while the church still had time. Healing, awaiting the heart-eating demon's recovery, training and crafting magical artifacts. 3 days later, within the church's guest room, Gubai sat in meditation, gradually opening his eyes, which shimmered with a hint of crimson. He had broken through to the 10th layer of chi refinement and was on the verge of foundation establishment. Gubai sensed the changes stemming from his chi refinement. The most notable difference was in his spiritual energy. If the total spiritual energy at the first layer was akin to a paper cup, then now it resembled a small pond. The enhancement to his physique was also markedly apparent. Gubai felt that his physical strength currently aligned with the 7th level of a first-tier martial artist. This was, of course, influenced by his consumption of genetic potions, bone-strengthening elixirs, and the expansion of his meridians. The breath absorption technique had also reached a major breakthrough, acquiring a new trait called Devour Chi. This trait enabled him to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into his dantian. After usage, the area would fall into a state of spiritual energy depletion, and he could only utilize Devour Chi again after 3 days. It was an excellent trait. The energy depletion could be replenished with this, and it would aid in breaking through bottlenecks during cultivation. Although Gubai had reached the 10th layer of chi refinement, he did not feel any bottleneck. With a bit more effort, he could advance to foundation establishment. However, there was no immediate need, as he had chosen the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If, within this instance, he truly could not comprehend his own path, he would consider other methods. The experience of cultivating breath absorption technique felt quite extraordinary, exhibiting a high degree of compatibility. This was also a technique inherently possessed after awakening, intra-level immortal cultivation, capable of being cultivated all the way to the tribulation crossing realm. Gubai sensed that this technique undoubtedly surpassed the spiritual grade's upper tier, and he was certain there existed methods to elevate its grade. He felt that upon perfecting or returning to the essence of breath absorption technique, he would obtain answers. The following day, Gubai refined materials including Shui Yuan's teeth and the Archbishop's remnants. Ultimately, he crafted a 3rd-tier superior skeletal sword, 2 3rd-tier medium bone arrows, and a 2nd-tier superior blood and flesh bomb. The newly forged skeletal sword, with a blade as white as jade, bore several blood-red patterns composed of Gu Bai's essence blood to enhance its affinity. The sword's edge emanated an incredibly chilling light, as if it sought to sever all living beings. Gu Bai raised the skeletal sword and swung it through the air beside him in an instant. Several invisible sword energies sliced forth, leaving profound gashes on the adjacent wall. He had not employed any abilities to augment his strike. The skeletal sword was simply too sharp, yet the skeletal sword possessed even more capabilities. Gu Bai had imbued it with transformation abilities, allowing it to consume spiritual energy to extend or shorten, enlarge or shrink, soften or harden, and split or coalesce, among other functionalities. This versatility enabled it to adapt to various situations, making attacks unpredictable, though employing it required considerable skill. Gu Bai approached the now dimmed statue of the lantern goddess, preparing to test the sword upon it. This was the hardest object within the church. With a sound of air being sliced, the sword's blade slashed diagonally, instantaneously extending over 10 meters, slicing through the statue as if it were mere paper, severing it in two. Immediately after, the skeletal sword softened and transformed into a white serpent, suddenly splitting into hundreds of slender white threads that pierced into the fallen statue and then expanded. With a resounding boom, the statue crumbled from within, disintegrating into a flurry of pure white powder. The skeletal remnants reverted to their original form. Exclusive mission unlocked, the Wrath of the Lantern Goddess. Objective: survive for 3 days under the pursuit of the Lantern Goddess. Reward: 50 destiny points. Gu Bai gazed at the suddenly appeared mission, a smirk gracing his lips. The archbishop was dead, and there were no complications. The statue had been destroyed, yet it was enraged enough to pursue him. These deities were truly irksome. The light within the church had entirely vanished, and a thick fog swiftly engulfed the area. The sounds of tumultuous roars and frantic footsteps echoed from outside. Gu Bai, holding the skeletal sword in one hand and the emperor's banner in the other, awaited the arrival of his prey. Chapter 50. Initial understanding of the path of slaughter. The lantern pursuit amidst the cacophony. The roof was torn away, and the walls were shattered, reducing the church to rubble. Among the remnants, Gu Bai stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, clad in blood-soaked garments, wielding the skeletal sword. The skeletal sword was stained crimson, and his phantom cloak had turned blood-red. The surface of his mask shimmered, the blood spirit jade fully charged, and the emperor's banner brimmed with vengeful souls. Only a few scattered monsters remained nearby. A humanoid creature donned a raven mask, wielding a scepter and clad in black robes, reminiscent of a plague doctor from the Black Death period. A decaying beast with 3 heads and 8 legs, a woman with a gaping mouth, holding scissors and sporting long black hair, known as the split-mouth woman. At this moment, they surrounded Gu Bai in a pincer formation. Until now, he remained uncertain of the identities of hunter and prey. A chilling howl erupted from the decaying beast as it charged forward on its 8 legs. Gu Bai's gaze remained stoic as he raised the skeletal sword and struck downwards in that instant. The sword extended 100 meters from the air, piercing through the mist and cleaving the charging beast's head and body. Instantly, thick black smoke enveloped its soul, forcibly drawing it into the emperor's banner. Kill the oracle. Progress of the trait increases by 10. Now, as Gu Bai eliminated these external monsters, only a select few would contribute to the progress of his trait. He had slain hundreds of creatures, and the souls with considerable strength and uniqueness temporarily resided within the emperor's banner. Weaker souls were directly absorbed into the soul-refining demon eye for refinement, enhancing his own soul strength. The souls of these monsters were relatively robust. They had undergone soul modification before transforming into monsters. As long as their soul strength was largely preserved, their intelligence remained as limited as Inca's, rendering communication impossible. They could only be commanded with simple orders. New entry unlocked. Fleeting beauty. Quality. White. Effect. Your charm is significantly enhanced, but your physical constitution and maximum lifespan are permanently reduced by 50%. Fated death. Quality. White. Effect. You will clearly know the exact day and moment of your demise. Until that day arrives, you will be invulnerable, yet at that time, you are destined to perish. Face peeler. Quality. Blue. Effect. You can completely peel off the face of a living being, transforming it into a unique human skin mask, with a small chance of acquiring a racial skill. Gu Bai silently selected. Face peeler. As the other two entries were too perilous, the Crow Doctor and the slit-mouthed woman, upon witnessing the corrupted hound being instantly slain, showed no signs of retreat. They seemed devoid of fear, their eyes only reflecting an insatiable craving for fresh flesh. With a piercing shriek, the slit-mouthed woman vanished from her position, reappearing abruptly behind Gu Bai, her hands clutching gleaming scissors, thrusting directly towards the flesh at the back of his neck. Simultaneously, the Crow Doctor swung his staff, a sinister black light flickering from its tip. A multitude of blackened, gray rodents emerged from the corpse at Gu Bai's feet, rushing forth in a frenzied assault. Their crimson eyes glinted hungrily, their teeth stained with blood. Their bodies grotesquely decayed, oozing pus, seemingly harboring a virulent contagion. Gu Bai remained motionless, the blood spirit jade at his neck shimmering, conjuring a blood shield that repelled both the scissors and the rodents. Immediately afterward, the bone sword plunged down heavily, piercing through the corpse and embedding itself into the ground. Squelch, squelch, squelched, in an instant, numerous jagged bone spikes erupted from the earth, piercing through the slit-mouthed woman, the rodents, and the nearby corpses as if skewering candied hawthorns. Vivid crimson blood pooled upon the slightly sunken floor of the church, forming a lake that submerged the ankles. Killing the Oracle, entry progress increased by 10. The Crow Doctor once again brandished his staff, intending to strike at Gu Bai, yet the spine whip formed from the bone sword had already reached him, binding his body tightly and constricting abruptly. With a tearing sound, blood exploded forth. The Crow Doctor was instantly torn to shreds. His remains scattered across the ground. His disembodied soul was ensnared by black smoke, swiftly imprisoned within the Imperial banner. Killing the Oracle, entry progress increased by 10. The church was finally restored to silence, save for the faint sound of dripping blood. Gu Bai possessed both the Imperial banner and the bone sword, two formidable artifacts. Now, slaying beings of the same realm felt as effortless as kicking a stray dog to death. Even when facing second-tier creatures head-on, he had the strength to contend. Gu Bai briefly assessed the spoils of this massacre. The Soul Refinement Magic Eye and the Imperial banner were fully charged. Yet no destiny cards had dropped at the same time. He had refined numerous souls, completely replenishing the deficit incurred from sacrificing some souls to empower the Imperial banner earlier. The strength of the souls even exceeded their original potency by 10%. Gu Bai planned to retain only some elite souls within the Imperial banner, such as the highly mobile slit-mouthed woman, the Crow Doctor who could summon viral rodents, and Sakura, who could craft unique dolls. Souls of lower combat value would be directly sent into the Soul Refinement Magic Eye for refinement, serving as nourishment on his path of cultivation. These lower-tier souls, if not to become the main soul, would merely await their fate as sustenance, a matter of time. Gu Bai found none worthy of his attention. Their destinies were already sealed. The Soul Refinement banner would likely ascend to the third tier upon accommodating a second-tier soul. However, to reach the fourth tier, the Imperial banner must bind a main soul, but there was no rush. Subsequently, Gu Bai sat amidst the pile of corpses, refining souls while contemplating his own path. The long-lost thrill of slaughter rekindled a familiar sensation within him. Since his earliest memories, the rust-like scent of blood had perpetually lingered, never fading. Oh, avoid death. One must take up arms. Remember, you are not human. You are but tools, fulfilling the purpose of tools. I can teach you only how to kill. White, to die at your hands, is not a bad fate. Creak. Familiar yet profound words flashed through his mind. His life had always been intertwined with slaughter. Trust was a commodity he could extend only to himself. Without this, survival was impossible. It was the same everywhere. Nothing changed. Much like a predetermined destiny, he could only exist this way. Slaughtering living beings, treading upon the bones of others, subsisting on their flesh, it was no great matter. Every life, in its existence, inevitably preys upon others. Plants, animals, humans, upon their birth, deprived countless kin of their chances at life. So let the killing commence. After all, he was skilled in nothing else. In an instant, Gu Bai's eyes turned a fierce crimson, his demeanor becoming frenzied, the intent to kill coalescing into a tangible form, surging forth like a torrent. It was as if he had succumbed to madness. Gu Bai remained acutely aware, sensing that he had vaguely grasped a fragment of the path of slaughter. It was insufficient. He had not yet killed enough, nor slain beings of sufficient strength. Suddenly, a multitude of brilliant lights surged forth from the surrounding white mist. Gu Bai recognized this as the pursuit of the Lantern Goddess. Chapter 51. Lantern Angel. Red entry soon. 9 angels, each holding a lantern, their forms composed of white stone, and wings sprouting from their backs, descended. They hovered in midair, encircling Gu Bai. Gu Bai consumed his last vial of spirit essence. His scarlet gaze sweeping over the advancing foes, the blood-red glow rapidly spreading across the bone sword. A torrent of pure white flame descended from above, enveloping Gu Bai and the church in a cataclysmic blaze. Amid the roar, a blood-red lightning flickered incessantly within the white mist. Crash! Following a colossal explosion, Gu Bai stood atop several vengeful spirits, his body crackling with blood-red arcs of electricity, suddenly appearing behind one of the lantern angels. Cracks began to form on the angel's head, swiftly spreading across its body, and in an instant, it erupted mid-air, transforming into countless shards of stone. Killing the oracle, entry progress increased by 100, in the blink of an eye. Gu Bai had slain one of the lantern angels. These angels were all second tier, their power comparable to that of the former bishop. Yet, beneath the onslaught of the third-tier bone sword in Gu Bai's hands, they were equally defenseless. However, the souls of these angels were continuously burning. Even if Gu Bai did not slay them, they would inevitably perish in 3 days. The exclusive task was presumably to find a way to evade these angels and survive for 3 days. However, why should Gu Bai flee? Wasn't he this all about entry progress? It was better to kill them all. Facing the turning lantern angel, Gu Bai suddenly hurled the bone sword, kicking off the vengeful spirits below to leap into the air. Instantly, the pure white flames erupted from the lantern, engulfing the very spot Gu Bai had just occupied. The few vengeful spirits he had used as stepping stones were incinerated in an instant, their souls scattering. Immediately afterward, the thrown bone sword softened, elongated, and split, transforming into dozens of white tendrils that ensnared the remaining 8 lantern angels, drawing them together. The burning white flames could not damage the bone sword in the slightest. Simultaneously, a longbow materialized in Gu Bai's hands, a third-tier bone arrow knocked upon the string. A furious blood lightning whirled around the bone arrow's surface, emanating a resounding thunder. 10 blood-red electromagnetic rings formed steadily before the arrowhead. Gu Bai spun in the heavens, releasing the arrow. Boom! The thunder erupted. The blood-red arrow descended like a falling star. The surroundings turned crimson, the air torn asunder, a whirlwind sweeping outward, scattering the white mist. The gathered lantern angels were pierced through by the bone arrow. Akin to divine retribution, the shattered white stone, drenched in blood lightning, faced utter annihilation. The falling bone arrow struck the ground, creating a profound pit. Gu Bai stepped upon the vengeful spirits, slowly descending from the blood-red lightning. Resembling a deity. Killing the oracle, entry progress increased by 100. Killing the oracle, entry progress increased by 100. 8 consecutive light screens flashed before Gu Bai's eyes. His entry progress surged to an unprecedented height, reaching a staggering 920. New entry unlocked, Evil Heart Protection. Quality, Orange, Effect. Each time you sustain a fatal injury, you will not die. Instead, 10 years of your lifespan will be deducted, negating the current damage. Lifespan Plunder. Quality, Red, Effect. Each time you kill a living being, there is a slight chance of acquiring a portion of their remaining lifespan. God Unseen. Quality, Red, Effect. You can perfectly conceal yourself, completely transforming into an ordinary person. No being can detect your realm. Detection, prophecy, tracking. Spells of such nature will not affect you. Gu Bai glanced at the newly surfaced 3 entries. While their effects were indeed formidable, the first 2 could even form a combination. As long as enough lives were taken, his lifespan would be inexhaustible, rendering him seemingly immortal in battle. Yet, with 900 entry progress, the highest tier black entry had yet to appear. Could it be that only with over 1,000 entry progress would the black tier manifest? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Bai ultimately chose God Unseen. Although Lifespan Plunder might allow him to achieve something akin to immortality, Gu Bai's aspirations lay elsewhere. What he yearned for was merely to chase after a different landscape, the pinnacle of power, and to live freely. As long as the experience was riveting, the duration mattered little. At least, God Unseen would greatly assist him in his escape. After selecting his entry, Gubai retrieved the fallen bone sword, shooting out a thread to ensnare the bone arrow lodged in the deep pit. Reclaiming it, the bone arrow, subjected to a frenzied application moments ago, now bore numerous fine cracks upon its surface. Should the previous method persist, it would surely shatter after only a few more uses. Simultaneously, the 9 Lantern Angels had not yielded a single destiny card. They seemed to be classified as mere minions or summoned beasts, rather than minor bosses. Exclusive task completed, reward, 50 destiny points? A flicker of astonishment flashed in Gubai's eyes. The day had barely passed, yet his task was already completed. Was the Lantern Goddess no longer enraged? Gubai felt that was unlikely. It was highly probable that the effect of God's unawareness rendered the Lantern Goddess unable to lock onto him. Thus abandoning her pursuit, was rather unfortunate. Had the chase continued, even without destiny cards, the progress in terms of attributes could have been quite beneficial. Gubai sought out a relatively clean spot nearby. Settling down cross-legged to restore his spiritual energy and refine his soul, he contemplated the next destination. Although he had been in this dungeon for some time, his understanding of it remained insufficient. He had not obtained the souls of the Lantern Angels or the Bishop after their defeat. Moreover, through the recent battle, his comprehension of the path of slaughter seemed to have deepened slightly. Perhaps, if he could slaughter an entire city, he might successfully validate his path through killing. While Gubai was indifferent to life, he was not a senseless killer. Generally, he would not slay without cause unless it served his interests or disturbed his mood. The thought of slaughtering a city posed no burden to him. However, within this dungeon, there must be a place suitable for him to unleash such carnage. After a considerable time, Gubai had completely refined the souls within the soul-refining demon eye. Once his spiritual energy was replenished, he rose and surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought. The cave mentioned by the old bishop, though fraught with danger, undoubtedly concealed something. For instance, what lay behind the fog gate that other destiny bearers had entered? On the old bishop's map, besides the cave and the church, there was another location marked with peculiar notation, a settlement surrounded by mountains, situated to the south of White Mist Town. Gubai decided to head there first. Perhaps there would still be survivors who could provide some intelligence and other resources. Inside a dilapidated wooden house, a gaunt youth leaned over, gazing sorrowfully at the elderly man on the bed. Both bore strange black tattoos upon their bodies, as if cursed. "Grandfather, are you all right?" The youth's eyes shimmered with tears. "I am fine. I am merely on the verge of death," the old man replied calmly. "Luca, death is an inevitable fate for mortals. Every mortal shall meet their end. Even the gods shall eventually face death. Luca, you must become a godslayer to alter the fate of everyone." With that, the old man breathed his last. Chapter 52. The land forsaken by the gods. Gubai stepped into the mountains, encountering numerous monsters along the way, all of which he dispatched effortlessly, without a ripple of disturbance. Then, he lost his way. Even with the soul-refining demon eye and the heart-devouring demon for detection, he found himself disoriented amidst the mountains shrouded in white mist, uncertain of his location. After establishing his foundation, he should not have been so lost. Gubai hesitated over whether to use a guiding paper crane to indicate the direction. He felt it would be a waste, but if he truly could not find his way, he would have no choice but to resort to it. Fortunately, about half an hour later, Gubai detected the position of a soul. He discovered a multitude of somewhat peculiar souls. While they deviated from the norm, they were not as grotesquely twisted as those of monsters. He was certain that the location of those souls was precisely where he needed to go. The white mist began to thin, revealing a settlement of approximately 10,000 people before Gubai's eyes. Many makeshift wooden houses stood in close proximity, and at the center loomed a massive obsidian obelisk, exuding a faint glow. Its surface inscribed with strange characters. An ethereal black energy barrier surrounded the settlement, isolating it from the white mist outside. Numerous humans wandered within, all sharing a common trait. Their skin bore bizarre black tattoos. Gubai retracted his magical instruments, and the shattered skull masked from his face. He intended to first approach the settlement as a mere mortal, to see if he could blend in and gather some intelligence. Unsure of the highest combat power within the village and whether outsiders could enter directly, acting impulsively seemed a profoundly irrational course of action. After all, with the god's unawareness, he was not overly concerned about being discovered. As he approached the settlement, several warriors patrolling the outskirts, armed with crude weapons, shouted in alarm, "Halt!" In an instant, hundreds of tribal warriors rushed forth, all eyes fixed on the intruder. This group of warriors showed no intention of communication, merely raising their weapons in readiness, seemingly awaiting something. Jiyu refrained from taking any rash actions. He could not discern the nature of the energy barrier outside, unsure if it could be shattered. As for the warriors within the settlement, Bai felt confident that dealing with them would pose no significant challenge. "Enough, he is not a prophet. You may disperse," an aged voice echoed. The tribal warriors, visibly relieved, slowly parted. The speaker was a frail, elderly woman, leaning on a cane, her hair as white as snow. She scrutinized Bai with her murky azure eyes, as if attempting to discern something, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. "Sir, please follow me." "Very well," Bai replied as he stepped forward. The outer energy barrier posed no hindrance to him. The elderly woman led the way, inquiring, "Sir, you must be an adventurer of sorts?" Bai responded. "Indeed. Where is this place? Why are there so many terrifying monsters outside?" The elderly woman recounted. "This is the land forsaken by the gods, a realm that isolates one from the blessings of the divine. Those monsters are manifestations of the blessings bestowed by the gods. As for why you have not transformed into one of those monsters, it is likely because you are deemed inconsequential, without talent. The divine blessings will have no effect on you. However, it seems you are quite fortunate to have avoided becoming fodder for the monsters. In the past century, there have only been 3 instances like yours. Since you are here, if you wish to survive, do not entertain thoughts of leaving," she added. Upon hearing this, Bai pondered and continued to inquire, "Has no one ever successfully left White Mist Town?" The elderly woman shook her head. "I do not know. After leaving here, one cannot return." "Then, what is the stone monument in the center? Does the outer energy barrier emanate from it?" "Sir, it seems you have many questions. Do you not feel any fear?" The elderly woman halted in front of a wooden house, turning to face Bai. Bai wore a nonchalant expression, explaining, "There is nothing to fear. I am afflicted with a terminal illness and have little time left. Which is why I have come to White Mist Town. Is that so?" The elderly woman pushed open the door, revealing a gaunt youth inside. "Luca, show this guest around. He will be joining the exploration team, just like you." The youth patted his chest confidently, saying, "Leave it to me." After giving Luca a few brief instructions, the elderly woman slowly departed. Only Bai and Luca remained in the room. Bai flashed a warm smile. "Hello, my name is Cheng. Could you introduce me to this place and what the exploration team does?" "Of course, Mr. Cheng," Luca replied. This young lad was far more talkative than the elderly woman had been. Bai found that nearly every question he posed was met with sincere answers. He finally grasped the nature of this settlement. The history they recounted was entirely different from what the old bishop had described. 100 years prior, White Mist Town was harmonious and tranquil until a ritual conducted by the Lantern Church went awry. They burned a person alive, drawing the gaze of the evil god. It seemed the Lantern Goddess underwent some strange transformation as well. Any individual whose faith in her was deemed insufficient would be burned alive. Consequently, a small portion of the populace chose to flee to this cursed land forsaken by the gods. Luca's grandfather was one such individual who had escaped. Bai was indifferent to which version of history was true or false. After all, the gods here were not benevolent beings. The obsidian monument at the center of the settlement was known as the Blasphemy Monument. Lu Ku enthusiastically introduced, "Mr. Gu, this is the Blasphemy Monument. Although you may not acquire the talent, it is still possible to obtain the power of blasphemy." Bai remained silent, gazing intently at the Blasphemy Monument. Captivated. For some reason, this monument bore a resemblance to the magical artifacts he had crafted. It seemed to be an item forged by some creature. Perhaps this so-called God-forsaken land is merely a plot of land claimed by someone for experimentation. If this place were to be destroyed, it would likely draw out the mastermind behind it. "What is it, Mr. Gu? Do you have any questions?" Seeing Bai's unyielding stillness, Lu Ku waved a hand in front of his eyes. Bai shook his head. "It's nothing, Lu Ku. The exploration team is primarily responsible for venturing out. What could possibly be out there that requires your search?" Lu Ku's eyes sparkled with fervor. "It is the hope of slaying gods." My grandfather once told me that within the cave of the demonic dragon lies a spear capable of slaying deities. With it, one could kill a god. Have you found that cave? Gubai stroked his chin, pondering. The cave of the demonic dragon must be the one the old bishop mentioned. It is filled with treasures, not only items for escaping from Misty Fog Town, but also the means to slay gods. However, the bizarre terrain within might well trap anyone who dares to enter.Elyuka's eyes dimmed considerably. I know its exact location, but none of the predecessors who entered have succeeded. Gubai replied nonchalantly, continuing to observe the blasphemy monument. Suddenly, Luca's eyes ignited with determination. But I believe I can do it, to become a true godslayer. Theo, allow everyone here to live the life my grandfather spoke of. Mr. Gu, could you share more about the outside world with me? Let me show you. Gubai smiled at Luca. Mr. Gu, if you know how to leave, can you take everyone with you? Luca's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Yes, that is indeed my plan, Gubai affirmed. Suddenly, a spray of crimson liquid erupted, staining the ground with a different hue. Luca's head was sent soaring into the air, his expression one of bewilderment. Unable to comprehend what had transpired in the next moment, his soul was enveloped by a cloud of black smoke, drawn into the imperial banner held by Gubai. Gubai raised his hand and donned the mask of the Skullbreaker. His eyes turning a blood-red hue, his murderous intent no longer restrained, he had determined that this blasphemy monument posed no threat to him. It targeted only beings imbued with divinity. Thus, the other creatures present were rendered unnecessary. The strongest among them was that elderly woman, yet she had not surpassed the second tier. The system of godforsaken beings could not cultivate autonomously. They could only enhance themselves by hunting creatures of divinity. While this method of cultivation could prolong life, it could not stave off aging. Once one grew old, their combat prowess would drastically diminish. Others around began to notice Gubai, the outsider, suddenly erupting into violence. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, a chilling wind swept through, and a multitude of vengeful spirits materialized alongside the black smoke, filling this godforsaken land. The souls of these oracle bearers, after being refined by the imperial banner, had lost their faint divinity. Now, they were perfectly suited to combat these godforsaken beings. In an instant, the godforsaken land was shrouded in slaughter and wails. This originally orderly settlement descended into chaos due to Gubai's presence. Limbs and blood splattered as they remained oblivious to the unfolding horror, unable to see the vengeful spirits. They could only witness their companions nearby, their limbs shattered, throats torn, entrails extracted, brains and blood. Various peculiar liquids gushed forth, turning the ground into a river of blood. This place had instantly devolved into a hell on earth. Gubai, the architect of this carnage, merely coldly observed the wailing humans, his heart devoid of any turmoil. The crimson-black flames within his left eye flickered incessantly, devouring souls. Such is the nature of weak life, akin to the discarded crumbs left behind by the strong. Utterly worthless, Gubai began to inspect the memories of these souls, seeking out any uncharted information and whether any among them possessed particularly unique talents.Elyuka's talent was he has now entered the final step of establishing his Tao, determining his path. Initially, he believed that his comprehension would solely pertain to the path of slaying, for after all, it was the only domain in which he excelled. Yet, in the end, he realized that the path of killing leads to nothing but the singular act of slaughter. Ultimately, even if his will and soul were to remain formidable, they would likely be engulfed by an endless tide of murderous intent, reducing him to a demonic cultivator whose existence revolves solely around carnage. With his self-awareness dwindling to naught, he discerned that he had other choices. Killing was merely a tool for him. If it served his interests, he would kill. If not, it would depend on his mood. Ultimately, it remained just a tool, a weapon in the hands of a warrior, a blade in the grasp of an executioner. The crux of the matter lies in the wielder of the weapon. To tread the path of slaughter is to transform oneself into an uncontrollable weapon, a fate Gubai did not desire. What he sought was the strength and nonchalance of his own being. His own path, dictated by him alone. Gubai opened his eyes, clarity radiated from his gaze, and he recited, "My being is my own. All things follow my heart, if I am not of my own will. I shall sever the heavens without intent." In an instant, Gubai's aura shifted, acquiring an ineffable quality. he had attained enlightenment, not in the path of killing, but in the path of self. He came to understand that he did not kill for the sake of killing, but rather for himself, for his own existence. Ultimately, all he did was for his own sake. Though he engaged in wanton slaughter, he did not revel in its for what changes may lie ahead. Perhaps none at all. He would continue to refine souls and demonic artifacts as needed. If slaying a city served his interests, he would do so without a shred of guilt. Indeed, he would feel no remorse even if he did not. Once he embraced the path of self, he would no longer be swayed by external influences, nor would he be plagued by inner demons. He stood alone in the universe. Gu Bai's spiritual energy began to surge. His dantian shattered, transforming into a vast sea of energy that permeated throughout his being. His physique rapidly strengthened under the nourishing flow of this immense spiritual force. The totality of his spiritual energy expanded from a small pond to a great lake, its essence shifting from gas to liquid. With the foundation laid bare, everything fell into place seamlessly, as effortless as dining. From this day forth, Gu Bai emerged as a foundational cultivator. Moreover, due to the celestial establishment of his foundation, he acquired a mystical ability known as Destiny Dao Artifact, which allowed him to integrate treasures into his path, binding them irrevocably to himself. Each major realm could encompass one such artifact. These Destiny Dao artifacts could enhance his cultivation speed and serve as a shield against heavenly tribulations. Even if utterly destroyed, they would gradually restore within his energy sea. This was quite favorable, aligning well with Gu Bai's current needs, and complemented the title of Demonic Artifact Master. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Bai resolved to transform the Bone Sword and the Emperor's Banner into his Destiny Dao artifacts. Both demonic artifacts could be elevated to the 9th tier. The Bone Sword requires the bones of the strong, while the Emperor's Banner demands the souls of the powerful. As long as he remained within the Destiny space, he would not lack for such materials. In an instant, the two artifacts fully merged into Gu Bai's being, forging an indelible connection. The quality of the Bone Sword and the Emperor's Banner simultaneously improved, with the Bone Sword reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier and the Emperor's Banner becoming a 3rd-tier inferior artifact. These two demonic artifacts transformed into extensions of his own limbs, no longer necessitating physical grasp but controllable by thought alone, thus alleviating Gu Bai's predicament of lacking artifact manipulation techniques. They could move independently within the range of his consciousness, and Gu Bai could now perceive everything within 100 meters. Furthermore, he would no longer need to rely on his legs for travel, as he could now fly on his sword. Chapter 55. Master of Demonic Pills, Foundation established. New title unlocked, Demonic Pill Master. Quality, Purple. Effect, acquire extensive knowledge for crafting demonic pills without the need for a cauldron. Can refine pills directly by expending spiritual energy. Burning Soul Fire. Quality, Purple. Effect, you can convert your soul into burning soul fire, possessing formidable lethality against spirits. Eye for an eye. Quality, Orange. Effect, upon your death, the one who killed you shall also perish. Gu Bai gazed contemplatively at the newly emerged titles. Although Eye for an Eye was orange, its effect would only activate after death. Should he wish to avoid death, he must utilize a resurrection item in conjunction. Presently, it bore little utility, and even later, should the opponent possess similar resurrection items, what then? In the presence of the Emperor's Banner, Burning Soul Fire would also prove less than effective. Ultimately, Gu Bai opted for Demonic Pill Master. With the ability to concoct pills, he would no longer need to purchase restorative items. His spiritual energy would always be in demand. The issue of sustenance also required resolution. For some time, his diet consisted solely of blood transformed from blood spirit jade. At the very least, he could later refine some fasting pills as sustenance. In an instant, a deluge of knowledge surged into Gu Bai's mind, gradually elucidating everything. The materials for demonic pills and artifacts were largely similar. Primarily derived from humans, utilized by humans. Souls could be refined into spirit pills, flesh and blood into healing and fasting pills, skin into beauty pills, lungs into breath-holding pills, and kidneys into detoxifying pills. Demonic cultivators possess a remarkable aptitude for human manipulation. In the God-forsaken land, countless corpses would not go to waste. With a mere thought, the Bone Sword abruptly soared from his body, transforming into dozens of white serpents that cut and dragged the corpses upon the ground. Eerie ghostly flames surging from his palms, he commenced the pill refinement process. As the decayed stone tablet shattered completely, and an indescribable mass of black energy surged forth, confronting Gu Bai with accusatory questions. Gu Bai remained silent, merely observing this peculiar being with his spiritual sense. Its strength was still at the second tier, having not yet reached the third tier, and it was indeed formidable, as anticipated. Although this dungeon was a first-tier S level, the probability of encountering a third-tier boss was low. Otherwise, no one would be able to pass through. Excluding special bosses, the highest tier should not exceed the pinnacle of the second. It was unlikely that first-tier beings would confront deities or third-tier powerhouses. With this understanding, Gu Bai felt little fear. He resolved to cut through this dungeon decisively. Chapter 56. Breaking Free from Heaven's Lock. Mortal, have you been rendered speechless by fear? Tell me, how did you manage this? How could you slay all my followers? The energy entity, seeing Gu Bai's silence, pressed him further. Its words seemed to possess a peculiar power, compelling one to submit. Yet, this had no effect on Gu Bai. He shrugged, showing no intention of engaging in dialogue, and raised the bone sword high. A dazzling crimson aura enveloped the blade in an instant. The sword's edge descended. A blood-red sword light, stretching 100 meters, emerged abruptly, slicing through the white mist as if the heavens themselves were being gently torn apart. Useless, mortal attacks and treasures hold no. The sword light swept through, causing everything in its path to collapse and fracture. A long gash appeared upon the earth. Before the entity could finish its words, it was utterly annihilated by the sword light. A golden fate card floated forth. Killing the oracle, entry progress increased by 50. The bone sword softened and elongated, swiftly wrapping around the fate card, placing it in Gu Bai's hand. This energy entity lacked a soul. Resembling more of a projection, it could not be summoned into the Imperial Banner for soul searching, and other methods would likely yield little information. Given this, a single sword strike was sufficient. There was no need to waste time. Blade Breaking the Heavens had already reached a minor achievement after a few simple practices. Now, combined with the exquisite bone sword of the third tier, its might was considerable. Gu Bai tore open the fate card. 10 second-tier blood crystals, a mysterious energy mass, a scroll, and a vial of potion suddenly hovered into view. Source of Shadows. Type: Material, Grade. Second-tier Exquisite. Description: A special energy containing the power of shadows. Profane Halo. Type: Special Inheritance. Grade: Second-tier Exquisite. Description: A unique halo that passively activates. Any divine being within 20 meters of you will experience a weakening effect. Cursed Potion. Type: Consumable. Grade: Second-tier Exquisite. Description: Drinking it will randomly incur an unremovable curse. Gu Bai directly utilized the Profane Halo. This item effectively granted him a special advantage against deities. Even if he left this dungeon, it might still prove useful in others. In an instant, Gu Bai's consciousness was transported to a gray-black space, where an indescribable gigantic form oozed a strange liquid. The vision lasted but a moment before Gu Bai's awareness returned to reality. He surmised that the reason he could perceive these entities was due to the special connection between this inheritance and those strange beings. The oppressive force of this profane inheritance was significantly lower than that of the eternal inheritance. As for the other two items, Source of Shadows could enhance the Phantom Cloak, while the Cursed Potion, perhaps it could be used for poisoning others. However, it would be prudent to see if anyone in the Fate Hall would be interested. Gu Bai slightly raised his hand, and the Imperial Banner flew into his grasp. A few Forsaken Ones had already begun to converse within. Unlike the monsters outside, they possessed self-awareness and could communicate. Ku and the old woman were temporarily retained by Gu Bai. Their unique talents held considerable value. He had no desire to engage with them, for although they retained memories of their former lives, their souls had been thoroughly refined by the Imperial Banner, rendering them eternal slaves without hope of transcendence. To Gu Bai, they were merely tools, useful ones to keep, and if not, he would exploit them to extract every ounce of value. Now that the Imperial Banner had ascended to the inferior third tier, it could accommodate thousands of souls. Well, it should be roughly as he expected. Gu Bai retrieved the life spring water he had previously purchased, along with the healing elixirs he had concocted, preparing to ingest them. Just then, the sword light flashed and Gu Bai's head was severed, its contents exposed, yet not a single injury was sustained. The bone sword transformed into fine threads, penetrating Gu Bai's mind, precisely locating Heaven's Lock, entwining it as ghostly flames began to spread along the white threads. This ghostly fire was a technique Gu Bai had learned from the knowledge imparted by the Master of Magical Tools. A similar skill was also found within Master of Magic Pills. This ghostly fire had a potent refining effect on tools and objects, causing minimal harm to living beings. It was perfect for dealing with the Heaven's Lock in his mind. His spiritual sense provided Gu Bai with a comprehensive perspective, allowing him to perform a self-administered neurosurgery. While this method held some risk, Gu Bai believed that leaving Heaven's Lock in his mind posed an equally significant threat. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this issue once and for all today. The ghostly fire rushed along the threads, quickly flooding into Gu Bai's brain, presenting a scene of sheer horror. Although the ghostly fire inflicted little harm, the pain was still excruciating. Heaven's Lock quivered violently upon contact with the ghostly flames. As if resisting, Gu Bai felt as though every part of him was being sliced by a knife coated with a 100-fold sensitivity enhancer. This agony was beyond description. Every pore bled profusely, and his brain spun wildly. Gu Bai hastily swallowed the life spring water along with 5 healing elixirs. His injuries healed rapidly, yet new wounds continuously emerged, creating a vicious cycle. The resistance of Heaven's Lock was somewhat unexpected, but he could faintly sense that it had already weakened considerably. However, the remnant soul of the original owner was now so feeble it was nearly imperceptible. On the verge of dissipating, it seemed he had to act swiftly. Gu Bai was not concerned about the remnant soul of the original owner. He merely worried that its disappearance would affect him. The ghostly flames instantly blazed more fiercely, and Heaven's Lock struggled even more violently. Gu Bai's blood erupted like a torrent, resembling some kind of demon. Suddenly, a black spike erupted from Gu Bai's head, still dripping with a significant amount of tissue. Gu Bai collapsed to the ground, hastily swallowing several healing elixirs, gasping for breath. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death. Had he delayed a moment longer in extracting Heaven's Lock, waiting until the original owner's remnant soul perished completely, it might have been he who succumbed. Heaven's Lock seemed to possess a life of its own. After the original owner's soul vanished, it rapidly sought a new soul, nearly fully piercing him. Fortunately, in the end, Gu Bai decisively relinquished part of his soul to extract it. His spiritual sense range had now diminished to 80 meters, but this was not a major issue. He could recover it by refining more souls. Gu Bai had finally rid himself of Heaven's Lock, allowing him to cultivate martial arts and utilize the talent, Deadly Poison Body. No. Upon acquiring the Deadly Poison Body talent, Gu Bai discovered it did not passively emit toxins but required control. Yet, why could the original owner not control it? The same applied to him after the transmigration. He recalled that peculiar sensation from before, akin to being distorted. Yes, that feeling was reminiscent of when his bone revolver had exploded. Something seemed intent on his demise. Chapter 57. Deadly Poison Body. Gu Bai felt an overwhelming sense of unease, almost 9 parts wrong. The original owner's memories contained no enemies. He had once been a mere mortal. If he had managed to provoke such peculiar foes, surely they would have killed him outright rather than resorting to such convoluted means. Thus, these 2 unusual attacks had been aimed squarely at him. The transmigrator, Gu Bai, however, he also lacked the time to provoke anyone. The enemies from before his transmigration possessed none of this capability. The world's will should not be at fault either. Transmigrators were not anomalies. Moreover, the fate space had already acknowledged his existence. A bold thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the future version of himself had incurred the wrath of one or more powerful adversaries. Their attacks could penetrate time itself, striking at his current self. Simultaneously, his future self was protecting him, ensuring the former version of himself did not perish prematurely. The members of the Judgment Court who had pierced Heaven's Lock were likely those who had come to save him from imminent poisoning. The unbroken teeth from the bone revolver explosion might also be the handiwork of his future self. Truly, his fate was fraught with misfortune. If not for the Deadly Poison Body, spiraling out of control, he would not have found himself in the abyssal prison, struggling to survive. There were certainly other alternatives. He wondered if his original trajectory would have led to a much stronger version of himself at this moment. God's concealment could hide his presence. He pondered whether it could prevent future foes from locking onto him. In any case, The enemies of the future would undoubtedly be formidable. He was uncertain what manner of beings they might be. But at least the version of himself that had grown along the original path would not be able to resolve the situation. Otherwise, he would not be in this predicament now. Yet, it remained unclear whether there were parallel worlds or merely a single timeline. Perhaps these were experiences his future self had endured. After contemplating all of this, Gubai shook his head with a wry smile. These were matters beyond his control. The only path forward was to grow stronger. To confront the future head-on. Two attacks had targeted him, one aimed at his soul, the other at his physical form. Seemed not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps something he could not perceive had already been sown. Destined to erupt at a pivotal moment, it would be best to test this new talent first. Gubai ceased his further musings, recognizing that the matter at hand was beyond his current resolution, leaving him with no choice but to proceed step by step. The deadly poison body, regarded as a rare bloodline talent, was, of course, incomparable to his unique, entry-level cultivation. The effects were quite straightforward. Firstly, it rendered his physical form immune to any toxins. Secondly, it enabled the generation of various toxins for offensive purposes. However, the creation of toxins required the expenditure of vitality, and if one delved into martial arts, it would deplete stamina and life force. Given the original host's physical condition, such a dosage of toxins was simply unattainable. Gubai became increasingly convinced that the deadly poison body talent had undergone a brief modification. This led him to ponder whether his own entry-level cultivation might have also been altered, especially considering that the entries he had encountered were rather dubious in nature. With a flick of his hand, a mass of deep green mist suddenly coalesced before him. In an instant, the green fog surged forth, settling upon the ground, where it caused the earth and rocks to dissolve at an astonishing pace. The potency was reasonable, though the expenditure of stamina was somewhat excessive. Gubai offered a detached assessment of the newly generated toxin. Talents could continuously evolve and strengthen with the user's development and growth. The ultimate limit of the deadly poison body rested solely upon the user themselves. Gubai felt that this talent possessed considerable strength. Toxins could be employed in numerous ways, and there were various capabilities waiting to be explored. The possibility of toxin transformation was not out of the question. Simultaneously, with the successful unsealing of the deadly poison body, Gubai felt the faint Dan poison within his body being purged. Consuming any Dan medicine would lead to the accumulation of Dan poison within him, which required gradual elimination over time. The Dan medicines he had previously ingested had resulted in a slight accumulation of Dan poison. While a small amount posed no immediate threat, excessive accumulation could adversely affect his health. However, now under the effects of the deadly poison body, he could completely immunize himself against Dan poison, indulging in the consumption of medicines without restraint. Gubai recalled a special Dan medicine known as Ling Yun Dan. Upon consumption, it could significantly enhance cultivation progress, though it would also accumulate a considerable amount of Dan poison. Nevertheless, the materials required were rather unique, necessitating the extraction of spiritual roots from the bodies of cultivators. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Gubai could discern his own spiritual root. He possessed a single spiritual root, yet its specific type remained indiscernible, appearing as a grayish, translucent substance. The knowledge from the Demon Dan Master contained no records of such spiritual roots. It seemed to be a mutated spiritual root, but he was uncertain of its attribute. Generally, spiritual roots were classified into 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fewer the spiritual roots, the faster the cultivation speed. A single spiritual root was referred to as a heavenly spiritual root. A heavenly spiritual root could only cultivate attribute-less techniques or those corresponding to its own attribute. Beyond heavenly spiritual roots, there existed mutated spiritual roots, such as thunder spiritual roots, sword spiritual roots, bone spiritual roots, and so forth. Although the cultivation speed was remarkable, finding matching techniques proved exceedingly difficult. The breath-eating technique was attribute-less, yet it resonated quite well with Gubai. Subsequently, he continued to meditate for a while, solidifying his realm and acclimating to the changes within his body. At this juncture, he required a suitable martial arts cultivation technique. The rewards from this dungeon were anticipated to be substantial, as long as he could complete the side quests. There were exclusive tasks awaiting him. The previous reward had been a king-level technique. This time, there was a chance it could be an emperor-level technique. However, his martial arts aptitude appeared to be rather mediocre. According to the original host's memories, he had shown no inclination towards martial arts. Now, even with two talents enhancing his martial arts qualifications, coupled with a meridian expansion, he likely only ranked at a mid-tier level. Far from his cultivation aptitude, Jiyu Bai rose, and as ethereal flames ignited, hundreds of souls surged forth, emitting desperate wails. In the next instant, 5 recovery pills ascended from the chaos. Jiyu Bai stowed away the recovery pills, and with a mere thought, the bone sword abruptly lifted him into the air. His phantom cloak transformed, becoming a flowing black robe, its edges fluttering in the wind. The phantom cloak had also undergone refinement under Gu Bai's hands. Infused with the essence of shadows, enhancing it to a mid-tier second-grade item, granting him the ability to conceal himself within the shadows. At this moment, Gu Bai resembled a true cultivator in every respect. Soaring high above the ground, the white mist remained dense, showing no sign of thinning. Jiyu Bai's speed while flying on his sword was astonishing, and within mere minutes, he arrived above the Dragon Demon Cave. Descending gradually, he retrieved the bone sword into his grasp, surveying the vast cave entrance before him. The entrance to the Dragon Demon Cave was immense, exuding an ominous aura, akin to a gaping abyss ready to swallow all. Gu Bai's expression remained calm as he stepped inside. Boom! No sooner had he taken a few steps than the entrance behind him abruptly sealed shut, seemingly denying him any chance of escape. In the darkness, numerous pairs of crimson beast eyes ignited, brimming with bloodlust and fury. Jiyu Bai was enveloped in swirling purple mist, which rapidly spread outward. The sounds of bodies collapsing echoed continuously as the beastly eyes extinguished one by one. Chapter 58. The Dragon Demon Cave. The purple toxic mist swiftly permeated the Dragon Demon Cave, with the sounds of creatures collapsing resounding endlessly. The monsters had yet to comprehend what had transpired before succumbing to the effects of the poison, entering in eternal silence. Although Gu Bai possessed spiritual awareness, within the confines of the Dragon Demon Cave, he found it challenging to ascertain his exact location. However, he was not in a hurry, as this dungeon had no time constraints. He could take his time, becoming proficient with his talents. He could even train to the 10th level of Foundation Establishment before continuing with his tasks. Nevertheless, Gu Bai sensed that in an S-tier dungeon, prolonged duration might lead to heightened dangers. Moreover, while his tasks lacked time limits, they might still necessitate completion within a certain time frame, such as the accidental demise of the corrupt child, or the unexpected destruction of the evil god altar. His understanding of this dungeon was still insufficient. Though there was no need to rush, leisurely cultivation was also unwarranted. He estimated that with his current cultivation speed, reaching the 10th level of Foundation Establishment and attempting to break through to Golden Core would likely take a month. This pace felt rather prolonged. If he could concoct Ling Yun Dan, progress would undoubtedly be expedited. However, acquiring the necessary spiritual roots was no simple task. Only cultivators possessed spiritual roots, making them challenging to obtain. One must ensure the target's survival while gradually extracting their spiritual roots, thus preserving the purity of the spiritual energy and enabling the creation of Ling Yun Dan. Such plans could only be devised upon entering a cultivation dungeon. As Gu Bai ambled through the Dragon Demon Cave, the purple toxic mist continued to spread outward. Soon, he arrived before a heavy stone door. Here lay the location where the Sword of Desecration was stored. As recalled by the old woman's memories, this stone door required a special key for access. Jiyu Bai possessed neither the key nor the need for it. The bone sword suddenly struck out, and a mournful wail echoed through the air. The blood-red sword light crisscrossed in the sky. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the stone door shattered completely, revealing the interior. The floor was composed of bones, while the walls and ceiling were encrusted with decayed fungi. Starkly contrasting with the exterior's aesthetics, in the center stood a bizarrely shaped great sword. The sword was a deep red black, with a series of grotesque little hands sprouting from its blade, continuously writhing, and a maw filled with jagged teeth at the hilt. This was the Sword of Desecration. If an abandoned one were to grasp it, they would become the oracle of the desecrated god. After all these years, someone has finally found me, human. What are you waiting for? Come and liberate me. The mouth of the Sword of Desecration opened and closed, its voice reminiscent of a greasy middle-aged man. Gu Bai remained silent. Although a talking sword was peculiar, it was not particularly extraordinary. Did this sword harbor a soul? No, it had devoured countless souls, thereby generating its own. The pile of bones on the ground served as irrefutable evidence. They were all victims who had succumbed to the sword of desecration. Their flesh and souls absorbed in an instant. Gubai discerned the true nature of the sword of desecration. A demonic sword imbued with a significant amount of desecration power. If anyone other than an abandoned one were to touch it, they would be instantly consumed. An abandoned one, however, would indeed become its oracle, but their consciousness would be manipulated by the sword of desecration, reducing them to a sword slave, slowly draining away their life in this world. The cultivation system offered humanity no glimmer of hope. There was no escape from the control of the deities, and their fate was eternally sealed. Wait, you are clearly not an abandoned one. How do you possess the aura of desecration? The tone of the sword of desecration carried a hint of astonishment. Gubai slightly raised his hand, and the bone sword suddenly elongated and split, transforming into several chains that ensnared the sword of desecration. Following this, ethereal flames surged forth, swiftly coursing along the chains and enveloping the sword of desecration. Ah, what are you doing, human? Do you have any idea who I am? Gubai remained silent, solely focused on refining the sword of desecration. He had no habit of engaging in lengthy conversations with adversaries. Should he step into the inner chamber, it was likely that the sword of desecration would present him with considerable challenges. After all, this sword was of the same quality as the bone sword. Both classified as top-tier third-grade weapons, and its sentience surpassed that of the bone sword, rendering it capable of speech. Moreover, that area was its exclusive territory. However, Gubai found no reason to take unnecessary risks. There were more suitable alternatives to resolve the situation. Under the influence of the ethereal flames, the anguished cries of the sword of desecration grew fainter until it ultimately transformed into Gubai's weapon. Despite its attempts to resist, it was utterly unsuccessful. The sword of desecration was withdrawn from the constricting white ropes and fell into Gubai's palm. He casually swung it a few times to test its feel before stowing it within his dantian. Continuing his exploration of the cave, the sword of desecration had become his magical weapon, yet it retained a considerable amount of desecration power to be utilized in critical moments. In many respects, it was inferior to the bone sword. However, when confronting beings with divine attributes, it would undoubtedly prove more effective than the bone sword. Furthermore, Gubai had made a minor modification, allowing it to unleash all the desecration power contained within instantaneously. However, this came at a small cost, leading to the complete degradation of the sword of desecration, as it was fundamentally constituted of desecration power. Before long, Gubai halted before a peculiar mist-covered door. It was precisely the positions occupied by those destined ones. Mere seconds after their entry, the heart-devouring demon perished. It fled from Gubai's heart, now exhibiting peculiar green hues on its surface. Previously, in the land abandoned by the gods, Gubai had nourished the heart-devouring demon with the heart of procreation, successfully completing its second evolution. This bestowed upon him a new ability known as procreation, allowing him to spawn several miniature heart-devouring demons for manipulation. Should these demons inhabit the heart of a living being, activating this ability would not only result in the birth of small heart-devouring demons, but also induce a false state of pregnancy in the target, causing their body to believe it was with child, despite the reality. Irrespective of gender, enemies parasitized by the heart-devouring demon would find themselves engaged in battle against Gubai, all while appearing to be heavily pregnant, complete with nausea. This would not only weaken their combat capabilities, but, in the presence of many, lead to their utter humiliation. Gubai directed the small heart-devouring demons into the mist gate. And the moment they crossed its threshold, they lost all sense of awareness. Their divine consciousness was obstructed by the mist gate. Was it inevitable to proceed directly? The risks appeared substantial, gazing at the mist gate before him. Gubai murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to step inside and investigate. He was not one to waver in indecision. Behind this mist gate, danger undoubtedly awaited, yet it was certainly not an absolute death sentence. Simultaneously, he sensed a strong likelihood that the mist gate was connected to his mission. Thus, there was no reason for hesitation. Gubai strode boldly into the mist gate. However, the scene that unfolded before him was somewhat difficult to accept. Chapter 59. The wall of flesh beyond the mist gate lay an infinite expanse of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Even with a source of illumination, it would be consumed in an instant. Without special means, it was impossible to discern the conditions within. However, Gu Bai possessed divine consciousness, and thus it posed no challenge for him. Before him stood a grotesque wall of flesh, comprised of limbs and organs. Faintly visible upon it were the remnants and garments of the destined ones. It appeared they had all perished here. Beneath his feet lay a staircase formed of white mist. Fortunately, he possesses divine unawareness. So there is no need for excessive concern. In an instant, Gu Bai wielded the bone sword and soared towards the black abyss, continuing his descent. Those ghastly pale arms had already been completely devoured by the Emperor's banner. They were merely entities composed of fragmented souls, incapable of obtaining a complete soul, destined to dissolve into mere shards and vanish without a trace, entirely unusable. Gu Bai continued his plunge, during which various entities attempted to latch onto him, but were thwarted by a layer of enigmatic black mist, firmly repelling them. Gu Bai understood that this was a blessing from the divine. The old bishop was not mistaken. As he descended, he would inevitably encounter the curse of the abyss. The deeper he fell, the stronger the curse's grip would become. Gu Bai could feel the curse's intensity indeed deepening with each passing moment, though it remained within the limits of what the Emperor's banner could endure. After 5 minutes, subtle sounds began to reach Gu Bai's ears. He significantly reduced the speed of his descent with the bone sword. It seemed he was nearing the bottom. Caution was imperative. Gu Bai silently drew the sword of blasphemy and the Emperor's banner. Preparing for battle. In the underground world, there was no illumination. Everything was shrouded in darkness. The creatures here either evolved night vision or possessed heightened senses in other respects. These traits were essential for survival in the subterranean realm. Kuang Lai, a member of the Black Wolf tribe, had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, making her an excellent hunter. She was currently out in search of suitable prey. Initially, she had set her sights on a magical crab, but a peculiar scent suddenly wafted down from above. There were no creatures capable of flight or leaping here. It wasn't that they couldn't, but rather that they were forbidden. The curse of the abyss would activate instantly if one elevated their height beyond a certain threshold, leading to the consumption of their body and soul by the abyss, resulting in death. Kuang Lai sensed the approaching scent and realized it would make for the finest offering, should she successfully hunt it. It might even attract the favor of the divine, elevating her to the status of a noble oracle. With this thought, her heart ignited with fervor, her muscles tensed, and she swiftly retrieved her specially crafted spear from her back. Gripping it tightly in her rough hands, adjusting her position according to the scent, she awaited the opportune moment to launch her attack. A few seconds later, her arm muscles bulged, her body bent in preparation, and with a sudden burst of energy, she hurled the spear. The spear traced a sharp arc through the air, hurtling towards its target. Gu Bai sensed a spear hurtling towards him through his divine awareness and was momentarily taken aback. He had been discovered so swiftly. The enemy's perception abilities were formidable. He could not ascertain how they had pinpointed his location. However, the attack was rather lacking. Gu Bai raised his hand slightly, and several white threads shot forth, abruptly ensnaring the incoming spear and halting its advance. The material was decent, but the craftsmanship was excessively crude, barely qualifying as mid-grade of the first tier. Gu Bai assessed the newly acquired weapon with indifference. Below, Kuang Lai stood with her mouth agape, her eyes filled with disbelief, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why hasn't my spear fallen? That creature should be rendered utterly weak by the curse of the abyss. My throw is infallible. It must have struck him, but why is it like this now? Either he possesses a special artifact that blocked my spear, or his strength is terrifyingly formidable, allowing him to easily withstand my throw even in a weakened state. Regardless of which it is, I cannot handle it alone. I must inform the oracle. Where do you think you are going?" Just as Kuang Lai was about to turn and flee, a chilling voice resonated beside her. Her steps abruptly halted, her body enveloped in an unending chill. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Bai had already appeared beside her, regarding her with an amused expression. The female hunter before him wore an eerie purple beast-skin outfit. Her skin pale as a ghost, her muscles coiled with a wild beauty. Though she lacked any special energy, her physical prowess was commendable, roughly at the 6th level of a martial artist. "There's no use in keeping you alive. I shall end this. I can do anything. as long as you spare my life." Kuang Lai fell to her knees, bowing her head, desperate for the powerful figure before her to grant her mercy. Although she sensed no danger emanating from him, the absence of any threatening aura was far more terrifying. It indicated that the chasm between them was insurmountable. "I will reveal everything I know to you, including the curse of the abyss." Before she could finish, her head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Her face twisted in a mask of flattery. Jiyu preferred witnessing the truth with his own eyes rather than hearing it from others. As Kuang Lai's soul was drawn into the Emperor's banner for refinement, Gu Bai gleaned the situation here through her memories. The corrupted child was, in fact, an oracle who worshipped multiple deities, the absolute ruler of this area. Guarding the entrance leading further down, Chapter 61. The corrupted child Gu Bai also came to understand the effects of the curse of the abyss. However, he not only lacked this curse, but could also exploit it against others. After all, he could fly, granting him significant advantages over ground units. He was aware of the corrupted child's location, though he could not ascertain its abilities. Reflecting on the difficulty of the side quests from the previous B-tier instance, he decided to clear out some nearby creatures for intelligence. Subsequently, guided by the memories of the female hunter, Gu Bai visited their tribe. The Emperor's banner soon gained several new allies. Through their memories, Gu Bai learned that 3 days hence would mark the decadal day of divine descent, when divine projections would manifest here to claim their offerings. The strength of these projections was formidable. At least above the 3rd tier. It seemed no further delay was permissible. Beside a lake composed of pitch-black, corrupted blood, Gu Bai descended atop the bone sword. The blood pool roiled violently, and a massive figure gradually emerged from below. Gu Bai had successfully assessed the strength of the corrupted child through the selfless contributions of the local humans. A pinnacle of the 2nd tier, not yet at the 3rd. Though it would be somewhat troublesome to deal with, it remained well within Gu Bai's capabilities. With a thunderous roar, the corrupted child burst forth from the water's surface. Its form was that of a gargantuan black serpent, hundreds of meters long, with each scale embedded with a human head. Alongside many peculiar creatures, a cursory glance revealed approximately 1,000 heads. The heads of the corrupted child turned in unison, fixating on Gu Bai's head, exuding an overwhelming desire, as if intent on embedding his head among its own. In an instant, 10 heads detached from the scales, blood vessels as thick as a thigh connecting at the severed ends, their mouths gaping wide as if torn apart. Jiyu raised a finger, and the bone sword and the Emperor's banner suddenly levitated. Billowing black smoke spread in all directions, and white streaks of light pierced through the air, clashing with the incoming heads. The greatest challenge in confronting the corrupted child lay in identifying its true head among the thousands, ensuring its complete destruction. Without this, the corrupted child would be nearly immortal, with its heads constantly shifting positions. Even with Gu Bai's divine awareness, distinguishing between the heads was impossible. However, his title, Insidious Initiator, allowed him to see the true head's location clearly, marked with a bright highlight. Thus, the task became straightforward. In the next moment, Gu Bai produced several flesh bombs and hurled them at the corrupted child. Boom! The flesh bombs detonated against the colossal form of the corrupted child, crimson flames erupting, instantly igniting it. The eerie heads emitted haunting wails, and the corrupted child began to thrash, causing the ground to tremble violently. Yet, the wounds inflicted by these attacks healed almost instantaneously. The soul attacks from the Emperor's banner proved nearly ineffective against the corrupted child, which housed tens of thousands of souls within. Jiyu Bai's gaze sharpened as the sword of blasphemy appeared in his hand. The bone sword and the Emperor's banner continued to confine the corrupted child's movements. Against such a divine creature, the sword of blasphemy was undoubtedly the most effective weapon. Other forms of attack seemed to lack sufficient power. In the darkness, white streaks of light flickered, severing the incoming heads, and the stench of blood rained down upon him. The enigmatic black smoke coiled around the corrupted child's body like chains. Furious blood lightning surged across Gu Bai's body, damaging and stimulating him. Unleashing all of his potential, he awaited a singular opportunity, a moment to strike with lethal precision. The corrupted child, seemingly incensed by the minuscule pest before it, found the level of attack to be trivial. It was akin to being incessantly bitten by mosquitoes, non-lethal yet exceedingly bothersome. A deep, dark light began to converge within each head's mouth, radiating a sense of annihilation. However, This also caused the corrupted child's movements to slow, momentarily pausing. This was precisely the opportunity Gu Bai had been anticipating. With a resounding clap of thunder, Gu Bai unleashed a powerful spring-like leap, propelling himself forward. Bang! His feet slammed into the ground, leaving deep impressions as he shot forth like a cannonball, tracing a path of crimson afterimages through the air. Before the corrupted child could comprehend what was happening, the sword of blasphemy pierced its true head. The blood lightning and the power of blasphemy instantaneously obliterated everything within, including its very soul. The gathering black light abruptly dissipated before it even manifested, transforming thousands of heads into ashen remains. The colossal bodies collapsed, creating a blood-red tidal wave. A fateful card fell to the ground. Gu Bai landed, shaking the blood off the sword of blasphemy. Side quest completed. Killed the oracle. Entry progress increased by 100. Illicit wealth. Quality. White. Effect. You may unexpectedly acquire some wealth at any moment, but it will incite the wrath of the original owner. Animal companion. Quality. White. Effect. Initial goodwill towards you is enhanced when low-intelligence animals see you, but it decreases when high-intelligence animals encounter you. Master of Interrogation. Quality. Blue. Effect. Increases the pain sensation of the damage you inflict on your target by 100. Slaughtering the tribes in this region also granted Gu Bai some entry progress. Now precisely at 200 without hesitation, he chose Master of Interrogation. As the filth-ridden offspring perished, the blood pool rapidly dried up, revealing a dark staircase leading downwards. Gu Bai first tore open the fateful card. 22nd tier blood crystals, 1 skull, a blood and flesh statue, and a peculiar piece of meat emerged. Head of filth. Type. Special organ. Rank. 2nd tier premium. Description. You can place this skull on any part of your body, transforming it into a second head, which can transfer consciousness with the main head. Cooldown 1 minute. Filthy statue. Type. Consumable. Rank. 2nd tier premium. Description. After using this statue, you can summon a projection of the filth-ridden offspring to fight, with strength at 80 of its living form, lasting 5 minutes. Delicious flesh. Type. Consumable. Rank. 2nd tier premium. Description. Using it permanently enhances your physique slightly and provides significant healing effects, though there is a chance of addiction. Chapter 62. Return. God-level technique. Gu Bai stored all the dropped items into the fateful space before proceeding down the staircase to deeper levels. Aside from the head of filth, the other items could be utilized. As he descended, the interference of the curse grew increasingly potent. Gu Bai had to allocate some of his spiritual power into the human emperor banner to enhance his resistance against the curse. Before long, the staircase gradually came to an end. A shadowy altar emerged before him, upon which stood 7 bizarre statues formed of white mist. Among them was a statue holding a lantern and a cross. It seemed this was the place. Gu Bai mused internally. This location should be the so-called altar of the evil god. However, it appeared that all the deities here belonged to a singular category, with none resembling the benevolent gods recognized by humanity. Yet, this mattered little to him. Regardless of what it was, he intended to destroy it. Gu Bai raised the sword of blasphemy high, and a crimson radiance suddenly erupted. With the remaining blasphemous energy surging forth, the area instantly transformed into a blood-soaked night. The surface of the sword of blasphemy began to crack incessantly, as red and black energies intertwined and coalesced into an exceedingly violent beam of light. The sword blade descended. A furious tempest swept outward in all directions. Crash! The sword of blasphemy in Gu Bai's hand shattered completely, and the red-black sword light instantaneously engulfed the altar. Yes, if the long night had given way to dawn. The white mist dissipated, and the shadows retreated. The statues of the evil god vanished under the sword light. Exclusive task completed. Reward, 200 fateful points. Although the task was accomplished, Gu Bai suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed an overwhelming aura descending upon this place. If he remained here any longer, it would spell his doom. Gu Bai swiftly retrieved a random teleportation scroll from the fateful space and tore it apart. A hazy white light enveloped him in an instant, whisking him away from this location. Gu Bai was transported to a high altitude, a violent sensation of weightlessness enveloping him, with his surroundings filled with white mist. In the next moment, the bone sword shot forth, swiftly suspending beneath his feet, arresting his falling body as Gu Bai flew on the sword. he keenly noticed that the white mist around him was thinning, as if it were about to vanish entirely. He surmised this was likely due to the destruction of the altar of the evil god. If that were the case, he should be able to leave directly without needing to gouge out his eyes for a sacrifice. Even if a sacrifice were truly required, Gubai was skeptical whether the deities could receive his offering under the influence of God knows. Selecting a random direction, he guided the bone sword to fly away swiftly. The white mist continued to thin until it completely vanished. The white mist town revealed its original appearance, the void where nothing existed, as if a painting had been erased to leave a blank canvas. Gubai realized this must be the handiwork of the deity. Had he not departed, he would likely have met the same fate as White Mist Town. Surrounding White Mist Town, various streams of light formed a massive semi-spherical orb. They divided the various regions into segments, resembling tumors parasitizing this planet. All that Gubai had done was destroy one of those tumors. Main quest completed. Shall you return immediately? Gubai silently selected yes in his mind. Tianyuan Prison.gu by returned to his cell, beginning to review his reward settlement. Subquest rewards settled. Main quest completed. Reward, 10 first-tier blood crystals. Side quest completed. Reward, 50 first-tier blood crystals. A random Imperial level technique inheritance. This dungeon's rating is S level. You may choose 3 from the following 5 options. 1. Increase 1 reward by 1 level. 2. Select 1 royal level martial skill. 3. Conduct a meridian expansion, slightly enhancing martial aptitude. 4. Choose 1 martial skill or technique you possess for a martial comprehension, significantly increasing proficiency. 5. Forcefully exit the dungeon. Gubai pondered briefly before selecting 1, 2, and 3. He opted to enhance the random Imperial level technique. This meant he would randomly acquire a divine level technique. 9 Heaven's Thunder God technique. Type: Inheritance technique. Rank: Mid-grade divine. Description: Practitioners must possess a physique related to thunder. This technique requires enduring heavenly lightning to temper the body, causing immense pain and potentially leading to mental collapse. Only those with a strong will can cultivate it. Upon reaching great success, one can consume blood energy to manipulate their body's magnetic field. This technique aligned well with Gubai's needs. It boasted immense power and would provide considerable assistance during the Thunder Tribulation. The effects upon reaching great success were formidable, as manipulating the body's magnetic field implied. His entry, Transform Blood into Thunder, would likely fulfill the cultivation requirements. Based on performance in this dungeon, the following title is awarded: Blasphemer. An effect: Increases damage dealt to beings with divine attributes by 50 and makes it easier to attract the wrath of deities. Would you like to change or refresh this title? Gubai chose to refresh it. He was not interested in this title and preferred his current one. Brutal Butcher. Effect: In each dungeon, for every formidable being you slay, your attack and defense capabilities increase by 0.1, capped at 100, ineffective upon exiting the dungeon. Would you like to change? This one was commendable. Gubai opted to switch. Detected that the Fateful One has ascended. Would you accept the exclusive Ascension dungeon? By completing the dungeon, your exclusive privileges will advance to level 2. Refusal will result in the retraction of exclusive privileges. Gubai silently chose to accept. He had yet to spend the fateful points he had just acquired. The selected exclusive Ascension dungeon is Eternal Crisis. You need to seize the world's origin. You will be teleported in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 63. Spirit Spring Lotus. Gubai had no time to ponder what the world's origin entailed. Time was pressing. He swiftly operated within the fateful hall, first listing the items he deemed useless. Then, he sought out anything that could prove useful. After breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, the items in the fateful hall's trading area had also transformed, all becoming second-tier items. The stall rental fee had risen to 1 second-tier blood crystal. Although Gubai was uncertain about the nature of the world's origin, he sensed that acquiring it would likely lead him to confront modern military forces. After all, the Eternal Life virus had ceased to exist following his last encounter with the Eternal Lifers. The highest combat strength in that world would be the modern military and its weaponry. Firearms were manageable, but the primary concern lay with nuclear weapons. Such devices would be exceedingly difficult for him to contend with. Gubai needed to retain a portion of the blood crystals for personal use. The original owner had learned in university that a typical martial artist could consume around 100 blood crystals at each stage, with a higher quantity indicating better aptitude. Though the original owner's remnant soul was gone, Gubai had clearer memories of the past. It seemed the fragments of the original soul had fully integrated into his own now. He possessed 90 first-tier blood crystals, 41 second-tier blood crystals, and 260 fateful points. Gubai decided to sell the life ring at a low price, exchanging it for 20 first-tier blood crystals. Its healing effect had become too trivial for him. The eternal life metal and life gem could temporarily be retained. Gubai contemplated what he currently lacked and found himself wanting for little. He still had 54 healing pills, 36 spirit recovery pills, and 112 fasting pills, all of which were sufficient. As for detoxification pills, they were entirely redundant for Gubai now. The random teleportation scroll, a life-saving item, is prohibitively expensive. Purchasing it outright seems rather unwise. Lacking suitable alternatives, it seems prudent to keep the blood crystal for personal consumption. The fate points, however, could be utilized to seek out valuable items or consumables. As for the exclusive shop, it can be accessed within the dungeon, and purchases can be made based on necessity at that time. What Gubai currently lacks most is time. He scarcely has any moments to devote to his cultivation. Soon, Gubai found the fallen nun, from whom he had purchased the spiritual essence previously, and inquired if there were any new supplies available. These items are well documented in the memories imparted by the demon Dan Master, and are quite beneficial for alchemy. Ideally, he would like to procure several. The fallen nun replied, "Yes, indeed. Would you prefer to pay with blood crystals or exchange items?" The brutal butcher interjected, "Let's go with an exchange. Peruse my stall for anything that piques your interest." The fallen nun proposed, "How about trading 5 bottles of spiritual essence for a lucky coin?" The brutal butcher agreed. Gubai, however, held little interest in luck. The coin was not particularly appealing to him. The fallen nun continued, "Additionally, may I exchange your filth's crown for the fusion potion? Lotus of the spiritual spring. Type: plant. Grade: first class premium. Description: a lotus flower that continuously exudes spiritual essence. When planted in a feng shui auspicious location, has a chance to grow anew." Upon glimpsing the lotus of the spiritual spring, Gubai was resolute. He must acquire it. While it may hold little value for martial artists, it is undoubtedly a treasure for him. It can be cultivated and potentially refined into a magical artifact. Yet, the other party's asking price was quite exorbitant. The brutal butcher stated, "Only one item may be exchanged." The fallen nun conceded, "Very well. Then I shall trade the filth's crown for this." She recognized that it was improbable to exchange a first-tier item for 2 second-tier ones. Strange golden hoop. Type: special dungeon access item. Grade: description: upon use, enter a special dungeon with a difficulty rating of Tier 3 S-class, requiring Tier 3 to utilize. This item intrigued Gubai. Could it be reminiscent of the world he once knew? In any case, it is surely a cultivation dungeon, promising substantial enhancement for him. The brutal butcher concluded, "Agreed. The deal is struck." He added, "Should you come across similar items or information in the future, do inform me. I shall reward you based on their value." The fallen nun replied, "Certainly, esteemed patron." Her swift agreement underscored the other party's exceptional nature. Additionally, the rapidity with which the other party changed titles suggested he was indeed a dungeon fanatic. Such individuals either grow rapidly or perish mid-journey. Assisting him would surely yield benefits. After the transaction, Gubai found his remaining time dwindling. In Qingting City, at noon, the sun blazed in the sky. The streets bustled with traffic, the crowd was lively, and the summer breeze stirred a few vibrant green leaves. Gubai emerged from a shadowy alley, his phantom cloak transformed into a grayish-white regular attire. The mask was removed, revealing a strikingly handsome yet cold visage, with deep-set eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring souls, drawing the attention of passers-by, who could not help but glance back multiple times. Gubai deftly lifted several wallets and phones from the distracted pedestrians. Entering the new dungeon, gathering intelligence was always the foremost priority. All the devices had fingerprint locks. However, Gubai was primarily concerned with time. Comparing to when he last exited the dungeon, it seemed a decade had elapsed. Yet, he could not be certain that this place was the same dungeon he had previously traversed. Then, Gubai discovered that the wallets he had pilfered contained no cash. Only some identification and bank cards. It appeared that mobile payments had become the norm. The Fate space had not provided him with any additional information. No side quests, no exclusive tasks, merely instructing him to collect the world's essence. Gubai was currently uncertain how to gather this essence. so he decided to observe quietly and avoid causing too much commotion. He also sought a place to impart his cultivation techniques. As for the self-selected royal tier martial skill, Gubai did not currently lack in defense or offense. Skills enhancing mobility or providing unique benefits were more in line with his needs. Tian Sha, type. Inherited martial skill, grade. Royal tier premium, description. Transforms one's blood energy and killing intent into malevolent energy, instilling fear in nearby beings, with a certain probability of directly frightening the mentally weak to death. This was the martial skill Gubai ultimately chose. Hey handsome, where are you off to? Here for a bit of fun? A young girl suddenly approached Gubai, initiating conversation. Her face was heavily made up, with long blonde hair, yet her natural beauty was evident. Clad in a JK uniform, her petite figure had unexpected allure in certain areas. Her watery eyes were fixated on Gubai's face, particularly his mesmerizing eyes, which resembled an abyss, rendering her unable to look away. Gubai remained silent, choosing to walk past her. There was no need to acknowledge such an ordinary person. Hey, are you mute? Didn't you hear Ain speaking to you? Her companion, a hefty girl weighing around 300 pounds, resembling a tank, called out to him. The repeated interruptions began to irk Gubai. Chapter 64. The calm before the storm above the azure sea, seagulls soared through the clouds, their ebony eyes reflecting countless steel behemoths. Deep within a submerged command chamber, 10 top-ranking commanders from various nations, adorned in military attire, gathered with solemn expressions, deliberating on a matter of grave importance. Before them loomed a colossal mechanical screen, where all eyes were riveted on the projection displayed there. The image revealed a pure white orb of light, bound by silver chains in the depths of the ocean. Adjacent to the screen, a progress bar indicated a mere 0.05. A blond man spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we are assembled here, I trust each of you comprehends the gravity of our situation. Our world teeters on the brink of life and death. We must sacrifice everything to prevent the extraterrestrial foes from seizing our world's essence. We must endure the remaining time, allowing the will of the world to expel them from our realm. The blond man, named Kinleys, was 78 years old but appeared to be around 50. He had witnessed 2 world wars, each time relying on his astute strategic instincts to lead his nation to victory. His country was one of the 3 possessing world-ending capabilities. Following him, an elderly man with white hair, whose gaze resembled a frigid pool, and whose stature was upright, spoke. I have a premonition that this enemy may be stronger than the monster we faced 50 years ago. The elderly man seemed lost in some recollection. He was one of the commanders from the 3 great nations. Named Zhou Song, aged 97, he had commanded numerous iconic battles, consistently finding opportunities amidst the impossible. Alas, just a decade has passed since the global virus, and now we face this anew. Our world is truly fragile, lamented a wealthy woman with sun-kissed skin. Her name was Dana, 36 years old, representing one of the 3 great nations. Presently, the majority of the world's military forces and weaponry were under the control of these 10 individuals. The fate of the world would largely hinge on their forthcoming decisions, each requiring a vote. A bald, African-American man in his 30s raised his hand, stating, 10 years ago, the eternal life virus was also thwarted by the extraterrestrial adversaries. The essence of the world allowed our military to refrain from containing the virus, permitting it to spread freely. But what was the result? The global population plummeted by approximately 80. We are only now barely restoring normal societal function. Is the will of the world's essence truly correct? Perhaps there are alternative paths to salvation. I have seen records suggesting that these extraterrestrial foes are not dissimilar to humans. They simply possess unique abilities. Just as with the emergence of the eternal life virus, we might negotiate with them. We could offer everything except the essence of the world. This proclamation. The command chamber fell into an eerie silence. Zhou Song shook his head resolutely, speaking each word with conviction. I have witnessed the extraterrestrial foes firsthand and attempted to negotiate with them. However, nothing aside from the essence of the world holds any allure for them. They arrive with a mission, where the rewards for success and the penalties for failure are paramount. The fate of our world means little to them. To them, we are likely just a stage in their growth trials. We possess no choice but to fight valiantly against them. The eternal life virus from a decade ago was an opportunity. Our technology was stymied, and the only viable path was to develop the extraordinary, enhancing the world's tier. Yet, this path has been obliterated by the extraterrestrial visitors and those heroes from the Longleaf Academy. Even if we succeed, humanity may cease to exist, yet there remains hope for the world. Unlike the current state of being akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, annihilation is merely a matter of time. It is difficult to discern what is good and what is bad. I have lived long enough. But those young souls have not. We must win this battle. The future will be more brutal, yet for the sake of that future, we must sacrifice everything to extend the history of this world. Zhou Song surveyed the assembly with fervent eyes, as if he were igniting himself in the fire of resolve. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, an indescribable fury raging within their hearts, yet it was swiftly accompanied by profound sorrow and helplessness. They had no choice. The weak are akin to rotten apples, gradually sliced away until nothing remains. Born into such a frail and desolate world, all who were aware felt a deep helplessness. They understood that this world likely no longer had the right to end their tender childhoods and ascend to a higher existence. Subsequently, the 10 began to discuss the details of their battle strategy. Among them were commanders, half of whom had participated in the astonishing war 50 years prior. The internal strife between their nations had ceased due to that external threat. It was a man towering 3 meters tall, his body enveloped in muscle. Firearms were ineffective against him. Missiles could not breach the armor of muscle encasing him. Tanks appeared as mere cookies before him, easily reduced to rubble. Initially, they believed he could not fly, sending thousands of fighter jets to encircle him. However, upon tearing a scroll, that man took to the skies, annihilating all the fighter jets in the process. Even the newly developed, most powerful nuclear weapon posed no threat to him. He was not human but a being from a higher dimension. Did they emerge victorious? No. Merely the time had come. The otherworldly invader was expelled by the will of the world. At the cost of nearly all armed forces and countless lives, a long-awaited peace dawned between the nations, for every ruler understood they faced an even more terrifying FOI in the face of the world's survival. Their struggles for power seemed as laughable as children playing house. This time, what would they sacrifice? Would the sun rise as usual? In the streets, 2 young girls walked towards the side of the road. Their eyes devoid of spirit. Gu Bai had done nothing but shatter their souls and temporarily manipulate them through vengeful spirits. Bang! Call the police. Someone call an ambulance. A cacophony of voices erupted from the surrounding crowd. It was nothing, merely 2 women struck down by a large vehicle, dying on the spot. Gu Bai, using the unlocked phone obtained from the vengeful spirit, began to search for events from 10 years prior. Tian now accompanied the eternal life virus, all displayed clearly. And those heroes who perished for world peace, Gu Cheng, Yang Muqian, Li Gang, Li Yu. Each name glaringly present. Chapter 65. Entering the martial path. Gu Bai continued to search for recent significant events on his phone. He discovered that a year ago, nations had issued a peculiar decree simultaneously. First was a large-scale mandatory conscription. All eligible men, as long as they met the criteria, would be forcibly enlisted, regardless of their personal consent. Even some women were not exempt. Strangely, this decree mandated that residents over 2 meters tall either enlist or be imprisoned, regardless of gender. If anyone discovered a person over 2 meters, reporting them would yield a substantial reward. Gu Bai silently analyzed the situation. So many strange regulations, yet no conflicts had erupted. They were likely preparing to confront an unknown but formidable enemy, one that could instill fear in all nations. Leading to such developments. Clearly, these regulations were aimed at him. Perhaps after seizing the world's essence, this world would face annihilation. Thus, the military forces of this world united to repel the external threat. The final regulation was evidently directed at martial artists. As nearly all martial artists stood over 2 meters tall, each a giant, it seemed this world had experienced such events before. The last turmoil caused by the destined one must have been significant. Yet it likely ended in failure. The current scenario was that if he exposed any visible extraordinary abilities in public or under surveillance, he would probably be instantly targeted. It was uncertain what level of attack would follow. His immediate priority was to ascertain the location of the world's essence. Although he could attempt to use the guiding paper crane to seek it out, the duration of the guiding paper crane would only indicate a direction at best. This world was still quite vast. The exclusive shop did offer new, guiding paper cranes for purchase, but they were priced steeply at 10 destiny points. If he could not find it, he would have to resort to this cumbersome method. Gubai's current plan was to locate the highest-ranking leaders of the nation. Then, he would perform a soul search to gather information regarding the world's essence. He was not even certain what the essence truly was. Those high-ranking officials would undoubtedly be privy to such knowledge. They had no means to guard against soul searching. They were mere mortals, and once stripped of their status, they were nothing. Gubei donned a black mask and sunglasses to obscure his face. He refrained from wearing the skull-crusher mask to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by, yet it seemed futile in this guise. No one turned to look back at him. Gubei summoned a taxi via his phone. Directing it to the outskirts near the capital en route, he remained diligent, practicing every moment. As dusk fell, the sunset bled across the sky. The taxi came to a smooth halt in a desolate area. The driver, a robust middle-aged woman with some skills, would never have dared to accept such a fare otherwise. "Sir, you've arrived. What brings you here?" "There's nothing around." The driver turned to Gubei. He opened the car door, stepped out, and stretched his body, casually replying, "Nothing much, just taking a break, I see. Could you do me a favor and close the car door?" The driver's eyes flickered with suspicion. It was odd to come to such a place for relaxation, where no taxis could be summoned, and the nearest village lay 100 kilometers away. Furthermore, this passenger carried nothing with him. He might be contemplating something dire, perhaps even suicide. "Wait, perhaps I should call the police." Listening to his voice, he sounded quite young, likely a student with little social experience. She couldn't help but think of her own child, who had been forcibly conscripted 6 months prior, cut off from nearly all contact with the outside world. Only able to communicate through letters, she wondered how he was faring. "Could you assist me with something?" Gubai's voice interrupted the driver's wandering thoughts. "Of course, young man, you're welcome to." Just as the driver began to speak, her eyes dimmed, her soul drawn into the imperial banner for refinement, transforming her into a complete servant. After reaching the foundation stage, Gubei could directly extract the souls of mortals using his soul-refining demon eye. However, refining them yielded little enhancement to the soul, making it a waste of time and spiritual energy. Now, his spiritual awareness extended a full 200 meters in Gubai's eyes. Most mortals were often less significant than the refuse lining the streets. The driver's soul returned to her body, now entirely transformed into Gubai's servant. Then, the heart-eating demon flew from within Gubei, merging into the driver's heart, successfully parasitizing her. The vengeful spirits within the imperial banner could not share vision with Gubei, but the heart-eating demon could. This arrangement facilitated remote control of the vengeful spirits, directing them towards the locations of those in power. Gubei left the imperial banner in the taxi's trunk. As it was his life-bound artifact, he could recall it with a mere thought. Next, he intended to make a small modification to this driver. Gubei raised his hand, pointing at the driver as a cloud of black toxic mist surged into her body. Her flesh underwent peculiar alterations, a glimmer of blood flashing in her eyes. This was his specially crafted virus, highly contagious, capable of spreading through air and bodily fluids. Infected individuals would rapidly undergo aberrant transformations, becoming bloodthirsty zombies. While its growth potential was inferior to the Eternal Life virus, its transmissibility and infection speed undoubtedly surpassed it. This was a small experiment of his, as he could trigger the driver to explode at any moment, allowing the virus to spread. The roar of the engine erupted, and the taxi sped away, leaving Gubei alone. "All right, it's time to consume something and step into the martial path." Gubei produced a bead radiating with lightning and swallowed it whole. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed in an instant. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. As if coalescing something, various forms of lightning danced across Gubei's body, assaulting his flesh and organs. Fortunately, Gubei's body was no longer that of a mere mortal, having frequently stimulated it with blood lightning. The discomfort was minimal, merely a slight pain. If a first-stage martial artist were to consume this bead, they would likely become nothing more than charred remains. Boom! The thunder erupted once more, its intensity magnified many times over. From within the storm clouds, a massive blood-red lightning bolt took shape, plummeting down to strike Gubei. The ferocious lightning instantly transformed a radius of several hundred meters into scorched earth. Bathed in blood lightning, Gubei's body sustained some damage, yet he continuously repaired and regenerated, forging his body with lightning. His physical strength increased by a notch, and his vital energy began to circulate throughout. reinforcing his form. Gubai had stepped into the martial path, becoming a martial artist. Chapter 66. Rapid Martial Advancement, Virus Development. Gubai took a moment to assess his transformation, throwing a few punches that unleashed fierce gusts of wind. The changes in his body were notable, primarily due to the emergence of vital energy within him, a new form of energy. Unlike spiritual energy, which relies on absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, vital energy draws upon the body's latent potential, developing hidden reserves to achieve a positive cycle. Strong vital energy fortifies the body, and the body continually generates new vital energy. However, this approach offers minimal enhancement to the soul, making it easier to be finely controlled in the early stages. Subsequently, Gubai extracted first and second stage vital energy crystals from his possession, beginning to consume them to elevate his vital energy limits. As the numerous vital essence crystals were consumed, Gubai's body became marred with extensive fissures, with torrents of blood mist wafting from the wounds. Ingesting an excessive quantity of vital essence crystals at once could inflict harm upon the body. However, Gubai paid little heed to this, reasoning that a few healing pills would suffice. His physique was not so fragile. After swallowing all the vital essence crystals, Gubai sensed that he could probably consume another 5 or 6 first-tier crystals. Indicating that his aptitude was above average, he began to circulate the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique, with crimson lightning flickering across his body, continuously refining his form. The martial artist's realm surged rapidly, propelled by the abundant vital essence crystals and divine tier techniques. Furthermore, Gubai's physical strength had already reached the 10th level of a first-tier martial artist, and with 2 instances of meridian expansion. Despite his original lack of martial talent, he had ascended to the 10th level of a first-tier martial artist in just a few short hours due to various external influences. He could feel that his current bodily strength was nearly on par with the second-tier martial artist. Yet, breaking through to the second tier would still require considerable effort. Typically, for a martial artist to ascend to the second tier, they must thoroughly integrate their vital essence into every bone and organ, undergoing a complete bodily transformation from the inside out. This step in cultivation generally requires years of practice for those of average aptitude, who, without external assistance, often find their control over vital essence to be quite proficient, with the only hurdle being insufficient overall vitality. However, Gubai's control over vital essence was somewhat lacking, making this accomplishment currently unattainable, especially since this was merely the first day of his acquisition. Gubai estimated that, given his martial aptitude, achieving this would ordinarily take at least 3 months. Moreover, he needed to continue his cultivation of immortality, making it impossible to devote himself entirely to martial arts. Therefore, he decided to leverage external aids. Gubai spent 20 days of life points to procure an item from the exclusive shop. Devour Incense. Type: consumable. Grade: first tier premium. Description: ingesting this incense significantly enhances one's control over vital essence for a short duration, but results in a permanent slight decrease in physical constitution. In an instant, a red incense stick made of a unique material appeared in Gubai's hand, shimmering with a scarlet luster. Ethereal flames danced at his fingertips, igniting the devourer incense, from which billowed thick red smoke, filling the air with a peculiar, meaty aroma. He inhaled deeply, the red smoke enveloping him, causing a flush to spread across his body as the flow of vital essence became increasingly smooth. Before long, the incense was entirely consumed. Gubai inhaled all the emanating red smoke, and above him, blood-colored lightning swirled in the heavens, resembling serpents capable of devouring elephants. It seemed that due to the effect of the entry, transform blood into thunder. The lightning summoned by the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique had transformed into a sanguine hue, unlike the multicolored lightning he experienced during his initial body tempering, the cause of which remained a mystery. Thunder rumbled, blood-colored lightning cascaded downward, akin to the wrath of the heavens, intent on obliterating all in its path. Everything visible to the naked eye was instantly charred to cinders beneath the blood lightning. Subsequently reduced to ash, the ground where Gubai stood had morphed into a charred pit. He was not unscathed. Blood streamed from his body, exposing jagged bones that were rapidly carbonized by the lightning's ferocity. His recovery rate lagged far behind the speed of his injuries. Not only did he have to endure lightning strikes to achieve breakthroughs in immortality, but he also faced similar trials during body tempering. Nevertheless, these two aspects complemented each other, ultimately facilitating a smoother path for future cultivation. Suddenly, a piece of flesh, still writhing, appeared in Gu Bai's mouth. Without chewing, it swiftly slid down his throat, vanishing entirely. Following this, his battered body began to mend itself rapidly. This was the delicious flesh pea if it were the entity itself that ventured forth. Such a level of assault, if mishandled, could very well lead to its demise. Fortunately, at the last moment, it retracted the Emperor's banner. Otherwise, there might have been devastating damage. As for the vengeful spirits and the heart-devouring demons, they appeared to be quite unaffected, seemingly relishing the energy of nuclear radiation. Through his recollections, Gu Bai successfully acquired a wealth of intelligence. It turned out that the world's essence possesses a self-conscious will, capable of expelling such fated individuals as himself from its realm, albeit requiring time. The last fated individual to undertake this mission in this world was expelled after a brutal 7-day battle. One could only wonder how much time remained for him. The essence of the world is located within a vast ocean, but the specifics of its location are beyond the knowledge of this group. Nevertheless, for Gu Bai, this was sufficient. Upon arrival, he could successfully pinpoint the essence's position using the guiding paper crane. However, a bloody confrontation was inevitable, and something would undoubtedly intercept him along the way. Gu Bai needed to make preparations for his undertaking. He retrieved the blood spirit jade, the spirit spring lotus, and the life gem, ready to engage in alchemical crafting. As the ethereal flames surged forth, under Gu Bai's meticulous manipulation, these 3 items were incessantly burned and refined until they melded into one. Ultimately, a bizarre blood-red lotus seed emerged, suspended in the ethereal flames, its surface gleaming with the luster of sheep-fat jade. While blood continuously oozed from its center, it was now named Blood Spring Lotus, a superior grade of the 2nd tier. This lotus perpetually produces a liquid essence that can restore spiritual energy and slightly enhance its total capacity. It can also forcibly extract blood from living beings, coalescing it into blood lotus seeds. With a maximum limit of 9. Each blood lotus seed can be utilized for healing, defense, or attack. In the subsequent hours, Gu Bai dedicated himself to developing the desperate venom and honing his skills. On the 2nd day, at dawn, dark clouds converged in the sky, thunder flashed, and torrential rain poured down. The rainwater was completely unable to approach Gu Bai, repelled by an invisible barrier. He had successfully broken through to the 2nd layer of foundation building and could partially viralize his body. Gu Bai extended his left arm, which then transformed into a red-black, fleshly tentacle that swept out, shattering a mountain into dust. Deep beneath the sea, in the war conference room, 10 commanders were already aware that the capital of one of the 3 major nations had ceased to exist. Sacrificed for humanity and for this world, at present, they had no intelligence on any extraterrestrial intruders. The last surveillance footage, even when slowed thousands of times, revealed no indication of how the enemy had struck. It could be a special ability, or perhaps the specter of a horror story. In any case, they seemed to have no means of counteraction against such an attack. Perhaps they too might meet their end in this manner. For this time, the enemy was undoubtedly more formidable and terrifying than before. The progress displayed on the screen was now at 7.5, according to estimates regarding the arrival of the extraterrestrial foe. They needed to endure for 10 more days. A profound gloom enveloped the hearts of the 10, for this was an insurmountable challenge. Knock, knock, knock. The muffled sound of knocking echoed. The 10 responded, and the metal door slowly opened. A black-haired youth in military attire, holding a holographic projector, anxiously reported. The anomalies within 1,000,000 kilometers of the capital have been fully investigated. The information department has confirmed and tracked the extraterrestrial enemy using satellite surveillance. Chapter 68. The God-Eater's Spear. The holographic projector displayed Gu Bai's current position and form, albeit somewhat hazy, as if the signal were weak. Zhou Song's gaze was solemn, a hint of indescribable sorrow in his eyes. As he stated, I propose we intercept him at all costs, obstruct him, and activate the Godslayer's staff. Let us commence voting. The recently destroyed capital was, after all, part of his nation. Subsequently, this proposal passed with unanimous consent. While soaring high in the sky, Gu Bai sensed something amiss. He had a vague feeling of being watched, accompanied by sounds that gradually approached his location. Had he been discovered? Gu Bai maintained a calm demeanor, quickly accepting the fact that he was now exposed. His God's unawareness granted immunity to detection via mystical arts, yet this time, the enemy employed technology and cameras could still capture his presence, rendering his exposure unremarkable. Amidst the torrential rain and dark clouds, the roar of engines drew near. Thousands of warplanes hastened toward him in this perilous weather. Flashes of fire erupted as countless missiles and cannons intertwined in the air. Howling forth from the curtain of rain, the clouds were marked by innumerable trails of flame. Faced with such a barrage, Gu-bai had no room for evasion. However, he had no need to evade. These assaults could hardly breach his skin. The sky boiled, flames erupted, and metal fragments along with smoke suddenly engulfed Gu-bai. Yet the attacks showed no sign of abating. Rather, they intensified, becoming more numerous and fierce. Everyone understood that the extraterrestrial enemy would not perish beneath such assaults. Suddenly, a blood-red lotus surged forth from the smoke. Rising into the air the next instant, torrents of blood flowed from the surrounding warplanes, converging into the blood lotus, coalescing into a single blood lotus seed. Hundreds of warplanes plummeted from the sky, exploding on the ground in a spectacular display. Gu-bai, enveloped in blood lightning, soared through the air at breakneck speed, advancing toward the essence of the world. The previous attacks had merely left his hymns slightly soiled. Not only was the sky under siege, but various projectiles also rained down from the city below. While they posed no threat to Gu-bai, they certainly impeded his progress. Let us test the full might of the blood lightning. Gu-bai abruptly halted, raising his hand toward the heavens. Boom! A bolt of blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky, instantly obliterating the remaining warplanes and striking down toward the city below. Lingering ominously in an instant, countless lives were extinguished, reduced to ash. The wreckage of the warplanes fell like a meteor shower, streaking across the sky with a peculiar beauty. Alarms blared throughout the city. Most of the unknowing populace was utterly bewildered, unaware of what transpired. Just a decade had passed since the eternal crisis had ended. Why was such chaos unfolding once more? What was that in the sky? A deity bent on world destruction? The ordinary citizens had no comprehension of the current situation. Many had experienced the turmoil during the eternal virus and thus cherished the hard-won peace, desiring nothing more than to live a simple and happy life. Yet this world seemed unwilling to grant them their wish. Soldiers trembled, their eyes filled with confusion. They had long been aware of what awaited them. Yet when the extraterrestrial enemy appeared before them, exhibiting unfathomable and unparalleled might, their minds remained vacant, filled with fear, instinctively wielding their weapons to fight back. There was no retreat. Orders from above had been issued with unwavering resolve. Delay the enemy's advance at all costs. Without any hesitation, this was a battle for salvation, and they had nothing left behind. Everyone was compelled to strive for this cause. Even in the face of such a terrifying adversary, they could only choose to fight. Even if, to the enemy, they might be no more than insignificant insects, at its core, this battle was a tragic exchange of lives, a sacrifice to deplete the enemy's strength. Even a mere sliver would suffice. The clouds dispersed, the rain ceased, and the city below lay in ruins. The sky blazed a fiery red, as if engulfed in flames. Many proved the courage inherent in humanity, choosing not to bail out in the face of life and death. Instead, piloting their burning warplanes into the enemy, losing everything in the moment of contact. Suddenly, the sky was rent by numerous objects plummeting at high speed, creating dozens of circular openings, allowing sunlight to stream through. Hundreds of meters of high-strength alloy had fallen from space, akin to the spear of the heavens. This was the Godslayer's spear, launched from a near-Earth satellite. Each one contained enough power to obliterate a small city. A blinding white light enveloped the area in the blink of an eye. A Godslayer's spear descended to just 10 meters above Gu-bai's head. Boom. A scarlet armor composed of vital essence suddenly enveloped Gu-bai's body, intercepting the falling Godslayer's spear, its surface brimming with cracks. This was a special armor formed by the flesh and blood defense technique. That it boasted decent defense, able to withstand such a heavenly weapon for a moment. Then, Gu-bai exerted all his energy, unleashing violent blood lightning that swept across the sky like scythes. The Godslayer's spears, constructed from high-strength alloys, disintegrated at an astonishing rate under the onslaught of blood lightning. Immediately afterward, hundreds of supersonic missiles screamed in, each armed with nuclear warheads, detonating with a roar 100 meters away from Gubai. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dazzling orbs of light erupted, releasing the energy contained within the warheads, roaring forth to consume everything in their vicinity. The military had nearly deployed all their weapons to impede the extraterrestrial foe. Tens of thousands of soldiers, like moths drawn to a flame, sacrificed their lives. As the blinding light faded, a bolt of blood lightning surged forth from the thick smoke, targeting the most heavily guarded maritime area. The world suddenly turned eerie and silent. Whether it was the commanders in the underwater war conference room, the troops on the ground, or the pilots in the air, all eyes were fixed on this scene. The cold, divine youth, having endured such a terrifying barrage, bore no visible wounds. Around him swirled various newly arrived war machines. Missiles streaking by, artillery roaring, yet he remained an incongruous figure amidst the chaos. Damn it! Continue the assault on that monster. We must stop him. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of missiles tore through the sky, converging from all directions toward the center. Gubai's left eye, aflame with crimson and ebony light, gently shifted as he unfurled his right hand. Blood lightning surged forth, coalescing into a long blade that resembled a divine creation. How mundane. Gubai let out a cold snort. Reversing the blade with its tip directed downward, and with a delicate thrust, countless blood-red arcs of electricity swept outward, akin to a stone cast into a lake. The ripples, born of blood lightning, silently traversed the heavens, instantaneously soaring from their origin to the horizon. Chapter 69. Human experimentation. The sky appeared to rain iron, with searing metallic remnants mingled with flesh, cascading relentlessly in mere seconds. The advancing aircraft and military forces were utterly annihilated. This place seemed transformed into a veritable inferno of human suffering. Gubai observed the scene before him with an impassive demeanor, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, while the blood lightning wings behind him continued to propel him toward the maritime region marked in his memory. The recent battle had consumed approximately 60% of his vitality. Thanks to viral transformation, flesh defense techniques, and the blood spring lotus, he had sustained little injury. His spiritual energy remained largely intact, as neither the bone sword nor the Emperor's banner had been summoned. He estimated that at his current speed of flight, he could reach the designated maritime area in about a day, provided there were no military disruptions, which was evidently implausible. Thus, the journey would likely extend to 2 or 3 days. The consumption of energy was also a concern. However, armed with 2 types of energy and an ample supply of elixirs, he should be adequately prepared. If the means of this world were limited to such, then they would be unable to impede him. Inside the underwater combat conference room, the attendees gazed at the scene of Gubai's rampage, their brows furrowed, expressions complex. An air of profound silence enveloped the room. The last extraterrestrial adversary had left them in awe of the extreme physical prowess displayed. Yet this time, they suspected that the new foe was an entirely different species. The visual shock they experienced transcended ordinary dimensions. How could they contend with such a formidable enemy? Judging by the target's flight speed and the time wasted by the military, even with their reckless delays, they could only manage to prolong the adversary's arrival by a maximum of 60 hours. Such a time frame was woefully insufficient. This extraterrestrial threat was not only more powerful than the last but also boasted superior mobility and capabilities. The commanders engaged in fervent deliberation over their next strategies. If this continued, the very essence of their world would surely be irretrievable. In the face of such a staggering disparity between friend and foe, was there truly any means to reverse the tide? The primitive against the tri-body beings, despair and resignation seemed the only options available. After a long moment, Kinley's let out a heavy sigh, appearing to have made a momentous decision, and stated solemnly, "In fact, there is something our nation has not disclosed to you all. Our human experimentation has been successful." At this revelation, the others turned to Kinley's in astonishment. Every nation had engaged in such experiments, striving to transcend physical limits and alter the fate of the world. Yet, until now, no successful case had been documented. Why had Kinley's country succeeded? Everyone awaited his explanation. Kinley stroked the stubble on his chin and began to articulate. "Yang Xia is, in fact, alive. She is with us, undergoing various experiments." The others appeared shaken by this intelligence, their eyes filled with bewilderment. All present were familiar with Yang Xia. She was the sister of Yang Mukin and the daughter of that figure. Yet she should have perished along with the eternal virus incident 10 years ago. How could she still be alive? Kinley's lit a cigar, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a plume of white smoke before continuing. As for why she lives, I cannot say. Rather, she was brought to me by a peculiar force, with orders to keep her existence hidden from the outside world until the arrival of the next extraterrestrial foe. Dana brushed her fingertips through her hair. Her lips pressed into a straight line and inquired, "If so, can your current research findings combat the present extraterrestrial adversary?" Kinley slumped his hand, stating plainly, "No, if it were an adversary like the last. Combined with the Godslaying staff and other weapons, we might have had a chance. However, this current extraterrestrial enemy, should Yang Xia and her children confront it directly, even with full support, they would likely not endure for long." Upon hearing this, the group felt somewhat less despondent, as the situation had taken a slight turn for the better, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. Zhou Song looked at Kinley's with conviction. "Do you have any further directives?" That peculiar force must have issued more than one command. "Could you also elaborate on the circumstances surrounding your acquisition of Yang Xia?" Kinley's nodded, exhaling a stream of white smoke, his eyes flickering as if recalling something. And he said softly, "I have no intention of withholding anything from you. I will recount everything regarding Yang Xia truthfully. That day was precisely when the virus was vanquished by the heroes. I was stationed in an underground base when, suddenly, an indescribable wave of energy enveloped me, and then Yang Xia appeared. How to describe it was an extraordinarily bizarre sense of distortion. It felt as if the narrative's conclusion had been rewritten midway. As if her original fate had been altered. 10 years ago, in the underground base, Kinley's had just finished reviewing newly submitted documents and was preparing to leave the office for a rest when his heart began to race violently. An invisible force enveloping him entirely, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with long green hair cascading to her waist appeared abruptly before him, seemingly unconscious on the floor. "If you wish to save your world, this is your only choice. You must not disclose the existence of to the outside world, nor even mention its name, until a decade later when a new extraterrestrial foe arrives. During this time, you must assist her in enhancing her power and achieve cooperation with. Only then can you eliminate." "Where is this? No, who am I? Why can I not remember anything?" Yang Xia awakened from her stupor. Slowly rising, clutching her head, her gaze wandering in confusion as she observed her surroundings. Kinley's instantly wore a benevolent smile, draping his coat over the girl's delicate form, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced her tightly. "Alice, my dear daughter, you are finally well again." Kinley's was a mature man, having had numerous romantic entanglements in his youth, yet he had now resolved to dedicate everything to his nation and the world. Emotion was the most inexpensive and easily manipulable of commodities. He had recognized the girl before him as Yang No. She was now called Alice. Perhaps the destiny of the world would change because of her. This might be the sole opportunity. Kinley's could not help but think thus. Subsequently, Kinley's conducted various experiments on Alice, including but not limited to biological hybridization, cell transplantation, organ grafting, and the creation of special potions from flesh and blood. Alice experienced no reproductive isolation from any organism, able to bear children from humans, dogs, bears, tigers, even plants posed no issue. However, offspring born from animals bore certain animal traits and had a probability of awakening special abilities. While those born from plants exhibited some plant characteristics, Alice felt neither pain nor pleasure. The gestation period lasted merely a few hours from conception to delivery. All other attempts failed to awaken any abilities in people aside from her children, who had a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening powers. Alice's growth was contingent upon absorbing life, whether from animals or plants, and those children who did not awaken abilities were returned to the source. Moreover, Alice could infuse vitality into objects, albeit at a slight cost to herself. For the sake of better research, Kinley's once had Alice inject a small amount of vitality, causing him to instantaneously regain youthful vigor and energy. Feeling neither fatigue nor weakness, and his health significantly improved. 5 years later, Alice's strength reached a plateau. Unable to progress despite her attempts to absorb life, it seemed she was trapped in the stage represented by her mother's fleshly form. Chapter 70. Intercepting Gubai, it appeared as though the rules of the world confined her to this phase. No method could facilitate her breakthrough. Her children faced the same limitation, maxing out at the level of 10th tier ability users, with no potential for further advancement. Thus, Kinley's comprehended fully that they had no chance of victory against the extraterrestrial adversary. Kinley succinctly recounted all that transpired during those years. The other 9 pondered deeply, for the volume of information embedded in Kinley's words was staggering. Dana lowered her gaze, her finger rhythmically tapping the table, and slowly remarked, "Among the concealed information, one pertains to Yang Xia. What of the other 2? You should be able to disclose that now." At her words, Kinley's raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Certainly, one pertains to the world will, and the other is GuBai.gu by must be the name of the extraterrestrial adversary. Indeed, collaborating with the world will entails merging Yang Xia with it, transcending worldly limitations, thereby enabling the resultant being to achieve a new level of existence. This is to contend with Gubai. She is already en route, and it is estimated she will arrive at the location of the world's essence in approximately 5 hours to prepare for the fusion. However, this matter requires your consent. I propose a vote." The final voting results revealed a consensus of 11 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. Only Zhou refrained from casting a vote, opting for abstention rather than opposition. He sensed that Kinley's was undoubtedly concealing something from them. Yet, in such circumstances, no alternative existed. Upon witnessing the approval of his proposal, Kinley silently breathed a sigh of relief. He had lied. The enigmatic force that the collaborators sought was not the origin of the world. This moment marked the peak of the world's vulnerability, simultaneously devoid of awareness of the external realm. Only now could Yang Xia merge with it, allowing her consciousness to take precedence. He had betrayed humanity and the world alike. But what of it? In a world devoid of hope, salvation was unnecessary. What faith, what glory, what pride in being human? In the face of survival and existence, they amounted to nothing. He would forge a better world, surrounded by superior kin and deities. With the passage of this proposal, the assembly resumed discussions on how to delay Gubai. They had a new card to play, Yang Xia's children. Although their strength could not compare to Gubai's, they possessed extraordinary abilities, totaling 273. If utilized effectively, they could buy significant time. Kinley's offered no objections, actively cooperating by detailing each individual's powers to maximize their potential. They were now dispatched in batches to intercept Gubai along his inevitable route. On the 3rd day, the torrential rain had inexplicably ceased. In Haiying City, apart from the sound of droplets, an eerie silence prevailed. The clouds had not dispersed. Instead, they thickened ominously. Though it was morning, it felt akin to night, with terror lurking in the stillness. Civilian circuits and networks had been severed for unknown reasons. The authorities had consolidated all resources, directing everything towards valuable endeavors. As for the ordinary citizens who were not soldiers, their fates had temporarily slipped from the official's considerations. The truth of the world had never resided in their hands. They wandered aimlessly, unaware of their purpose in life or death. All they possessed now was the fear and despair emanating from the depths of darkness. Alongside the scythe of death that might sweep over them at any moment, a flash of blood-red lightning flickered within the storm clouds, reverberating with explosive sounds. Hundreds of shadowy figures descended from the sky, all clad in identical black exoskeleton armor, with certain parts uniquely designed to expose peculiar organs, such as cat ears, lizard tails, and butterfly wings. These individuals had been urgently dispatched to assist the military in thwarting the aerial adversary, Gubai. A special soldier, with cat ears prominently displayed, held a green holy book made of wood in his hands and proclaimed loudly, "O supreme deity, this individual is so wicked, so dark. Grant him eternal destruction." Layer upon layer of prayers emanated from the tome, as a radiant green light descended from another realm, soaring towards Gubai. While Gubai was clearing obstacles along his path, he was suddenly struck by an impulse. Summoning the bone sword in an instant to strike at the incoming green radiance, it was not a sense of impending danger that he felt but rather a familiar sensation, akin to the aura that lingered when Yang Mukin's mother transformed into corporeal form and when she accepted the eternal legacy. A thunderous explosion erupted. The clash of the green light and the bone sword instantly dispersed into a mist. The green mist, like a flower, sought to envelop Gubai layer upon layer. With a sudden explosive sound, the bone sword transformed into thousands of threads, blood lightning conduits, annihilating the green mist in an instant. Gu Bai hovered in midair, his cold gaze sweeping downward. The bone sword reverted to its original form and fell with a piercing slash. A blood-red sword light cleaved through the clouds, bearing an unspeakable and chilling pressure directed at the remaining individuals below. Evade. Beneath the sword light, the exoskeleton seemed as fragile as paper, disintegrating upon contact. Leaving naught but ruin. The ground where the special soldiers had stood crumbled, transforming into a profound fissure. Their numbers dwindled from over 100 to a mere 12. Just one strike had inflicted severe casualties upon these elite warriors. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as blood lightning fell, splitting a nearby high-rise in two. Gu Bai stood atop the broken wall, coldly observing the remaining dozen. With astonishing speed, unreasonable destructive force, and an impenetrable defense. No one harbored any illusions upon witnessing such a terrifying enemy. They understood that their lives were rapidly dwindling. Gu Bai, too, was perplexed by the existence of these extraordinary beings. Shouldn't they have vanished along with the eternal virus? What was their current status? He was disinterested in pondering further. He could simply invite their souls into the human emperor banner, utilizing the virus to consume their flesh, thus acquiring the answers he sought. Gu Bai extended his left arm, and with a sudden burst of blood light, several grotesque tentacles shot forth. Just as the remaining 12 mustered a flicker of courage to resist, they were met with piercing sounds. The armor was instantaneously breached, their bodies impaled by the tentacles, with their internal flesh rapidly devoured. The billowing black smoke enveloped the escaping souls, drawing them into the human emperor banner. He descended. Opened fire. Electromagnetic cannons rose from the distance, gathering lightning. Hundreds of electromagnetic beams were unleashed towards Gu Bai's position. Countless black dots appeared in the sky as the god-slaying staff descended once more in response. Gu Bai smirked disdainfully. To employ such lightning against him was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Boom. With a flick of his hand, the incoming electromagnetic beams abruptly changed direction, shooting upward to collide with the god-slaying staff. A colossal sphere of light materialized midair, emitting an intense radiance so blinding it felt as though it could sear one's eyes. The invisible shockwaves spread in all directions, scattering debris and dust. As the light faded, Gu Bai flapped his blood lightning wings and soared into the air, condensing a sphere of lightning compressed to its utmost limit, casually casting it downwards. The violent blood lightning spread like a web, with serpentine arcs of electricity leaving behind molten fissures in its wake. The concrete pavement, vehicles, buildings, electromagnetic cannon platforms, and the pitifully struggling mortals all faced annihilation. Gu Bai merely looked down upon the earth, indifferent to the devastation unfolding. Subsequently, ethereal flames blossomed from the sky, refining the millions of mortal souls, swiftly purifying, condensing, and melting them into blood-red pills. Simultaneously, Gu Bai gleaned some intelligence from the souls of those extraordinary beings. Their lives had been dedicated to training, instructed on combat, obedience, and an array of specialized knowledge, leaving no time for leisure or entertainment. Most notably, the memories of their mothers lingered vividly. Gu Bai regarded the green-haired girl in his recollections, sensing an uncanny resemblance to Yang Mukin. Could she possibly be her sister? From the memories of these extraordinary beings, he learned that they had many siblings, aligning with the capabilities of the former nest. But how had she managed to survive? It seemed the journey ahead would not be easy. On the fourth day, dawn broke over the blue sea. This was the last line of defense. Thousands of fighter jets hovered in the sky. Poised for action, on the ocean surface, thousands of ironclad warships congregated, including several monstrous aircraft carriers. Flags from various nations fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze. Zhou Song stood atop the largest aircraft carrier, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the blood-red lightning rapidly approaching from the heavens. Despite their myriad efforts, little time had been gained. They had reached the final hour. Their hopes seemed to rest solely upon Kinley's proposal. The 10 commanders needed only to remain idle, safely ensconced, awaiting the outcome. Yet Zhou Song was unwilling to accept such passivity. Though aged, he had never feared death since his first foray into battle. He felt the same now. He would once more step onto the battlefield and choose his own demise. With a grand gesture, reminiscent of a seasoned general leading his troops, Zhou Song bellowed. Open fire. Flames erupted, Artillery roared, and trails of fire swirled. Hundreds of thousands of missiles launched, hurtling through the air towards the horizon, their countless trails blotting out the sun. Upon reaching the edge of the sea, Gu Bai beheld this magnificent metallic deluge and opted to summon 3 magical artifacts. The bone sword elongated, splitting into countless bone threads that detonated the missiles in midair. The blood lotus shattered, forming layers of crimson barriers that swiftly enveloped Gu Bai. The human emperor banner billowed with dark smoke as the vengeful souls it housed surged forth. The temperature around him plummeted, becoming chillingly cold. Throughout this ordeal, Gu Bai's spiritual power and vitality alternated in use. Though his spiritual energy could be replenished with pills, he lacked surplus blood crystal, necessitating caution. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously, filling the air with splendid fireworks. Amidst this grand display of artillery, Gu Bai remained unscathed. The soldiers, however, suffered catastrophic losses, their blood drained. Heads or hearts were claimed by vengeful spirits, or lives extinguished by friendly fire. All soldiers were engulfed in despair, questioning the purpose of their firing and their fight. Their assaults seemed effortlessly erased by the foe, yielding no effect. Was there truly any meaning in this? Why were they fighting? Such confusion plagued each combatant. Zhou Song gazed at the scene before him with indifference, his body trembling slightly. The visceral sensation of dread he experienced was starkly different from the cold reality of the monitoring screens. The chilling, murderous intent pierced his heart like a blade. Instinct urged him to flee, flee. He had not fled 50 years ago, and he certainly would not do so now, due to the frailty of the world. Countless lives have already been extinguished. They have sacrificed themselves, yearning to ignite this cold and desolate realm. Although their efforts may not have triumphed, the spark of their courage shall never be extinguished. It is merely his turn now. There is nothing to fear, Gu Bai. You shall be defeated. The aged voice resonated through the clouds, cutting through the cacophony. Reaching Gu Bai's ears with clarity, he furrowed his brow. A flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Why would anyone know his name? There shouldn't be anyone aware of it in this scenario. Let the soul reveal the answer to him. Thunder rumbled. The cannon fire abruptly ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of metal tearing, the blood thunder collided with a colossal battleship weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. Twisting, ripping, melting, there was nothing to elaborate. The steel plates were sliced through as if they were butter. The blood thunder penetrated the ship's hull, triggering a series of explosions that spread from the bow to the stern. With a crackling sound, the aircraft carrier twisted, dragged into the depths of the sea. Many matters are indeed difficult to discern as right or wrong, but only courage and sacrifice endure. Though Zhou Song's body was mangled and on the brink of death, he still raised his head, gazing resolutely at Gu Bai above, declaring with unwavering determination, "O enemy from beyond the heavens, behold the dawn of this courage." He was certainly not seeking death intentionally. As long as his heart ceased to beat, a unique weapon, developed in secrecy by the nation and the only one of its kind, would activate, and this distance was sufficient. Zhou Song's eyes dimmed entirely. Yet his body radiated a brilliant light. The sun seemed to plummet onto the ocean's surface, its dazzling brilliance enveloping everything around, causing the seawater to boil and rapidly evaporate into billowing white mist. Countless twisted metals on the surface of the sea rose and fell with the waves, the terrifying power obliterating everything in the vicinity. The soldiers here were all vaporized, leaving no trace of their remains. Do they all enjoy self-detonation so much? At this moment, Gu Bai, suspended in midair, appeared somewhat disheveled. His body charred, flesh exposed. The onlookers in the conference room observed that the celestial enemy had finally sustained injuries, and a glimmer of joy graced their faces. This monster had finally been wounded, which signified that he could indeed perish. Then, Gu Bai casually swallowed a few healing pills, and his injuries healed as if they had never existed, dousing the flames of hope that had ignited in the hearts of the commanders. Dana turned to Kinley's and inquired, "How long will it take for Yang Xie to merge with the source of the world? If this continues, I fear it is already done." Kinley's interrupted. Simultaneously, his hair began to transform into a peculiar shade of green. Chapter 72. The Eternal Mother Tree. What in the world is happening? Kinley's, what are you hiding? Dana suddenly stood up, drawing her pistol from her waist and aiming it at Kinley's, demanding answers. She realized that Kinley's must possess some crucial information that he had concealed from them. Given his current transformation, he appeared to be increasingly akin to Yang Xia. Could it be that the entity he collaborated with was not the source of the world, but rather the existence behind Yang Xia? Kinley's paid no heed to Dana's firearm, rising to his feet, his visage becoming strikingly youthful, appearing to be merely in his 20s. He ran his fingers through his emerald hair and pointed ears. Smiling as he said, "My apologies, but human history ends here. No, the history of this world concludes now. This world will revert to the eternal mother tree, becoming a part of his realm." He had Yang Xia infuse him with vitality, not merely to regain his youth. The crucial aspect was to establish a connection with the entity behind it, a deity residing in another realm. Jiyu by swiftly resolved the remaining obstacles and retrieved the guide paper crane. Seeking to ascertain the specific location of the source of the world when an unexpected change occurred, a multitude of vibrant green plants surged forth from the soil, the ocean receding rapidly, and the earth quaking violently. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Yet, for this world, it was not a fortuitous event. All creatures and flora that once thrived here were supplanted, devoured, transformed into something entirely different. In the heart of the ocean, a towering giant tree abruptly emerged as the ocean transformed into land, an array of delicate plants and flowers bursting forth from the earth. In an instant, this region was completely converted into a forest. Gu Bai, through the memories of the elder, came to comprehend his current predicament. He had once again been ensnared by that unknown existence. Well, perhaps it was not entirely wrong. This was likely a contingency plan executed simultaneously during the previous incident with the revolver explosion. As he seemed to have known that the explosion would not be fatal to him, thus preparing a secondary strategy, Jiyu Bai felt a surge of agitation. This invisible, intangible enemy left him exceedingly uncomfortable. It felt as though an elaborate net had been woven in advance, waiting for him to step into its trap, ensnaring him within it. This moment, he had no choice but to adopt a passive defense. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in from behind. Without even a glance, Gu Bai swung the bone sword in a swift arc. With a sickening sound, blood and flesh erupted as Kinley's, who attempted a sneak attack from behind, was cleaved in two, yet he was not dead. From the severed edges of his body, blood vessels rapidly extended and intertwined, hastily rejoining his form. Jiyu Bai, I knew you would not be so easily slain. But with the assistance of the divine, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise, Kinley's proclaimed defiantly. Though his ambush had failed, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Jiyu Bai paid little attention to this minor character. His focus primarily directed towards the towering giant tree at the center. It bore some resemblance to the colossal tree seen at the conclusion of the previous scenario. However, the energy contained within the two was incomparable. A stark contrast. It appeared that he had successfully merged with the source of the world. His power was likely at the third tier, though it remained uncertain what special abilities he possessed. As for the sudden attacker, Gu Bai had gleaned from the elder's memories who this man was. His strength was likely at the second tier, and during the ambush, he had been in a state of invisibility. However, under Gu Bai's divine perception, he was utterly unable to hide. His life force was immense, and his soul had undergone special modification, making him suitable for alchemical purposes. Jiyu Bai's left eye ignited with a red-black flame, and the bone sword swiftly flew forth, aiming at the strategically retreating Kinley's. Kinley's body shimmered with green light as he brandished wings made of leaves, vanishing from sight, seemingly merging with the surrounding forest. This tactic was utterly ineffective against Gu Bai. The bone sword instantly splintered, elongating into multiple chains that ensnared Kinley's tightly. Bound by the third-tier supreme magical artifact, Kinley's was rendered immobile, akin to meat on a chopping block. At the mercy of Gu Bai, ghostly flames ignited upon Kinley's form, slowly searing his soul and flesh, akin to a dull knife slicing through meat. It allowed him to experience the gradual ebb of life. Welcoming the approach of death, this should yield a fairly high-quality healing pill, Gu Bai mused silently. In an instant, emerald light erupted from the branches of the giant tree, transforming into beams of radiant energy that enveloped everything. Gu Bai had no time to continue refining pills. The bone sword abruptly contracted, instantly shredding Kinley's body into several segments, blood gushing forth. Even as his form was cleaved apart, Kinley's remained alive. Green light flickered continuously around him, mending his wounds and reconstructing his body. However, black fissures began to spread across Kinley's body, drastically slowing his healing rate. This was a virus that Gu-Bai had implanted within him, and its effects appeared quite promising. As time passed, Kinley's regenerative capabilities would diminish, ultimately rendering him an immobile statue of black iron. To a certain extent, this was an excruciating form of torture. Yet, it did not hinder Gu-Bai from utilizing him for alchemical purposes. Swish, swish, the approaching green beams of light were now mere inches from Gu-Bai. Wherever the beams passed, everything withered unnaturally. The life force contained within was entirely drained. Gu-Bai could also feel the vitality within him rapidly depleting. These attacks completely disregarded defenses, merely siphoning life force, equivalent to true damage, impossible to withstand head-on. Blade breaks the long sky. The sinister crimson glow surged from the edge of the bone sword. Cleaving through the an eerie sound of rending echoed, as if time itself had momentarily paused. Dozens of blood-red sword lights shot out in all directions. The collision of red and green light produced a blinding flash before rapidly dissipating. Gu-Bai suddenly surged forth, the dual wings of blood thunder crackling with electric energy, while the bone sword in his hand elongated to 100 meters, resembling a blade that could cleave the heavens. His target was the towering giant tree not far away. Only by obliterating it could he obtain the source of the world and escape this scenario. Blood thunder and spiritual energy surged into the sword. A terrifying radiance erupting from the bone sword, winds howling, sweeping away everything in the vicinity. Trees were uprooted, flowers and grass tossed about wildly, as a colorful snowfall descended. Then, the sword's edge descended. The 100-meter-long colossal sword struck down upon the giant tree with a resounding boom. Yet, the giant tree did not fall. There was not even a visible scar upon its trunk. How fearsome! Should one not believe in my God, one would gain even greater power. A melodious female voice resonated. The speaker was a being composed entirely of green energy, with a vague feminine silhouette discernible. She single-handedly blocked the descending bone sword. However, the ever-expanding cracks on her arm were ample evidence that halting the bone sword was no easy feat for her. Wait! You are the one who once attempted to kill me. Chapter 73. The great battle. Gu-Bai's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the energy entity before him with his soul-refining demon eye. Her soul was remarkably unique, connected by an enigmatic, invisible thread to the towering giant tree behind her. It was unclear what purpose it served, but her power was considerable, having survived the previous strike. Her strength undoubtedly reached the third tier. Gu-Bai's tidal effects had fully accumulated, enhancing both his attack and defense by 100, in addition to his extraordinary techniques and magical artifacts. There was absolutely no chance for a second tier being to survive against him. Concurrently, from the tone of her voice, it was unmistakable that she was indeed Yang Xia. Have you regained your former memories? If so, her abilities should indeed be formidable. Die. Yang Xia's tone turned fierce, brimming with deep resentment. In an instant, the flora surrounding Gu-Bai eerily sprang to life, launching a myriad of attacks. Vines transformed into whips that lashed out, flowers emitted various strange toxic mists, and trees began to sprout limbs. Morphing into Trinity was as if Gu-Bai were at war with the world itself, everything within his sight relentlessly assaulting him. He opted not to retaliate, instead swiftly ascending to evade these plants. Gu-Bai understood all too well that even if these entities were destroyed, they would regenerate at an astonishing rate. Unless he found a way to deal with Yang Xia, all his efforts would be in vain. He had an unsettling feeling that Yang Xia still had hidden cards to play, instilling in him a profound sense of danger. His current means of attack seemed nearly incapable of delivering a decisive blow to her. Would severing the connection between her and the giant tree be effective? Don't even think about escaping. A torrent of green radiance erupted from Yang Xia's abdomen, transforming into a swarm of tiny sprites that pursued Gu-Bai as he soared into the sky. The soul banner ascended, releasing a multitude of vengeful spirits that obstructed the sprites. The two forces collided instantaneously, but the spirits were clearly inferior in strength to the sprites, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Simultaneously, waves of black smoke swept through, assaulting the sprites on a spiritual level. Gu-Bai remained unconcerned. He could simply summon more spirits if this batch was lost. The opponent could also perceive the spiritual entities, but he wondered if the Heart Devourer could be detected. Unbeknownst to him, the Heart Devourer had stealthily maneuvered behind, steadily approaching the colossal tree. It then burrowed directly into its trunk, discovering within a body a beautiful girl with flowing green hair, Yang Xia herself. Her original form seemed to have completely merged with this ancient tree. He pondered what effect an assault on her would yield. The Heart Devourer swiftly entered Yang Xia's original body, splitting off several smaller versions that rapidly gnawed at her heart. At the same time, it invoked its breeding ability, causing her abdomen to unnaturally swell, entering a state of false pregnancy. The external energy source seemed to dim Yang Xia's entire being, her belly protrude faced with such extraordinary abilities. He appeared to possess no means of counteraction. Did he? In an instant, the towering trees began to wither, and Yang Xia's vitality swiftly ebbed away. Jiu Bai was similarly affected, his life force rapidly diminishing. His body starting to decay, unable to recover even with the consumption of elixirs. Before long, the great tree wilted and collapsed, and Yang Xia vanished completely. Jiu Bai's form was no longer discernible, resembling a desiccated log devoid of any life essence. Subsequently, a doll ascended into the air, only to rapidly decay into powder. Yet, this allowed Gu Bai to regain some vitality. His closed eyes gradually opened. Slay the God-given immortal. Entry progress increased by 500. New entry unlocked. No such person found. Quality: purple. Effect: your presence is significantly diminished. When you refrain from any reckless actions, everyone instinctively ignores your existence, and those who know you will forget you at an astonishing speed. Master of Talismans. Quality: purple. Effect: acquire extensive knowledge in talisman crafting, allowing you to create talismans directly by expending spiritual energy without the need for talisman paper or pins. Body Snatching. Quality: orange. Effect: upon the destruction of your physical form, you may seize another's body. A process requiring a clash of souls. After body snatching, aside from soul strength and entries, you cannot inherit any realm or other abilities, but you can inherit all from the snatched body. Gu Bai, for the moment, had no time to dwell on the 3 newly appeared entries. Although he had not yet perished, he was perilously close to death. Just now, he had utilized Sakura's surrogate doll. Normally, a surrogate doll could not affect others, but Gu Bai ingeniously conceptualized it, using the technique Yang Xia had just employed. He extracted a portion of his soul and body, merging them into Sakura's soul and the surrogate doll through a refining method, establishing a unique link with them. To a certain extent, this allowed for a sharing of life, enabling Gu Bai to benefit from the surrogate doll's effects. However, the cost was that Sakura's soul was left with but a thread, unable to sustain itself, ultimately dissipating. Jiu Bai felt no sorrow. While Sakura's talent was indeed formidable, being the main soul in another's imperial banner still left much to be desired, lacking the potential for growth and destined to be abandoned eventually. Now, being able to exert her last flicker of warmth was, after all, the best use of her remaining essence. The blood spring lotus suddenly burst forth from Gu Bai's body, the remaining 5 lotus seeds exploding in unison, transforming into blood that flowed into him, healing his wounds. Moments ago, even moving a finger had been a challenge. Under the nurturing of the blood spring, Gu Bai's body gradually regained a semblance of human form. Restoring some degree of mobility, he then consumed several healing elixirs in quick succession, finally extricating himself from the perilous state. Only then did he have the leisure to examine the newly emerged entries. No such person found in conjunction with a god knows, perhaps to some extent, could render him forgotten by all. However, for the time being, this seemed somewhat inconsequential, and he decisively bypassed it for Master of Talismans and Body Snatching. Gu Bai found himself in a quandary. Seizing another's body implied relinquishing his own, which possessed the deadly poison body and the learned divine level techniques. Yet, in a critical moment, this entry could save his life. And the new body might not necessarily be inferior. For Master of Talismans, it would enhance his offensive capabilities and provide additional functionality, which was also quite appealing. Ultimately, Gu Bai opted for Master of Talismans. Chapter 75. Absorbing the world's essence, the black entry, Body Snatching, was indeed commendable, but it was not an immediate necessity for Gu Bai. After all, aside from his martial arts aptitude, This body was quite commendable, with its martial arts capacity continuously improving. Moreover, Gubai's original intent was not to prolong his lifespan. He could always make a choice later on, as entering the cultivation dungeon also held the probability of acquiring the secret art of body snatching. As Gubai completed his selection, a wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind. He learned various talismans imbued with sinister effects. For instance, the Chaos Soul Talisman could directly plunge a soul into a state of confusion, causing mental collapse or loss of consciousness. The Corpse Puppet Talisman, once affixed, could control corpses or inanimate objects, turning them into obedient puppets to attack foes or perform simple tasks. The Self-Detonation Talisman, when activated, would enable the user to self-destruct, unleashing tremendous power based on physical strength. There were numerous useful talismans. Furthermore, unlike alchemy or herbalism, Gubai did not need to gather additional materials. He could create talismans from thin air, albeit at a considerable cost of spiritual energy, and could only draw talismans corresponding to his realm. Overall, it was still quite favorable, providing him with more options during battle. Immediately, Gubai flew to the withered giant tree, where a destiny card and a pure green orb quietly hovered in midair. He approached cautiously, adhering to the customary practice of shooting out threads to ensnare the two items and draw them closer. The moment his body made contact with the world's essence, Gubai felt an invisible pressure, as if some supreme existence had pierced through layers of constraints to cast its gaze upon him, intent on obliterating everything about him. Yet, almost immediately, the world's essence vanished mysteriously. Then, a familiar light screen illuminated before Gubai's eyes. Absorb the world's essence. Entry progress 1000. New entry unlocked. His talent had devoured his quest item. Gubai questioned whether he could still escape this dungeon. Blood Demon. Quality. Red. Effect. You may absorb the blood of other cultivators to enhance your cultivation. Excessive use will plunge you into a frenzied bloodlust, drastically increasing your combat power for a short duration, but rendering you indiscriminate, only capable of slaughtering nearby beings. Eternal Soul. Quality. Red. Effect. You can disperse your spirit into countless souls. Even if your physical body is destroyed, you can resurrect through the reassembly of these souls. Each use will deplete a portion of your cultivation. Supreme Spiritual Treasure. Quality. Black. Effect. You will randomly obtain a supreme spiritual treasure bound to you. Although the first two entries were quite impressive, they paled in comparison to the black entry. Gubai did not hesitate and directly chose Supreme Spiritual Treasure. In an instant, the space began to warp, and everything around him crumbled. A divine tree tore through the void, descending before Gubai, its trunk and leaves shimmering with 7 colors of light. Gubai instantly bound with it, comprehending the name of this supreme spiritual treasure. It was called the 7 Treasures Marvelous Tree, possessing 7 distinct effects, each requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy to activate. Gubai could currently only utilize the first 2 at most. The first, Su Faci Na, representing gold, was the first treasure of the 7. Marvelous Body significantly enhances physical strength, rendering one indestructible and capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Silver, representing silver, was the second treasure of the 7. Void Spirit Escape rips through space and teleports to a designated location, the effect determined by spiritual energy, and can also transport to other worlds. The subsequent abilities were equally formidable, such as the capability to directly snatch or destroy another's treasures. However, Gubai could not utilize these yet, as he needed to cultivate to a higher realm first. With this spiritual treasure, Gubai held a substantial chance of escaping the abyssal prison and returning to the outside world. Quickly, Gubai focused his thoughts, causing the 7 Treasures Marvelous Tree to shrink instantly and fly into his palm. The binding effect was akin to transforming into a personal artifact. With this spiritual treasure's enhancement, Gubai felt that he could likely break through to the 10th layer of Foundation establishment within a day or two, attempting to form a golden core. In the state of Marvelous Body, he could easily dispatch ordinary 3rd-tier martial artists. Truly a magnificent treasure. However, Gubai harbored doubts about whether this spiritual treasure had been seized from some supreme being. This supreme spiritual treasure far surpassed ordinary 9th-tier artifacts. Yet he could not unleash its full potential. No, it was self-restrained. Otherwise, Gubai felt he lacked even the qualification to wield it. The spirit within the artifact had fallen into slumber, rendering communication impossible for the time being. In any case, acquiring the Seven Treasures marvelous tree had elevated Gu Bai's strength to a new echelon. If he were to confront Yang Xier again, Gu Bai felt he could withstand her attacks and shatter that giant tree with a single punch. Then, Gu Bai gazed at the continually shrinking universe, lost in thought. This world, having lost its essence, was likely on the brink of annihilation. Yet, there remained a probability that he might not escape. As the world's essence has been destroyed, the ascension task is deemed successful. Should the Destiny Bearer return immediately? Thankfully, in the Destiny space, this was considered a success. Otherwise, Gu Bai felt he would have to meet his end alongside this world. However, for reasons unknown, Gu Bai sensed that this world was not entirely obliterated. Its shrinkage was proportional. Perhaps in the end, it would reduce to the size of a glass bead, possessing some special function. Who could say? These matters were of no concern to Gu Bai at present. Before leaving, he casually refined Kinley's into healing elixirs and invited its soul into the Imperial Banner. Abyssal Prison. Gu Bai returned once more to this place. Subsequently, the dungeon settlement materialized before his eyes. Secondary permissions unlocked. Each time you enter a dungeon, there will be 2 options available for selection, allowing you to choose one. You may additionally carry one title for flexible switching. This dungeon's evaluation is A. Please select 2 rewards from the following 4 options. 1. Random second-tier premium weapon. 2.10 second-tier premium healing elixirs. 3.5 second-tier superior body strengthening pills. 4. Dungeon cooldown card. Instantly refreshes the next dungeon. It seemed that his evaluation was only due to not obtaining the world's essence, yet he did not dwell on it, having already acquired superior items. Gu Bai chose options 3 and 4, as the body strengthening pills could enhance physical strength, which was somewhat useful. Based on the performance in this instance, the following title is awarded. Thunder Sovereign. Effect. Increases the damage dealt by your lightning attacks by 20. Would you like to acquire this title, or refresh it once more? This title holds some utility, albeit limited. Gu Bai decides to refresh it once more. World Destroyer. Effect. When half of the beings in the instance world perish due to your actions, the rewards at the instance's conclusion will be significantly enhanced. Would you like to acquire this title? Gu Bai chooses to acquire it, as he can freely switch between the 2 titles. Furthermore, with the virus he created using deadly poison, this condition is not overly challenging. After reviewing the results, Gu Bai begins to contemplate whether to escape the prison using the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. Chapter 76. Escape from the Abyssal Prison. Gu Bai ponders the consequences and gains of his potential choices. Prior to any significant decision, he habitually weighs the advantages and disadvantages of each option. Remaining within the prison poses no issue in terms of survival. Second-tier warriors are easily dispatched by him. The real dilemma lies with the warden, Su Li, and the tasks she wishes to impose upon him. Having experienced the previous instance and its source of origin, Gu Bai has a rough understanding of what Su Li intends for him. It likely pertains to the world's fundamental essence. A weak essence can only exert a minimal influence on the beings within the world, while a powerful one can dictate the very existence of life and death. Gu Bai harbors suspicions that the fate space is constructed from the essence of this world, in any case. The essence here is likely at least 9th tier. If not higher, Su Li may have secretly communicated with the essences of other worlds, intending to undertake some grand endeavor, something that those born and raised in this world could never accomplish. Thus, she requires individuals like Gu Bai, who traverse between worlds. It is evident that this endeavor is fraught with peril. Failure results in death, and success may lead to extermination at Su Li's hands. Moreover, he cannot ascertain what restrictions or contracts Su Li may impose, potentially placing him in a precarious position. The only potential benefit is that Su Li might provide resources to enhance his strength. However, such aid would come at a price. In essence, remaining here would lead to a significant short-term increase in his power, yet his survival would largely depend on Su Li's whims. Conversely, escaping the abyssal prison would invite relentless pursuit, placing him on a wanted list and forcing him to conceal his true identity. Still, it would afford him greater opportunities to acquire progress in skills and materials, as well as the chance to sell elixirs for resources. Above all, it would grant him freedom. Gu Bai abhors being trapped in a cage, and even more so, being shackled. Since the likelihood of escaping this prison is considerable, he resolves to attempt it. Thus, while cultivating Bai silently contemplates the details of his escape. 2 days later, at midnight, the moon obscured and the wind howling, Bai successfully breaks through to the 10th level of Foundation establishment, poised to form his golden core. However, he cannot do so in this place. Moreover, Bai feels he is still lacking something and cannot form a 9th-grade golden core. Although his physical and spiritual strength is adequate, his understanding of the path remains somewhat insufficient. He requires a catalyst for enlightenment. It is time to leave. Gazing out at the barely discernible moonlight, Bai silently resolves within his heart. His fellow inmates have all been injected with a toxin that induces deep slumber, rendering them nearly impossible to awaken under normal circumstances. Simultaneously, Bai has secretly crafted a phantom talisman, 3 invisibility talismans, and a false death talisman. The phantom talisman allows him to leave behind an illusory image of himself, prolonging the time before discovery. The invisibility talismans help evade technological surveillance, as the area is rife with monitoring equipment, including satellites capable of locking onto targets. The technological means here are certainly more advanced than in the previous instance. Bai simultaneously activates the invisibility and phantom talismans in an instant. His figure seems to vanish, his expression becoming vacant and devoid of emotion. His true self has completely become invisible, leaving only the illusion behind. As long as he does not make contact, it can last for 5 days. However, the day after tomorrow marks the day of the deathmatch, and his escape will be fully exposed. Suddenly, the 7 Treasures mysterious tree emerges into the open air. A flash of silver light flickering before it vanishes entirely. Bai escapes from the abyssal prison, transported to a sea area approximately 3,000 meters away. Given his current total spiritual energy, he can manage no more than this distance. Bai does not linger, swiftly consuming 10 spirit recovery pills before summoning the bone sword and applying an invisibility talisman to it as well. The sea beneath is teeming with various peculiar sea beasts that enjoy consuming humans, some even reaching the 6th tier of martial prowess. Typically, even if a martial artist manages to escape the abyssal prison, the sky lock in their mind prevents them from flying, making them easy prey for these sea beasts. As Bai briefly reveals some of his aura, the sea begins to churn violently, as if a massive creature is about to breach the surface. The skies above are equally tumultuous, filled with numerous drones, each equipped with unique energy cores capable of emitting energy beams and self-destructing, posing formidable power. Even 5th-tier warriors would be severely harmed by them. These drones not only lock onto fugitives but also attack any life forms that ascend beyond a certain altitude, which coincides with the attack range of the sea beasts. However, invisibility alone cannot elude the drones, as they detect life signatures. Yet Bai has prepared the false death talisman in advance for this very moment. As the talisman activates, Bai's body grows cold, his life aura dissipating, resembling a true corpse. Standing atop the bone sword, Bai rapidly ascends. In the next moment, countless massive jaws break through the surface of the water, searching for the vanished morsel. The drones circling above remain completely unaware of Bai's presence. Turning back to glance at the abyssal prison, this marks the first time he truly observes its exterior, a towering, cylindrical structure cloaked in darkness, connected to the ocean floor thousands of meters below. The external defenses are a sight to behold, with over 100 distinct colors of energy barriers. Without the 7 Treasures mysterious tree, escaping from within would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Whoosh! The air splits as Bai maneuvers the bone sword, speeding toward the nearest city. The invisibility talisman's effect lasts only 4 hours, and he must act swiftly. Hailing from the Sea Spirit City, this remote locale lies adjacent to the ocean, yet no one dares to exploit its resources due to the immense risks and costs involved. Nevertheless, the city boasts numerous tall steel buildings and well-equipped facilities. The crime rate here is remarkably low, largely due to the presence of numerous courts in proximity to the abyssal prison. Bai successfully arrives within the city. With approximately 20 minutes remaining on his invisibility, he activates his spiritual sense, continually searching for a suitable target. Ultimately, he identifies a solitary young man. Bai utilizes the 7 Treasures mysterious tree to teleport beside the youth. Before the young man can react, Bai raises his hand and strikes his forehead, causing his brain to splatter. The youth completely loses his life. Bai employs face peeler to remove his face, then uses viral assimilation to swiftly consume his body, ultimately inviting his soul into the Emperor's banner. Bai intends to temporarily assume this individual's identity. His viral assimilation mimicry ability has yet to be fully developed. However, the young man's physique closely resembles his own, requiring only slight adjustments. The face has already been transformed into a human skin mask through the effects of face peeler. Memories can also be extracted through the soul, allowing Gu Bai to fully usurp this identity. Chapter 77. The Spirit Field Gored through the Emperor's Banner. Gu Bai acquires a general understanding of the young man's background. His name is Lu Lin, 19 years old, an 8th-tier martial artist who has just been accepted into a prestigious martial arts university. In 2 days, the new student orientation will take place. The university is located in Zone 8, which differs significantly from Zone 17. Each nation has been simplified into distinct zones, differentiated by numbers. Legal systems, policies, and martial arts cultivation vary across these zones. Zone 17 is characterized by strict laws and favorable public order. Martial artists do not easily kill ordinary individuals and will suppress their own strength when interacting with them. For Gu Bai, this area is not ideal. The chances of being pursued for his crimes are exceedingly high, necessitating frequent changes of identity. Lu Lin's relationship with his family is strained. He lost his father 5 years ago, and his mother remarried a wealthy man with 2 daughters. Although the wealthy man treats Lu Lin reasonably well, the daughters are of similar age and possess decent looks and personalities. Lu Lin cannot accept what he perceives as his mother's betrayal. He idolizes his biological father. Consequently, he is felt out of place in his new family. Moving out to live alone after awakening his talent, Lu Lin's ability is called Vortex, which allows him to use a vortex-like substance as a conduit, causing living beings within a 5-meter radius to undergo similar deformities. If this talent could inflict damage, it would indeed be formidable. However, the deformation affects only the outward appearance, rendering the being strange and hindered, without directly causing harm. Even so, this talent remains quite promising. It can be effectively utilized at the right moment and holds potential for further development. Yet now, he possesses nothing. This talent is far from sufficient to serve as the primary soul for the Emperor's Banner. After gleaning a general understanding of Lu Lin's memories, Gu Bai promptly decides to assume this identity and attend university. This will allow him to leave this zone, reducing the forces searching for him and granting him greater freedom. Furthermore, without legitimate reasons, individuals are absolutely prohibited from leaving their birth zones, especially ordinary people, who cannot exit for any reason. Although the authorities publicly advocate for treating mortals as human beings, in many instances, mortals are regarded as lesser beings. After all, this is a world imbued with extraordinary powers, where approximately 80% of the population is engaged in martial cultivation. However, the vast majority remain at the first tier of martial artists. Yet, they differ vastly from ordinary mortals, often looking down upon those who lack the aptitude for martial arts. The original owner, who possessed no martial arts talent, was once among them. Fortunately, he excelled in other areas, else he might not have even gained admission to university. As for the fated ones, they are perceived as superior beings. They often feel that martial artists of the same rank are entirely different entities. Those of lower ranks, lacking any significant background, are considered merely slightly better than ordinary mortals. The hierarchy of disdain is starkly evident, with most powerful individuals looking down upon the weak. As for smuggling, that is an absurd notion. Each region is protected by barriers, which can only be breached by 9th-tier powerhouses. Moreover, each area is guarded by hundreds of 8th-tier warriors stationed along the borders, making smuggling tantamount to seeking death. Lu Lin, the protagonist, was accepted into Jinsi University, ranked 97th in the world, making it a fairly prestigious institution. His admission is closely tied to the advantages conferred by being a fated one. The university is notably recognized for its programs in medicine, potion making, alchemy, mecha production, agriculture, and weapon forging, leaning slightly towards logistics and support. Gu Bai believes he could learn a great deal from it. The elixirs of this world share many similarities with those he concocts. Though he is unaware of the specific formulas, as such knowledge is not easily shared, he contemplates assassinating the alchemy masters at the academy to uncover their secrets, applying the same rationale to other knowledge. Gu Bai remains fervently eager to acquire new knowledge. He glances at the human skin mask in his hand, its hue resembling bronze, with rugged features, thick brows, and large eyes, giving it an earnest appearance. Subsequently, he dons the mask and utilizes viral transformation to fine-tune his physical details, ensuring he bears no distinguishable difference from the original Lu Lin. If DNA were to be examined, he could fabricate some discrepancies as well. Lu Lin had undergone a novice dungeon, categorized as a first-tier E-level challenge. He successfully completed the main quest, earning an E-level rating, with the title of Timorous Escapist, which granted a negligible increase in speed during flight. It could be said to be utterly useless. His innate talent had not been fully realized. However, Gubai recognizes that fated individuals typically do not enter B-level dungeons on their first attempt. For reasons unknown, the difficulty of his dungeons has always skewed high. After signing a contract, the difficulty escalated further. Perhaps he may only encounter S-level dungeons in the future. Gubai surveyed the modest room. Equipped with all necessary amenities and appearing quite tidy, many items had been meticulously organized, suggesting preparations for a long journey. He took out his phone and added his mother, stepfather, and other relatives to his blacklist, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Although his stepfather and most relatives were already on the list, well, since forming the Golden Core requires an opportunity, he might as well dedicate this time to cultivating martial arts. Gubai began honing his body and chi according to his cultivation techniques. Guhowever, he refrained from employing the crucial thundercalling technique, as the noise would be excessive and potentially cause destruction here. A night passed in silence. Gubai continually assumed peculiar postures, his clothing drenched in sweat, his entire being enveloped in a mist of white vapor. The floor was slick with water stains. His martial arts aptitude was indeed lacking. Gubai assessed the progress of his training throughout the night. At this rate, it would likely take him 3 months to break through to the second tier of martial artists. The rewards from the tiered dungeon completion did not include chi and blood crystals. Nevertheless, he still possessed an unopened fate card. Surely, the fate card from the world's essence would yield something valuable. Contemplating this, Gubai retrieved the fate card and tore it open. 10 third-tier chi and blood crystals. A token, a seed, a gourd, and a green orb appeared. Life token, type. Consumable, grade. Superior third tier. Effect. Using this item allows for the resurrection of beings of third tier and below or grants life to inanimate objects, transforming them into living beings with third tier combat capabilities. Mysterious seed. Type. Plant, grade. Superior third tier. Effect. Once planted, it will randomly grow into a unique plant with special effects. Spirit field gourd, type. Special item, grade. Superior third tier, effect. Contains 100 acres of spirit field. Suitable for planting. Virtually any crop can thrive rapidly within it. Eternal essence, type. Consumable, grade. Superior third tier, effect. After ingestion, bodily vitality and recovery are permanently enhanced, extending lifespan by 500 years. Chapter 78. Bounty Notice: The Abyssal Prison. Gubai, come with us. It is time for the death match. After several calls, the guards noticed that Gubai remained unresponsive. Consequently, they decisively activated Heaven Lock. Yet Gubai stood motionless, seemingly impervious to the effects of Heaven Lock. At this moment, the guards finally sensed something amiss. Simultaneously, they observed that the other 3 inmates were also exhibiting unusual slumber. They refrained from entering recklessly and swiftly reported to their superiors. After receiving orders, they chose to enter and investigate the prisoners' conditions. To their astonishment, they discovered that Gubai was merely a wisp of shadow. He escaped. In the abyssal prison, where no one had successfully broken free for thousands of years, he had managed to do so. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that he had succeeded. Who exactly is this Gubai, who appeared to be an ordinary person upon capture? In the warden's office, Suli, still engrossed in paperwork, halted her tasks abruptly upon hearing the news of Gubai's potential escape. She furrowed her brow, a flush of color rising to her cheeks, and a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. She then opened her drawer, retrieved a communicator, and contacted someone. Gubai stored all the items obtained from the Fate card into the Fate space. The drops from Fate were quite useful. He then accessed the Fate Hall to check whether those items had been sold. Now that he had embarked on martial cultivation, chi and blood crystals had become a necessity for him. The utility of various items designed to enhance life recovery had significantly diminished after Gubai developed viral transformation and mass-produced healing elixirs. They could now be exchanged for chi and blood crystals. Most items from the previous dungeon had already been sold, particularly the special eternal elixir, which Gubai chose to avoid auctioning and sold for a high price of 500 second-tier chi and blood crystals. The buyer was known as the Iron Witch. In total, Gubai amassed 547 second-tier chi and blood crystals and 10 third-tier chi and blood crystals. He exchanged 400 second-tier chi and blood crystals for 40 third-tier ones, retaining 147 second-tier crystals for consumption and trading. After dealing with these matters, Gubai proceeded to the restroom for a quick wash. He chose not to wear the phantom cloak any longer and instead donned a set of ordinary attire from the wardrobe that was somewhat pleasing to the eye. He then shouldered the luggage prepared by Lu Lin and departed from the location. The official arrangements for Jinxi University included dedicated transportation, accompanied by 1 or 2 sixth-tier martial artists to prevent any unforeseen incidents. They were set to depart at noon sharp, and barring any mishaps, they would likely arrive around 8 a.m. the following day. On the streets, many individuals were observed walking high in the sky, aside from certain specially designated officials. Everyone else was flying at a stationary altitude. Low-altitude flight within the city was restricted to within 100 meters, a privilege only granted to third-tier martial artists. For others, any form of unauthorized flight was illegal and would result in arrest by officials, accompanied by hefty fines. In severe cases, it could lead to a death sentence. However, not all regions enforce such regulations. Only this area and a few select regions had a no-fly order. Bai noticed that the screens on nearby buildings displayed his bounty notice. His appearance, height, weight, and talents were all clearly visible, accompanied by an astronomical reward, along with various exceptional potions and elixirs. Among them was even a low-grade divine-level martial arts inheritance, with the stipulation of capture alive. Gubai found himself somewhat tempted by the offer. The uproar on the internet surrounding this incident was immense. No one could have anticipated that an ordinary person could successfully escape from the abyssal prison. Had it not been for the official bounty notice, few would have believed such an absurd reality. Bai swiftly navigated through the crowd towards the designated location. Haitian Airport, a facility designated for a certain demographic requiring cross-regional services. Each transport aircraft housed within required official permission for use, and the minimum requirement for a pilot was to be a third-tier martial artist. A considerable number of young individuals had already gathered inside, all awaiting transport as students. After passing through multiple layers of scrutiny, Gubai successfully blended in among them. His mimicry rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the original Lu Lin. Subsequently, Gubai quietly moved towards the group heading to Jinxi University and began to wait. Approximately 10 individuals were traveling to Jinxi University, with females comprising the majority. Counting Gubai, there were only 4 males. They exhibited a mix of nervousness and anticipation, engaging in conversations to familiarize themselves with one another. After all, they would soon be fellow students at Jinxi University. Establishing some rapport in advance could only be beneficial. The topic of their discussions primarily revolved around Gubai's audacious escape. Such a shocking event, having been made public for only a short while, has swiftly spread among the youth. Some even indulge in fantasies about how they would soar to great heights after capturing Gubai. Unaware that he is right beside them, Bai has seamlessly integrated into their midst, not wishing to stand out too much. For the time being, everything follows Lu Lin's template. As for the rest, that can wait until the 17th district is established. The bounty notice states that Gubai possesses merely the strength of a first-tier warrior. Could it possibly be true? A robust young woman scratched her head. Although there are numerous females here as warriors, they are all rather burly and large in stature. Among them, Gubai appears to be one of the shorter individuals. It must be true. I have watched his live stream. He possesses almost no muscle. Merely some unique techniques that allow him to escape from Heaven's Lock and even break out of prison. A stocky, muscular man with a buzz cut responded to the girl. It's hard to say. Since he managed to escape from Tianyuan prison, he must harbor some astonishing secret. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Tianyuan prison to capture him alive. The fact that he currently remains without any trace only under that he is undoubtedly beyond the reach of individuals like us. As the crowd engaged in animated chatter, time gradually passed. Bai contributed a few casual remarks, though his gaze remained fixed on those surrounding him. Most students are roughly first or second-tier warriors, with only a handful of prodigies at the third tier. These individuals pose little concern for Gubai. The issue lies with the sixth-tier personnel accompanying them. He must exercise caution to avoid revealing any flaws. Suddenly, the sound of numerous footsteps approached from outside. Hundreds of officials clad in distinctive uniforms surged in, abruptly surrounding everyone. It was unclear what their intentions were. Chapter 79. Jinx University. Gu Bai gazed at the newcomers. Feeling a twinge of surprise, though he masked his astonishment, he is now Lu Lin. Shortly, a figure who appeared to be the leader stepped forward to explain. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This is just a routine check, and we require a small sample of your blood to confirm your identities. They then produced several instruments for testing. A single drop of blood would instantly reveal one's physical condition and martial realm. Gu Bai quickly understood. It seemed Tianyuan prison was concerned he might have infiltrated this area to escape. After all, this was the only recent means of leaving the 17th district. However, Gu Bai's blood can also mimic others, so it should not pose much of a problem. All present complied obediently, harboring silent discontent but not daring to express it soon. The officials completed their checks, finding nothing amiss, and departed in an orderly fashion. The crowd resumed their discussions. A few hours later, a thunderous sound echoed from above. The transport aircraft had arrived. 5 technologically advanced transport planes, outfitted with vector nozzles, swiftly descended from the sky, their doors gradually opening. One by one, the crowd began boarding in an orderly manner. Gu Bai followed the flow, taking a seat in a prearranged spot. Beside him sat a young man and woman. The man, named Qin Yi, was a second-tier 6th-level warrior, while the woman, Zhang Shang, was a second-tier 2nd-level warrior. Generally, students at Jinx University are at least second-tier warriors, but those with destiny are exceptions due to their potential and uniqueness. Including Gu Bai, there are 6 individuals marked as destined. Yet, outwardly, he appears to be the weakest among them. Lu Lin, you are also one of the destined, right? How many instances have you experienced? Qin inquired. Adopting a familiar tone. Gu Bai casually responded. 2. Qin continued. Oh, what was your evaluation for the instances? Have you joined a guild? At this, Gu Bai paused, contemplating Qin Yi's intent. He likely wishes to recruit him into a guild and add him as a friend in the Destiny Hall. The friend limit in the Destiny Hall is capped at 100. If this Qin Yi wishes to add him as a friend, it could become troublesome. Gu Bai's 2 titles are anything but ordinary. Should anyone catch wind of them, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He feigned shyness, evasively replying, "It's inconvenient to disclose, I see." Qin Yi did not press further, sensing Gu Bai's reluctance and shifting the topic. Once all members were aboard, the transport plane soared into the sky at supersonic speed, rendering the outside world a blur. Those like Lu Lin, whose realm is only first-tier warriors, might feel a touch of discomfort. Gu Bai sat in his seat, silently contemplating his next course of action. He was bound for the 8th district, renowned for its exceptional medical facilities. As long as one is alive, there is nothing that cannot be healed. The area is also famous for human modifications, encompassing both genetic and physical enhancements. However, such methods are primarily chosen by those who have lost hope in martial arts, seeking to bolster their combat capabilities. The atmosphere is notably fierce, with numerous dueling arenas available for combat, as medical assistance is readily accessible. Concurrently, Gu Bai continued to analyze Lu Lin's genetic makeup, hoping to uncover something significant. The physicality of individuals in this world is extraordinary. If he could identify the missing genetic fragments within himself, it would undoubtedly enhance both his strength and potential. Meanwhile, talent is linked to the soul. Gu Bai grew increasingly curious about his own talent. Since there exists a destiny space in the martial arts world, it stands to reason that a similar entity exists in the realm of cultivation. This would provide explanations for all his experiences prior to his transmigration. The hierarchical structures of these 2 worlds likely bear close resemblance. His talent evidently belongs to the realm of cultivation, yet he has found himself in the martial arts world. There must be a profound reason behind this. Could it be that he is an insider sent from the cultivation world? And upon reaching a certain level, the cultivation world would automatically reconnect with him? Gu Bai shook his head. He felt no sense of belonging to any world. To him, as long as the benefits are sufficient, anything can be accomplished. For now, it is best to live quietly under Lu Lin's identity for a while. He still has many uncertainties regarding the martial arts system, and it would be prudent to solidify his foundation. Should Lu Lin suddenly vanish, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. By the way, what departments are you 2 planning to join? I am heading to the forging department. My family is in the weapons business. Zhang Shang, sensing a bit of boredom, began chatting with the 2 boys nearby. Though she stood around 2 meters tall, her muscular physique was not unattractive, possessing a certain wild charm. Qin Yi replied, "That's great. I hope you can be placed under Master Ouyang.as for me. I will be going to the martial arts department. Zhang Xing nodded. Yes, I hope Master Ouyang will take notice of me. Almost every new student at the university selects their preferred department on the day of registration. Both the martial arts department and the forging department are quite popular choices. Mentors must also be pursued, as it is a two-way selection process. Zhang Shang turned to Gu Bai. Lu classmate, what about you? Gu Bai responded, I am considering the alchemy department. I find it quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Shang and Qini looked at Gu Bai in surprise. They were aware that the mentors in the alchemy department were notoriously difficult to deal with. Without proficient experience, one wouldn't even get a chance to do menial work. Liu Lin did not appear to be the type suited for alchemy. Nevertheless, they thought it best to wait until he faced rejection to understand the harsh realities of the alchemy department. After all, Jinx University's alchemy department ranks among the top 10 in the world. Gu Bai was well aware of the high standards required by the alchemy department, yet he was quite adept at alchemy. Treating people as materials is far more challenging than treating materials as materials. Several hours later, the transport plane came to an abrupt halt. They had arrived at the border, where the security forces were impressively equipped. Even the patrolling soldiers were third-tier warriors. Gu Bai gazed outside, observing the numerous airborne soldiers and the invisible barrier separating heaven and earth, lost in thought. While in certain worlds, Gu Bai appeared godlike. In this realm, he was still insufficiently strong. There are always greater heights and stronger beings beyond. He must grow stronger to seize control of his own fate. The pilot soon concluded his discussions, and the transport plane resumed its flight, a ringing in their ears marking a momentary, eerie pause. They then departed from the 17th district, transitioning to the 8th district, Jinx University. The transport plane landed smoothly. The crowd disembarked in an orderly fashion, curiously surveying their surroundings. Upperclassmen, appearing almost monstrous, donned sinister smiles as they began ushering the newcomers for registration. Such activities earn academic credits, and along the way, they promoted various materials, including mentor selection manuals. Gu Bai took in the vast, seemingly endless campus before him, feeling a peculiar sensation as the gentle breeze caressed his face. Chapter 80. Freshman assessment. Gu Bai was guided by an upperclassman who resembled a gorilla. The student continuously informed Gu Bai about the important places within Jinx University and where to find various crucial buildings. Academic credits serve as a vital currency here, necessary for meals and certain classes, as well as for purchasing various precious resources. The upperclassman quickly assisted Gu Bai in obtaining his student ID, which contained 1,000 academic credits. This is the initial amount every new student receives. Afterward, earning credits would be up to the individual. If one secures a generous mentor, then concerns about credits may be alleviated. Fish are biting. As Gu Bai passed a lakeside, he noticed numerous students gathered, employing a variety of fishing rods. The upperclassman swiftly explained, this is a regular event. It's a fishing competition hosted by the aquaculture department. Among the catch is a third-tier colorful fish, which is beneficial for cultivation and health if consumed. Junior, would you like to give it a try? 10 credits for an hour. After all, there are still 2 hours remaining until the freshman assessment. Gu Bai suddenly recalled that he had an unsold fishing rod and thought it might be worth a try. His tension had been palpable, only easing at the moment he disembarked from the transport aircraft, as if he were finally grasping something elusive. He felt this was his chance for breakthrough. He decided to relax a little, to be more spontaneous. In the past, he had no choices. Now his options were slightly more abundant. He understood that a caged bird had merely exchanged one cage for a larger and more expansive one. Freedom without power is hardly worth mentioning. Gu Bai casually found a spot to sit and paid his credits. After a senior reminded him not to forget about the freshman assessment and other important matters, he took his leave. Gu Bai took out his pixelated fishing rod, devoid of bait, casually casting the hook into the lake, creating faint ripples. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Gu Bai did not use bait, yet wore a serene expression. This instantly drew the attention of several other students, who concluded that this freshman, fishing without bait and wielding such an unusual rod, must be a master. However, after half an hour, Gu Bai still had not caught anything, leading many to begin to doubt his purpose. What was he truly here for? Suddenly, the fishing line tightened, indicating a catch. Gu Bai swiftly reeled in, and a purple book suddenly erupted from the water. Landing in his hands, he had successfully fished up a book. The other anglers were momentarily stunned. Was there such a thing in this lake? It certainly did not resemble a textbook. Enchantment book, sharpness I, type, consumable, grade, intermediate tier 1, effect. Can be used on a melee weapon to slightly enhance its attack power via an anvil. Gubai merely glanced at it before stowing it away in his destiny space, finding it of little use. Subsequently, he caught a pufferfish, a spade, and numerous other items that seemed entirely out of place. With 5 minutes remaining, Gubai confirmed that the items his fishing rod produced were entirely random and unrelated to the lake's contents. These items likely originated from another world, which was quite intriguing. He thought it worth exploring when he had the time. Now, it was time to fish properly. Gubai could see the lake's bottom clearly through his divine sense, which had expanded to over 1,000 meters after breaking through to the 10th layer of foundation establishment. He put away the pixel fishing rod and switched to a bone fishing rod, which immediately sent a chilling aura through the air. Plop! Once again, the baitless hook fell into the water. Yet, this hook seemed alive, darting across the lake bed before precisely piercing the mouth of a colorful fish, rendering it unable to escape. The surface of the lake began to convulse violently, and with a loud splash, a fish radiating a spectrum of colors was pulled from the depths, its scales refracting mesmerizing light in the sun. The other anglers could only gawk at this spectacle, fixated on the most precious fish. Then they realized the angler who had caught it was a complete stranger. He appeared to be a freshman. Are the new students this terrifying nowadays? Gubai tucked his fishing rod away, preparing to leave with the colorful fish. This fish was exceptional, a fine material whether for devouring or alchemy. Wait, are you selling that fish? Many called out to Gubai, inquiring if he would sell the fish, offering quite generous prices. However, Gubai preferred to keep it for himself, leaving only his retreating figure behind. At Jinsi University, the playground spans hundreds of kilometers and is equipped with various facilities. However, today it has been divided into several zones for the freshman assessment. Freshmen can freely choose their desired departments without needing anyone's approval, as they can attend courses from any department at will. The real concern lies in the mentors. Having a good mentor can save considerable time and resources. Gubai, carrying the colorful fish, approached the alchemy department's assessment area. The temperature here was stifling, filled with hundreds of standard alchemy furnaces. Naturally, the alchemy assessment for freshmen involved potion crafting. Gubai's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the other new students. The attire of those present was predominantly opulent, as alchemy is notoriously costly. A typical family could hardly afford it. A poor lad like Gubai, laden with bags and clutching a fish, seemed an oddity, likely to make a fool of himself or face reprimand if he were not lost. The mentors here were notoriously strict. You're not lost, are you? A petite, delicate-looking young man approached Gubai, timidly asking. The newcomers in the alchemy department generally bore a more refined appearance, resembling humans due to their unique cultivation methods. No, Gubai shook his head, scrutinizing the boy before him. Silver hair, blue eyes, fair skin, ethereal features, exuding an unusual floral fragrance that was quite pleasant. Oh, I see why. Apologies for the intrusion. The boy, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and jogged away. An hour later, all the mentors on the platform had arrived, 10 in total. 8 elderly men with white hair, 1 elegant lady in a cheapao, and 1 middle-aged man with green hair. Gubai had learned that the most formidable among them was the green-haired man. Not only was his alchemy skill unparalleled, but he also stood at the 6th level of martial arts. Although eccentric, he was known to treat his disciples well, albeit with exceedingly high standards. It was said he had been at Jinsi University for over 50 years and had taken only 3 disciples. All right, I will now announce the rules for this freshman assessment. Within 3 hours, you are to produce the potion as per this formula. The materials have already been prepared. An elderly man stood up, addressing the crowd while projecting the formula. Explosive chi pill, intermediate tier 2, temporarily enhances physical strength upon consumption. Instantaneously, cries of despair erupted around him. This assessment was undeniably arduous. To concoct an intermediate tier 2 pill that they had never encountered before within 3 hours was seemingly impossible. Gubai glanced at the formula, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, he directly went to collect a set of materials. While the others were still contemplating how to craft the potion, Gubai had already tossed all the materials into the alchemy furnace and commenced the potion-making process. His brutish method made the other newcomers shake their heads in disbelief, instinctively distancing themselves from him to avoid any potential explosions. Gubai remained silent, focused solely on the task at hand. It was his first time using an alchemy furnace, having previously relied solely on his hands, and he felt somewhat out of his depth. Nonetheless, it was manageable. A minute later, Gubai opened the furnace, casually retrieving several pills, and approached the platform, stating nonchalantly, "I'm done." Upon hearing this, those who had only just collected their materials looked at Gubai, then at the pills in his hands. Truly, a prodigy in alchemy, his entrance and attire were strikingly distinctive. The pills were passed around among the mentors one by one. They had initially expected to find flaws. Yet the quality of these pills was astonishing. "Young man, would you like to be my student?" one mentor inquired. "Please, I implore you to be my student. I will provide you with 5,000 credits monthly." "I can offer you more." The 8 elderly men began to bicker. This was the first time they had encountered such an alchemical genius. The lady in the qipao, adjusting her hair, spoke up, "I am Shang Waning. If you choose me as your mentor, you will lack for nothing in resources." Following her statement, the other 8 elders fell silent, no one daring to speak. "You are welcome to join me," the green-haired uncle remarked. His tone as calm as still water. Gubai nodded. "All right, follow me. My name is Su Li. You can call me Teacher Su." The green-haired man stood up and led Gubai away from the assessment area. The other mentors offered no further remarks, as this outcome was rather in line with their expectations. After registering his department, mentor, and dormitory with Su Li, the green-haired man turned to Gubai and said, "Tomorrow at 6 in the evening, come to Alchemy Room 1. Do not be late," he added. "If you have any matters, contact me via phone." Gubai nodded. "Understood, Teacher Su." Shortly thereafter, Su Li departed hastily. Gubai gazed at the darkening sky, clutching the somewhat wilted colorful fish, and returned to his dormitory. The dorms at Jinsei University are all single occupancy and equipped with a small cultivation room. The alchemy department even provides a small pill room for simple practice. Gubai used his student ID to unlock the door, carelessly tossing his luggage inside. He placed the colorful fish in a fishbowl for the time being, intending to deal with it later. Finally, he scanned the room with his divine sense to ensure there were no surveillance devices. Gubai entered the cultivation room and took out the blood essence crystals, swallowing them one by one. Before long, his martial arts realm elevated once more, breaking through to the 6th level of the 2nd tier. Compared to normal cultivation, leveraging rare materials and seizing resources for rapid advancement suited Gubai's style far better. Tomorrow, he would officially embark on his academic journey. Destiny Bearer, Gubai, title, Ruthless Butcher, Annihilator, talent, Deadly Poison Body, cultivation entries, Master of Demonic Artifacts, Kiss of the Spider Demon, Blood to Thunder, Infiltrating Demonic Chi. Heart-Eating Demon, Short Life, Entry Upgrade Eye, Soul Refining Demon Eye, Molting, Unknown, Face Peeler, Master of Demonic Pills, Master of Interrogation, Master of Demonic Talismans, Supreme Spirit Treasure, Realm, 2nd tier 6th level Martial Artist, 10th layer Foundation Establishment, Cultivation Techniques, Chi Absorption Method, Superior Spirit Tier. 9 Heavens Thunder God Technique, Mid-level Divine Tier, Dungeon. Opens in 4 days, 5 hours, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. Destiny Points, 240. Gubai opened the Destiny panel, checking the remaining time until the dungeon would unlock. Although he still possessed a copy of the refresh card, there was no urgency to utilize it at present. For the time being, he would retain it, waiting for a critical moment to employ it. As for his mentor, Su Li, though he appeared somewhat eccentric and lacked a personable demeanor, Gubai discerned that he was anything but ordinary, harboring numerous secrets, and even emanating a palpable energy reminiscent of spiritual power. Moreover, he seemed to possess good intentions, warranting little concern. Perhaps it was only from him that Gubai could learn some unexpected insights. However, if he could not learn anything, it mattered little. Once his strength grew formidable, he would simply summon the Imperial Banner. After the last battle, the Imperial Banner had been in a state of deficit, severely lacking powerful souls. Subsequently, Gubai retrieved the Spirit Field Gourd and inspected its contents. The Blood Spring Lotus and the Mysterious Seed had already been planted within. The Blood Spring Lotus could enhance its grade and abilities as it grew. As for the Mysterious Seed, its outcome remained uncertain. At present, both plants appeared to be thriving. The Blood Spring Lotus seemed to have grown significantly, while the Mysterious Seed had already sprouted. After observing, Gubai was enveloped in a flicker of blood lightning and resumed his martial arts training. His deficiency in forming the golden core stemmed not from his cultivation but from his comprehension and understanding. Although progress in martial arts was typically slow, there would inevitably be some advancement. Gu Bai had always been clear about his overarching goals, and the pursuit of indulgence was inconceivable for him. After a night of silence, Gu Bai washed up briefly, donned his specially tailored student uniform, and then pushed open his door. "Good morning, Lu." The door opposite him swung open at that moment, revealing the handsome youth who had reminded him the previous day. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chi Yuan. Shall we head to class together?" Sure. Gu Bai did not refuse. He was going to attend the lecture regardless. Along the way, Chi Yuan engaged Gu Bai in various conversations, to which Gu Bai passively responded. Chi Yuan's alchemical skills were quite commendable, with his mentor being Sheng Waning, the second most esteemed figure in this school after Su Li. Lu, "You're going the wrong way. That direction leads to martial arts class, not alchemy class." Chi Yuan suddenly interjected. "I know. The general alchemy classes here are of little use to me." Gu Bai's alchemical system was well structured, rendering the basics unnecessary and only wasting time if he attended. Hearing this, Chi Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "While that may be true for you, it's still important to get to know your fellow students in the same department, especially with the upcoming freshman competition." The rewards for this year's freshman competition included an opportunity to observe the martial arts style. Gu Bai tilted his head in curiosity. "What is the martial arts style?" After Chi Yuan's explanation, Gu Bai quickly grasped its significance. The martial arts style comprised a multitude of martial intentions. Observers could gain substantial insights into martial techniques that resonated with their own or even directly elevate a technique or skill to perfection. This was indeed quite beneficial for him, as he currently only had one martial technique. Achieving a minor success in his internal cultivation was exceedingly challenging. If he could leverage this opportunity to break through to perfection, it would be remarkable. Thus, Gu Bai and Chi Yuan pushed open the door to the alchemical classroom. Instantly, all the students inside turned their gazes toward them. After filling out a form, Gu Bai left without looking back, heading toward the martial arts department, leaving the alchemical students in a state of bewilderment. Had they encountered their first rival? Chapter 82. Freshman competition. Gu Bai entered the martial arts classroom and chose a secluded seat. The instructor was a muscular man whose physique resembled metal, discussing how to scientifically train the body for more efficient tempering of qi and blood, as well as which potions and elixirs provided the best value for money. And recommending purchases, he also mentioned his paid courses, which required credits to attend. Gu Bai perused the items available for purchase with credits. They were quite impressive, including weapons, potions, elixirs, materials, and martial techniques. Even items of the 6th and 7th tiers were available. It seemed he could thrive here for quite some time. "Students, do you know what the best substance for enhancing qi and blood is?" the teacher asked. "Qi and blood crystals," a student promptly replied. "Correct, but qi and blood crystals are rarely circulated in the outside world. They primarily belong to the fated ones. Therefore, I recommend." While this teacher's free class had a significant promotional aspect, it still had some merits for Gu Bai, who lacked foundational knowledge. At the very least, it would expedite his daily martial training. However, some students who had been receiving higher education for an extended period began to drift off into daydreams. Only in the final moments did the teacher finally impart substantial knowledge, pulling them back to attention. In contrast, the alchemical classroom presented a different scene altogether. It was packed to capacity, with many students from other departments attending just to catch a glimpse of Sheng Waning. She had deliberately come to teach today to observe that alchemical prodigy, but where was Lu Lin? After scanning the classroom, she still could not find him. Thus, she approached a newly admitted student from the previous day and inquired if he had seen Lu Lin. Chi Yuan blinked, hesitating slightly before replying, "Teacher Shangwan, I came here with Lu. He just went to the martial arts department to attend a class." Shangwaning rubbed her forehead, a hint of helplessness flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Ah, I see. That is his choice. Let us proceed with the lesson." In a corner, the heart-eating demon was secretly observing everything. In the forging department classroom, the small heart-eating demon was also quietly watching all that transpired. Gu Bai had been engaged in multi-threaded learning. The more knowledge he acquired, the better. He could even utilize the heart-eating demon to access paid courses without cost. They could also nibble on some hearts. However, having just enrolled, Gu Bai did not wish to cause too much commotion. He would not consume too much, just a little from everyone would suffice. Just as Gu Bai was about to leave after the class, he was spotted by Qin Yi, whom he had met on the transport aircraft. Lu Lin, why have you come to the martial arts department? Didn't the alchemy department have a mentor for you? Wait, I didn't see you at the martial arts assessment either. Chini looked at Gubai with confusion. I do have an alchemy mentor. I just wanted to attend a martial arts class since I'm somewhat lacking in that area. Gubai explained. Chini glanced at Gubai's physique and nodded in agreement. Indeed, your body could use some serious training, but you're not planning to participate in the freshman competition, are you? I am. Ah. Chini was somewhat taken aback. Isn't it a bit reckless for a first-tier warrior to step into the ring? He quickly added, but it takes courage. A warrior should be so, if we happen to face each other. I will go easy on you. No need. Gubai shook his head and swiftly made his way toward the cafeteria. It was time for lunch. He was quite interested in the martial arts style and intended to focus a bit more during the upcoming freshman competition. The cafeteria at Jinx University offered meals made from ordinary materials completely free of charge. They provided unlimited servings, allowing students to take as much as they pleased. The items requiring credits were crafted from materials of superior quality, designed to enhance physical strength, and long-term consumption could potentially improve one's innate talents. They were categorized into 3 tiers, 50 credits, 100 credits, and 500 credits. Gubai decisively ordered the 500 credit meal. He didn't particularly concern himself with credits. Even without support from his mentor, his alchemical skills would ensure he never lacked for them. The materials were also relatively easy to acquire. He could always find a time to leave campus and discreetly eliminate some targets. Soon, the meal Gubai ordered was served, emanating an intense aroma. The portion was substantial, consisting primarily of meat chunks interspersed with a few herbs. Gubai settled into a secluded corner, amidst the envious gazes of other students who were on the verge of tears. Those who could afford a 500 credit lunch were certainly in the minority, and the freshmen would never squander their precious credits in such a manner. Gubai picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. The flavor was quite good and had a pleasing texture. However, he held no particular expectations regarding taste. What mattered was that he could discern that this meat was sourced from a third-tier creature. Presumably not human. Gubai continued to consume several more pieces, employing viral decomposition on the meat chunks to analyze their genetic makeup. Before long, the bowl was utterly devoid of meat. Gubai quickly determined what this bowl of meat was derived from: a creature resembling a rhinoceros. Adorned with a hard shell, not only had his physical strength been enhanced, but he could also manifest a shell with decent defensive capabilities. This 500 credit meal was worth it, but due to his fishing escapade yesterday, he no longer had sufficient credits to purchase another. Given his current strength, the risks of engaging in zero-cost transactions at school were too great. He would have to forego that option. Gubai felt that even against an average third-tier warrior, his physical strength would allow him to hold his own for a time. With nothing pressing to attend to, and 2 hours remaining before the freshman competition, Gubai casually found a bench to sit down, reminiscing about the useful knowledge he had acquired today while continuing to develop deadly poison. Once he completed the development of the physical functions, he would begin to focus on the soul. On the playground, the stands were already filled with numerous students and teachers eager to witness the spectacle. At the center stood a massive metal arena. The rules were simple: no use of any drugs or consumables, and only standardized weapons were permitted. Initially, students from the martial arts department would defend the arena, while others could challenge them at will. The ultimate defender would be rewarded with a chance to experience the martial arts style and a 5,000 credit reward, along with a year's free access to the gravity training chamber. Additionally, all freshmen from the victorious department would each receive 500 credits. The victory conditions were to either force the opponent off the arena, compel them to surrender, or render them unconscious. Naturally, killing fellow students was strictly prohibited. Should anyone sustain serious injuries, the teachers would intervene. A professional medical team stood ready nearby. Everyone began to roll up their sleeves in anticipation. Gubai observed the already bloody and chaotic arena, feeling a sense of disconnection from the excited atmosphere. Such a scene seemed rather juvenile to him. In a swift manner, a multitude of registered martial artists were rapidly carried away. The battles among the martial artists, unless fought between two with exceptional defensive skills, would typically conclude within a few exchanges. Gubai chose to forego any weaponry, leaping onto the stage with bare hands. Currently defending the arena was a 3-meter-tall, muscular man with dark skin, a martial artist at the second stage, second level. With a resounding thud, a deep dent appeared in the man's chest and blood spewed from his mouth, causing him to collapse like a discarded bag beneath the platform. He had not even witnessed how Gu Bai had struck before he was defeated. In truth, Gu Bai was quite serious. Had he not been? It was entirely possible he could have killed him with a single blow. Chapter 83. The first of the freshmen. A profound silence enveloped the arena, for Gu Bai's displayed martial prowess was at the first stage, 8th level. Although this result stemmed from the assessment, the disparity was staggering. Yet, as a fated one, it was not unusual for him to achieve such a sudden elevation in a short period, especially considering the existence of the blood essence crystal. Witnessing it firsthand, however, was still quite shocking. Truly, he was a noble fated one. Gu Bai continued to engage with the remaining freshmen, the outcomes largely consistent. The martial arts program at Jinsei University was evidently not the optimal choice. One by one, freshmen were sent flying from the stage. Gu Bai harbored no concern that he would be investigated due to his unexpected prowess. Being a fated one served as his perfect disguise. Scarcely anyone would question the rapid increase in a fated one's strength. Furthermore, Gu Bai on the stage had discreetly utilized Lu Lin's soul to execute his talents a few times, ensuring no one would doubt Lu Lin's identity. Of course, the deadly poison body was a no-go, as it was a power intrinsically linked to Gu Bai. Other abilities could easily be claimed as derived from the fated space. There were no significant issues. With Su Li as his backing, he should generally avoid scrutiny. If necessary, he could always escape using the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. The next challenger for Gu Bai was Qin A, who brandished a standard unsharpened long knife and curiously inquired, "Lu, have you truly only experienced 2 instances?" Gu Bai did not respond, instead launching himself forward after forcefully pushing off the ground, leaving a shallow indentation on the metallic floor, and suddenly closing the distance to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The long knife shattered into silver shards. Although Qin staggered back several steps, he appeared to be scarcely injured. Gu Bai sensed that his earlier punch seemed to be influenced by some invisible force, likely stemming from the opponent's talent. It was unclear if there were any effects aside from diminishing his attack. At that moment, the most difficult reality for Qin to accept was that his talent, named a gravitational arrow, allowed him to generate special arrows visible only to himself, capable of transferring force. He had just affixed an arrow to his knife to redirect the force into the air above. Yet even so, the knife had shattered. The power of that punch was truly terrifying. Had it landed on his body, it would have undoubtedly resulted in severe injury. Realizing he could not match strength, Qin suddenly felt darkness envelop him, losing consciousness and tumbling off the arena. Gu Bai shook his fist, an expression of calm upon his face. His opponent was too slow. As long as he denied him the time to utilize his talent, it was over. Quite impressive, indeed. But this was where it ended. A towering man leapt before Gu Bai, standing approximately 4 meters tall. His muscles coiled like a great serpent, menacing and formidable. This newcomer, the top scorer of the martial arts program, was known as Yu Zhong, a martial artist at the 3rd stage, 1st level, the highest among the freshmen. Gu Bai felt that without employing the 7 Treasures mysterious tree, it would be challenging to contend with him in a short span. Should he reveal his techniques? Perhaps it would be wise to forfeit. The rewards of this freshman competition were inconsequential. Ultimately, he chose to follow his instincts. There was little to fear. This was no longer Tianyuan prison. The worst outcome would merely be the loss of this identity, which was not significant. He could always exchange it for another, whether a mortal or a martial artist. Being audacious mattered little. After all, the fact that he ranked first in alchemy was already astonishing enough. Adding a bit more would not make a difference. Gu Bai's entire being crackled with blood lightning, his gaze filled with an insatiable thirst for battle. Yu Zhong, too, set aside his disdain and became serious. The aura emanating from Gu Bai felt extraordinary, seemingly on par with his own. His talent was of the armed type, yet he could not utilize it within this arena. Boom! Thunder reverberated. Gu Bai vanished from his position in an instant. Yu Zhong, channeling his qi and blood, attempted to track Gu Bai's movements but could only perceive fleeting afterimages. Thud! The blood lightning transformed into a blade, swiftly slicing open Yu Zhong's back, blood splattering. The savage thunder relentlessly lashed at Yu Zhong's massive form along the wound. Break! Yu Zhong bellowed, unleashing an invisible shockwave that dispelled the blood lightning, and from his qi and blood emerged a pair of wings. allowing him to soar into the air. His colossal fists rained down like a torrential storm, a whirlwind of countless earthy fists resembling meteorites plummeting downward. In the next moment, the blood lightning flickered overhead. Gu Bai appeared behind Yu Zhong, swinging his blade toward his neck. As Yu Zhong attempted to pivot for defense, his body began to twist unnaturally, leaving him momentarily dazed. The lightning blade descended, blood erupted, and Yu Zhong's neck, illuminated by the thunder's brilliance, was instantly ravaged, charred beyond recognition. However, such an injury was insufficient to be fatal for a third-stage martial artist. Even if decapitated, a third-stage martial artist could survive for over 30 minutes. Boom! Yu Zhong crashed onto the arena, creating a massive indentation. The spectators were left in stunned silence, some even questioning if they were dreaming. The top martial artist was being dominated by the first in alchemy. Was this reasonable? An auxiliary combatant overpowering a warrior. Before Yu Zhong could rise, a bolt of blood lightning struck down. Yu Bai stepped onto his head, his eyes devoid of compassion, the thunderous blade poised to penetrate his brain. I concede, Yu Zhong declared, stripped of his abilities, unable to unleash his full potential. He had only just broken through to the third stage and was yet to acclimate. He had hoped to make a stunning impression, but was taken aback by the presence of formidable opponents among this year's freshmen. Although he could continue fighting, the outcome was inevitable, and there was no need to further humiliate himself. He had no doubt that, given the chance, Gu Bai would ruthlessly eliminate him. With Yu Zhong's concession, no one dared to step forward, avoiding self-inflicted disgrace. The alchemy department's Lu Lin was declared the champion of this freshman competition. As the announcement echoed, the event concluded. Several elder figures quickly presented him with rewards. As they awaited Gu Bai's remarks, he merely stated, "There is nothing to say." With that, Gu Bai departed, leaving the crowd in bewildered silence. He had no need to cultivate relationships with this group. None could rival him now. In the future, they would be nothing more than a swarm of ants, unworthy of his consideration. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his true identity was that of a fugitive, not a student. This place was merely a stepping stone, easily abandoned. In the back mountain, dusk stained crimson. Following the instructions, Gu Bai arrived before a stone cave. The repository of the martial arts steel IT was said to be guarded by a 7th stage martial artist. You must be this year's freshman. Jinsei University is evidently on the decline, remarked a white-haired elder, appearing behind Gu Bai. If I am not mistaken, your foundation is entirely reliant on postnatal enhancements, though your techniques are commendable. However, this path will not lead you far. Martial cultivation is not something that can be hastily achieved. Unbeknownst to him, a white-haired elder had materialized behind Gu Bai, gesturing at him. Chapter 84. Martial Arts Avatar. Upon hearing these words, Gu Bai felt no inclination to refute. He was acutely aware that his martial prowess had indeed surged rapidly, primarily through external forces rather than his own cultivation. The blood essence crystal, while flawless and devoid of side effects, could not compare to the qi and blood cultivated through one's own efforts, which would blend harmoniously with the individual. Yet, his martial and cultivation talents were incomparable. Wasting time on arduous training was not a viable option. Well, please take me to see the martial arts steel, Gu Bai stated, producing a token to hand to the elder. The elder, shaking his head in resignation, accepted the token with a sigh. Today's youth truly lack respect for their elders. Very well, follow me. I am merely an old laborer. Why should I concern myself with these matters? Subsequently, Gu Bai followed the elder through a series of specialized checkpoints, ultimately arriving before a mysterious black steel. Gu Bai felt an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of the desecrated steel he had encountered in the Forsaken Land. Yet this one emanated an even deeper mystery, more difficult to decipher. Young one, simply place your hand upon it, the elder advised. Very well. Gu Bai extended his hand to touch the obsidian steel. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn into an ancient battlefield, embroiled in a three-way melee. One faction surged with qi and blood like a dragon, primarily engaging in physical combat. Another shimmered with various lights, relying on artifacts and spells, and the third continuously transformed, wielding a range of peculiar abilities. Their struggle tore the heavens apart, warping space and time, obliterating the great path. Gu Bai observed for merely a few seconds before his consciousness returned to reality, blood spilling from his mouth as he was drenched in perspiration. What did you see? No one has ever reacted so intensely. The elder looked at Gubai in confusion. This martial arts steel allows users to glimpse vague fragments of the future, typically linked to their destinies. Could this young man be destined for something extraordinary, or was it merely due to his frail physique? Crack. After a faint sound, the surface of the martial arts steel appeared riddled with cracks. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the elder stared in disbelief at this scene, his eyes wide with incredulity. When he had touched the martial arts steel in his youth, it had only resulted in a nearly invisible fissure. What on earth was happening with this young man to nearly render the steel inoperative in a single touch? This child is indeed terrifying. He must either be eliminated or befriended in advance. The elder revealed a genial smile, patting Gubai's shoulder. Young man, what insights have you gained just now? I foresee your future greatness. As he spoke, the elder circulated his vital energy to heal Gubai's nearly mended injuries. It is inconvenient to discuss, Gubai replied nonchalantly. The martial technique he had comprehended was called martial avatar. Its rank unknown, T allowed the creation of a perfect replica of the original self, possessing all the capabilities of the martial arts practitioner, even enhancing them, with heightened combat instincts and unparalleled martial talent. The avatar could also cultivate to nourish the original, and upon reuniting, it could temporarily elevate various martial abilities, thus boosting combat prowess. However, he was currently unable to utilize it, as the conditions for employing this technique were rather stringent. At least one must be a third-tier martial artist. Moreover, talent did not play a role in martial arts. Gubai had a vague sense that this martial avatar seemed incomplete, perhaps only one-third of its potential. Could it be that there exists a celestial avatar or something akin to it? If gathered completely, could it transform into the three pure ones? Gubai shook his head, preparing to depart, for the appointed time with Su Li was drawing near. Yet the elder, guarding the way, grasped his shoulder, preventing his exit. Gubai frowned. Surely the old man did not intend to make him compensate for this martial stone tablet. The elder said, Young man, do not be hasty. I possess a martial technique that can assist you in stabilizing your foundation and improving your control over vital energy. As he spoke, the elder produced a pearl radiating a golden light. The 5 elements nurturing fist, a low-grade divine technique. Practicing half an hour daily will resolve all your current symptoms, making your martial path much smoother. You know, attempting to break through to the 3rd tier as you are now would likely be fraught with difficulties. Bai turned his head, scrutinizing the elder, and inquired, What is it that you desire? He was skeptical of a free lunch. Certainly, something must be given in return. Besides the essence of eternal life, he had little else of value that might attract this elder, and the elder should not be aware of it either. The change in attitude occurred after touching the martial stone tablet. Could it be that the more damaged it was, the better the martial techniques obtained? Thus, the elder sought to invest in him. Gubai was naturally quite receptive to such unearned resources. He excelled at ingratitude and would undoubtedly repay this favor when the opportunity arose, perhaps by inviting him into the imperial banner. The elder shook his head. Free of charge, I am Wang Qiaowu. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. By the way, who is your mentor? Gubai swiftly accepted the pearl. Replying coolly, Su Li, the elder was taken aback. Wait, you are not from the martial arts department? Bai gently nodded. Correct. I am from the alchemy department. I must take my leave. I have an appointment with Teacher Su. With that, Gubai hurriedly exited, anxious that Wang Qiaowu might retract the martial technique. Wang Qiaowu gazed at the dimming sky, his smile fading. What a promising seed. How did he end up in the quagmire of alchemy? A martial artist dabbling in alchemy. Alas, never mind. I in the alchemy room number 1. Gubai knocked on the door. Enter, came Su Li's voice. As Gubai pushed the door open, a wave of heat enveloped him. The temperature inside the alchemy room was so high it felt like being in purgatory. The room was awash in crimson, with Su Li standing before a massive alchemical furnace, seemingly engaged in concocting something. Gubai closed the door and approached Su Li, waiting quietly. Shortly after, Su Li spoke. Lu Lin, do you know why I chose you as my student? Gubai replied, because my alchemy skills are exceptional. Su Li responded, that is but one aspect. More importantly, you possess energy beyond mere vital essence. Through years of research, I have discovered that martial artists are not ideally suited for alchemy. Rather, alchemy is a legacy from another realm. It was only through the destiny space that I came to understand this. You likely obtained your alchemical legacy within that space as well. Gu Bai confirmed. Indeed, Su Li nodded. Rest assured, that is sufficient. I will impart all that I know to you. However, you must promise me that once you have gained the ability, you will concoct a pill for me. No problem, Gu Bai readily agreed. Such commitments were trivial to him. In the days that followed, Gu Bai diligently studied various alchemical knowledge and numerous formulas under Su Li's guidance. For Gu Bai, the experience was immensely beneficial. Su Li was undoubtedly a genius in the field of alchemy, having created many formulas of his own. The cooldown period for the dungeon had elapsed. Gu Bai decisively opted to enter. Two dungeon options appeared before him in an instant. The first was manageable, but upon seeing the second, Gu Bai paused momentarily. The description of the second dungeon indicated that it was likely set in the world before his transmigration. Chapter 85. The Beast Spirit Uprising, the Eerie Sea, Type, Faction Conflict. Werewolf-like, Difficulty. Second Tier S level, Background. Yu-Tin will assume different identities as members of the Dark Vengeance Goddess, journeying to Shadow Island, where unforeseen events may occur along the way. The Beast Spirit Uprising, Type. Individual Slaughter, Difficulty, Third Tier C level, Background. In this world, extraordinary beings form contracts with special creatures known as beast spirits to gain power for combat. However, issues have arisen with these contracts, and the beast spirits have begun to rebel, enslaving humanity. The tasks will only be revealed upon selection. Gu Bai did not dwell on it for long and chose the Beast Spirit Uprising. Not only because it was his former world, but more importantly, Gu Bai felt that his opportunity for forming a core lay within it. In the early morning, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and a strong wind whipped across his face. Gu Bai stood atop a tall building, gazing at the chaotic scenery of the city. Main quest: survive for 10 days. Side quest: accumulate more than 10 killing cards. Exclusive quest: obtain the contract book. It was indeed true. He had returned. Gu Bai spread his arms, relishing the familiar air. His life in this world had not been easy. His parents had perished when he was but a child, reportedly becoming terrorists who detonated explosives in a crowd. He was taken in by relatives, nearly beaten to death by that wicked family. Subsequently, Gu Bai secretly poisoned them and began to wander, surviving through begging and theft, often resorting to killing stray dogs to improve his meals, their fur providing warmth. Gu Bai had contemplated robbery, but alas, he was too young and weak, with little chance of success. Other children his age possessed nothing of value, forcing him to abandon that notion temporarily. This grim existence did not last long before he was forcibly abducted by a certain organization. The organization was called Hunters. Initially, they would conduct special tests on the captured children to assess their qualifications for contracting beast spirits, determining whether they could become part of this world's extraordinary system known as Spirit Masters. Those lacking qualifications were executed on the spot. Fortunately, Gu Bai was qualified and exceptionally so, allowing him to survive for the time being. What followed was a relentless regimen of training: running, climbing, weapon handling, hand-to-hand combat, and firearms shooting. Failure brought punishment. Success yielded no reward. Every 7 days, the last ranked group would be executed. Gu Bai excelled in these areas, consistently ranking first. After a year of training, the second phase commenced: killing training. Pairs were formed, each receiving a codename. Gu Bai's codename was White, while his partner was Black, a cute girl who had consistently ranked in the middle during the previous training phase. At that time, Gu Bai did not know his own name. His relatives merely referred to him as Little Bastard or the Little Bastard of the Gu family. He knew his surname was Gu, so he chose White. The name sounded quite agreeable. During subsequent training, he took on the role of the main attacker while Black provided cover and support. Their coordination was fairly harmonious. They first practiced killing animals such as dogs and wolves, then progressed to humans and eventually to members of other teams. It was akin to raising a poisonous creature. They only needed the strongest one. Gu Bai executed his tasks with precision and decisiveness, showing no hesitation, for none were his match. Even when it came to killing his partner, Black, he hesitated not at all. He simply did not understand why Black smiled at the end and congratulated him. He neither understood nor wished to understand. All he knew was that to survive, he had to act in this manner. He had no choice. This was the childhood of Gu Bai, born from filth and sin, the purity of his being long since tainted. He could only look back, never to possess. Upon completing all the killing training, Gu Bai successfully earned an opportunity to contract a beast spirit. among the 20 children like him. Only 5 emerged, the rest perished. Upon becoming a spirit master, one could cultivate with beast spirits, advancing through 3 realms: young spirit realm, nurturing spirit realm, and blooming spirit realm. Each breakthrough would strengthen the contracted beast spirit, awakening new abilities or forms. Simultaneously, each spirit beast possesses a weapon form, transforming into instruments of warfare for the spiritual masters. Gu Bai's contracted spirit beast manifests as 2 daggers, known as the Dark Raven Twin Daggers. He has also acquired a mentor, whose contracted spirit beast is a serpent, with weaponry that also consists of daggers. Gu Bai learned a few techniques from him, only to later take his life without hesitation. The Hunter organization faced a similar fate. Gu Bai, strong enough, annihilated them in a bloodbath. He harbors no regrets about this world. Ultimately, he perished at the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. The system of this realm is rather feeble. Even those at the Spirit Bloom realm might not stand a chance against second-tier warriors. He is not weak, being invincible among his peers, yet he cannot overcome higher-tiered cultivators. Caw! A shadow surged through the air, rapidly approaching Gu Bai's position before finally landing on his shoulder. It was a massive crow. Its body marred by scars, one of its crimson eyes blind, exuding an unsettling aura. Old friend, you're still alive, and you still recognize me, Gu Bai remarked, somewhat taken aback, as he reached out to caress its feathers. This terrifying raven instantly displayed a look of delight, becoming exceedingly affectionate towards Gu Bai. This was indeed his contracted spirit beast from before his transmigration, named Yizhe. Its abilities remain formidable. Death Apostle, through slaughter, permanently enhances itself and its contractor, Dark Raven Sovereign, can transform the shadows of slain creatures into dark ravens, which possess various effects such as attack, defense, reconnaissance. They can invade living beings to exert forceful control or induce illusions. Law of Darkness issues a decree over a designated area, imposing restrictions such as inability to breathe or stand, inflicts certain limitations and weakening effects. Furthermore, non-compliance results in the rapid accumulation of a death mark, determined by the target's remaining life, until extermination is achieved, with potential for infinite stacking. In addition to these 3 abilities, Yizhe also exhibits a high resistance to mental attacks. Moreover, the bond between a spiritual master and their contracted spirit beast allows for a unique resonance, enabling the use of special awakening techniques, which are considered the most powerful in this system. However, he is no longer a spiritual master and has no intention of cultivating within this realm again. Caw? Ah, I see. Someone is approaching, correct? Gu Bai donned the cranium crusher mask, as his phantom cloak began to shift. Chapter 86. 50 years who are you? Release our divine beast at once. A group of young individuals, gliding on peculiar levitating boards, encircled Gu Bai, clamoring loudly. Yizhe. Caw the raven instantaneously transformed into 2 ebony daggers, resting in Gu Bai's hands, radiating a profound, ethereal glow. One of them appeared to grasp the situation. But before they could react, a flicker of shadowy light had already passed across their necks. Splurt! Blood sprayed upward as several heads fell from the sky, immediately pierced by tendrils that devoured them entirely. Gu Bai ensnared their boards with spider silk, retracting them for examination. Not bad, he mused, recalling that this contraption was still in the research phase when he last perished. He was uncertain how much time had elapsed since then. As for the spirit beast rampage, Gu Bai harbored certain suspicions. It was likely the handiwork of the Spirit Awakening Society, which had driven immature and weak-willed spirit beasts into madness, causing them to attack and enslave humans. The Book of Contracts had been something Gu Bai sought throughout his life. Legends spoke of its power to allow one to contract multiple spirit beasts, breaking the limitation of having only one. It was the common pursuit of all spiritual masters who reached the Spirit Bloom realm. With no clear path ahead, he could only chase the faint glimmer of hope. Gu Bai tossed the dual daggers skyward, their dark light flickering as they transformed back into a raven, landing once again upon his shoulder. The souls of those individuals had also been ushered into the Emperor's banner, through their memories. He learned that 50 years had passed since his demise. The world had undergone considerable changes. 50 years ago, a nearly lifeless Yizhe was taken by someone and became a divine beast for an organization. Used to suppress other spirit beasts, it had remained exceedingly docile, akin to a dormant state, rarely stirring. Yet, should anyone dare to contract it, the consequences would be dire. Until today, it had acted out of character. Breaking free from its restraints and soaring heard. The moment Gu Bai entered this world, it sensed his presence. Ka Yize tilted its head, continuously vocalizing. Although Gu Bai did not comprehend beast language, having spent nearly 30 years with Yize before his transmigration, he could easily understand it was inquiring about his well-being over the years. Since his transmigration to the present, including the time spent within the instance, only a little over a month had elapsed. Yet it seemed as if Yize had awaited him for 50 years. It's been all right, Gu Bai replied. He glided downward on his board, as the chaos caused by the spirit beast rampage rendered the streets tumultuous. He now appeared no different from the locals. The fated ones likely could not detect him. Gu Bai was in no hurry. The side quests of this instance were likely the same for everyone. They would eventually grow impatient and resort to fighting. The current fated ones were probably all third tier. The commotion from their battle would undoubtedly be considerable. When they began to clash, he could merely intervene to mediate. In such instances, the first to strike usually found themselves in the most precarious position, unaware of how many eyes in the shadows were fixated on the initial aggressor. Gu Bai soared through the streets and alleys. Finally coming to a halt before an old CAF, he swiftly descended, stowing his board, and pushed open the door. Welcome, greeted a young girl clad in a maid outfit, bowing in welcome. Sir, pets are not allowed here. You're Raven. Not to worry, Lily, he is not a guest. He is the proprietor of this establishment. A silver-haired elder, meticulously polishing a glass, interjected from the counter. Ka Yize called out in agreement. The elder set down the glass, bowed respectfully, and spoke slowly. Boss, it has been a long time. I always knew you were still alive. Lord Yize is well. Gu Bai waved his hand dismissively, and no need for pleasantries. What is the current state of the organization? Who is the leader, and how many spirit beasts remain? The elder adjusted his monocle, hesitating slightly. Boss, you should brace yourself. After all, it has been 50 years, that's fine. Just speak freely, Gu Bai urged. The elder poured a cup of coffee for Gu Bai and continued. The Eternal Night Society you established upon your disappearance saw your daughter ascend to the position of leader. Gu Bai, just lifting the cup, froze abruptly. Daughter? Where did he acquire a daughter? He had always steered clear of romantic entanglements, making the existence of a daughter utterly impossible. Who had the audacity to impersonate his offspring? Nonsense. Did no one question this? Gu Bai replied coldly. Boss, I know you look down on others, but the girl named Gu Wen truly resembles you. As if she were cloned from your essence. She appeared 10 years after your disappearance, looking 5 years old at the time. Moreover, her demeanor and appearance mirror yours remarkably. Gu Bai took a gentle sip of the coffee. The taste was familiar, still imbued with the same subtle poison, unchanged. Perhaps that girl was indeed a clone fashioned from his own remnants. As for the events following his death, he had no way of knowing. Few had confirmed his demise. Those who survived that incident were unlikely to exceed 3. However, such matters were now irrelevant to him. He had glimpsed a broader world, rendering everything here trivial. Is she still here? Gu Bai abruptly inquired. Yes, boss, she has been stored here all along, the elder nodded. Very well, hand her over to me. Please wait, boss. Lily will go lock the door. The maid secured the door and hung a sign outside. Though there were no customers to begin with, the CAF's location was quite obscure, and the flavor of its offerings was hard to describe. Would you like something to eat, sir? My culinary skills are quite good. The maid, circling around Gu Bai, self-promoted. Better not, Lily. Your cooking could be lethal. The elder returned to the counter, holding a silver box. My cooking isn't that dreadful, is it? Lily pouted, pressing her 2 pale fingers together and blinking innocently. The elder shook his head. I meant you might kill someone. Our boss is quite fearsome. He kills without a second thought, and when he's in a bad mood, he enjoys killing, but when he's in a good mood, he kills even more. The maid, Lily, began to tremble all over. How cool! Her eyes sparkled as she circled Gu Bai excitedly. Is he your disciple? Gu Bai regarded the girl, who seemed slightly lacking in mental acuity, and asked. The elder nodded helplessly. Indeed, though she may not be all there, her talent is quite commendable. The silver box was gently placed before Gu Bai. All right, Gu Bai swiftly opened a hidden compartment, entering a series of codes.